So, hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you are enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Just a quick note, this video starts with a human recorded introduction by me, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling. So, enjoy the story. Today, we will see second part, what if Harry returned as a professor in the era of Albus and Minerva. Here is short sampling. Sent back to 1957 with newfound power, Harry takes a job at Hogwarts as he befriends the younger version of Albus and Minerva. Old enemies still, and history is his to rewrite. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this with your friend. Now let's start the story.
Harry let out a very unbird-like sigh of relief. Everything was going to be all right. Albus turned and walked back towards the castle, his eyes still on Harry. You are stuck, he guessed softly. Harry nodded. They entered the building, and Harry gestured to go upstairs. With small motions and shifts in his talon's grip, he led Albus up to his tower. Only when they got there did he let go of Albus's arm and fly up through the open trapdoor. Albus soon followed him, drifting upward on a cloud of magic. Harry landed next to the book he and Minerva had nearly torn to shreds. Albus knelt beside him and picked it up off the floor. He skimmed the open page briefly before looking back at Harry. You need human sensations from someone acquainted with the aura arts. He took a breath. Will this do? He asked. Suddenly, Harry felt fingers, skin, the twitch of a nose, the feel of wind whistling through ears, legs, arms, no wings. He grabbed onto the feelings and didn't let go. He dragged himself from his feathered shape, his claws, his beak, and into the flesh and reasoning and emotions of humanity. Before he knew it, it was his own lungs bringing him air, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. His broad chest scratched against the rug on the floor, and a slight chill rippled down his unfeathered skin. He stood up on his own two legs and grinned at Albus, flashing his human teeth. Albus's eyebrows shot up under his hair. His wand twitched at the same time as Harry wildly gestured a wandless spell on himself with both of his arms. The result was that Harry was bombarded with enough clothes to cover a Hogwarts field trip to Antarctica. He toppled to the floor, unable to see anything until Albus found him in the pile and helped him up. Welcome back, Harry. Welcome back, Albus. How on earth did that happen? Why did you hire a muggle band from Liverpool? Minerva and I have been off our heads, Minerva. They exchanged a quick look and dashed to the trapdoor, hopped down, and tore off down the corridor like schoolboys from an angry teacher. They composed themselves briefly before pushing open the doors of the Great Hall. They spotted Minerva quickly. She was skulking under the punch table, trying not to get squashed by the partying students. Harry hurried over to her through the crowd and tried to pick her up, but she hissed and swiped at him with a paw. Come on, he said over the music of the Muggle band. I can change you back. We should go somewhere private, though. She gave him a stern look before catching sight of Albus. A look of unmistakable horror crossed onto her feline features. Shall we? Albus asked her, smiling lightly. Minerva paused for a moment before slinking towards the door. Harry and Albus followed. She led them to a spacious wardrobe and waited outside for one of them to open it. Apparently it had occurred to her, unlike Harry, that she would not be wearing clothes when she transformed back. Albus opened the door of the wardrobe for her and closed it gently behind her. Would you rather Albus do it or me? Asked Harry. They heard a violent hiss. Then, said Albus. He closed his eyes for a moment, and Harry convinced himself he heard a slight whoosh of air, and then. Albus, I'm so sorry. I was completely irresponsible and I will understand if you think it's necessary to remove me, and Crockett, that is, from our posts and I will. Harry looked up at Albus and saw that he was laughing silently. Harry grinned. And if you do decide to let me, I mean us, keep our posts, I will, of course, take on as many extra duties as, and well, I understand if this has to go to the ministry. Minerva, Albus interrupted. Harry was impressed at how he managed to keep his mirth out of his voice. And I only hope that. Yes, Albus. Why don't you put on some clothes, and then we can discuss this properly. Yes, Albus. She paused, and then continued sheepishly, Albus. Yes, Minerva. I left my wand in Crockett's room. Ah, said Albus quietly. Harry was horrified to watch Albus's smile fade to be replaced with weary disappointment. I never thought I'd see the day when I found two of my most esteemed staff running around the grounds as animals. I confess, I am beyond shocked. Harry felt his face grow uncomfortably hot. I can understand and forgive your quest for knowledge and magical betterment, but leaving your wands about, and leaving yourselves defenseless. He took a breath, and Harry felt his throat tightening in shame, and he heard Minerva sniffed wetly inside the wardrobe. I'm afraid this means you will have to forfeit your rights to pick your own Halloween costumes. Harry heard Minerva sob briefly. He saw his future at Hogwarts vanish, and he looked at Albus and did a double take. Sorry, our Halloween costumes. Albus nodded. They were silent for a moment before there was an alarming pounding from the inside of the wardrobe, accompanied by, Albus Dumbledore, you son of an orangutan's ass. Quote. Albus simply flicked his wand at the door of the wardrobe and it swung open. Minerva shrieked and tried to cover herself, but she was already fully clothed in. You Halloween sadist, she hollered hoarsely. All but her face was completely encased in a thickly furred cat suit. The costume did not, in any way, resemble the classic Halloween cat suit with the tight black spandex and cute ear headband. This suit made her resemble a giant, extra furry version of Crookshanks. The shape was not flattering. It made her look more like a teddy bear than a cat. The fur, on the other hand, was realistic and Harry suspected that it would have been quite silky if he'd chosen to run his hands through it. He did not run his hands through it, for fear that Minerva might have had claws. Please change it, Albus. He smiled and shook his head. Harry, she pleaded. Oh, Harry, I forgot. Albus flicked his wand at Harry and Harry suddenly felt heavier. He looked down at himself to see that he wore a costume that made him look like a red version of Big Bird. He glared at Albus. You know that won't work on me. Won't it? Harry snapped his fingers to change the costume into something more dignified, but nothing happened. Albus smiled serenely. I thought so. I think part of you likes being a big red bird. Harry heard Fox's amusement and knew that Fox was keeping him from using his magic. One of these days, that's going to get us into trouble, thought Harry. Albus put a hand on each Harry and Minerva's backs, and with remarkable strength, he pushed them towards the doors to the Great Hall. I think it's time to rejoin the party. Please don't, Albus. Please. My students are in there, whispered Minerva hoarsely. And a lovely muggle band from Liverpool, who would love to know why you didn't greet them. Here, have a drink. He conjured a glass for each of them. They floated in the air and filled with amber liquid. They each caught theirs. To friendship, said Albus. Minerva had already downed her drink. Harry and Albus clinked their glasses and followed suit. Friendship, indeed, muttered Minerva. She wrenched open the door to the Great Hall and was almost through it before she turned around. She paused and glared a little. It's good to have you back, Albus. She disappeared through the door. I knew she'd come round, smiled Albus. I think your fame has gone to your head, said Harry. Goodness, no, I've always been like this. His eyes twinkled. And always will be. So, tell me about your trip, said Harry, pulling the door open again. Albus followed him into the Great Hall, which seemed to have gotten even louder since they left. There were now girls clustered in front of the stage squealing and melting in delight every time one of the musicians bit his lip or made a provocative dance move. I went to a lot of different places all over the world, and each and every one of them was filled with pompous old witches and wizards like me. They picked a spot on the wall towards the back of the hall and supervised. Pompous is the wrong word, Albus. You are more eccentric. And you don't look old. Thank you, Harry, but I assure you, the company I was holding was distinctly pompous and old. Speaking of pompous and old, Nicholas was with me for most of the time. He is both a blessing and a curse, of course. He's a very entertaining man, but is unsympathetic with the tedium of a scholarly tour, being one in and of himself. Harry laughed. So I explained our discoveries all over the world, and answered some questions, and didn't answer others, and had my photograph taken far too many times to count. I'm quite pleased to be home. Are you? That's nice, said Harry. He was a little bitter about the month he'd spent out of touch with Albus, worried that he'd said something to merit the absolute end of their friendship. And now Albus was back, and whatever had bothered him a month before didn't seem to be bothering him anymore. Harry had half a mind to confront him about it. How has everything been here? Albus asked. Harry took a deep breath. Busy, he said. Yeah, Minerva and I have been quite busy with our jobs, and the animagus thing. Minerva's been especially busy. Didn't know when you'd be back. Albus shifted uncomfortably. I'm afraid I may have been rather brief with her before I left, he said quietly. Brief, said Harry, wondering if brief was the same word Albus would use to describe his and Harry's last meeting. Their conversation halted. Harry knew that the small talk was over and that Albus was going to bring up whatever had made him so angry. Would you mind stepping in here with me for a moment, Harry? It's a little loud. He gestured to the door that led to an antechamber off the Great Hall. Harry followed him, and the door shut behind them, muffling the music. They adjusted to the quiet for a moment. That's when Harry realized he wanted his friend back. His bitterness at being shouted at and then abandoned for over a month with no explanation wasn't important. They both started talking at the same time. Albus, listen, Harry, I owe you. Don't know what happened but an explanation for I hope that I can help make whatever I did better. Outburst. I overreacted, and I want to. And I want you to have this watch. Albus fell silent as Harry pulled out the watch he'd been carrying earlier and dangled it in front of him by its chain. Albus looked at it for a moment, caught off guard, and then back at Harry. A watch? He asked weakly. This watch, said Harry self-consciously. To Harry's surprise and embarrassment, Albus turned red, and when he spoke, he was flustered. Goodness, Harry, why are you giving me a watch? Because it was my fault your other one broke, and I guessed you needed a new one, and this one was, well, it's for you, he said a bit defensively. He was worried Albus would keep asking questions and he'd somehow accidentally reveal something about the vault where he found the watch or that he already knew Albus would wear it forever. Albus didn't look like he was going to ask more questions, though. His eyes had gone quite large and it looked like he was having trouble swallowing. Albus. He snapped out of it. Harry, are you sure this is for me? Albus. It's just a watch. It tells the time, or at least I think it does. I have a feeling this one does other little things too, but it's a watch. You said you couldn't fix the other one, so here's a new one. I didn't mean to offend you. If you don't want it, I'll. He didn't know what he'd do if Albus didn't want it. It was Albus's watch, after all. Oh, Harry, I'm sorry. I'm being terribly rude. You didn't offend me. It's a beautiful watch. Thank you. He took it from Harry's offering hands. I'll be happy to carry it. I just didn't expect. Well, I didn't know you. It was that. You caught me by so soon. He paused and listened for a moment. The band stopped playing. That means it's time for my announcement. I think you'll like this. He opened the door back out into Great Hall for Harry and followed him out. He then went up on stage, leaving Harry by the dance floor feeling like he was missing some piece of the puzzle. He'd never seen someone get so flustered over a pocket watch, or any type of watch. Good evening, students, said Albus over the magically powered microphone the musicians had abandoned. I hope you're all having a lovely evening. The students cheered. Why don't you give a round of applause for our band here, all the way from Liverpool, Minerva tapped Harry on the shoulder. What's he doing? She asked. The entire Great Hall erupted in piercing girlish screams, cheering for the musicians at Albus's request. Harry and Minerva quickly stuffed their fingers in their ears to block out the unearthly shriek. Dono, mouthed Harry. It's about time to send the first, second, and third years to bed, said Minerva when the screaming had died down. Maybe that's what he's doing. Maybe, but he said something about an announcement. Albus continued over the mic. I'm sorry to say that any first, second, or third years are soon to retire for the evening. Some of the crowd awed in disappointment. But not before an important announcement. At the end of this term, before the winter holidays, Hogwarts will be holding an all-school dueling tournament. The hall was silent for a second before the students erupted into mixed cheers and loud conversation. Albus waved them into silence again. This will be a chance for you to show the magic you've been learning, and to learn from your fellow students in a competitive but safe environment. Anyone is welcome to participate or spectate as they prefer. There will also be a faculty bracket for any professors wishing to enter. His eyes met Harry's for a split second, and Harry felt his heart leap in excitement. This tournament is, of course, strictly optional, but you should consider it a way to bond with your classmates and progress in your classes. I know at least one subject in which you would benefit from your participation. There will also be a prize for the winners in each year, and a grand prize for the overall winner of the students. The faculty will be dueling for bragging rights. The students laughed. He's saying all this in front of the Muggles. What is he thinking? Asked Minerva. Harry grimaced. I have no idea. I rarely do. Sign-up sheets for the brackets will be posted in your common rooms by tomorrow evening. In the meantime, good night first, second, and third years. This was Harry and Minerva's cue to start shooing the younger students from the room and to make sure none of them stayed or sneaked back in. They thought all of the students were out, until Harry spotted a pair of identical, rather solid ghosts idling in a corner. They were significantly taller than the Pruitt twins, but the style was unmistakably theirs. Harry levitated the costumed twins out the door with a flourishing wave of his hands. He looked back up to the stage to signal Albus that all the younger students were out and, instead, met 4 pairs of eyes popping out of their sockets. Apparently the musicians had either spotted his magic or were staring at him because of his big bird costume. He'd have put his wager on the first. Albus was standing behind the musicians smiling serenely. Harry darted up to the stage and elbowed past the musicians. Albus, really? Why? What? He gestured not so subtly at the 4 young men who were still staring at him. Oh, don't worry about them. Right, boys? Albus asked the band. I don't think they mind. But, the statute of secrecy. Ah, Harry, music is a magic beyond all we do here. It's the all we do here that I'm worried about. There's nothing like a little magic for inspiration, Harry. I think they'll benefit from this little magical mystery tour. Harry looked from the youthful foursome, 3 of them in particular, and looked back at Albus. Dear Lord, Albus, what am I going to do with you? I suggest you start by recounting exactly how you managed to get stuck as a red kite on Halloween. He smiled, and signaled for the band to resume their music. Something creaked, and Albus's eyes flew open. His glasses were off, and the quarter moon outside did nothing to help him see. His tower was pitch dark, but Albus could hear that something was moving in the room next to his bedroom. He quieted his breathing and listened. There was no sound for a moment, but then Albus heard the definite whisper of a door opening very near. Someone or something was in the next room. Albus frowned in the dark. The castle hadn't alerted him to an intruder, nor had any of his own personal alarms gone off. House elves weren't that loud, and besides, the house elves were all downstairs, busy cleaning up after the Halloween party. Albus had offered rooms to the Muggle band to stay the night because the party ended very late, but he was certain that they were really just Muggles and wouldn't be able to get into his rooms. Or maybe that's why they hadn't tripped the alarms. Albus thought about how he'd coded the alarms. Had he done it by magical signature? Would Muggles have even registered? Yes, they would have. Albus wouldn't underestimate Muggles. Not after. He softly swung out of bed, foregoing his slippers to maintain his silence. He moved to the door gracefully, despite the darkness, and listened. There was no sound except for his heart beating in his ears. Albus wondered for a moment if he'd imagined the noise, but then the confidence he had in his senses and mind kicked in and he redoubled his listening efforts. He still heard nothing, and pressed his ear harder against the door. Something whooshed quietly behind him and he spun around. There was nothing there, but he dashed back to his bedside table to grab his wand. The wand was gone. Then he noticed the chilly draft coming through the open window. That window had definitely not been open before. But where was his wand? Besides leaving him relatively defenseless, losing the Elder Wand could mean terrible things. Who could have taken it? Had he even put the wand on his bedside table in the first place? He usually did, but maybe he'd left it in his office after the hour he'd sat there, tracing his fingers around the face of his new watch. Maybe he'd put both the watch and the wand in a drawer before going to bed. The whereabouts of the Elder Wand was now more important than his own safety, so Albus decided to go find it. He knew it was possible that someone had come in through his window and taken it, but he also knew the wand wouldn't work properly for anyone who hadn't actually disarmed him or killed him. If whoever had broken in had done it expressly to steal the wand, it was possible that he or she or they knew about the wand lore behind the Elder Wand. If they knew enough about the wand, they would be appearing shortly to disarm or kill him. It was also possible that they didn't know about the wand, and that they'd just leave or try to cast spells on him with his own wand, which wouldn't work. Probably. Of course, when he thought about it, Harry had managed well enough at the Black's house. But then again, that was Harry. The one of these possibilities that Albus decided to investigate was that the wand was sitting in his desk drawer, unbothered. Going to look was the most useful course of action, favored over staring out the window, sounding the alarm, or trying to find someone who could lend him another wand in the middle of the night. He opened the door slowly and silently peered into his living room. The headmaster's tower was made up of 2.5 floors. The large, oval-shaped office was on the first floor, at the top of the escalator. Above all of the paintings of old headmasters was a balcony that ran all the way around the room. Against the wall around the balcony were bookshelves. The balcony served as a sort of half-floor, open to the first floor. Above the balcony, accessible by a tight spiral staircase, where the headmaster lived. On that floor was a small living room, a dining room, a bathroom, a round, cone-ceiling bedroom. To get to his desk, Albus had to exit his bedroom, cross the living room, which housed his handsome pajama wardrobe, slightly out of place, but only Nicholas, Harry and Minerva knew that was what it was for. Go down 2 spiral staircases, and cross the large, slightly cluttered oval office. In the dark. He'd forgotten his glasses. He decided that speed was more important than visibility, so he crept across the living room towards the spiral staircase. When he was halfway across the room, his bedroom door slammed shut. He whirled around, but couldn't see anything but vague, stationary shapes in the darkness. Nothing moved, so he darted to the rest of the way to the spiral staircase. He flew down the flight to the balcony, and, for a split second, considered looking out over the office below. He decided against it and continued down the second flight of stairs. He descended on his desk, his hands finding the right drawer immediately. He quickly patted the bottom of the drawer, finding some of his more important artifacts such as the watch Harry had given him only a few hours earlier. The wand was not there. His wand was gone. He narrowed down the scenario. It was not the band, it was not the house elves, and he was not imagining things. None of those conclusions were good. Albus summed up his assets. He had a sorting hat, a mysterious and emotionally charged pocket watch, a cabinet full of various potions, a lot of quills, a letter opener, and some wandless magic. During the month Albus was away, he'd practiced doing magic without his wand. He'd worked on some basic charms, and had even gotten quite good at summoning things to himself from around his hotel room. With a click of his fingers, he could have his toothbrush whizzing to him from the bathroom, or with a clap of his hands he could make the bed. The more he practiced, the trickier the magic he could do, but one thing stumped him. He could never turn lights on or off. He could conjure a very warm fire, but it never seemed to cast any light. He could even conjure a torch or flashlight, but it would never switch on. Similarly, he couldn't put out lamps or torches. He couldn't do anything to magnify existing light, nor could he do anything to dampen it. It was such a strange phenomenon that he almost wrote to Harry 3 times. Almost. With the exception of the light problem, he'd been quite pleased with his progress, and on numerous occasions would find himself picturing the moment he would return and proudly show Harry his new skills. Then he would remember the conditions of their parting, and his stomach would roil with guilt for the way he'd spoken at Harry. And then he would remember why he'd lost his temper, because his watch was broken. Thinking of the cracked glass, he would feel his chest tighten from what the watch represented to him, and the loss of everything that he'd been clinging to. And then he'd remember the memory conversation with himself. Perhaps your focus should not be on trying to fix his watch, but on fixing yourself so that you might take the time from a new watch, should you happen upon one. And then Albus would puzzle for long hours alone in his hotel room trying to piece it all together. Did the GG on the broken watch stand for Gellert Grindelwald, or greater good? A token of love, or a token of ambition? And what did he mean, take the time from a new watch? Was he telling himself to get over the past in a roundabout way, or was he hinting at something more? Then he'd ponder how and when he'd get so insufferably enigmatic, or if he was already like that. But now he was in his office with partial answers to some of his pondering, but no wand and no glasses. He could do some easy magic without his wand, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't turn lights on or off. He had a letter opener, and he had a lot of quills, and he had some ink, and he had the feeling he was being watched. "I know you're there," he said softly. He lived up to his Gryffindor title and showed no fear. "If you wanted me dead, you'd have killed me by now. Why don't you come down and we'll talk?" His voice didn't shake at all, but his mind was racing. Who could it be? Who would break into his quarters to get his wand? His first thought was Gellert, but Gellert was in prison. Could he have broken out? If he could have broken out, he might have been able to break into Hogwarts. The thought sickened Albus, but didn't slow down his train of thought. Could it have been Tom Riddle? Tom Riddle might have been powerful enough, and it was possible that he could have tampered with the alarms when he'd last visited. Albus doubted it. He knew Harry kept an eye on Tom Riddle and knew his activities fairly well. Harry would have warned Albus, unless Harry didn't know about it. Also, Harry couldn't possibly know the significance of the Elder Wand. Maybe he'd known about someone trying to steal it and didn't think it was important enough to mention. Either way, thought Albus, remembering some of Harry's words, he knew he was going to live through the night. "You won't kill me tonight," Albus said, warmth of relief flowing into his tensed limbs. Something swished behind him and he spun around. The room was silent for a moment, and Albus realized that dramatic spinning was hardly the way to convey the cool exterior he was striving for. He let out a controlled sigh. "I would like my wand back before I go back to bed." His voice didn't shake, but he was having trouble keeping his knees still, not that anyone could have seen them in the dark under his voluminous pajamas. Something swished again, but Albus kept himself from turning. He mentally summoned his wandless magic to him. A hand came across his mouth, and an arm wrapped around his waist. A body pressed into his back, and a mouth against his ear. "How's this for talking?" whispered the mouth, brushing Albus's ear with every syllable. "You won't die tonight, Albus Dumbledore, but do you feel safe?" Just as Albus clicked his fingers to send a nearby vase flying at his captor's head, he felt the sensation of apparition and then landed with his back pressed against what was unmistakably the covers of his bed. No one else had a thread count that high except maybe Harry. The presence of his captor had moved from his back to his front, and was now pressing him down into the bed. He struggled, but found he was bound in a spread eagle position by his wrists and ankles. As this really? The hand from before came across his mouth again, stopping his speech. "Don't speak," said the whisperer. Albus inhaled through his nose, glaring up at the dark. He froze. That smell. The smell of the hand on his face. The oppressive darkness, the whisper. It triggered his memory. A mysterious dream from months past. The most amazing dream. His thoughts were interrupted by the unrecognizable but naggingly familiar whisper again. "I have one last thing to say to you, Albus Dumbledore." Albus's breath quickened. "Hell hath no fury." The mouth grew closer. Like teachers forced into costume. The weight was suddenly gone, and the lights clicked on. Albus was nearly blinded because his eyes had almost adjusted to the dark, but he could hear a pair of voices laughing and the distinct smack of a high five. "Seriously, Albus, never do that again," said Minerva, once her laughter had subsided. "My wand," croaked Albus. "That was her idea. I would have been perfectly happy just swishing about a bit and maybe leaving some cryptic notes. I like a good cryptic note. Just like you. Swishing about. Honestly. And what's that supposed to mean? How is swishing about just like me?" Albus finally cleared his throat loud enough to be audible over Harry and Minerva's argument, and they fell silent. "You know," he said, "a prank works better when you don't argue in front of your victim." I think it worked well enough, said Minerva, raising an eyebrow. What do you think, Crockett? Harry nodded. Judging by the light shake in his knees, the elevated speed of his breathing, and that bit of pink on his ears, I think he's made up just fine for 2 bad costumes and swanning off for a month without any letters. Ah, said Albus. I thought my assistance earlier would have sufficed. Harry and Minerva looked at each other for a moment before looking back at Albus. Nah, they said in unison. Your wand's back on your bedside table, said Harry. I was a little surprised you didn't have a spare. But, hey, what was with the vase? Nice work. Who'd you learn that from? You, said Albus. What vase? Asked Minerva. Oh, just something I taught him, grinned Harry smugly. Well, I think we've done our jobs. Why don't we let the headmaster get back to sleep? What do you say, Minerva? Jolly good, Crockett. Albus smiled. Would one of you be kind enough to untie these, please? Harry and Minerva glanced at each other for a moment. Nah. Harry grasped Minerva's hand and the pair of them vanished. Harry began dividing his time between 3 projects: the upcoming dueling tournament, the vault, and changing his animagus form to a phoenix. On weeknights, Harry usually found himself tutoring and giving extra lessons to his defense against the dark arts students in preparation for the dueling tournament. He had a very steady crowd of students worried about getting crushed in a duel, students who really wanted to win, and students who just enjoyed his class. The difference between the tutoring sessions and his normal classes was that he didn't assign homework, and could rarely plan ahead because sometimes he was working with a group, and sometimes he worked one-on-one, depending on the night. Alistair Moody always managed to find him on nights with no other students, but the Pruitt twins usually showed up in a group, all the better to cause chaos. The out-of-class lessons were a lot more free-form than his class periods and often reminded him of DA meetings. Albus frequently showed up to help Harry when the group meetings got huge. Some nights, they would split the group up. Albus would take the students who needed to learn and practice new magic, and Harry would take the students who needed to practice their dueling technique and reflexes. Some nights, they would all go out on the lawns, split the group into 2 teams, and have a dueling war. The students would often request that Harry and Albus duel, but they always refused. They never talked about it, but Harry and Albus both wanted to save their second face-off for the faculty tournament, ideally the championship. On free weekend days, Harry often asked Minerva to go with him to visit his vault. After a week of having to trek all the way to Gringotts and dealing with goblins, Harry created his own set of vanishing cabinets that would take him to and from the vault. He found that he could only get there, though, when he had his cloak on. Harry wanted to go through the catalogs of the contents of the vault, and the diaries and accounts of his ancestors. It was never difficult to talk Minerva into coming along. They spent long afternoons going through the letters in the desk drawers. Minerva wanted to make a master list of all of the objects in the vault, and Harry wanted to piece together a tree of his ancestors in chronological order. They spent most of their time in the huge room with the library and artifacts. A blank space of wall appeared there, and they posted a huge piece of paper over it. They turned the piece of paper into a timeline, putting in each descendant where they inherited the cloak and died with a colored line marking their lifespan. Harry and Minerva also put in some of the most important artifacts with a colored line between when they were deposited and withdrawn. In some cases, objects disappeared and reappeared. It was a very old vault, after all. Though Harry specifically asked her not to, Minerva also made a graph of how much money was in the vault over time. Harry found it one afternoon a week or 2 after she'd finished. Harry got 10 seconds into telling her off when she interrupted. You just have no idea what to do with it all. Don't worry, Crockett, I won't treat you differently because you're rich, and laughed to his face. He'd had a hard time staying angry with her. Though he enjoyed exploring his vault, Harry couldn't spend every day of every weekend at Gringotts. Minerva was busy sometimes, and though Harry didn't mind hanging out in the vault alone, he could only spend so much time there without attracting the suspicion of Albus. As it was, Harry found himself telling Albus that he was working on his animagus project while he was actually going to the vault with Minerva or by himself. What spare time Harry had after his job, his tutoring, and the vault he spent working on changing his animagus form. He'd told Albus that he was trying to change into a phoenix, but he didn't tell Minerva. Harry wasn't going to tell Minerva. The morning after Halloween, a Friday with no classes, Minerva had marched Harry down to the Ministry of Magic to register their animagi forms. Harry had no interest in registering his phoenix form, if he ever achieved it, and so he resolved not to tell Minerva lest she tattle on him to the ministry. Albus, Harry knew, would be more sympathetic, and he was. Albus was fascinated. He helped Harry do research and offered to let Harry work in his office so that he could help immediately if something went wrong. Harry agreed. He wasn't interested in spending another evening stuck as an animal, or something equally traumatic. When Harry was working on changing his form, he told Minerva that he was going to the vault by himself. Minerva was busy enough not to ask too many questions, so the vault alibi worked pretty well on her. Even when she was paying attention, though, he could rearrange the vault to look like he'd been working while she was gone. He had a bit of a harder time lying to Albus. This constituted the most dishonest he'd been with Albus or anyone else since his accidental Horcrux was healed, and Fawkes was not pleased about it one bit. Fawkes fed Harry's mind a constant stream of inconvenient truths while Harry was with either Minerva or Albus, making it harder for Harry to filter his words, and Harry suspected that Fawkes was intentionally making him more forgetful. Once, Harry accidentally left an animagus book in Albus's office, and then came back and said he'd been reading it while he was actually in the vault. He had to think quickly. "I've got another copy. I duplicated it and left that copy because I thought you were reading it," he lied, trying to look nonchalant. "Oh, how very thoughtful of you, Harry," smiled Albus. "Would you like some tea? Do you happen to have any of those lemo drops on you?" Harry smiled in relief and conjured a few lemo drops for Albus. "I did read some of it since we worked together last, actually," said Albus. "I wondered what you thought of this passage." He pointed to the open book, but made no motion to hand it to Harry across the desk. Harry walked around the desk and looked over Albus's shoulder at the passage in question. Harry felt something nudge the back of his knees and he turned to see a chair that was definitely not there before. Albus hadn't lifted his wand. Harry cleared his throat as he sat. "Would you rather I compliment you on that trick, or take it in silent awe?" "Comment, by all means," replied Albus, glancing at Harry sideways with a sly smile. "In that case, nice, that's a pretty complicated thing to conjure," said Harry. "You've only been practicing for 2 months, right?" "Ah," said Albus. "You give me too much credit. I merely summoned it from behind you. I can, however, conjure, ah." He clicked his fingers and a candle appeared in front of them. "Nice," said Harry. He moved closer and ran his hand over the candle. When he took his hand away, the candle was lit. The light flickered off the polished surface of the desk. Albus made the same motion, but the candle remained lit. He frowned. He focused intently on the candle, and snapped his fingers. The candle remained lit. Harry looked at him questioningly. "I haven't been able to do light," said Albus with a puzzled smile. He blew out the candle. "Light?" asked Harry. "Light. See, when I..." He snapped his fingers and the candle lit. "Look, it doesn't cast any light." The candle's light had flickered off the desk when Harry had lit it, but there was no flicker for Albus's flame. The flame cast no light. "But that doesn't make sense. I can see the flame, so it must be casting light," said Harry. "That's not how light works. I seem to have broken physics." Harry blew out the candle and lit it again. The light flickered on the desktop. "Try putting it out again," said Harry. Albus clicked his fingers, but nothing happened. Try focusing on making the flame go out. If you're trying to do Nox or something, don't do something specifically to put out fire." Albus snapped his fingers again, and the flame went out. But even as a thin stream of smoke rose from the black, unlit wick, light still flickered against the desk and the melting wax. "Whoa," said Harry. "Where is that coming from?" "I don't know," said Albus, making a steeple with his fingers. "I can't wandlessly turn on or off any lights. While I was on tour, staying in a Muggle hotel, I conjured a torch wandlessly. I could switch it on and off, but the torch didn't cast any light. I could flip the switch with my hands or with my wand and it would work, but never with wandless magic. It was the same with the overhead lights. I turned it on at night, and I could see the light on, but nothing else in the room was illuminated. How weird, said Harry, lighting and putting out the candle with idle taps of his fingers. The slight creak of a handle was the only warning before the door of Albus's office was thrown open. Harry found himself flat on his ass as the chair beneath him was vanished. He looked up at Albus and mouthed, "Was that wandless?" Albus nodded, with a slightly satisfied smile. Their attention turned to whoever had entered the room. Harry was thoroughly hidden behind the desk and couldn't see anything except Albus and a few portraits, but he didn't have to see to know who it was. Albus. Hey, do you have some super secret way to get in touch with Crockett? I told him I was busy, but it turns out I'm not and he's gone already. Hello, Minerva. I'm so sorry, I didn't hear you knock. He could almost hear Minerva's sarcastic smile. I believe Harry said he was working on a project, said Albus. Harry had asked him not to let Minerva in on the Animagus project. Yeah, she said. He's working on a project with me. I'm helping him. Harry's stomach lurched, but Albus smiled. This must be a different project. Ah, Minerva sighed in exasperation. It's not a different project. He needs me. Harry rolled his eyes. Could you just? Is there some way to get in touch with him? Albus glanced surreptitiously down at Harry and Harry shook his head vigorously. I'm afraid I don't have a special Harry communication system. I could try a Patronus. I already tried that. He's in a place. It doesn't. He isn't answering. Can't you guys read each other's minds or something? Ah, not really, said Albus, glancing briefly at Harry. Do you know where Harry is? You do, of course, have permission to leave campus. I know where he is. I can't get there without him. Not that he's off campus. You would get lost. Perhaps I would know how to get there. What is the project you are working on? Oh, it's nothing. It's too far for. Don't worry about. Harry whacked Albus's leg under the desk. Albus looked down and Harry mouthed, "Get her out." With emphatic gestures. Albus just smirked curiously and turned back up to Minerva. I didn't realize you were working on a project together. Is it anything I'd be interested in? Harry had had enough. He disapparated and apparated outside Albus's door and then burst through it. Albus. Oh, hello, Minerva. Crockett. Harry. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you knock. We were just talking about you, he smiled calmly. Harry smiled back sarcastically. I was just looking for you, said Minerva. I'm not busy. Ah, croaked Harry. He really hadn't thought through how this would work. He swallowed, and found his throat dry. Yeah, well. Albus and Minerva both looked at Harry expectantly as he stuttered on. It's just. The minute seemed to stretch for an hour. He pleaded Albus with his eyes to take pity, but Albus's slightly amused smile only seemed to become more pronounced. Unfortunately, Harry's best solution was a lie that everyone would know was a lie. Hopefully, thought Harry, both Albus and Minerva would think the lie was for the sake of the other. I was working with a student, said Harry. On the tournament. And he asked about the bracket system, so I thought it was about time that Albus and I sorted that all out. Albus looked at him expectantly. That is, if you have time. Harry wrung his hands a bit. If you aren't busy with Minerva. Then, to Harry's horror, Albus turned to look at Minerva, and then looked back at Harry. Actually, Minerva and I were in the middle of something. Do you have time tomorrow? Harry's throat went drier than it had been a moment ago, and he felt his face flush with helplessness. Actually, Albus, said Minerva, I really ought to. Nonsense, Minerva. Our conversation is of the utmost importance to me right now. But, Albus, I insist, Minerva. Albus, exclaimed Harry indignantly. I'm sorry, Harry. Minerva and I were just discussing a rather important project, and I'd really like to hear more about it. Yeah, my project, thought Harry. Now, how about 3 o'clock tomorrow? Tomorrow is the 1st of December. We can have tea. And Harry, do bring some of those lemo drops. Good of you to drop by. Harry had no choice but to leave, so he did with a warning, threatening glance at Minerva and a hurt glare at Albus. As he descended the stone escalator, he thought of dozens of different ways he could have handled that encounter to a better result. He thought that maybe if he hadn't apparated out, maybe Albus would have been forced to dismiss Minerva earlier. Maybe he shouldn't have let Albus vanish his chair in the first place, and he could have just told Minerva a lie for Albus's sake and then made something else later. He could have even popped out from behind the desk and come up with some good reason he was behind it. Then again, maybe not. Fox supplied an unhelpful image of Harry taking Albus by the hand and showing him the vault. Harry actually stopped in the middle of the hall. Fox, no. The guy's like a Hallows addict without a sponsor. What he needed was a time turner. With a time turner, he could be at Hogwarts and in Gringotts at the same time. He could cover for himself. Though he feared the damage was already done, there was no harm in looking for a time turner, so he stopped in front of the blank wall where the room of requirement was. I need a place to find a time turner. I need a time turner. I need a time turner, he thought, and a door appeared in the wall. Harry smiled and opened it. No sooner was it open than Harry was thrown backwards. The door remained open, and through it came the most horrible, lonely shrieking. It sounded like a chorus of wounded wolves backed with a horrible wind through 1,000 mountainous trees. The doorway was black, a deep beeping black that frightened Harry. He dove towards the door and slammed it shut. He leaned against it and listened to his heart beat in his chest while his breathing calmed down a little. Did time turners not exist yet? Did the room of requirement just not have one? He doubted it. The room of requirement had a pensive, and pensives were quite rare. After a moment of thought, he turned back to the wall. I need a place to hide my, scone. I have a scone, and I need a place to hide it. I need a place to hide my scone. There. A normal request that had worked a half-dozen times for Harry before. The door was there, and he opened it. The same wind shrieked in his ears, and the black beeped at his eyes. He slammed the door shut before he could be toppled backwards. He leaned against the wall across from the fading door and pulled off his glasses. He rubbed his eyes and his temples, trying to stop the headache that the void seemed to be trying to cause him. He exhaled and put his glasses back on. He was done being messed with that day. I need a place to take out my frustration. I need a place to hit things. I need a room for a duel or something. And if that door doesn't open, he thought menacingly. He wrenched the door open for the third time, and his eyes landed on the room of requirement, stocked full of targets and weapons and a lovely animated dummy. He was so surprised that it had worked that he shut the door again. I need a place to hide my lemo. Drops. I need a place where no one will find my lemo. Drops. I need to hide my lemo. Drops. He pulled the door open again, and there was the huge, towering maze of clutter. It was almost as if the room had just glitched. It was working now, but Harry forgot all about his initial mission as someone screamed. Harry slammed the door and ran. The scream had come from the opposite direction from Albus's office, and Harry soon found himself in the giant room with all the moving staircases. The entrance to the headmaster's office was on the 7th floor, the highest of the non-tower floors, so Harry was at the highest point in the staircase room. The bottom of the giant stairwell was level with the first floor, and didn't go to the ground floor. The staircase from the first floor to the ground floor was, of course, the grand marble staircase that opened down into the entry hall. There were, of course, other stairs that went between each floor, and there were secret passageways that could take you up or down 3 floors, and secret slides and elevators, but the staircase chamber, its walls coated in portraits that moved as much as the stairs, received the most traffic. Harry had 6 floors beneath him, and 6 flights of stairs, but looking over the railing, he saw immediately where the scream had come from. One of the staircases, normally floating between landings, was smashed against the marble floor at the bottom of the chamber. The flight of stairs seemed mostly intact, but there was a girl who seemed to be trapped somehow. Harry wasted no time. He plunged off the side of the landing on the 7th floor, and free fell. He slowed his descent slightly as he approached the bottom of the chamber, and cushioned the floor. His legs still buckled on impact and he winced in pain, but he shook it off and hurried over to the girl. It was Artemis Arma, Luna Lovegood's mother, a 3rd year. Both of her legs, up to the knee, were trapped, crushed, beneath the giant stone flight of stairs. Tears were streaming down her ghost white face and making her white blonde hair stick to her cheeks. A small crowd of students were gathering. Some of them had their wands out and appeared to be trying to lift the stairs off with no success. Okay. Everyone take 3 steps back. Thank you, called Harry. Ms. Arma, you're going to be fine. Mr. Lovegood, please go get Professor Dumbledore. He's in his office on the 7th floor. The password is Strudel. Tell him there's been an accident and tell him where we are, please. Thank you. Now, Artemis, I'm going to numb your legs. Is that okay? She bit her lip in pain, but nodded calmly. Harry put his hand on her shoulder and felt out to her with his body aura and numbed the nerves in her legs that were giving her so much pain. He could tell that the feet and calves were completely mangled, and that each leg bone had been broken at least once. He looked back up when he was done numbing and saw that Xenophilius Lovegood hadn't moved. Mr. Lovegood, now, please. But sir, the staircases have stopped. I can't get to the 7th floor, sir. I suspect Nargle involvement. If I could just. Harry growled in frustration. I will be back in 5 seconds. Count. Okay. 1. 2. Panted Artemis. Harry disapparated to Albus's office. Ah. I'm sorry. I thought you said it was off campus. Could the project? Honestly, Albus, I should like to ask you what you were working on with Harry. Like he thought I'd buy. Working with a student. I could hear him breathing in here when I came in. Did he do that apparition trick again? Oi, interrupted Harry when Minerva and Albus didn't notice his flustered waving. Emergency in the stair. Now. He disapparated again. Quote. 5. Ah. Right on time. Now. May I lift this off your legs? It won't hurt, but you might want to close your eyes. Your legs are not going to look pretty. I will keep my eyes open, I think, said Artemis. I always wondered what legs would look like if they were crushed by a flight of stairs. Oh, you did. That's, well, anyway. He glanced around at the surrounding students. Could everyone move against a wall, please? I don't want to hit anyone with this. Harry pulled out his wand, but before he could do anything, the staircase lifted itself of its own accord back into the air. The few fragments that had been knocked off reattached themselves, and the staircase made a beeline to its space between the 1st and 2nd floors. Harry looked up to see that all of the other staircases had begun moving again too. Right. Harry was only distracted for a moment before turning his attention back to Artemis. Now, may I fix your legs? He asked. Yes, that would be fine, thanks, said Artemis. They do look rather horrible. That might be the most horrible thing I've ever seen. Don't say I didn't warn you, said Harry. Okay. Now, lay back and just stay still for a moment, or something. Harry put both of his hands above Artemis's left leg and began working. He mended the bones, and ligaments, and muscles, and, finally, skin. Then he did the other leg. You've never done this before, have you? Asked Artemis. Not really, said Harry. I fixed Professor Dumbledore's leg one time. I trust you, she said. Thanks, said Harry. Would you like to know what happened? She asked when Harry began repairing the muscle on the 2nd leg. If you'd like to tell me, said Harry, keeping his eyes on the leg. Well, I looked up and saw that all of the staircases had frozen in place. The one between the 1st and 2nd floor was the only one with people on it. I think those people over there were on it. And then it fell, and I was under it. I think it might have been too heavy, like there was just enough magic to hold it up, but not enough to move it or hold it up with people on it, so it fell. Harry had long since deduced that Luna got her strange, and normally false, ideas from her father, and her Ravenclaw brains from her mother. That's an interesting theory, said a voice from behind Harry. Albus and Minerva had just made it off the last staircase. We saw all of the staircases stopped when we were on the 7th floor, said Minerva. We saw when they started moving again. Albus crouched next to Artemis. How do you feel? He asked her softly. Oh, I think I'll be fine, she said. But a few of those people over there might have sprained ankles. They were on the stair when it fell. Minerva asked Albus. Minerva nodded and hurried off to the crowd of students. Ms. Arma, said Albus softly. Did you see anything out of the ordinary before the stairs immobilized? Did you hear anything? Feel anything? No, Professor Dumbledore. There was nothing. Albus sighed and turned to Harry, who was finishing up and unnumbing Artemis's legs. Harry, did you feel anything? To be honest, I was a bit distracted by, he trailed off. The room of requirement had done the same thing. He met eyes with Albus. Would you like to continue this conversation in my office? Albus asked, sensing Harry's realization. Harry nodded. He turned back to Artemis and absently cleaned the blood off of her clothes and shoes. Artemis, do you think you're all right, or would you like to go to the hospital wing to take something for shock? He knew she'd answer honestly. I was a little frightened, but I don't think I need any potion for it. You should have been in Gryffindor, said Harry with a wink. Really, sir, I'm smarter than I am brave. And that is saying something. Mr. Lovegood, will you keep an eye on Ms. Arma just in case, please? Thank you, said Albus. Minerva, he called over the raising din. Do you have everything? Yes. Go, she called. Harry put his hand on Albus's shoulder, and the two of them vanished. They reappeared in the middle of the 7th floor corridor. I was distracted. When the room of requirement didn't work, Harry told Albus. I tried to get in. The door appeared, but when I opened it, it was all black and there was this horrible howling noise. That happened twice, but then it worked after that. I'm sure it wasn't because of what I was asking it. I was asking it for really normal rooms, but it just didn't work. Does it work now? Asked Albus. Let's see, said Harry. I need to get Albus into the room of requirement. I need a room. I need a room for Albus, he thought as he paced. A door appeared and he pulled it open. They both stepped inside. The room was fairly dark, but flickered all over with candle light. A large king bed covered in rose petals sat against the opposite wall. Tired? Asked Albus. Exhausted, lied Harry before yanking Albus back out into the corridor. My point is, could this be related to the stairs? It just stopped working for a moment. They are similar incidents, mused Albus, but I don't see enough evidence to suggest that they are related. We should keep vigilant, and perhaps ask the students, ghosts and paintings to report anything unusual. It may be that they are related, and it's possible that incidents have been occurring for a while without attracting our notice, or perhaps we'll remember something. Albus stopped talking and stared at a bit of space. What? Asked Harry. Did you remember something? Albus looked up. Ah, memory, a curious thing. Excuse me, Harry. I need to go see to something. He flicked his wand in the direction of his office and began pacing in front of the room of requirement. Soon a small vial came zooming down the hall, and Albus caught it. A door appeared in the wall and Albus opened, walked through, and shut it behind him. The door vanished, and Harry was alone. Harry blinked a few times, and then walked back down the hall towards the stairwell. He only got about halfway, however, before he ran straight into Minerva. So, did you figure it out? She asked. What? Oh, the stairs. Albus just ran off. I think he might have had some sort of idea. Well, while I was sorting out bruises, I remembered that night when we went to Comed Noctum, when the kitchens weren't working. Did Albus ever figure out what was wrong with them? Hey, you're right. I'd forgotten about the kitchens. That seems like the same thing. And, you know how there are all kinds of magical rooms. Well, when I was on my way downstairs a few minutes ago, I tried to get into one and it didn't work. That was right before the stairs stopped working. I wonder what's wrong. But you think Albus figured it out? To be honest, I have no idea what he ran off about. You know him. They were both quiet for a moment. Well, when he comes back, we'll tell him about the kitchens. Yep, said Harry. They were quiet again, stuck in a very uncomfortable silence. Minerva broke it violently. You're working on a secret project with Albus. What? No. We were just. If it wasn't a secret project, why did you tell me you were working in the vault? I was, but then I ended up under Albus's desk. He dropped a quill, and you stayed there hiding from me. Because I told you I was in the vault, and I thought you'd think I was lying if you saw me in Albus's office. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I'd have thought you'd changed your mind about working in the vault, not lying. Now I think you were lying. In fact, I know you're lying. Why? Did Albus tell you? See, you've got Albus keeping secrets from me, just like I'm keeping secrets from him. Harry could have hit himself. He changed the subject. Did you tell him about the vault? Well, you know Albus. You never know how much he knows. But, I don't think he got anything significant. He knows we're working on something. I still don't understand why you can't tell him about the vault. And why you're not telling me what you're working on with him unless it's, she gasped. No, no way. Under his desk. Oh Merlin. She grimaced and covered her face with her hands. Crockett. Really? That's just. What? No, we weren't. Did you think? No. What? Wait, is that what you thought? As what I thought? That we. What did you think we were doing? I thought. Well, that, well, we weren't, said Harry sharply. They stared each other down. Fine. Minerva sniffed. So, what were you doing? Really, Minerva, it's nothing. Nothing like a giant vault with historical objects from the Hogwarts founders themselves. Nope, said Harry. You got the good project. So if it's nothing, tell me what you're doing. Or I'll tell Albus about the vault. Minerva. Oh, come on. That would be catastrophic and you know it. No, Harry, I don't know that. You haven't given me any of your reasons why that would be so terrible. That's his business. Well, you can either tell me why I can't tell him, tell me what you're working on with him, or I'll tell him about the vault. Blackmail. Used to be a course at Hogwarts. Have you a quill? Dear Albus, Harry has a secret vault that he opens with his Deathly Hallow cloak and it has. Alright, just keep your voice down, pleaded Harry, glancing nervously at the wall where the room of requirement with Albus in it was. Come on, we'll go somewhere private. Minerva smiled and skipped like a schoolgirl for a few feet. Fawkes momentarily added a skip to Harry's step 2 before Harry stopped it. They found a deserted classroom, and Harry put silencing charms around the door. Okay, so, the reason why I didn't tell you about this is because I don't want to have to tell the ministry. If you tell, I swear I will obliviate you and everyone involved, he threatened. She shrugged innocently. I'm trying to change my animagus form, or optimally add one to my repertoire. I'm trying to change into a phoenix. Minerva sighed. You got all worked up over that. Don't worry, Crockett. I won't tell anyone, if you manage to do it, anyway. Harry sighed in relief. Having secrets was stressful. So, why a phoenix? Asked Minerva. Harry grimaced. He hadn't thought out this part of the conversation. So, did you ever meet Fawkes? The phoenix. Yeah, he got killed, a few months ago. Wow, I wondered where he'd gone. But, I thought phoenixes couldn't die. Well, I thought they could only die if they chose to kill themselves, but he got in the way of a particular wand. What wand could kill a phoenix? So, you remember the Deathly Hallows? That wand. The Elder Wand. Death's Wand. You have that one too. No. A friend of mine does. And your friend killed Fawkes. Not. No. It was an accident. Right. So, you're turning into a phoenix as a tribute to Fawkes. Not exactly. Fawkes is still alive. You just said. His body's dead, but his, soul is still alive. Minerva looked at him blankly. He got transferred to me, sort of, and now he's. Crockett, are you telling me you're sharing your body with the soul of a dead phoenix? Yes. I suppose I am. She pressed her lips together in a perfect impersonation of her older self and nodded. Conjure me a brandy and I'll believe anything you say. Albus shut the door to the room of requirement behind him and strode quickly to the pensive. He emptied the memory into the basin and dipped his face in after. Icy rain fell through Albus's robes, and the wind howled around him. His boots sank inches deep into mud that couldn't touch him. He looked around, surveying the storm. The Quidditch stands rose around him, and the roar of a crowd could just be heard over the wind. Albus headed directly over to the stands. He ducked into a flight of stairs that was sheltered from the rain, the flight of stairs where he knew he would find his future self. And there Professor Dumbledore stood before him, his silver beard glistening slightly with drops of water. You should come with me, said the man in the memory before sweeping off in the direction of the exit. Albus hurried after his older self. Soon the two men were back in the storm, fighting their way back to the castle. They finally reached the stairs and the empty entry hall. Professor Dumbledore dried himself wandlessly. Welcome. The year is 1993. Harry is in his third year, and I am still headmaster, remarkably. They climbed the grand staircase and started treading the path towards the headmaster's tower. Albus found himself wanting to walk more quickly. The memory seemed more tedious now that he was watching it for the second time, and he didn't know what he was looking for yet. I believe, you have accidentally stumbled upon this memory after Harry left it in the room of requirement. The watch is broken. You are in pain. Harry does not understand why. You mustn't blame him, and you mustn't blame yourself. Of course, I have never figured out why he wanted to look at this particular memory, but it gives us a chance to talk. Yes, and what else? It isn't a two-way communication, but I'm not senile yet, said Professor Dumbledore. I do hope not, muttered Albus. Come on. Professor Dumbledore smiled faintly. Do you remember what the inscription said on the back of the watch? There Albus paused for thought. If he knew he would watch the memory twice, he would put in statements that applied to both situations. Maybe if he tried to interpret himself in a different way. Was it possible that he could refer to two watches in the same conversation with himself? What did it stand for? One problem with that theory was, there was no inscription on the back of the watch Harry had given him. Albus had spent long hours tracing its front, examining it all over. He'd noticed that the watch had more uses than telling time, but had yet to figure them all out. It was obviously a very old and magical artifact. It even resembled the timepiece Merlin himself was fabled to wear. There had been hundreds of thousands of replicas of Merlin's watch, of course, but Merlin's had untold special features. Albus just wondered where Harry could possibly have gotten this particular watch. Merlin's are, more likely, not. His partner, said Professor Dumbledore. His partner in what? Well, Harry was working with a partner for his mystery project. Minerva was working with him. But partner in what, again? They reached the spiral escalator. Crock-pot, said Professor Dumbledore, and the gargoyles leapt aside. What projects could Harry keep from him? What project would Harry keep from him, and why? Harry knew he could trust Albus. Albus had even promised to keep his second animagus form secret. Harry knows very well that I would be very interested in any magical study or discoveries, Albus muttered. All too well. But have you forgotten your partnership for the greater good? Ah, this is a conversation, exclaimed Albus, keeping in step with Professor Dumbledore as he went into the room and over to the window. Professor Dumbledore nodded. Albus must have missed the nod on the first time through the memory because he'd hesitated in the doorway. But what does this have to do with the greater good? Professor Dumbledore made a hand gesture that could have been a shrug if his index finger hadn't been extended towards his desk. Knowing his own motions quite well, Albus took the pointing gesture to be intentional and hurried off to the desk. Professor Dumbledore kept talking to himself in the background. There is no way to fix that, Albus, and perhaps your focus should not be on trying to fix his watch, but on fixing yourself so that you might take the time from a new watch, should you happen upon one. The memory flickered just as Albus swung behind the desk. He knew he had just seconds. It will be difficult, but it will be better, said Dumbledore, but Albus wasn't paying attention. He looking over all the papers on Dumbledore's desk. The memory flickered again, and Albus's search became more frantic. Now, Dumbledore asked. The memory dimmed and flickered again. Dear Merlin, why was everything written in green? Black was so much more legible. But there, a faded yellow piece of parchment with the illustration of a phoenix. Harry, Albus heard Dumbledore say, before a whoosh of flame, and then the memory blacked out, and Albus found himself back in the room of requirement, sitting on the floor. He exhaled and took off his glasses, slightly dizzy from the transition between his frantic search and sitting on a floor. But it was there, on the desk for him. He got back on his feet and dove right back into the memory. Icy rain fell through Albus's robes, and the wind howled around him. His boots sank inches deep into mud that couldn't touch him. The Quidditch stands rose around him, and the roar of a crowd could just be heard over the wind. Albus wasted no time. He jogged over to the stands, ducked into flight of stairs, past his future self, and hurried back out into the rain and up to the castle. He took as many shortcuts as he knew, and soon came upon the gargoyles. He rushed past them and sprinted up the immobile escalator. He paused for the briefest moment outside the closed door to his office before remembering that he was a memory and that he could probably walk through things. He walked straight through the door and hurried over to his desk. There it was, the drawing of a phoenix he'd done just months earlier. The page had yellowed and cracked around the edges, but the phoenix almost seemed brighter. Next to that was a piece of parchment with a short message in green ink. When was the last time you visited Gringotts? APWBD. P.S. Kitchens. The door to the office opened and Dumbledore swept in. Quote. But have you forgotten your partnership for the greater good? Professor Dumbledore nodded and pointed towards Albus and the desk. Albus remembered the note and quickly committed it to his own memory. Professor Dumbledore kept talking. There is no way to fix that, Albus, and perhaps your focus should not be on trying to fix his watch, but on fixing yourself so that you might take the time from a new watch, should you happen upon one. The memory flickered, and Albus knew time was almost up again. He looked around to make sure he hadn't missed anything. But would this information even lead him to knowing Harry's project? Harry must have had a good reason for not telling him. Should he even know? It will be difficult, but it will be better, said Dumbledore, and for some reason Albus was sure that comment applied to him then. The memory flickered again. Now, Dumbledore asked the Phoenix. The memory dimmed and flickered again. Harry, Albus heard Dumbledore say, before the Phoenix grabbed him by the shoulders and they vanished in a whirl of flame. The memory blacked out, and Albus found himself back in the room of requirement, sitting on the floor. Gringotts. Harry hadn't been able to find Albus for the rest of the day on Saturday, and when he visited Albus's office on Sunday morning, the 1st of December, no one was there. He resigned himself to the probability that Albus was out investigating some theory or consulting with some expert about the castle's glitching. He retreated to his own office. He popped a lemo drop in his mouth, and smiled as it triggered a memory of his and Minerva's prank. Harry knew it had been a successful prank because Albus hadn't mentioned it since, though he had turned red every time he saw Harry for about a week after. Harry, meanwhile, had had a hell of a time keeping the encounter out of his dreams, and his dreams out of Albus's dreams. But that was 3 weeks earlier. Harry wasn't entirely making things up when he said he needed to talk to Albus about the tournament bracketing system. The tournament would start on Monday, the 16th of December, and the championship would be held on Friday, the 20th. The students would depart on the morning of the 21st for their winter holidays. Harry had just over 2 weeks to finish preparing the students and setting up the tournament structure with Albus, if he could find Albus. He sat down behind his desk and sighed. Then, he noticed a note on his desk, unsealed and written in black ink. Harry, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I will have to cancel our meeting this afternoon. I have discovered some important information and will be spending the day working on a project. I may return by the afternoon, but I believe that it would be fairer to let you open your schedule back up. It would, however, be especially efficient and effulgent of you if you would draw up your ideas for the tournament timetable, and I can look at them upon my return. Yours, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Draw up my ideas for the timetable, repeated Harry out loud. Just assumes you are his employee, after all, said Minerva. Harry jumped in surprise. Minerva. He hadn't noticed her come in. The door was unlocked. Anyway, Albus told me he was going to be gone today, so I figured he would have cancelled your meeting, leaving you free. She paused and Harry looked at her blankly. Do you want to go to the vault? Harry frowned down at the letter. Yeah, he said, tearing his gaze away from the letter to look back at Minerva. Sure, I guess. You saw him, though. I've been looking for him. Do you know what he's working on? Hypocrite. What? I was just asking. They left the office and went up to Harry's room where Harry had put a two-way vanishing cabinet to the vault. They both ducked under the invisibility cloak, climbed into the cabinet, and disappeared with a whoosh. Albus woke up early on Sunday morning. He dressed with a few snaps of his fingers, smiling at his new powers, and hurried down to breakfast. Over his bacon, he contemplated, once again, the note he'd found in Harry's memory. When was the last time you visited Gringotts? It had asked. Albus hadn't actually set foot inside Gringotts for a very long time. There was something unfriendly about the whole edifice, so Albus didn't go out of his way to visit. When it came down to it, though, Albus didn't bother much with money anyway. He had the home he'd always wanted, food, amenities, and a benefactor for his research. Somehow or other, his paycheck usually ended up paying for ministry-ordained updates on the castle's security, which he could have done himself were it legal, new supplies for the potions master or nurse, or exotic plants for the greenhouses. Failing to find necessities around the castle in need of replenishment, Albus would find an excuse to buy liquor from the Hog's Head, as Aberforth, his brother, did not take kindly to outright donations. He was well respected in the ministry, and was on the Wizengamot in the International Confederation of Wizards, and had even been nominated for the positions of Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, and Minister of Magic 3 times, and was given so many books and magical artifacts that he never had to buy any for himself. Unlike for many in the ministry, money had nothing to do with Albus Dumbledore's prowess and standing. The Dumbledores had a family vault, but Albus had given that to Aberforth when he became a teacher. Aberforth had put all of his mother's, father's, and sister's old things in the vault, and used most of the money to buy the Hog's Head. Meanwhile, Albus had opened his own account, and proceeded to ignore its existence most of the time. The result of living at Hogwarts almost full-time, donating his paychecks, and having more titles than he had names was that Albus had not needed to visit Gringotts for at least 10 years, if not more. He wondered if something could have changed in his vault, or if there was something there he'd forgotten. The note had led him to believe that Gringotts had something to do with Harry's project, but Albus couldn't see how his own vault could have anything to do with Harry. He did remember Harry mentioning a vault a few months earlier, while they were at Comed Noctum. Harry had mentioned that he left Animagus books in the vault, and then Albus had deduced that the one-way vanishing cabinet that led to his pajama wardrobe was in Harry's vault. What he, Albus, could find out at Gringotts, he didn't know, but he was going to look. He finished up breakfast just as Minerva came in. Morning, Albus. Harry was looking for you last night. Said you'd looked like you'd figured something out. Hello, Minerva, said Albus. I had no such luck with the staircase incident. Harry said there was also a room that didn't work. Yes, he told me about that too. Well, we thought that maybe it could all be related to when the kitchen stopped working the night we went out. What do you think? Albus looked pensive for a moment and then smiled. Ah, yes, I believe that fits the pattern, he said, remembering the last line of the note in the memory. P.S. Kitchens. Yes, well, I'm going out today. I should be gone most of the day. Oh, said Minerva. Where are you going? Gringotts, said Albus. Minerva's surprised expression told Albus he was, indeed, on the right track. Oh, she stuttered. For the whole day. Quite possibly, he said. Weren't you meeting with Harry today? Oh, I think I'll just put him to work designing the system himself. He is my employee, after all, and based on the number of projects he's working on, I think he might have too much time on his hands. Minerva laughed. Don't forget, he's mostly working on preparing the kids for the tournament. Yes, well, perhaps I am just selfish and nosy, then. Enjoy your breakfast, Minerva. And with that, he strode off, out of the hall, out of the castle, and out of the grounds so that he could apparate to London. As he strode through the great doors of Gringotts, Albus felt the unwelcoming enchantments around him and the sense of hostility. On previous visits, he'd felt it from the looks of the goblins and the slogan on the front of the marble building, but on this visit he felt it in the magic. Albus swept up to a counter and addressed the goblin there. I would like to visit my vault, please, said Albus, handing the goblin the key. The goblin squinted down at Albus, from his perch on a stool or something similar. Albus thought to himself that it had been a while since anyone had had the audacity to look at him quite like that. It was most refreshing. Which vault, Mr. Dumbledore? I believe my vault is number 713, said Albus, deciding against correcting the goblin on his title. Albus made a point of only being excessively superior when faced with true rudeness. The goblin was just being snooty. That is, indeed, the number on the key. It is that vault which you would like to visit. Albus paused for a second. Since he had begun speaking to the goblin, at least 2 other customers had already come and gone from the counters on either side of him. Those goblins would take the key, and, without any extra conversation, escort the customers to a cart. Albus's goblin, on the other hand, had asked him which vault, when it was clearly marked on the key, and then asked to confirm that he wanted to visit that vault. The goblin was not blind, as he had been reading and writing a moment before. He was not inordinately chatty, because chattiness was not a feature that existed in the goblin gene pool, and he was not messing with Albus, because nobody messed with Albus Dumbledore. Or, at least nobody but Harry and Minerva, anyway. What Albus had to conclude then, was that either this was Harry pretending to be a goblin, or that he had the option of visiting more than one vault. The second, which was more likely, was the anomaly that he'd been waiting for. No, he said. Not today, I think. I shall visit the other vault today. Very well. The goblin flashed his sharp, crooked teeth at Albus for a moment, and then disappeared behind the counter. Albus saw him go through a door behind the counter, and then he reappeared a moment later followed by a crowd of goblins. Albus raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. This way, said the goblin. They led Albus to the mouth of the caverns that Albus knew went down for miles. Parked there was a train of little carts. The goblin gestured that Albus take the front car, and all of the goblins started filling in the carts behind him. Albus stepped into the front cart and took his seat, his knees pressing uncomfortably against the front of the car due to his height. Without much warning, the cart started to move. Albus did remember riding the carts when he was a child and teen. He studied physics before he was allowed to study magic, and he loved calculating the physics behind the motion of the carts. He could calculate the speed by estimating the length of each piece of track, and counting the number of clacks the cart made per minute. This train, he guessed, was going much faster than one little cart did. He was thrown against left side of the cart, and then the right as his inertia battled the train's path. He memorized every turn of the cart until then the cave wall to the right of the track fell away and the underground lake was exposed, stretching along their side. Albus looked across, but couldn't make out the opposite bank through a blanket of mist. Suddenly the cart lurched to the right, off the track, straight towards the lake. Albus groaned as his knees slammed particularly hard against the cart. The goblins were silent. They'd expected this. The cart was still moving smoothly, or as smoothly as it ever did despite the fact that there was no track. The cart was rolling along, several inches off the cavern floor. Then, to Albus's awe, the train was rolling over the undisturbed mirror of water, straight towards the center of the underground lake. The train dove through the mist until Albus couldn't see the bank they'd come from, but then Albus could see a dark shape in the water in front of them. As they grew closer, Albus could see that it was a circle where there was no water, and no land. It was just a hole in the lake. They grew closer and closer until the hole was right alongside them, and then the train stopped. Albus peered over the side of the train to see a stone room. The room was in the shape of a cylinder, 5 meters in diameter, and probably about 5 meters deep. Albus turned to the goblins. Will you wait for me? He asked. The goblin in the cart directly behind him, the one from the counter, sneered. We will wait if we escort you into the vault. Albus thought for a moment. Albus was not prejudiced, but he knew that the priority of the goblins would be to repose as any goblin-made items. Also, though he hadn't worked out exactly what the vault was, he guessed that it was seldom accessed and, most likely, a source of intrigue to the goblins. He also surmised that they could not enter without his permission or assistance, which was not true for any other vaults in Gringotts, to Albus's knowledge. He knew that their inability to access the vault would frustrate the goblins, which might make them more dangerous. It had occurred to Albus, in one of his millions of thoughts, that he was about to have access to the vault where Harry stored his vanishing cabinet to Albus's rooms, and thus he would be able to get out. It had also occurred to him that the note about Gringotts was completely unrelated to Harry's project, and that he could be stuck in the pits of Gringotts until he either swam across the lake and climbed back out, or starved to death. His options were to risk starving to death or being backstabbed by goblins, possibly literally. Because they were willing to leave him, Albus knew they valued whatever was in the vault more than his life, or they were bluffing. The wizarding community would be very upset if he vanished, Albus reasoned. And if his perfect East stroke failed, or he hadn't memorized the tracks as well as he thought he had, maybe he'd be able to get in touch with Harry to get him out. So with this logic in mind, and some nagging feeling that the goblins would be unwelcome in the vault, he declined their offer. I think I will find my own way, but thank you for the ride down. They squinted at him mutinously, and Albus swung himself out of the cart before they tried to change his mind for him. Before he realized, he'd sunk ankle deep in the water, but his feet weren't wet at all. It was almost as if the water were an illusion. He turned to the goblins with a smile. I hope you enjoy the rest of your morning, and he stepped down into the chamber. Harry and Minerva were having a ball, so to speak. They'd found a set of 4 white spheres that had been donated by the head of the Ministry of Magic's Department of Games and Sports in 1650. Harry had picked one of the spheres up, only to have it immediately enclose his entire fist. He freaked out for a minute, until he tried to open his fist and it came off. He soon discovered that putting a sphere on each fist would allow him to fly, in a wobbly sort of way. Minerva came in from the living room and laughed herself silly, until Harry finally asked what was so funny. Those go on your feet, Crockett. Harry grinned sheepishly. Oh. Can I have a go? Minerva asked. Those haven't been on sale for at least a century. Sure, said Harry. There's another pair. The spheres, worn on the feet, acted like a pair of ice skates, only for levitation rather than ice. Minerva and Harry spent quite a while chasing each other around midair in the ballroom-like library until they were both out of breath from keeping their speed and balance. Why did they stop making them? Asked Harry, gliding slowly alongside Minerva. The brooms got faster, said Minerva. Harry slipped in the air and wound up upside down, dangling by his feet. And brooms are safer, she added with a smirk and a graceful midair twirl. Harry managed to get himself to the ground, but couldn't figure out how to get the skates off. They'd come off his hands when he opened his fists, but he couldn't do that with his feet. Minerva, do you know how to get these off? Click your heels 3 times, she said. Harry smiled and clicked his heels. There's no place like home. Sorry. Oh, you know, the Wizard of Oz. Where's Oz? Harry laughed at the absurdity of the question, but was cut off when he felt an odd tug at his magic. Did you do something just now? He asked Minerva. Like what? I don't know, hit me with a spell or something. Nope. Where's Oz? Said Harry distractedly. Doesn't exist. Did you feel anything? Like a tug on your magical aura? A what on my what? Harry frowned. Like that feeling you get when you're casting a spell, or when someone casts a spell on you. Spells all feel different when you cast them, she said, and certainly different when people cast them on you. So, do you mean feel like bad boggy hex, or like cheering charm? No. There's something else you feel that's all the same, usually. A sort of energy that you get or lose or. Actually, it's more like what I feel when I enter the vault. I don't feel anything when I. There was a deep grinding rumbling sound from the direction of the living room and Harry and Minerva looked around, alarmed. Cave in. Minerva shrieked over the continued rumble. Don't know. Cabinet. They lunged out of the ballroom library and back into the living room with the cabinets and desk. Your place or mine? Smirked Harry. No. Wait. It's not coming from in here, said Minerva. Harry listened, and she was right. The grinding sound seemed to be coming from past the door to the antechamber. It also didn't sound nearly as loud outside of the echoing ballroom. It's coming from out there, said Minerva. I don't think that's a cave-in, either. But it does sound like stone on stone, almost like. What? Like the goblins are trying to pry open the door. Harry frowned. He grabbed the invisibility cloak from where it was draped over a chair, and the two of them jogged down the hall to the door of the vault. And then, as suddenly as it had started, the grinding stopped. Quick. Get under here, Harry said. He swung the invisibility cloak over them and the door in front of them vanished. Both Harry and Minerva gasped in shock at what they saw in the antechamber. As Albus descended the stairs, he heard, to his mild surprise, the sound of the train leaving. Apparently, the goblins had meant business. All thoughts of how he would get back out, though, vanished as symbols began to glow on the circular wall and floor of the chamber. A line. The wand. A triangle. The cloak. A circle. The stone. And on the floor, all three glowed in a symbol that haunted his memories. Albus had found the vaults of the Peverell brothers. He stood as if frozen on the stairs for a full minute, his noisy brain shocked into silence by the glowing symbols. The only sound was the occasional drip of a stalactite, the thundering in Albus's chest, and the breath rattling through his open mouth. Then, his thoughts came flooding back with such a force that he had to lean, crooked, against the wall. His wand was the key to the vault. Ariana. He could open the vault. Ariana. He'd found the vaults of the Hallows. Ariana. What harm could it do? It was only the wand. But maybe there was a trace of the stone. Ariana. What was in the stone vault? Ariana. He tried to reassemble his logic, his beautiful logic that let him make the right decision every time. The logic he used to calculate the speed of the Gringotts carts, the logic he'd used just moments earlier to decide to venture into the antechamber alone. Alone, with nobody to stop him. He was swamped with the same conflicting emotions that had resulted from his original search for the Hallows. He felt the terror, hurt, and even hate from what Gellert had done to him, made him into, and his old love and admiration for Gellert was like acid on the wound. These emotions had led him to hide from Gellert Grindelwald for years, letting people around him die. The same emotions were still ruining his life years later. For example, they had led him to nearly alienate Harry. He'd had years to ponder, though. He could bring her back with the stone, and there was the stone's vault right there. Ariana. Rare irrational thoughts plagued his mind. What if Gellert had accessed the wand's vault? Gellert could know what happened. Albus imagined walking into the vault and immediately being magically shown vivid and irrefutable visions of he, Albus, murdering his sister. He tore his gaze away from the piece of wall with the wand, and looked to the one with the circle. He could bring her back with the stone, and there was the stone's vault right there. Maybe the stone was nearer to his grasp, even though he couldn't open that vault. He could earn the forgiveness of his brother, his parents, himself. Of Ariana. He stepped down the remaining stairs onto the floor as if in a trance. He turned to the vault of the Elder Wand, standing straight and stiff like the symbol on the wall. He allowed himself to be hypnotized by its glow. He drew the Elder Wand and pointed it at the door. Alohomora. The room was silent for a moment, except for the dripping. Then, the line on the wall began to glow brighter and brighter. It extended up, and down to the floor. When the light of the wall was blinding, the wall began to split with an almighty groan of stone grinding on stone. The sides of the wall thundered apart, the excess stone disappearing impossibly. And then it stopped. The door was open. And Albus walked in. But that's Albus, said Minerva. Yes it is, said Harry slowly. But, he just went into that vault. The vault with the wand. I thought you said some friend of yours had that wand. Albus is my friend. Crockett, she growled. Shish. Keep your voice down, said Harry. But Albus killed Fox. Well, no, it was an accident. And, well, it's a long story. Right. Well, he's already gone into the vault. Why isn't the door closing? Well, said Harry, thinking, the original owners of these objects were very different from each other. Ignotus valued family and friendship and would have only wanted to let in people who he had under the cloak with him. Antioch, on the other hand, was a greedy, bragging man who probably would have enjoyed showing off the contents of his vault to lots of people. It's stuck. Right. So, is this what you were worried about? Him getting into that vault? Is it dangerous in there? Is there some sort of trap? Well, no, said Harry. Actually, it could be. I don't know what's in there. Harry realized that there very well could be some sort of trap in the vault. It almost seemed likely, but for what may have been the first time in his life, it occurred to him that the consequences of rushing in to save Albus might be worse than letting him fend for himself. Whoever said people didn't change? So, what are we still doing here? Shouldn't we go save him? Harry made a pained expression. He really shouldn't know we're here. Well, if he didn't know, why else would he be here? I've never seen him visit Gringotts before. Harry rounded on her. Did you tell him anything? No, really. I didn't. Minerva, this is very serious. What did you tell him? Nothing. I think he'd gathered that it was off campus. And did he tell you where he was going when you saw him this morning? Well, she suddenly looked worried. He did say Gringotts. And you didn't think you should mention that? Asked Harry incredulously, forgetting to keep his voice down. How was I to know he was coming to these vaults? You didn't exactly tell me about the whole wand business. So, if he has the wand and knows what it is, why were you keeping all this from him? Harry glanced nervously at the antechamber. The door to the other vault was still open. All right, Minerva. He needed to find a way to convey the gravity of the situation without betraying Albus's secrets. How was it he'd managed to keep the secret about Neville's insane parents all those years ago? Oh right. No one had ever asked him. Do you know that bloke Grindelwald? The evilest tyrannical wizard of our age. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, right. So, he was a fairly brilliant wizard, but he became really powerful when he got this wand. Albus beat him in a duel and took the wand, knowing it was very dangerous in the wrong hands. Albus uses the wand, but all this, he gestured to the vaults, will have brought up painful memories. Painful memories of putting a dark wizard in his own prison, freeing the people he avenued, and taking his super wand. What? Is he allergic to catharsis? Well, painful memories of Grindelwald himself, I suppose. See, Grindelwald might have gone into the vault when he had the wand and left things. Right, well, Albus is already in there. The damage has been done. Let's go help him. No. See, said Harry. He hesitated, trying to think up a partial truth. The problem was, he couldn't tell Minerva that Albus wanted the stone. That was too much information. Harry was starting to get a crick in his neck from stooping to fit under the cloak with Minerva. Okay, so tell me this, Crockett. How would going out there and seeing him make things worse? Well, Harry thought, if they went out, Albus would find out about Harry's vault. He would find out about the cloak. Those revelations, in and of themselves, would do very little harm. In fact, Harry would love to share those secrets with Albus, but Albus would know that if Harry had the vault, then he also must know about the Hallows in general. Albus would surely begin to ask questions, and Harry was one of only 2 people alive who knew the resurrection stone was just sitting in Gaunt's shack. Also, because Minerva was there with him, Albus would find out that the vault was the mysterious project. Without Minerva there, Albus might have assumed that the vault was something Harry just hadn't bothered mention, but if it was the project, then he'd know Harry had kept it from him intentionally. Harry had kept the project from Albus but not from Minerva, and that might rouse his suspicions, not to mention that it could hurt his feelings that Harry had confided in Minerva and not him. An unwanted side effect of the whole situation was that Minerva might decide it her business to investigate into Albus's Grindelwald history. But, Harry reckoned, if they stood there for much longer under the cloak together, Harry wasn't sure he wouldn't let something slip by mistake, especially with Fawkes whistling madly in his head. The more he thought about it, rushing in was looking like the best idea. Okay, so people don't change that much. At least Harry knew rushing in could help a few things, and he knew how to fix a few of the flaws in the plan. Okay, come back here for a sec. Harry and Minerva wobbled back from the doorway a bit into the vault. Let's take off the cloak. I'm getting a crick in my neck. Are you going to answer my question? She batted the cloak off herself. Harry quickly pulled the cloak tightly back around himself and moved slightly so she wouldn't know where he was. I'm really sorry about this, Minerva. See you in a few. What? Crockett. What? No. You can't. Harry exited the vault, leaving Minerva trapped inside yelling at him. He bit his lip. She's gonna kill me, he muttered, and he walked invisibly into the vault of Antioch Peverell. Unlike Ignotus's vault which led straight into a living room, Antioch's had a long stone corridor at its mouth. Harry edged as quietly as possible down the corridor. He saw that there was an opening on the right side at the end of the corridor, and there was a dull light coming from it. He couldn't hear anything but his own heartbeat and breathing. He didn't know if that was a good sign for Albus, or a bad sign. What would he find? Piles of gold. A library. A veritable museum like the one in his vault. What sort of treasure would be there? He rounded the corner, and there was gray antechamber with a door at the opposite end. The man did like a walk, thought Harry. He carefully felt out the door with his magic for safety before carefully pulling it open. On the other side of the door was an unlit, gray room. There were no torches, and indeed, no brackets for torches. There was just a door on the other end, and Harry went to it, opened it, and went through. He stepped into the next room and his breath was taken away by the sheer size of it. The room felt like the Hall of Prophecies, the room of requirements, lost objects room, a cathedral of shelves. The shelves were empty. Some were even broken, their wood splintered or just hanging off uselessly. All of it was covered in dust. The room was the size of a large cathedral. The floor would have fit a football pitch, if football were played indoors on dust rather than grass. By wizards. In vaults. With shelves. The ceiling was made to impress. Harry thought a full vault this size would be impressive. Someone had made big plans. Harry wandered through the vault, his invisible feet making prints in the dust like they would in snow. This dust, Harry thought, is what would happen if snow could die somehow rather than melt. And then he spied a disturbance in the dust. It was a pair of prints, a large shoe with a somewhat pointed toe and a prominent, square heel. That would be Albus's. Harry followed. The prince stopped and turned, wandered, and continued. Harry could imagine Albus looking up at the arching ceiling, walking over to a shelf and running his hand down its side, stepping onward. Harry was seeing what Albus had seen. Harry wondered if Albus had felt the same thing too as he looked at the empty, graying shelves, the walls that had been stripped of their brackets, the accumulating dust. But then there was a door at the end of the tracks. Harry was sure there was something beyond that door. Obviously, Antioch had overbuilt a bit and had left a room quite unused. The next room would be full of gold and artifacts, just as Harry's vault was. This was, after all, the vault of the owners of the most powerful wand ever. Harry opened the door and was disappointed to find just another room. But there, across the hall was a giant, magnificent set of doors, doors that actually resembled the front doors of Hogwarts. Harry knew that's where the real vault was. The cathedral was just for the junky spillover. Behind those doors would be the most amazing. He pushed the doors open and there was Albus. Only Albus, sitting on the cold gray floor against the gray stone wall. He sat with his legs drawn up, his glasses perched by the lenses on one of his bent knees. He fiddled absently with his gold planet pocket watch. And then Harry understood why the vault was empty. The wand was for arrogant, greedy people. The vault would have belonged to distrusting people, for they themselves weren't trustworthy. Why would they store treasures in the vault that could be stolen by thieving, murderous, untrustworthy men? Why fill a vault for someone else? Why fill the vault for one's own murder? Harry took off his cloak, and Albus looked up. He met Harry's eyes with a gaze that had no room for surprise. Albus looked all around the room, lost, and then he looked back at Harry. Harry wandered over slowly and sat next to Albus in the dust. They were silent for a moment. "Is this what you were keeping from me?" asked Albus. His deep voice was hoarse and quiet. Harry took a breath. Yes. Albus's eyes slid shut and he nodded, his head eventually falling to rest against the wall. His auburn hair was so vibrant against the gray. "Why?" he breathed. "All of the reasons I should have," said Harry. "And what reasons were those, Harry Potter?" Harry was silent. "That you knew to hide it says enough. And how did you come about knowing my innermost secrets?" Quote. Harry hesitated. "I picked them up over time, so to speak. The times were always." "What do you know about Gellert Grindelwald?" interrupted Albus. "Ah, well, he wasn't around in my time. He was locked in Nermangard." As soon as Harry said that he regretted it. It wasn't the answer Albus deserved. "You were friends," said Harry. "You followed him and helped him, and then one day he changed into a dark wizard. You avoided him as he got more and more powerful, but then one day you met him. You took the wand and locked him in his prison. We were lovers, Harry. I worshipped him, gave him everything he wanted. My intellect, my body, my heart, my soul. I was 17. I didn't know. I didn't know. Harry reached out with a trembling hand and put it on Albus's back. He didn't change. He was always the same, but I never noticed, Harry. His voice was becoming tighter. If he had killed my sister, I could hate him. Instead, he turned me into a monster. At that, Harry reached around to pull Albus closer. Albus allowed himself to lean against Harry's shoulder. Harry, for his part, was trying his best to non-verbally communicate. No one would hold a monster this tightly, but he let Albus talk. I think he always knew I would stop him. I knew there could have been traps in here for me from him. There could have been curses that would have killed me. There could have been letters, memories. Memories he knew I feared above all others. He would know what to put here to hurt me. He knew my weaknesses, magical and otherwise. He sniffed and leaned into Harry. He gave a shuddering sob and then buried his head in Harry's shoulder. The two of them sat there silently and let the cold of the vault seep into them. I didn't think it would be empty, Albus whispered. Harry and Albus sat in the vault for what felt like a long time. Harry drew spirals in the dust with his fingers while watching Albus trace circles on the face of the watch. Finally, Albus clicked the watch open and stared at the planets. He sighed deeply and turned to Harry. It's time to go, he said with a wistful smile. Harry didn't question him. They rose from their sitting positions and left the vault. The walk out of the vault didn't seem nearly as long as the walk in. Perhaps this was because it was Harry's second time walking through, or maybe the vault just seemed less empty to Harry with Albus there, but Harry and Albus were back in the antechamber in no time. Once they were out of the vault, the sides of the wall slid together and slammed shut unkindly. They stared at each other for a moment before Harry groaned. Why the blazes did you go in there? Ah, because it was there, said Albus. And why? How are you here? It occurred to me that you'd mentioned a vault after you appeared in my closet with Minerva, so I decided I should pay Gringotts a visit. I didn't expect this, to say the least. The goblins were kind enough to give me a ride down. They weren't as generous with the ride back up. And how were you planning on getting out? Albus suddenly looked embarrassed. I'm a fairly accomplished swimmer, he said, a faint pink tinge rising on his cheeks. Harry looked at him blankly for a moment before burying his face in his hands again. Albus. As you may have guessed, I was somewhat distracted. The prospects were too enticing for me to think of anything else. Enticing. How did you find me? I saw you go in, said Harry. You probably guessed, because I'm here, that I have a key. Albus's eyes snapped to Harry's at once. Which one? Harry was frightened by what he saw there in Albus's eyes, a mixture of hope, rage, and fear. The cloak, said Harry. Oh, of course. You wore it. I remember. I should have known, Albus slumped. Harry couldn't tell if Albus was disappointed or relieved, and neither could Albus, for that matter. When did you find this? He gestured around at the vaults. About 2 months ago. That night we were in your wardrobe was the first time I came here, said Harry. And you knew about my wand. Harry paused. Yes. And, how did you gather that information? Well, you sort of told me. Sort of. Did I also sort of tell you about Gellert and my sister? He asked in a deep voice, looking at Harry over the top of his glasses. Well, yeah, sort of, admitted Harry. And what am I to gather? Asked Albus, agitated. I sort of told you all of this, was it with my dying breath? Was there some sort threat? Harry suddenly became very aware of this conversation's similarity to other conversations he'd had with his Professor Dumbledore, who always gave the vaguest of answers. He couldn't help but chuckle at Albus for getting a taste of his own medicine. These were the sort of questions Harry would ask Albus to receive ambiguous replies. Well, sort of, actually. And am I to understand that, Harry, why are you laughing? Sorry, Harry lost it again laughing. Relief was washing over him that Albus wasn't in danger, and Albus's agitation reminded him so much of himself that even biting his lip and thinking of dead pygmy puffs couldn't stop him. He soon found himself pinned to a wall by hands and magic. You should be very glad I trust you, growled Albus. Harry took that as a sign that Albus was irritated but knew Harry meant no harm. Albus let Harry down from the wall and straightened his own glasses. I presume your vanishing cabinets are in the vault? Asked Albus. Harry nodded. Shall we, then? Harry pulled out the cloak. You have to get under this to go through, he said. Albus came nearer and Harry swept the cloak around the both of them. The door to Ignotus's vault vanished. Are you ready to see a real Peverell vault, Albus? How quickly my frustration with you fades, muttered Albus. Yes. Together they walked through the door and into the sitting room. Harry ducked out from under the cloak. No sooner was his head visible than Minerva shrieked, You bastard. Orphan, actually, corrected Harry. Minerva flew at Harry and her fist connected with Harry's cheek. Harry stumbled backwards away from Minerva, dragging the invisibility cloak off Albus. Restrain yourself, Minerva, commanded Albus. Harry slid down the wall behind him, massaging his jaw. Oh, Albus, I didn't see you. Well, obviously, because, so you're all right, Hello, Minerva, said Albus, convinced that Minerva was done attacking Harry. Harry didn't tell me you were here. Sorry, forgot, said Harry from the floor, wincing from the pain caused by speaking. So, you're okay, then. Nothing scary in the vault? Minerva asked Albus. Albus took a breath. Nothing at all, actually, he said quietly. Oh, well, there's loads in here. I can show you around. Actually I think I would like some quiet just now, said Albus with a small smile. Harry could hear the strain and fatigue in his voice. Harry got up. I could do with a cabinet myself. Minerva. Minerva pressed her lips together. All right. Harry walked over to the now 3 cabinets that stood along one wall. Albus, this will take you to your rooms. This one goes to Minerva's, and this one goes to mine. Thank you, Harry. Albus pulled the wardrobe door open. Harry dashed over to him before he could go inside. Are you all right? Harry asked quietly, with a hand on the small of Albus's back. Albus looked at Harry over his glasses for a moment. He looked away. I'll be fine. He stepped into the cabinet and closed the door. Harry turned back to Minerva. What was that all about? She asked. I should like to ask you the same thing, he replied, glaring. Sorry. Don't worry about it. And don't worry about the other bit either, said Harry. For once, Minerva didn't press him. She was looking at the ground. Harry frowned. What's wrong? Nothing, she said. It's just, are you still going to need my help with the vault now that he knows? Harry laughed. If it were about needing help, you wouldn't be here, Minerva. I'm not going to replace you with him, if that's what you're worried about. I've fit 3 people under the cloak before. Unless you fancied spending the time alone with me, he joked. I just thought you'd use this to spend more time alone with him, you know, she said seriously. Well, I won't. So you would like to spend more time alone with him in general? What? You know, under his desk. What? Minerva laughed and then stepped into the cabinet that led to her room. You know, I bet he'll have a fit when he sees in that room, giddy and short of breath and all that. Albus. Nah. He'll take it with a calm, intellectual interest. Very cool. Superior. 10 galleons. Done. Minerva shut the door behind her and vanished. Harry rubbed his face and realized his jaw was still aching. He healed it, and, lost in thought, climbed into his own wardrobe and allowed himself to be whisked away. Harry arrived back in the castle shortly after lunch. He conjured his own food and ate it alone in his tower. He spent the rest of the day there, drawing up brackets for the tournament and listening to the Beatles' White Album on repeat, always skipping the bits where Yoko sang. By the 4th time Blackbird came on, darkness had fallen and Harry was craving some fresh air. He threw his window open, and vanished his clothing a split second before changing into a bird and launching himself out the window. In the month he'd been an animagus, Harry had perfected the technique of transforming quickly into and out of his form. He'd also learned to vanish his clothing a split second before transforming, and conjure it back before his modesty could be compromised. Flying in his red kite form had become his stress relief the way his broom flights used to be. Though his bird form wouldn't carry him as fast as a lightning broom, he found he preferred his own wings. He had even more control, and there was nothing beneath him but air. Sometimes, when he went into a particularly steep dive or was caught by a strong gust, he felt Fox itch to take over. Fox loved riding along with Harry in the kite form, but Harry knew Fox craved real phoenix wings. He was never pushy or obvious about it, but it was more or less common sense, and if Harry couldn't give Fox his own body back, he'd work on getting one to share. But for now, Harry just flew. He pitched and plummeted over the forest, and skimmed over the clouds to see the stars. As he flew, he contemplated his morning. Albus knew about the vaults. This turned out to be more of a load off of Harry's mind than a problem. Harry had been a little paranoid in thinking that Albus would immediately start grilling Harry about the stone. He cringed when he remembered laughing at Albus's questions in relief to find out Albus was okay. When he thought about it, that was a mite insensitive. He and Minerva both weren't exactly the best first aid for Albus's reopened wounds, and Harry didn't like the way he'd left things. He spent hours out contemplating and exercising in the dark, his wings never tiring, but he knew he had to go back. He had to teach first years in the morning. He swooped back to his tower, alighting on the window. "Hello, Harry." Harry jumped and fell backwards out of the window in shock. He caught himself just above the ground and flew back up to the window to find Albus looking out worriedly. Albus backed off and Harry landed on the sill, transformed back and simultaneously clothed himself, and crouched in the window in human form in his pajamas. "I'm sorry if I startled you," said Albus. "If you startled me. I'm sorry for startling you." Harry sniffed. "Apology accepted." What's the time?" Harry asked, suddenly wondering why Albus was in his tower so late in the evening. Albus pulled out the pocket watch. "9:30. Come in." Harry laughed. "Thanks." He hopped down from the window frame and crossed into the room, passing Albus. "So," he said, turning to face Albus. "What brings you to my abode, Albus?" He took a step closer to Albus. "You are Albus, right?" Harry poked him a few times in the chest to pick up a touch of his aura. It was Albus. Albus allowed himself to be poked in the chest. "Yes, I am Albus. If you need more proof." Albus gently circled the wrist of the hand Harry was using to poke him with his own hand. Harry was suddenly flooded with Albus's aura through the touch. His eyes rolled back into his head. "Yaha yow. Okay, it's you, I get it," he laughed, voice higher than normal. Albus pulled away, smirking slightly. I figured that out from the, Harry mimed poking. "Yes, well, I wanted to make sure," said Albus. "My nose has been broken enough times. Also, I love expanding my vocabulary." "Sorry." "Yaha yow," said Albus. "Is that an incantation?" Harry turned pink. "So, what brings you here?" "Oh, well, I wanted to." "Yes?" asked Harry. "Well, I was wondering if your offer, the vault. You want to see it?" asked Harry. "Well, it's late and I'd understand if, and it's your own, and Minerva." "Albus, I've wanted to show you that vault for months. If you want to see it, I will take you right now." "To the vault, that is." Albus beamed. "Are you sure you're ready to see it?" asked Harry. Albus nodded. "In that case," Harry summoned his cloak with a snap of his fingers. "Step under my cloak." Albus and Harry vanished under the invisibility cloak and Harry guided Albus into the cabinet. They opened the door back up again, stepped into the vault's living room, and pulled off the cloak. "Welcome, again, to the vault of Ignotus Peverell," said Harry. "In that desk there are letters from all the previous owners. The furniture was put here by William Stewart, the magical advisor of King George III in 1811. The 3 wardrobes, here, as you know, go back to Hogwarts. The 3 smaller cabinets there have more letters. Goodness. I'd guess there are some magnificently interesting people in there. A living room full of history. May I look through some of it? I bet there would be some people." "Albus, you haven't asked about the door, there." Harry grinned. "Which door where?" "Oh, no, I hadn't seen it." "Dear Harry, do tell me what's behind that door, there." Harry's grin grew larger. "Oh, I think not, dear Albus. It's best to see. That is, if you think you're ready." "Is it more letters?" Harry chuckled and led Albus by the hand. "Are you ready?" he repeated. Yes, all ready." Harry laughed at his impatience. "Then let me show you." He turned the handle with deliberate slowness and pulled the door open. Monsieur. Albus stepped through and Harry followed after. Albus stood stock still. His mouth fell open with a gasp as he surveyed the room. Harry smiled. Have you met Rumbleroar? Harry pointed to the suit of armor and its accompanying lion armor. Sweet Merlin, is that real? Yes, it's real, as is Gryffindor's suit of armor, but I thought you'd like the books better. It turns out, Merlin wrote a lot of journals, but they were never published due to the fact that they were mostly written backwards. Apparently this one, Harry slotted out a leather-bound book from a shelf right next to him, is about wandless magic, if you're interested in trying to make it out. Albus took 1, 2, 3 breaths and then toppled onto Harry in a dead faint. Damn, I owe Minerva 10 galleons. Fearless leader of the light, indeed, Harry chuckled as he gently lowered Albus to the ground thinking he should just conjure up a museum during the upcoming tournament duel to incapacitate Albus. After Harry had spent about 2 or 3 minutes making Albus more and more comfortable on the ground, he'd considered conjuring a mattress, but thought that would be a bit too weird. Albus made a little noise and opened his eyes. Albus. Harry sat down beside him. Goodness, what happened? Well, there was this troll. Really? No. You saw the inside of the vault and passed out. Ah, yes. Now I remember. Could it be stated for the record that it was a sort of euphoric loss of consciousness rather than crippling fear? Don't worry. The record states, Albus Dumbledore swoons into the arms of his dashing friend. There's nothing about crippling fear. Oh, well now, maybe we could change that too. Albus Dumbledore was overcome by his passion for knowledge in the face of the most important find of the millennium. Harry snorted, but then looked seriously at Albus. Please don't tell anyone about this vault, by the way. I wasn't keeping it quiet just for your sake. I don't want to be famous again. Not to mention, the Potters might become alarmed if their vault was suddenly public knowledge. Do they know about it? I hadn't thought about it, said Harry. I suppose they could come in here at any moment. Have you found a letter from your grandparents? Not yet, but we're only about a quarter way through the letters. Sometimes they skip generations, too. It seems to me that this vault was never supposed to be made public. It seems like a family secret, and I am grateful to you for sharing it with me. Yeah, well, I really should have let you swim back out. They both laughed. Well, you know, the best way to get out is on the back of a dragon, said Harry. They've all gone blind so they won't try to eat you or anything once you're on their backs. You speak from experience. Harry winked. You never know. Now, I am going to cleverly distract you from my theoretical life of crime by this spectacular vault. Come have a look at the chart Minerva and I are making. And thus they spent their evening. The next 2 weeks passed in a blur. Harry taught every day from 8 in the morning until lunch, then he let students work in his classroom for lightly supervised study sessions during lunch, and then he taught from 12:30 until 3:30. After classes, he had what felt like a quarter of the student body on his doorstep every afternoon. He'd given up assigning homework entirely because he didn't have time to grade it, and he knew everyone was working on defense against the dark arts outside of class anyway. During the weekend in the middle of the 2 weeks, Harry finished the brackets. He deliberated for some time about whether to publish them. If he published them, he worried that students would try to sabotage their first opponents in the week before the duel. Publishing them would give students the opportunities to study up on how to defeat their specific opponents, but Harry wasn't entirely sure that was a good thing. In the end, he decided not to publish the student brackets, but he did publish the faculty brackets. There were 8 faculty members entered in the tournament, so there'd be 3 rounds. Harry had set it up so that he and Albus were on opposite ends of the bracket so that they wouldn't duel until the championship. In keeping with tournament tradition, he stacked the strongest duelers with the weakest to make for the most interesting semifinals and final. Harry was dueling Sprout in the primary, and would then duel the winner of the Slughorn Minerva duel for the semifinals. Albus was dueling Kettleburn in the primary, and would duel the winner of the Flitwick Binns duel in the semifinals. At the beginning of the 2 weeks Albus helped Harry a lot with the tutoring sessions, but after the middle weekend when Harry published the faculty brackets, Albus suddenly started coming up with a wide range of excuses not to help. The sessions were becoming so hectic that Harry tried enlisting Minerva's help on a few occasions, but she was proving just as elusive. Harry started to wonder if they just didn't want to help until Thursday afternoon when he decided he wanted a 10-minute break from students. He apparated out of his office and up to the 7th floor corridor. I need a place to hide from my students. I need a place to hide from my students. I need a place with no students. He entered the room of requirement and froze. Beams of light were shooting all over the place as two long-haired figures spun and slashed at each other with their wands. The taller of the two hit the other with a lucky shot and had her on the ground in an instant. Good. Better, panted Albus, offering Minerva a hand up. But he's going to be a lot faster. He'll feel any of that magic as soon as it leaves your wand. You need to practice the other methods I taught you. She groaned. I'm going to look like an idiot against him. If it's going to bother you so much, you could just lose to Horace and save yourself the trouble. As that bad sportsmanship, I hear, Albus. Yes. Well, she stopped and laughed. Save the bad sportsmanship for your duel with him. I think you'll need it. Harry interrupted. And who's this him you're discussing? Minerva and Albus looked round at Harry. Oh, Crockett, you, Albus, I thought you said nobody would come here, and I thought you said he was busy. Hello, Harry, said Albus sheepishly. I've been wondering where you two kept going, said Harry. How long have you been standing there, Crockett? Harry grinned back. Long enough. We were just practicing, said Minerva. Minerva wanted to practice before her duel with Slughorn. She interrupted loudly. Excellent, said Harry, grinning at Albus. Well, I was just looking for a moment's peace, but I'll be off. Do you think the kids will riot if I take the weekend off? It is the last weekend before the tournament, but I think you've done enough, Harry, said Albus. Well, in that case, do you two want to go to the vault this weekend? Albus and Minerva looked at each other. Sorry, I'm going. Lots of things to be busy to do, and I think the entire time, and I won't have time. They both finished in unison. Harry looked at them and frowned. He popped his lips and scratched his nose. Okay. He ruffled his hair. I'll just work on the Phoenix thing. The school assembled in the Great Hall on Monday morning, the last week of term, and the first day of the tournament. The students chattered excitedly, waiting for their bracket assignments. Harry and Minerva were waiting anxiously for Albus to finish his scones. By the time Albus started on his fourth scone, Harry began to suspect that Albus had sensed their impatience and was drawing it out as long as possible. These are truly magnificent, he said to Harry as he delicately spread clotted cream and raspberry jam in equal measure onto his scone. It takes true magic to make the perfect scone. I've been recommending recipes to the house elves, and I think this is my favorite. Albus, growled Minerva with her fists clenched on the table. Yes, love, he asked, still quite focused on his scone. She blushed and leaned back. Nothing. Finally he licked the last crumbs and bits of jam off his long, white fingers and blotted his mouth with a large purple napkin. Every eye in the room was on him as he rose from his chair, and he didn't have to even clear his throat to gain complete silence. Good morning. I can see you've all been looking forward to today. Contestants are looking forward to their duels. I know Professor Crockett has been looking forward to his first free time in weeks, the students and teachers laughed. And what all of you are looking forward to is the unveiling, or unrolling as it were, of the student bracket. On this wall, he clicked his fingers and a large purple banner with gold stitching unrolled itself down the wall on the side of the hall closest to the Gryffindors. While everyone watched it unroll, he turned and winked at Harry. Harry mimed clicking his fingers and smiled back. On this wall is the faculty bracket that you've already seen, and now, by each pair, is a time and day that indicates when the duel will take place. For instance, a duel between Professor Kettleburn and me will occur at 9 o'clock today. As you know, there are no classes this week, and thus you are expected to be present for all of the dueling. Student duels may occur simultaneously, so there will be plenty to watch. Lunch is at noon every day. The duels will take place in the Quidditch field. It is cold outside, so dress warmly, but the field is currently protected from severe weather. Professor Crockett, is there anything you would like to add? Harry stood. I'm really proud of the way you've all been preparing, and I would like to remind you that good sportsmanship is very important. I hope that everyone treats their opponents with respect and takes their wins or losses with grace. I know you all are here to have a good time. That being said, I will know if you cheat, and I will know if you attempt to sabotage any of the other contestants. Don't. We will have no injuries during this tournament. Harry nodded to Albus that he was finished. Thank you, Professor Crockett. Witches and wizards, your brackets. He snapped his fingers and a large banner on the Slytherin side of the hall unrolled itself. The room erupted into conversation. Good luck to you all, called Albus over the din, and I shall see you in 20 minutes on the field. 20 minutes later, the whole school sat in the stands save Albus and Professor Kettleburn. The giant screen was up, displaying the names, Dumbledore, and Kettleburn, and those two men were standing 10 paces apart on the field as the whole school stared down at them. Less than 10 minutes, said Minerva, sitting down next to Harry. Nah, he'll drag it out to make it look more even. 10 galleons. Yep. See, Minerva said as the two men bowed to each other, he's not going to do any of that gaudy lion tamer stuff he did with you. It would just look like showing off with Kettleburn. And in what way was that not showing off when he did it with me? You were both flashy, so it didn't matter. Harry laughed nervously. The board counted down to 0 and the duelers started dueling. Kettleburn had fast reflexes and strong shield charms from years of working with magical creatures, friendly and unfriendly. He crouched low to the ground like an animal, reducing the size of his target. He ran fast, rolled, and jumped high, but magically he was no match for Albus. After a good 5 minutes of magical exchange, Albus sent a spell that split into 7 beams of light and all converged on Kettleburn from different sides. The spell immobilized him, and Albus quickly disarmed him with an Expelliarmus. According to the screen, seconds had started ticking down. 50, 30, 15, 5, a bell rang at 0, and the stands erupted into cheers. Albus freed Kettleburn and gestured to him. Kettleburn took an awkward bow, and Albus followed with a sweeping curtsy. 7.5, said Minerva. That's 20 galleons you owe me now. Harry glared at her. The first round of student dueling will begin in 15 minutes, boomed Albus over the stadium. You will notice that the brackets are also displayed here in the stadium. He gestured to the brackets which now hung on either side of the large screen. On the faculty bracket, Dumbledore now also appeared in a semifinal duel happening on Wednesday. His opponent's spot remained blank. Good luck, he said, before quieting his voice again. All of the faculty converged on the field and started setting up for the student duels. 4 student duels were to occur at once, so the faculty split up the field into 4 arenas separated by wide paths. The arenas were shielded from each other, and each arena had its own scoreboard, complete with spell detection. Students would be allowed to stand on the path around a particular arena if they wanted to look closer, and anyone in the stands could see all 4 sections. 2 teachers refereed each duel. The first-year primaries were first. Hooch and Andromeda Black, Amos Diggory and Ted Tonks, Gideon and Trelawney, and Fabian and Umbridge were paired. Harry was monitoring Hooch and Andromeda with Flitwick. Andromeda's magic was more sophisticated and powerful, sometimes more powerful than she meant it to be, but Hooch was quite aggressive and a very good shot. In the end, Hooch's agility and aim won out. She hit Andromeda with a decently strong full-body bind and won the duel. By the time Hooch and Andromeda were done, only Diggory and Tonks were still dueling. They were almost evenly matched, but Tonks was a little faster. Tonks hit Diggory with a jelly legs jinx, and took his wand as he was flailing around. Tonks ran around the arena for a minute, evading the twitching Diggory by foot as the clock ran down. The first years were all finished by 10:30. Their semi-finals would be the next day, Tuesday, between Gideon and Hooch, and Fabian and Tonks. Next up were the 4th years. Harry supervised a duel between Pious Thickness and Dorcas Meadows, which Dorcas won. She, Harry remembered, was one of the members of the Order of the Phoenix who was killed by Voldemort in person. The thought sickened him, but he could see why Voldemort had taken the trouble. Dorcas Meadows was an excellent witch. It was 11:15 by the time the 4th years were done. Next, all of the students retreated back up into the stands for a duel between Flitwick and Binns. The teachers removed all of the arena dividers and small score boards and took their seats. Harry and Minerva sat on either side of Albus, as usual. Minerva leaned forward to talk to Harry across Albus. I'll put 10 galleons on Flitwick. Harry leaned forward too. That he loses. Sure. I'll bet he wins. No, you can have 10 galleons if Binns wins, said Minerva. So, I'll take 10 galleons if Flitwick wins, and 10 galleons if Binns wins, and you can have 10 for a tie. Have you two been betting on the duels? Asked Albus, finding himself quite sandwiched between Harry and Minerva. Not the students, Albus. Goodness, what do you take us for? Asked Minerva. Harry laughed. What did you bet on my duel? Crockett said at least 10 minutes, and I said you'd win in fewer. I won. Really, Harry, I thought you of all people would bet that I am capable of incapacitating. Yes, Albus, I am fully aware that you are capable of bewitching the best of us into submission. I expected that you'd draw it out for appearances and sportsmanship. Did I disappoint you? Challenged Albus. Harry laughed. No, you did draw it out. I just didn't realize 10 minutes were so long. The countdown had reached 0 and Flitwick and Binns began their duel. The two had entirely different styles. Flitwick immediately conjured a small metal disc to stand on. The disc lifted him in the air, and Flitwick zoomed around the stadium and shot spells from on high. Binns, on the other hand, stood exactly where he was quite stiffly, and fired off spells as if he was conducting a sinister orchestra. It turned out, Binns' style was dignified to a fault. Flitwick used Binns' immobility to his advantage. While Binns kept out a lot of Flitwick's spells with a shield, Flitwick embedded charms in the grass all around the shield, and then charmed the grass to grow into the area where his spells couldn't penetrate. Soon, Binns' spells slowed. He gave an almighty yawn, and collapsed onto the ground. The clock started ticking, and Flitwick landed. The shield had fallen and Flitwick immobilized the sleeping Binns and took his wand. 30, 15, 5, the bell rang and the stadium erupted into cheers. Flitwick nodded to the audience and bent to rouse Binns. Instead of dismissing the students with an announcement, Albus pointed his wand at the screen so that the words, "Enjoy your lunch. Please be back by 1 o'clock, appeared there. The students slowly started leaving the stadium to go back up to the castle for lunch. Harry noticed that Flitwick's name now appeared in the next line of the bracket right above Albus's. This signaled that Albus and Flitwick would duel together on Wednesday in the semifinals. The other faculty semifinal duel would be decided by the duels in the afternoon. Shall we? Asked Albus. Minerva and Harry stood up and accompanied Albus back to the Great Hall for lunch. The hall was already full, and the students were louder than normal. Harry and Minerva took their seats on either side of Albus and began eating lunch. Harry was eating a salad and thinking about plants in general, and that led him to think of Pomona Sprout. Harry turned to his right to talk to her, but the chair to his right was empty. Pomona Sprout usually sat there, but she was missing. Harry stood up and looked up and down the table, but she was nowhere to be seen, nor was she anywhere in the hall. Have you seen Pomona? Harry asked Albus. No. Aren't you dueling her after lunch? Asked Minerva from across Albus. Yes, replied Harry slowly. Sabotage, she hissed with false venom. Harry glared at her. He reached into the ore bag he carried everywhere, full of his shrunken objects and artifacts, and pulled out the Marauder's map. He unfolded it, tapped it with his wand, and quietly muttered, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Ink immediately flooded the page, showing the details of the castle and grounds. The rest of the castle was empty, except for the ghosts, and the grounds were clear. After a few minutes of looking, Harry finally spotted Pomona Sprout in the locker rooms by the stadium. Harry frowned. Sorry, I'll see you later, he told Albus and Minerva. Hey, Crockett, make it fewer than 10 minutes, okay? Albus, I bet 10 galleons Crockett beats her in under 10. I am not going to gamble with you, Minerva. Goodbye, Harry. Harry laughed and dashed out of the hall. Harry pushed open the door of the locker rooms and poked his head in. Pomona. Harry heard a wet sniff and then, someone coughed. Who is it? It's Harry, said Harry. Oh, where are you? Harry asked. I'm over here. She sniffed. Harry walked farther into the room and rounded a corner to where the benches and lockers were. Pomona Sprout sat on a bench and was quickly stuffing a wad of tissue into her pocket. Do you mind if I sit here? Asked Harry. She sniffed. No. Harry sat down next to her. So, he said, leaning back against the wall. Looks like we're dueling next. Pomona gave a sob and buried her hands. What's the matter? Asked Harry. How am I supposed to de-duel you when even Professor Dumbledore couldn't beat you? Do you know how hard it is to be taking classes one day and teaching the next? I have students who are older than I am. Pomona. I don't get to live with my friends anymore, and Pomona. It's not too late to enter you into the student bracket. The others in my year, or, who were in my year, they say I think I'm better than them. That I don't deserve to teach. If I lost a duel to one of them, it would prove them right. Albus Dumbledore did not hire you because he thought you were a better dueler than your peers. In fact, I am sure that there are students who could beat you in a duel, but dueling is about as relevant to your job as playing chess. Albus Dumbledore hired you because you are not only the best herbologist in the entire school, faculty and staff included, but you are a magnificent teacher. Few of your peers can claim that skill, whereas I know for a fact that you will teach for many years and inspire hundreds of students. Besides, I know you have friends that don't say that about you. I overheard Mr. Longbottom and Mr. Ogden talking about how well you teach the class and how impressed they were. Really? Algie said that. Yep. And you know, some of the students might be mean to you, but they're just jealous. You got the job you wanted before even leaving school, and between you and me, Mr. Crouch is never going to make Minister of Magic. Pomona cracked a smile. So what do you want to do? Asked Harry. Pomona's smile vanished. I can't be in the student bracket, she said. But I'm going to be humiliated in the teacher bracket. Students are already disrespectful in my classes, it's so hard to keep them in order sometimes. What if my students make fun of me? How could I teach like that? I'm not going to humiliate you, said Harry. Why couldn't I have dueled Binns? I could have won that. You know, I think I'll tell him you said that, Harry joked. Oh, he wouldn't care, she laughed. I don't think he really notices that other people exist. Have you ever managed to have a proper conversation with him? Yeah, once. He was so shocked that someone was asking him a question. Harry and Pomona both burst into laughter. But then if you'd beaten him, you'd have had to duel Albus. Who would you rather duel, Albus or I? Well, you, I guess. Professor Dumbledore is so intimidating. What? More intimidating than me? Harry looked offended. Sorry. Yes. I never know what he's thinking. And you know what I'm thinking, then. Something like, oh no, how am I going to duel Pomona without playing easy or making her look silly? Harry laughed. All right. You got me. He was actually feeling quite horrible. He hadn't thought much about the faculty's feelings as he'd seeded them best against worst. That was how tournaments worked. Everyone expects you to win in just a minute or two, continued Pomona. I don't care about losing to you. You and Professor Dumbledore are the best duelers I've ever seen, but, Crouch is going to be insufferable. And the students, she sniffed. Well, I'll make sure to let you get a few good punches in. Don't let me win, she pleaded. They'd know it was fake if I won, but, if you could make it last longer than 5 minutes that would be nice. Don't worry. I can do that, he trailed off. Actually, Harry's eyes lit up. I can do a lot better than that. Do you want to put on a show? What kind of show? Harry grinned. The stadium above them began to thunder as students started pouring into their seats. Here, switch wands. What do I do with this? She asked once they'd switched. Don't break it. What else? Harry shrugged. Use your imagination. Harry and Pomona Sprout walked out onto the field to tremendous applause. Pomona turned lobster red, but she held her head high and took her place 10 paces from Harry. She gripped Harry's wand at her side with confidence. Harry had explained to her that with his wand, she could imagine something happening, wave the wand, and make it so. He didn't explain why it would work or what kind of work he'd have to do to make it work, but she agreed and was excited to try it out. The numbers started counting down, and then 0 signaled the start of the duel. Pomona immediately waved Harry's wand and Harry felt the most curious tug at his magic. It was like he was a gun and all Pomona had to do was point and pull the trigger. The difference was, of course, that Harry could have chosen not to fire. Harry didn't have much time to contemplate the sensation, however, because he was suddenly surrounded on all sides by a very large crop of devil's snare. The day was conveniently cloudy, so the evil plant was perfectly comfortable while it started winding up Harry's legs and beak and torso. He had to reach out with the magic in his own wand to Pomona's wand in his hand so that he could cast with it. Wandless really would have been easier than routing his magic through Pomona's wand, but that would have been cheap, given the circumstances. Harry began conjuring fire and sunlight out of the wand, making the plant shrivel back. All the while, he messed with the scoreboard so that it said that Pomona was casting with the wand in her hand rather than Harry doing the work for both of them. It took Harry a few minutes to get completely detangled from the snare. He kept finding cutlets that had wormed their ways around his ankles and started growing late. Meanwhile, Pomona was not just standing and watching. She was conjuring venomous tentacula and picking off its sharp leaves to send at Harry in a flock. "Bugger!" cried Harry as one of the leaves bit him or something. He shielded himself and advanced on Pomona. Only then did he realize that he was no longer walking on grass, he was wading through flowers, knee-deep. He sniffed and yawned, finding his pace slowing. Before he knew it, he was on his knees blinking heavily as the perfume of the flowers washed over him. Harry didn't notice, but the stands were completely silent as he sunk to his knees, but when he fell flat on his face in a dead sleep, the stadium gasped in unison. The clock started ticking down from 60 seconds. Pomona quickly rushed over to Harry. The clock was at 45. "Come on. Don't make me win. They'll know it was fake." The clock was at 30. "Oh, wake up," she muttered over him. 15 seconds. Finally, she waved the wand, and Harry was suddenly quite awake. The flowers shrunk back into the ground. Harry nodded at Pomona and Pomona nodded back, signaling she was done. Harry got up dramatically and waved Pomona's wand. A menacing steel box appeared around Pomona, blocking her from the crowd's view. He flicked the wand again and his own wand appeared in his hand. The clock was down to 45, 35, the bell rang at 0 signaling Harry's victory, and Harry vanished the box around Pomona. The crowd cheered, and Harry took a bow. Harry gestured for Pomona to take a bow and as soon as she bent, the entire stadium doubled its volume. Pomona came out of her bow so quickly in shock that she nearly fell backwards. She turned bright red again and smiled, embarrassed. The crowd just cheered louder. "Professor Crockett," she whispered. Harry could still hear it over the ear-splitting cheers. "Yes, Pomona. I don't deserve all of this. You did the magic," she said. "I couldn't. That was your imagination, your reflexes, your technique. But I couldn't have conjured those things, or made the poppies grow. You're forgetting that the climate in the stadium is different. The frost wouldn't affect them in here. Not because of the climate. I don't think I could have made them grow anywhere." Harry smiled. "Well, all right, probably not before today, but," Harry looked thoughtfully up at the stands. "I bet you could do it on your own now." "What makes you say that?" Harry shrugged. "Because I think it's true. I'm good with that kind of thing," he said. "Try it later. I bet there are going to be a few people who ask you for a reenactment, anyway. Don't get strangled." She grinned up at him, and before Harry knew it, she'd pulled him into a warm hug. "Thank you," she whispered. After Harry and Pomona's duel were the primaries for the NEWT students. Harry had put the 6th and 7th years in the same bracket because only 8 had signed up from the two classes combined. The pairs were Rufus Scrimgeour and Tiberius Ogden, Lee Chong and Alfred Black, Barty Crouch with Iko Edwards, and Algie Longbottom with Eileen Prince. Eileen Prince, a 7th year, was the only contestant in the NEWT bracket that hadn't taken Harry's defense against the dark arts class. As a result, Harry had never spoken to her, but he was curious about Severus Snape's mother, so he asked around a bit. According to the other faculty, Prince took potions, herbology, care of magical creatures, charms, and transfiguration. She was also known for being the captain of the Hogwarts Gobstones team. Harry was now chaperoning Eileen Prince's duel with Algie Longbottom. Longbottom was a far superior dueler to the point where, with good intentions, he started trying to mess around to drag the duel out longer so that Prince didn't look so bad. What actually happened was that Longbottom ended up giving a false impression. He looked like he was playing with Prince and came off as a little sadistic. Prince became so nervous that the clock ran down because she was shaking too much to lift her wand. Longbottom went over to Prince after, very confused, and asked if she was okay, but she gave him a horrified glare and fled the arena. She reminded Harry very much of Neville in Snape's presence, only Harry was fairly certain that Neville's fear of Snape was not caused by some similar misunderstanding. Overall, the NEWT primaries took a while and were the most intense student duels yet. The duel between Rufus Scrimgeour and Tiberius Ogden went on for over a half hour. Finally, Ogden's reactions started slowing down and Scrimgeour got in a few lucky shots, pinning Ogden to the ground and disarming him. After the duel, Ogden got up and cheerily shook Scrimgeour's hand as the spectating students cheered. The faculty descended onto the field again to clear the arenas. Minerva and Slughorn were up next. For most of the faculty duels, and student duels, for that matter, Harry could make pretty good guesses about who would win. For a duel between Minerva and Slughorn, though, he had no idea who would win. Minerva was fast, powerful, innovative, and aggressive. Slughorn was resourceful, clever, sneaky, and more experienced than Minerva. All Harry knew was that whoever won that duel would be dueling Harry on Wednesday in the faculty semifinal. He thought it might be fun to duel Minerva, but on the other hand, he didn't want to create any tension in their friendship by absolutely creaming her. He sure as hell wasn't going to pull the same kind of stunt with Minerva as he had with Pomona. By the time he got up into the stands and took his seat, he found himself hoping Slughorn would win. 10 galleons on Minerva? Asked a deep voice from above Harry. Harry looked to see Albus smiling serenely. Harry laughed. No, thank you, he said as Albus sat next to him. I've lost enough money because of Minerva. They sat in silence as the clock counted to 0 and the duel started. Minerva and Slughorn started sending spells at each other. So you think Minerva's going to win? Harry asked. She's been practicing. Minerva did look quite fierce. Her hair was slowly falling out of its bun, wisp by wisp as she danced. Slughorn was making her work, but he wasn't having the easiest of times either. His sweat gleamed on his forehead and, to the amusement of any particularly attentive spectators, one of the buttons on his vest had popped off. Minerva's style focused mainly on conjuring objects and transfiguring them as necessary. It was working pretty well. 5 minutes in, she'd managed to start the clock on Slughorn twice, but he'd broken free both times. She conjured a flock of birds to distract Slughorn and then conjured a cage around him. After a few moments of struggling with Minerva's magic, when the clock was down to about 5 seconds, Slughorn managed to dissolve the cage to start sending spells at Minerva again. Minerva was ready with a new attack. She transfigured the grass around Slughorn's feet into sinking sand. Slughorn didn't notice he was sinking until the mud started seeping into his socks, but by then he was already stuck. He looked down and started trying to get himself out. Minerva took the opportunity to fix her hair, which was in her face, completely obscuring her vision. That was her mistake. Slughorn looked up from the mud and sent a spell that hit Minerva squarely in the chest. Minerva looked surprised for a moment, but then she shrunk down, disappearing into a pile of her clothes. Harry was a little confused until he read the scoreboard. Slughorn. Forced animagus transformation. Harry squinted back down at the pile of clothes and saw that it was moving, and soon a tabby cat emerged. By that time, Slughorn had freed himself from the quicksand and was walking over to Minerva with his wand outstretched. Clearly, he was keeping the spell on her, making her unable to transform back. Minerva hissed as he approached, and raised her claws threateningly. Once he reached her, Slughorn crouched down, hiding Minerva from the sight of the stands. When Slughorn stood back up, Minerva was no longer hissing. It looked like she was rolling around. I wonder how he's kept that spell up for so long, commented Harry to Albus. It's difficult enough to keep someone out of their animagus forms, but keeping them as animals for extended periods of time is almost impossible. Maybe he's cast something else to keep her from changing back. Albus hummed. The scoreboard says he hasn't cast anything since the forced animagus spell. Harry frowned. One sec. Harry closed his eyes and reached out with his magic down to the field, but no one was casting anything. Slughorn was no longer casting the forced animagus spell. There should have been nothing keeping Minerva from changing back. Harry opened his eyes. Maybe she's worried about her clothes. But she knows how to change back and put clothes on fast enough that no one would see. Hummed Albus again. Harry looked back down on the field to see that another cat had darted out from somewhere in the stands to join Minerva. The students had noticed and were muttering and pointing. "Oi, remind me to make an announcement about not bringing animals to the duels," said Harry. The words had barely left his mouth when two more cats streaked across from the opposite side of the field to join Minerva. As soon as they reached her, they started rolling around on the ground, just like Minerva. "Did you find anything?" asked Albus, frowning. "What? Oh, no magic at all," said Harry. Another two cats appeared on the field, both making a beeline for the group already there. "No magic," muttered Albus. "Try checking their physiology, if you don't mind." All of the cats. Harry closed his eyes again and reached out with his body aura only to encounter over a half a dozen cats in a dazed euphoria. "It's like they've been drugged," said Harry, opening his eyes. Albus stood up rapidly and pointed his wand at the scoreboard just before the clock hit 0. The board now flashed, "Time out," in large letters. "Come with me," said Albus. Harry stood up and joined him, a little confused. They hurried down onto the field. Slughorn met them halfway across. "What's the big idea? Stopping the clock right before I was about to win." Harry and Albus didn't stop walking. "I'm sorry, Horace. The other animals on the field pose a hazard. They will have to be removed before the duel continues." They quickly passed Horace, whose legs were too short to keep up. Albus's wand was drawn and he was already muttering incantations as they approached the pile of cats. "Yes," muttered Albus. "It's what I thought. Conjure a tent, please, Harry. Quickly, please." Harry conjured a tent around himself, Albus and the cats right before Slughorn caught up, leaving him on the outside. Albus wordlessly put silencing charms around the tent. "The cats are reacting to a strengthened form of catnip oil." "Catnip?" repeated Harry incredulously. Albus nodded. "Catnip. I'm going to vanish it. It is likely Minerva will change back. Will you help her, please?" Harry nodded. "On 3, then. 1, 2, 3. Albus waved his wand and the cats stopped rolling around quite so much, and a second later Minerva started to transform. Harry instantly robed her and caught her as she stumbled into him. "Minerva, are you all right?" asked Harry, trying to keep her upright. She was mumbling. "Where's the Minerva? You are experiencing a false euphoria. Harry is going to help you." "I am. Oh, yeah. One moment." Harry closed his eyes and felt around a bit in Minerva's bloodstream before isolating the catnip and vanishing it entirely from her system. Minerva immediately gasped and collapsed even further. Harry lowered her to the ground. "Breathe. You'll be fine," said Harry. "What did that bastard do?" she asked between heavy breaths. "Language, Minerva," sighed Albus. "He forced your animagus form and then exposed you to a highly concentrated form of catnip oil." "Catnip," she panted. "Catnip," said Albus. "Technically, it is against the rules to use the aid of anything but a wand during these duels, so rightfully Horace should be disqualified from the tournament, but I think in this case I shall bend the rules and allow him continue." Minerva gasped in outrage. "What are you thinking, Albus? He drugged me, and in front of the whole school. He deserves to be disqualified. No, he deserves to be." "Oh," she stopped and her eyes went huge. Oh, Albus. You." Albus smiled. "Good luck, Minerva." And with that, he vanished the tent and started walking back to the stands. "Thank you," she called, a scheming grin on her face, but Albus was already addressing the students and didn't respond. "A timeout has been called to remove the animals from the arena," said Albus, his voice echoing across the stadium. "Unconjured and untransfigured animals pose a hazard to the duelers. Will the owners of these animals please meet me at the bottom of the southern stairs to retrieve them? Thank you. The duel will resume in 2 minutes." He quieted his voice again as Horace approached. "I am terribly sorry about that, Horace. Nothing external should interfere with the duel. I'm sure you understand, said Albus, his eyes dancing. Quite, said Slughorn offhand, looking rather put out. It could have happened at any time, you know, a horde of animals rushing onto the field. It's just the sport, I suppose. Good luck with the rest, Horace. Yes, just the sport, Slughorn muttered as Harry and Albus walked briskly back to the stands, a pack of cats following after. After several embarrassed students came to pick up their cats, I left him in my dorm. Honest, the duel resumed. If Minerva was feisty before, she was terrifying when she started dueling again. With 4 quick spells she sent Slughorn flying across the stadium only to land him harmlessly and send him flying back the other way. She approached him as he scrabbled on the ground to pick up his wand, but she kicked it away from him. She loomed over him for a moment, and Harry could see her talking but couldn't hear. She hit him with a spell, and then talked a bit more, twiddling her wand. Then, finally, she waved her wand and, with an almighty squeak, Horace Slughorn morphed into a giant, rubber, slug-shaped, cat toy. The clock started counting down and Harry knew who he'd be dueling on Wednesday. On Tuesday morning, the second day of the dueling tournament, the second years, third years, and fifth years had their primaries. By lunch, all of the primaries had been completed and the semifinal brackets were filled. After lunch, the semifinals started. For the first round, there were 2 pairs of first years and 2 pairs of fourth years dueling on the field. Harry chaperoned a first-year duel between Hooch and Gideon, which Gideon won relatively quickly. When all of the first and fourth-year semifinal duels were done, the faculty rearranged the stadium so that there were only 2 dueling arenas rather than 4 for the NEWT semifinals. Algie Longbottom was dueling Barty Crouch, and Rufus Scrimgeour was dueling Alfred Black. Meanwhile, Harry had gotten a break from chaperoning and decided to walk back and forth between the 2 duels. Most of the students were down on the field crammed around the 2 arenas cheering, so Harry soon got tired of elbowing his way around and retired to the empty stands to watch. He'd only been sitting a few minutes before Albus slid into his row and took a seat on the bench next to Harry. Harry smiled in greeting. They hadn't had a chance to talk in a while. "Are you enjoying the tournament so far?" asked Harry. "I must say I am," said Albus. "It is a pleasant alternative to the usual pre-holiday slump, though it has been a lot of work for you." "Well, I think all of us have been working." "Well, I suppose," smiled Albus. "I did notice that the schedule for Thursday looks relatively empty. Would you care to join me for tea in the afternoon?" "Yeah, thanks. That would be great. You aren't going to try to sabotage me before we duel, are you?" "You assume you'll win against Minerva." Harry laughed. "You assume you'll win against Flitwick." "Minerva's been practicing," said Albus. Harry shivered slightly. He didn't know if it was worry about the duel or just Albus's tone. "Should I be worried?" Albus shrugged and extracted a small bag from his robes. Harry recognized it. "Would you like a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean?" asked Albus. "You still eat those?" asked Harry. "One is never too old for candy, Harry. In fact, I find myself more partial to sweets every day." "Yes, but," Harry sighed. "Never mind. I'd love one, thanks." Albus poured Harry and himself each a small handful. They sat for a while watching and commenting on the duels, occasionally mentioning a flavor of bean they'd eaten until Albus made a gagging noise. "Are you all right?" Harry turned to see Albus was still breathing but had scrunched up his face. He swallowed laboriously. Harry immediately knew what was wrong and conjured a lemo. "Drop. Here, beep on this." Albus quickly took the lemo. Drop and nodded his thanks, his eyes watering slightly. "Let me guess, vomit flavored?" Harry asked sympathetically. Albus cleared his throat. "How did you know?" "I am very clever," said Harry. "Do you want the rest of these?" Albus asked, offering Harry the bag. "I think I've lost my taste for them." Harry smiled. "Yeah, thanks," he said, thinking he'd give them out in class or something. They sat quietly for a moment. "Did you conjure this lemo? Drop. It's divine." "Yeah," said Harry. "You broke Gamp's law and made it better than the ones from the box," said Albus, impressed. "Well, the secret ingredient is low." Harry blushed, coughed and stopped talking. "Sorry, what was that?" Nothing. I was just saying maybe it has to do with packaging. Albus looked at Harry with his piercing blue eyes for a moment and then let him go. Yes, perhaps. They sat quietly for a while. Scrimgeour won his duel against Black, so the whole school was gathered around Crouch and Longbottom. Crouch was obviously getting impatient and frustrated, while Longbottom remained cool. Most of the students were cheering for Longbottom. I saw what you did yesterday, said Albus after a while. Harry turned red. Ah, I have no idea what you are talking about. Albus smiled. With Pomona. Ah ha ha. Yes, said Harry nervously. Am I disqualified, sir? I think setting Minerva on you will be suitable punishment. Goodness knows it worked on dear Horace. Yeah. They were quiet for a moment and Harry thought Albus had let the subject drop. He hadn't. What I meant was thank you. Oh, said Harry, surprised and relieved. What? I think she needed that. Harry didn't have anything to say so he just smiled gratefully back at Albus. Just then, the students below erupted in cheers as the bell signaled the end of a duel. Longbottom had successfully pinned Crouch under a conjured object he'd been transfiguring periodically to suit his needs. It now resembled a giant metal spork. As the bell rang, Longbottom vanished the pinning device and offered Crouch a hand up which Crouch ignored. Well, that's all for the afternoon, said Harry. Do you want to? Albus, are you ready to go? Oh, hello, Crockett. Yes, Minerva, I'm coming. Sorry, Harry, I'm afraid I promised Minerva some time this afternoon to go over lesson plans, interrupted Minerva. Lesson plans for what? Breaks in 3 days and there are no classes, said Harry. I'm preparing early so that I can relax over the holidays, invented Minerva wildly. Harry rolled his eyes. Good afternoon, Harry, said Albus as he headed off to join Minerva. Harry soon found himself alone in an emptying stadium, left to trudge through the snow back to the castle by himself. Harry had a hard time getting to sleep that night, and when he woke up early on Wednesday morning his tower was freezing. Outside was a flat, glaring cloud cover that made his head pound. It was with his shoulders slouched up to his ears that he headed down to breakfast in the Great Hall. He bent over his hot oatmeal, allowing it to relax his unrested muscles only to twitch at the sight of Minerva walking into the hall with a smirk on her face and Albus trailing behind her. What have you been showing her? Harry hissed when Albus sat down next to him. Oh, a little of this and a little of that, he replied. Essentials, you know. I bet, said Harry tersely before returning to his oatmeal, which he had to re-warm with a gesture, and contemplating his day to come. The second years and fifth years were having their semi-finals, and then the third years had their semi-finals and then Harry and Minerva were dueling. There he stopped and took off his glasses to massage his temples. He was almost positive that he would beat Minerva, but his stomach was nodding forebodingly. He shook his head and made himself continue going through his schedule. After his duel with Minerva was lunch, and then Albus and Flitwick would duel. Harry had been looking forward to watching Albus and Flitwick duel. Harry knew Flitwick had not shown all of his formidable power during the duel with Binns. Flitwick was so powerful that he might even pose a challenge to Albus. Last were the class finals for the first, second, third, and fourth years. Harry was especially curious to see what would happen when Fabian and Gideon dueled. He had no idea who would win. He was jolted out of his brooding when Albus stood up and dismissed the students to go to the stadium. Harry sighed and stood up. Are you all right? Asked Albus. Just didn't sleep, muttered Harry. The stadium was again divided into 4 arenas so that 2 fifth-year pairs and 2 second-year pairs could duel at once. Harry was glad of his chaperoning responsibilities. Supervising took his mind off his foul mood and the upcoming duel with Minerva. Unfortunately, he was not required to chaperone the third years in the next round. He sat high up in the stadium and watched, his stomach inexplicably uncomfortably. Did you see my duel at all, sir? Harry turned to see Alistair Moody coming down his row. I'm afraid I didn't, said Harry. I was chaperoning Mr. Bones and Ms. Elliot. Who won? Mr. Bones managed a freezing charm. I was quite impressed. Moody nodded. So how did your duel go? Asked Harry. Moody wrinkled his nose. It was with Mundungus Fletcher. He was defaulted into the semifinals because the fifth-year bracket had an odd number. He cheated but Binns didn't notice and Flitwick was too far away. I won anyway. Harry laughed. What did he do to cheat? Tried dumping some kind of potion on me. I vanished it before it touched me, though. It's like you said, sir, constant vigilance. Well, I can't prove anything about the potion, said Harry, but I'll keep an eye on Mr. Fletcher. Thanks for telling me. Congratulations on your victory. Thank you, sir, but that's not what I wanted to talk about. Oh, said Harry surprised. What was it then? I just wondered how you did it, sir. Sorry. With Pomona, I mean. Ah, and what exactly do you think that I did? Asked Harry. Well, clearly you did the magic for her, said Moody. Does anybody else think so? No, sir, but I know. Did you talk to anyone about it? No, sir. Good. Please don't. So you did do it, sir. Harry sighed and nodded. I suppose you know why I did it. Moody squinted at him shrewdly. You wanted to make her look good for her students. Some of my classmates bother her because she's only 17. That's rubbish, of course. She teaches just fine, he said gruffly. But how did you do it? I saw you switch wands. Harry's eyes widened in surprise. You are very observant, Mr. Moody. Moody didn't smile at the praise. He just stared back at Harry. I don't mean to be rude, sir, but is your wand the reason why you're so powerful? Harry could have chosen to be offended, but he didn't. He didn't really know how to answer the question, though. Yes, his power source was in the wand, but it wasn't because of the wand itself that Harry was powerful. Instead of answering, he pulled out his wand and handed it to Moody. Cast something, Harry said. Moody flicked the wand and Harry could tell he was trying to wordlessly conjure a knife. Harry didn't conjure it, so nothing happened. A knife, Mr. Moody. Will it work if I conjure a bouquet, sir? Asked Moody sarcastically. Try, said Harry. Moody flicked his wand, trying to conjure a bunch of roses. Instead, a knife appeared on the bench in front of them. Moody glared up at Harry and Harry grinned back. Oh, sorry. You wanted roses that time, said Harry. Roses started popping out of the wand individually without any prompting from Moody. Does that answer your question, Mr. Moody? No, but thanks, sir. Harry smiled. Can you teach me to do that, sir? To do what, Mr. Moody? To cast spells with my wand when it's somewhere else, he said. Harry frowned. Nobody could do magic with a wand out of their hand, really. Harry could because his magic was in the wand. Some people could cast a lumos or something with their wand a few feet away, but the magic was tied to the body so it couldn't be too far. It would be easier to do wandless magic than casting from a distant wand. Wandless magic would be easier than casting with your wand from far away, he said. But wandless magic is very difficult too. How come you can do it, sir? That, said Harry, is a long story. So, is wandless magic like the kind of magic kids do when they're scared? Yes, but to be useful it has to be controlled. Controlling it and doing it on command is the most difficult part. That's what wands are for. Wands all have powerful magical cores that allow the wand to control the magic, so a wandless caster has to be very powerful to control magic without a wand. Moody squinted at Harry again, putting the pieces together. What's the grand prize? He asked suddenly. Grand prize. For winning the tournament. Oh, Harry had completely forgotten about all of the prizes. If I win, will you teach me wandless magic, sir? I can try, said Harry. If you win. The bell below rang to signal the end of the last third year's semifinal duel. Harry's stomach lurched. Good luck in your duel with Professor McGonagall, sir, said Moody. Thanks, said Harry weakly before heading down to the field. Rearranging the field took too little time for Harry's comfort. Harry knew he would win the duel against Minerva, but he was still inexplicably dreading it. Harry hadn't spoken to Minerva in days, since her duel with Slughorn, actually. They'd both been very busy, so when they came face to face in the middle of the field Harry felt like he hadn't seen Minerva in weeks rather than 2 days. She's been practicing. The bell rang and they both jumped into action. Harry blocked 5 spells from Minerva and Minerva blocked a few from Harry. Testing the waters, Harry forced a body bind through her shield, but Minerva broke it within 2 seconds and was back to shooting spells at Harry. There was a very large crash and Harry suddenly found himself looking out from inside a giant bird cage. He rolled his eyes and Minerva smirked and walked calmly towards the cage. Harry tried vanishing it, but Minerva had managed to put some heavy protections around it and in it. He grabbed the bars, and his hands got stuck. He stuck his magic into it only to find magic around the magic in a deep web that fascinated him and drew in his attention. Minerva touched his stuck hand lightly, and that's when Harry felt it, something clumsy and tentative slip into mix with his body aura, but his attention was too caught by the protections on the cage to deal with the aura. Getting out of the cage was more important. Getting his hands free was more important than Minerva feeling him up with her aura. Wrong. When he found himself shrinking into his bird form was when he realized his mistake. The aura that had mixed with his was forcing him into his animagus shape. He started fighting against the other aura, Minerva's aura, but Minerva was too strong. Harry's body aura was just a bird's aura and couldn't compare with the strength of Minerva's human aura. The clock started counting down. Shit. He couldn't do magic, but he wasn't stuck to the bars anymore and was small enough to slip through the space between the bars of the cage without having to vanish it. He flew out, and the clock stopped counting. This surprised Minerva. Harry could still feel Minerva through the connection restraining his retransformation, but he couldn't use her aura to climb back to humanity. Apparently she'd been practicing with Albus. Even in Harry's emotionally repressed state as a bird, he felt his guts squirm from having missed out, which Minerva felt through the connection. Minerva started sending spells at Harry as he flew. Impediment. Body bind. Invisible nets. She missed, but Harry knew it was only a matter of time before one of the spells hit him. He scrabbled at her aura, trying to use it to change back, but she was stronger and unwilling, so it didn't work. Harry's flight pattern became more erratic to avoid Minerva's spells. He flew up and dove low, but there was nowhere really to hide. He could have hidden somewhere in the stands, but that would have been lame. As a spell flew by his left wing, though, he glanced quickly over the stands, weighing the option. There he spotted Albus. Albus. He might be able to use Albus's aura to change back, as long as Albus wasn't fighting him off. He doubted Albus would help him, but there was a possibility that Albus wouldn't specifically prevent him from changing. Harry flew over and landed on Albus's knee, startling the students and teachers sitting around them. "Hello, Harry," said Albus, hiding any surprise he had. He patted Harry on the shoulder. That was what Harry was waiting for. He used the direct physical contact of human hand to feathered shoulder to surge a connection between his bird aura and Albus's aura. Harry lost control and his aura became super excited and erratic from the contact with Albus's, but Harry knew Albus wouldn't notice the difference. Harry always lost control around Albus. He continued to wrap himself into Albus's aura until he started to get flashes of vision out of Albus's eyes and bird from under his fingertips. From what he felt, Albus was too surprised to react to Harry in any particular way, but Minerva was surprised too. Wrapping himself in Albus's aura also meant pulling Minerva with him. Minerva's distraction combined with Harry's grip on Albus's aura allowed Harry to slowly dredge himself out of his animagus form. Thankfully, Albus realized what was happening and clothed Harry, who had forgotten in his panic, when he was halfway through transformation. Harry found himself fully clothed in violent purple and sitting squarely in Albus Dumbledore's lap. "Hello," he said, momentarily disoriented. "Well, hello," said Albus, his face inches from Harry's. "I think practice was an understatement," breathed Harry. "I think conspiracy would be closer." Albus smiled and his eyes twinkled up at Harry and Harry's heart beat faster and his breath became short and he noticed how sweaty his hands were and noticed Minerva and Albus were still embedded in his body aura. He withdrew all of himself faster than a tape measure, sprung off of Albus's lap, and tore off down the stands and back into the arena. Once back on the grass, Harry snapped his fingers and his wand appeared in his hand. He started stalking across the grass. His eyes locked with Minerva's and neither of them looked away, even when they were standing a foot apart, nose to nose. "So you want to do this the hard way?" asked Harry. "You're in love with Albus?" Harry blanched and felt his face flush with shock and embarrassment, but he didn't back away. So are you, he replied stubbornly. She glared, and Harry saw a flash of his teacher, Professor McGonagall. So. Harry sniffed and glared. Minerva's face softened and she looked away, defeated. He already knows about me, she said quietly. For once, she seemed at a loss for things to say. In an instant, Minerva was on the ground and Harry was on top of her, pinning her wrists above her head. Think so, said Harry, his own expression softening. He loosened her wand from her grasp and threw it away. How long? She asked, not even bothering to struggle. How long have you? Harry laughed. I have no idea. How about you? She snorted bitterly and rolled her eyes away from Harry's. Forever. Oh. She looked back up to meet Harry's stare. As Harry looked down into Minerva's eyes, he felt closer to her than he had when their auras were connected. I'm sorry, he said. Don't be, she said quickly. You have better things to do than feel sorry for me. What? Like feeling sorry for myself? We're in the same boat. You shouldn't feel sorry for yourself. And why not? Minerva bit her lip and opened her mouth to answer, but the bell rang, signaling the end of the duel, and the crowd erupted into applause. Minerva laughed as Harry helped her up. They have no idea what they're applauding for. I know, smirked Harry. He took a bow. So what did happen when you two were invisible with the yellow paint and... That, said Harry, putting a hand on Minerva's back so that she bent into a bow, is none of your business. Harry and Minerva glanced at each other from either side of Albus as Albus ate lunch in oblivion. Harry was still trying to figure out how Minerva had managed to manipulate her aura well enough to force Harry into his animagus form. She was a bright witch, maybe as bright as Hermione, but not a bloody magical powerhouse prodigy. Harry finally concluded that she'd gotten a sense of the aura technique from when she and Harry had learned to become animagi, and that Albus had taught her how to use it. Albus. Harry looked down at his plate and fumed. And now Minerva knew Harry was in love with Albus. How could she not? Harry's aura had gone from irritated to swooning when he'd mingled with Albus's, and Minerva was right there to feel it. He should have just used a student's aura or something. A student probably wouldn't have even noticed the aura. Damn it. And there was Albus sitting next to Harry, merrily making a model of Hogwarts out of his lunch food like nothing was different. Harry paused for a moment to look in awe at the food Hogwarts, wondering if Albus was using magic to make it more realistic. He shook himself and went back to his brooding. Could Albus know? If he hadn't figured it out before, he wouldn't have reason to figure it out during the duel, unless Minerva's shock had given him away. But he could know anyway. Something inside Harry asked, would that really be so terrible? Yes, was Harry's immediate answer. Because then he'd know. But why would that be so bad? Asked that little part. Harry thought about it. Well, what happens when people confess their romantic feelings? Lawsuits, sackings, pity, answered Harry. Or exploration. The thought drifted out of the fox part of his mind. Well, yes. A date. A relationship. What would a relationship with Albus look like? Matching purple robes. Harry hid a snort of laughter. Lemo. Scones for breakfast in bed. They certainly wouldn't be wearing matching purple robes in bed. Harry choked on his food at his own thoughts and glanced sharply to his left to make sure Albus wasn't reading his mind or something. Albus was licking the peanut butter off the end of a celery stick before adding the celery to his Hogwarts model made out of food. Harry looked up to see that Minerva had also been staring at Albus. She met Harry's eyes and they both blushed and looked away quickly. Bloody nightmare. But what about that date? But what about that relationship? Harry liked Lemo. Scones, and had begun to like purple, and certainly liked Albus. What would it be like to live alongside Albus Dumbledore? Would it be worth it to risk a little pity for the chance to be with Albus? A little lawsuit for the chance to live through his life with him. But as Harry envisioned the future, he knew why not. In Harry's time, there was no old man with messy gray hair and green eyes and glasses alongside Albus Dumbledore. That's why not. It just wouldn't happen. Damn. Time travel really takes the hope out, Harry thought. Am I to understand that you two aren't speaking? Asked Albus, creating a flight of stairs out of chips. Harry and Minerva both jumped in surprise, having both been deep in thought about Albus. What? No. See. Hi. Crockett. Hi. Minerva. How's your lunch? Great. How's yours? Great. Are you looking forward to the? I see, said Albus. Harry and Minerva fell silent, holding their breath. I must say, your duel was riveting. Oh, you really think so? They both asked, loudly jumping on the topic. Minerva was great. Crockett deserved the win. She really was practicing. He was very resourceful using your aura thing. They both fell silent, horrified at the mention of auras. They looked at each other for a beat before jumping in even more loudly to change the topic. It was really quite fun. Would love a rematch. I'd love to too. They both stopped when Albus raised his hands to plug his ears. He put his hands back down when he saw that Harry and Minerva were finished. The only reason I asked was that you, Harry, have yet to reprimand me for helping Minerva practice for the duel, and you, Minerva, have yet to tell me to stop playing with my food. They were quiet for a moment. Well, stop playing with your food. I quite like it, actually, said Harry. The bit there with the celery columns is nice. And I wasn't going to tell you off for the duel after you helped me, well, didn't hinder me winning. That was quite interesting, actually, said Albus. Goodness. Isn't it time to go? Asked Harry, desperate. I do believe it is, said Albus with mild surprise. I must go prepare for my duel with Phileas. Wish me luck. Good luck, chanted Minerva and Harry flatly. Albus walked away, his food castle disintegrating as he got farther away. Minerva buried her face in her hands. Damn it. Harry laughed. I've never heard you swear. I don't, but it felt like a bloody good time to start. Harry and Minerva sat alone together at the back of the stadium. The area was pretty empty so they could talk unbothered while they watched Albus and Flitwick duel. So you don't think he knows about you? No, said Harry. I don't think so, but it's Albus. Who knows? Down on the field, Flitwick finished chanting something and a circle of symbols appeared, glowing in the grass around Albus. The timer started counting down and Albus started to chant to free himself. Why don't you tell him? I mean, at least you're. I'm what? Male. Harry snorted. And would you have told him about you before you knew he didn't fancy women? No, but nothing. I'm not doing it. Albus had gotten out of the ring of symbols and was building a prison of ice around Flitwick. The timer got down to 30 before the ice melted in a rush of water and Flitwick was free. Is it because of me? Asked Minerva suddenly. What? Are you not telling him because I? No, of course not. It's not because of you. I mean, Minerva raised her eyebrows. Well, see, I would think of that, because of you, but didn't because, I'm not going to anyway, because of, other things, my job for one. Right, said Minerva slowly, a smirk lifting the corners of her mouth. They both looked back down to the duel just in time to see Albus cast a disillusionment charm on himself and disappear. Harry could still see him. He'd been able to see through Albus's disillusionment charm since that day they played Quidditch while Harry was drugged. Where's he gone? Asked Minerva. He's walking around, towards the right side of the field. Towards Flitwick. You can see him. Yeah. Minerva nodded. Not bad. What's he doing now? Well, Flitwick's trying to counter the charm, but Albus, it looks like he's walking up close behind Flitwick, and now he's standing right behind him, really close. He did that to me a few months ago while I was teaching. I thought I was going to have a heart attack. Harry bit his lip. He's done that to me, too. God, I love it when he does that. He has no idea what it does. Minerva burst out laughing. You really have it bad, don't you? Yeah. Harry sighed dramatically, dreamily leaning on his elbow and staring off into space. He held the pose for 3 seconds before joining Minerva in laughter. Using the element of surprise, Albus managed to immobilize and disarm Flitwick. He made himself visible once more and the timer started counting down. Harry and Minerva joined the students as they counted down from 10, and the duel ended. Harry was officially going to duel Albus on Friday. The rest of Wednesday afternoon buzzed. The finals for the first, second, third, and fourth years were happening one at a time on the field, starting with the fourth years. Dorcas Meadows won the final for the fourth years, taking the class championship title. Harry thought she fully deserved it. Next were the third-year finals between Daedalus Diggle and Artemis Arma, which Arma won. Cornelius Fudge and Edgar Bones dueled for the second-year final, and, after a very intense duel, Bones won. Finally, Gideon and Fabian Pruitt entered the arena. They would have been indistinguishable from each other except that someone had sewn a large red F on the back of Fabian's school robes, and an equally large red G on the back of Gideon's. Harry frowned. Something was off. Is something the matter, Harry? Asked Albus softly from Harry's left. So perceptive. Something seems a little off about this duel, but nothing dangerous. I'll tell you if I figure anything out. Minerva was down on the field with Flitwick supervising the duel, so Harry and Albus sat in the stands with a cushion of empty seats around them. Can you tell them apart? Asked Harry. Albus nodded. Without the letters? Yes. Harry squinted. How? Mr. Fabian Pruitt holds his chin a fraction higher. Really? Really? How did you notice that? Albus smiled, but didn't respond. The whistle blew to start the duel and Fabian and Gideon assumed fighting stances. As soon as they started casting, Harry knew what the matter was. He groaned. Oh. Yes. If I tell you what's wrong, will you promise to let them finish the duel before you disqualify them? I want to see this. I promise. Really? I trust your judgment, said Albus. Harry raised his eyebrows. Well, they've both taken Felix Felicius. I can't think why, though. Maybe they both thought it would give them an edge over the other, but that doesn't seem right. They always work together. Just then, the twins vanished from view as billows of gray smoke enveloped a portion of the field. Oh, Merlin, said Harry, rubbing his eyes under his glasses. And where would they have gotten Felix Felicius? Surely they wouldn't have bought or brewed it. I gave it to them. And Albus, Harry smirked, please don't call me Shirley. Betty, then, said Albus with a slight twitch of his lip. Why did you give them Felix Felicius? Betty. Harry rolled his eyes. They won it, Al. How did they win it? I had a bunch of Felix and I said I'd give some to anyone who could knock me over. They knocked me over. Albus frowned. You challenged students to attack you. Yes. What are you, my bodyguard? Harry asked defensively. Just a long-lost pal, I think. Have you been listening to my records? No. Why? Harry squinted at Albus for a moment. I'll show you later. Anyway, I did warn them that I'd know if they used the Felix. Did you tell them that its use in competitions is illegal? Yeah. Albus hummed and fell silent. The thick pillow of smoke stopped growing and began to dissipate in the light winter wind. I have a theory, said Albus as the smoke thinned. And what is that? Two blurred, obscured figures could almost be seen through the black smoke now. You were right. They aren't competing. They're working together. The figures began to solidify and become clearer. To do what? Asked Harry. What do they normally do together? Well, make jokes, make trouble, I suppose, and, Harry trailed off as he finally got a good glimpse of the wizards in the smoke. He did a double take, and then looked quickly to Albus, and then looked back down on the field. And make fun of their professors, apparently, finished Albus with a light, amused smile. A perfect Harry Potter look-alike stood on the field in two tight red robes with a big red G. A perfect Albus Dumbledore doppelganger stood at his side in matching red, with a great red F on his back. Blimey, I didn't know they could brew a polyjuice potion. Goodness, am I really that much taller than you? Albus asked. Students were starting to stare at Harry and Albus, looking between them and their doubles on the field. I didn't think so. Oh bollocks. He's got the scar too. Hold on. Harry focused down on the Gideon who currently looked exactly like Harry, minus a few inches of height and plus one lightning bolt scar. Harry quickly hid Gideon's scar and made him taller, praying that Gideon would pass off the sudden growth as a delayed effect of the potion. No adjustments for me? Asked Albus. You already look perfect. Thank you, Harry, said Albus quietly. That's not what I. Harry was cut off as his own voice boomed across the stadium, magnified magically. Good afternoon, students. I hope your tournament is good. As your headmaster, said Fabian as Albus. I wanted to tell you, that you're all doing really good, but that Mr. Pruitt and the other Mr. Pruitt, interrupted Gideon, just did some very, good magic that means they win. Yeah, they win by default, according to the rules that I, Professor Crockett, made for this duel. And the tournament. Some of the crowd laughed nervously, catching on to what was happening. More people were staring at Harry and Albus. In fact, Professor Dumbledore is going to give us. He means Professor Dumbledore here, said Gideon as Harry, gesturing to Fabian as Albus, is going to give them, Fabian and Gideon Pruitt, that is, their prizes now. That was when Minerva emerged from the remaining smoke. The twins caught sight of her, and the looks of horror on Fabian and Gideon's polyjuiced faces were enough to make the stands erupt with laughter. Fabian and Gideon looked at each other and took off across the field towards one set of goal posts. Minerva followed, raising her wand. Do you think we should help her? Asked Harry. No. Let's let her have her fun. Just then, Gideon, Harry, and Fabian Albus each pulled a vial out of their robes, uncorked the vials, and chugged them. They both began to shrink. Gideon's hair lengthened and Fabian's got smoother and darker. Very soon, they were identical again. They were identical Minervas in red robes. There were now 3 Minervas on the pitch. Harry snorted with laughter and Albus looked like he was chewing on his cheeks to keep from smiling. Just then, the real Minerva caught up to the twins and immobilized them with an angry slash of her wand. She then turned her wand on her own throat and her voice boomed across the stadium to the rest of the students. You are dismissed until tomorrow. Have a good evening, she said curtly before rounding back on the twins. The laughing audience started filing out. Harry sighed. It might be the luck potion, but something is telling me I should go and talk her out of punishing them too badly. Albus chuckled and they stood up. If they are so good at transforming themselves, you should assign them detention working on your Phoenix project. I can't tell if you're being helpful or making fun of me. I assure you I am helpful. Always. The rest of the afternoon went quickly. Harry and Albus had an argument about who should make the announcement to the school about Gideon and Fabian being disqualified. Harry lost and had to talk to the school at breakfast Thursday morning. During his serious announcement about the Pruitt twins' disqualification, Harry made the mistake of glancing at Albus and had to fake a violent sneeze to hide his sudden laughter from the hall. The twins, of course, were in no way discouraged or ashamed. They strutted around afterwards, heroes of their class. Harry was glad of it. He loved their humorous spirit and only made the announcement and agreed to punish them out of obligation. The first duel on Thursday morning was the final for the 5th years. The duel was over very quickly. Alistair Moody took out his opponent easily and without stalling. The last final was the NEWT students. Algie Longbottom cheerily strode down onto the field and met a scowling Rufus Scrimgeour for a handshake. The duel started and Longbottom's cheery smile was slowly replaced with a look of fierce concentration to match Scrimgeour's. The day was a little warmer than the first few days of the tournament, so the two duelists were soon sweating under their thick robes and their brows shone in the crisp morning light. The duelists had very different styles. Longbottom used his creativity and widespread knowledge to aid him, and Scrimgeour used his reflexes and power. Longbottom looked like he was having some measure of fun, smiling in appreciation when he or Scrimgeour did an interesting piece of magic, whereas Scrimgeour's face did not change from its concentrated mask. They sent spells at each other for a few minutes until Longbottom managed to build a shield strong enough to keep Scrimgeour at bay for a while. Harry couldn't tell quite what Longbottom was trying to do, but it looked interesting. He was wrapping himself in magic, using relatively simple spells in very creative ways. He was right in the middle of a longer incantation when Scrimgeour broke through his shield. Longbottom had no choice but to try to finish the incantation, as a partially completed piece of magic could be disastrous. Unfortunately, this left Longbottom relatively helpless and Scrimgeour started sending freezing charms. Scrimgeour, on the other hand, obviously had not considered the disastrous effects of a partially completed incantation before the freezing charm hit Longbottom. Longbottom froze and was effectively silenced. Nothing happened for a moment, but then a ripple of energy blasted out from Longbottom's wand, distorting the air like a ripple on a pond. The wave slammed into Scrimgeour and sent him flying 20 feet backwards to sprawl unconscious on the grass. Somehow, despite Scrimgeour's lack of consciousness, Longbottom remained trapped and silenced. The timer was counting down on both duelists, but Longbottom's wore down first. The bell rang and Slughorn and Binns ran onto the field to free Longbottom and wake Scrimgeour up. The audience applauded and Longbottom cheerily went to shake Scrimgeour's hand in defeat. Harry felt a tap on his shoulder and turned around. Albus stood in the row behind him. "Tea at 3?" he asked. Harry hadn't seen Albus since breakfast. "Yeah," said Harry. "Thanks for reminding me." As if he'd forgotten. Albus nodded and swept away again, soon to be lost in the crowd of departing students. "Right," muttered Harry. At a calculated 1 minute after 3, Harry knocked on the door to the headmaster's study. The heavy door swung open immediately. "Come in," said Albus, getting up from behind his desk. "Hi," said Harry. Harry followed Albus over to the tea table and armchairs. "How's your day been?" asked Albus. He gestured Harry into one of the chairs and sat down in the other. "Fine actually, I guess. I just took a nap." "Goodness, really? Nothing is better than a good nap, and no one is more deserving than you right now. You must have been exhausted." "I'm still quite groggy. I was so disoriented when I woke up that left all of my things in my room before I came up here. I'm surprised I remembered to put my glasses back on. Some defense teacher I am. I promise to protect you should the situation arise." "Thanks." They chatted for a half hour about the tournament, discussing some of the student duels and commenting on some of the more interesting magic. Finally Albus seemed to remember the pretense of the visit, tea, and wandlessly summoned a teapot. He made it hover over the table and then wandlessly conjured some flames, which still cast no light, beneath the pot to boil the water. "Still no light?" Harry asked. Albus smiled wistfully. "Not unless you can shed anyone the situation." "I've got nothing. Sorry. I'm thoroughly baffled. If I were unable to create heat wandlessly, I would be less confused. Heat and light are both electromagnetic waves, albeit of different wavelengths. If I could not create heat, I would suspect that I am making a ball of magic rather than making magic that creates electromagnetic waves. As it is, however, I am able to make waves of a certain length, in the infrared spectrum, certainly, but not in that of visible light. I have considered experimenting in other spectra, for instance radio waves or—" "I'm sorry, Albus. You lost me at electromagnetic," said Harry. "Physics, Harry, physics. It's more related to magic than many witches and wizards acknowledge. Physics is probably the most important and most misunderstood component of magic. I thought your mantra was that love was the most misunderstood and important component of magic." "Is it?" "Pretty sure. You were always all. Love is like oxygen. Love is a many-splendored thing. Love lifts us up where we belong. All you need is love." Albus frowned doubtfully. "Goodness, really? I have yet to see any evidence to suggest that to be true, that either that will be my mantra, or that it is true magically, but I believe you speak the truth. As of now, I do not underestimate the importance and joy of love, but I do not see it as relevant as physics to the practice of magic." "Right," said Harry, surprised to ever hear those words out of Albus Dumbledore's mouth. Albus remained untroubled. "How has your magical creature animagus research gone?" asked Albus. "I'm pretty sure there's nothing to find, though I can't be completely sure without the Wizarnet, which hasn't been invented yet. I don't know how I made it through 7 years of Hogwarts without it." "What is the Wizarnet?" "Like the internet but for wizards." "What is the internet?" "Like magic but for muggles. Very useful for finding information. Anyway, if anyone's ever tried turning into an animagus of a magical creature, they didn't document it very well or didn't succeed." "Or survive," interjected Albus. "Well, thanks," said Harry. "What I've guessed is that people don't try to turn into animagi of magical creatures because magical creatures have more complicated auras and don't usually let people in long enough to figure them out. When I was touring to find a form, the animals were really easy to read, but Fox can block me out any time he wants." "Well, maybe if you asked nicely. He's cooperative. I'm doing this for him, after all. I'm just saying that's why no one's ever done it before." "Probably." Albus nodded in thought for a moment. "So, try it." Okay. They looked at each other for a moment. Life is short, said Albus. Harry glared at him. Says you. You're like 70. 76. Why do you look 35, again? It's like magic. I do eat a lot of fruits and vegetables. Seriously, though, Harry persisted. Do you do something? You look. Really, Harry, let's not discuss my vanity. Are you ready to transform? What, now? Yes. What better time? You have my expert supervision at your disposal. Harry was about to scoff and say that he didn't need supervision, but then he remembered what happened the last time he'd tried an animagus transformation. Instead, he rolled his eyes. All right. They stared at each other for another moment. Really? Now? Asked Harry after a moment. Albus just nodded. Harry was about to make up some excuse to procrastinate, some reason why not to try when a sudden warm wind seemed to sweep over his whole body, through his body. The wind grew so fierce that he was lifted into the air. Though Harry was caught in a storm, not a paper blew in Albus's office and the tea in Harry's cup didn't even ripple. Harry cried out in surprise and tried to say, Albus, what's going on? Are you doing this? But found he couldn't form words. He also realized that that was a stupid question. He knew exactly what was going on and who was doing it. Fox was taking over. Harry was now several feet in the air and only dimly aware that Albus had stood up. He became aware of a warm tickling sensation at his feet that made him sweat and itch. The tickling moved to his ankles, and his feet became uncomfortably warm. The warmth spread up his body, and he gasped in discomfort. Harry? Albus asked. Harry could hardly hear Albus through the roaring in his ears. Harry, I think I know what's happening. You're going to burn. You have to stop. Stop. Harry, stop. But Harry couldn't stop. He hadn't started in the first place. His entire body was now consumed in burning pain. He heard a scream and realized it was coming from his own mouth. Though his Gryffindor pride and bravery prevented any thought of pleading from crossing his mind, Harry did ask, with his last conscious thought, why, Fox? Why? Albus pulled out his wand, but it was too late. Harry vanished in a spire of violently whirling flames, hovering in the air. Albus cried out in shock and began chanting feverishly with his wand aloft. To his surprise and frustration, he was thrown backwards into armchair and his wand vanished in flames that singed his hand. The furious look on Albus's face was like thunder blossoming from a dark cloud. He now knew that it wasn't Harry making the change. Something was burning Harry alive. Before Albus could do anything else, though, the storm of flames in the middle of the room dropped to the floor. The flames dissipated rapidly until all there was left were a large pile of ashes and a mangled pair of glasses. Albus fell to his knees by the pile of ashes and brought his face close. He squinted, glared at the big gray pile. Something deep in the pile shifted slightly, just enough to knock a bit of dust down the side, but Albus's eyes snapped there immediately. He watched intently for several minutes while nothing happened. He was completely still. An onlooker would have been hard-pressed to tell whether or not Albus was breathing. The pile moved again, just a little bit at the top, then the whole top of the pile lifted an inch to reveal the unmistakable ugly head of a baby phoenix. Harry. The phoenix hopped out of the ashes and looked at Dumbledore for a moment. Suddenly, it vanished in a whirl of flame and reappeared a moment later with a smoking branch with red seeds, the same plant that Fox had brought to Harry after hatching. Albus looked from the bird to the plant for a moment and then clicked his fingers. With a crack, a house elf appeared. Rupee, will you please ask Professor Sprout to bring a large pile of fireweed up here immediately? Thank you. Yes, Master Dumbledore, sir. Rupee vanished with a crack. Harry. Albus asked again, once Rupee had gone. Fox. The baby phoenix yawned noncommittally and stumbled around stretching its little wings. Harry. Is that you? Can you communicate? Harry. He waited for a moment. Fox. I am aware that whether you are Fox or Harry, you can understand me. The bird did not react. Albus watched it stumble around on his carpet for a minute or two, lost in thought. Can you transform back? Asked Albus. The phoenix pierced Albus with its little eyes and glared for a moment before hopping onto Albus's knee, digging its talons into Albus's robes, and vanishing both of them in a whirl of flame. Someone shrieked as the flames subsided. Albus and the Phoenix found themselves in one of the greenhouses, and Pomona Sprout was pressing her back against one of the glass walls looking quite shocked. Ah, Pomona. Sorry to startle you. Albus put on a polite smile. May. He cleared his throat. May Fox eat some of your fireweed? It accelerates his regeneration and growth process. Oh, goodness, yes, of course, Professor, Pomona said, recovering from her shock. Just mind the banging begonias. They're very volatile this time of year. Quite a lot of noise. Do you, need any help? Albus turned to see that the Phoenix had already invited himself to go much on the crop of fireweed. Albus could already see that he had grown, and his feathers were returning to their usual fiery luster. I don't believe so. Thank you, Pomona, and do please call me Albus. Oh, you're welcome, Professor. Albus. She stood there awkwardly for a moment, not leaving. Was there something else, dear? Asked Albus, hiding any impatience he may or may not have had. Pomona blushed deep. No, nothing. Albus continued to pierce her with his blue gaze until Pomona continued. It's just, you see, sir, I mean Albus, I was looking through the school rules and, it. Albus cut her off. You may feel free to reciprocate Mr. Longbottom's romantic advances, if that is your wish. Pomona blushed even deeper. I was reviewing that clause just the other day, continued Albus, and I thought that if I deemed it appropriate and desirable for two professors to court one another, it would not be fair if you were not allowed to court the students of your own age. Pomona let out a relieved sigh. Thank you, Professor Albus. Algy's dropping herbology now anyway. Says he only took it this year because he knew I was going to take it. How did you know? Albus twinkled and opened his mouth to speak, but someone beat him to it. Albus knows a lot of things he shouldn't, said a hoarse voice. Both Albus and Pomona spun around to see just Harry's head sticking up from behind a 5-foot-tall flower pot. Hello, Harry, when did you get here? Asked Albus brightly, though Harry could see the concern in his eyes. Harry himself was shaken from being burned alive and barely able to stand. Maybe Longbottom might like some of those banging begonias, Harry said, holding himself together. Oh, right, thanks, said Pomona, quite embarrassed. She plucked several begonias, each letting off a hefty bang as it was touched. I'll be off now. Let me know if you need any more help. She scurried out of the greenhouse, and several loud bangs followed in her wake. Harry turned to Albus. What's this about professors courting? He asked, suddenly remembering. Albus smiled. It's been known to happen. I just happened to be reading that section of the rule book that banned interprofessorial relationships and I. You just happened to be reading that section of the Hogwarts rule book. Do not underestimate the literary consumption of an old man left alone with his walls full of books for too long. Besides, this is all highly irrelevant. What happened, Harry? Well, said Harry, who did not think that interprofessorial relationships were irrelevant. To the best of my knowledge, Fox took it upon himself to start the transformation process himself. It turns out, it hurts AF. King lot to be burned alive, and then my memory's quite fuzzy until I turned back a moment ago. First thing I heard was something about professors courting. So, how did we get in the greenhouses, then? I don't know about you, but I was teleported here by a baby phoenix. Right, I suppose he, whoever, was after that smoking plant thing. Fox wanted that right after he hatched the first time. Indeed. So, you don't remember who was in control? Nothing. No, said Harry. Hey, Albus, could you give me some clothes, please? My wand's too far away for me to do any magic. I guess I should be glad I left it in my tower. It would probably have burned with me otherwise. I'm afraid my wand is gone, also. It vanished when you changed. I could try to do it wandlessly. Orange flames appeared in front of Albus's face and vanished as quickly as they'd come, leaving Albus's wand in their place. Albus caught it before it fell and looked to Harry. I didn't do it, said Harry, spooked. Albus hummed in thought and flicked his wand in Harry's direction. Harry found himself in lilac robes. I think it's Fox, said Harry. That was my theory. That Fox is somehow asserting some measure of control and is performing magic, said Albus, though I don't understand the magic behind it if it is true. Right, said Harry, suddenly feeling very, very tired. Well, I'm knackered. I think I'll go and get an early night before the duel tomorrow. Harry, I think we should figure out. Albus, I'm honestly too tired. I need an early night. He felt his eyes drooping closed where he stood. Harry, it's 4:30 in the afternoon. Yes, well, I've had a long day. But Harry, you've just had a nap. Something's happening to you, and I can't allow you to go off by yourself right now. Ah, yes, well, have a nice afternoon. Harry vanished in a burst of flame. Albus was left standing alone in Greenhouse 4, definitely concerned. Not likely, he muttered. Albus stood on the Quidditch pitch on the morning of Friday the 20th of December at 5 minutes to 1 in the afternoon. He stood tall, despite having been awake all night looking for Harry. Harry had not been in his tower, as far as Albus could tell through magic and a glance through his window from a broom. Harry had not been to any meals since he disappeared from the greenhouse, and had not shown up to the morning's duels. Rufus Scrimgeour had beaten Dorcas Meadows in the semi-finals, and Alistair Moody had crushed Scrimgeour in the student final, but Albus had not been there to watch. He'd been looking for Harry. Albus had checked all over campus, the room of requirement, and the clearing in the forest repeatedly, but by lunch he was resigned to the fact that he'd sooner search all of the sky before finding Harry if Harry, or Fox, did not wish to be found. So Albus was standing on the Quidditch pitch. The stands were almost full of students, waiting to see the powerful professors Albus and Harry duel, the last duel of the tournament. Minerva had informed Albus that there were bets on each of them, and Albus had asked Minerva if anyone had bet on a cancellation. But nonetheless, he stood on the field, waiting for 1 o'clock or Harry, whichever came first. The students started muttering. The duelists were always preparing a few minutes before the duel, but no one could seem to spot Professor Crockett. The minutes ticked down until the start of the duel. 56, 57, 58, no Harry. 59, 59:30, 59:45. The bell rang to start the duel, and an almighty tower of fire appeared in the middle of the field, swirling, rising. The students and teachers alike gasped in the stands. Albus stood where he was, looking straight into the heart of the flames as they shrank and died. There was Harry in a broad circle of burned grass. His hands were at his sides, and he did not hold a wand. He did not wear glasses, and his feet were bare. His hair was sticking up at stranger angles than usual, and his robes could have been woven out of gold. He saw Albus and his eyes went wide. He looked around confused at the stadium for a moment. Then his face went blank again. His face was blank, but Albus could see fire behind his green eyes. Albus squinted at Harry for a moment before sending a full-body bind in his direction. Harry grinned as the spell approached, and the crowd gasped, thinking it would hit. It didn't hit. At the last moment, Harry vanished in fire, the spell continuing straight through. Harry reappeared 10 yards behind Albus, and Albus spun around. Albus sent another simple spell at Harry, but Harry vanished again and reappeared to Albus's left. "Are you going to attack me?" asked Albus, turning to face Harry again. Harry didn't reply, but Albus burst into flames. Albus had already cast a shield, so the flames did nothing but make him a little warm. The flames died and Albus stepped closer to Harry. "Where is Harry's wand?" Harry glared at Albus. "Why aren't you using his magic?" Harry just kept glaring. Albus kept approaching. "Can you use his magic?" "I know you can't speak." Albus was 10 feet away. "Why are you still here?" Albus raised his wand, and with a flash of fire the wand disappeared. "I am disarmed. What are you going to do now?" Albus burst into flames again, but he had already cast a wandless shield. The flames melted away. "Phoenixes don't kill," said Albus. "You don't even eat meat. Why are you doing this, Fox?" And then, in a rather uncharacteristic move, Albus dove, trying to tackle Harry to the ground. He missed and Harry vanished again. Albus picked himself up and looked up at the scoreboard displaying the magic. Full body bind. Dumbledore. Freezing charm. Dumbledore. Shield charm. Dumbledore. Unknown. Dumbledore. He clicked his fingers. As he watched, another spell was added to the list. Unknown. Dumbledore. If the spell had not been wandless, it would have said, summoning charm, Dumbledore. Harry reappeared some ways away. His entire focus was on Albus. He was not as interested in the display board as Albus, nor interested at all. He stood still on his patch of grass, watching Albus, except that Albus suddenly had great clouds of opaque purple fog rising all around him, spreading and blossoming over the pitch. Soon Harry was enveloped in the fog, and the stadium started to resemble a large cauldron, filled to the brim with purple smoke. No onlooker could see through to Albus or Harry, but someone particularly observant might have noticed something shiny and gold fly through the air and vanish into the fog. Within the fog, Albus caught the little gold object, which was, in fact, a time turner. He slipped it around his neck and waited a few moments to give himself enough time with the cloud cover to go back into. Then, he crept through towards where Harry was. After a few minutes of searching, he spotted Harry a few feet in front of him, his shining gold robes mercifully ostentatious, even through the fog. Albus let out a cry that passed for surprise. Harry heard him and, as usual, vanished in a ball of flame. The fog glowed orange for 10 feet around. Albus quickly cast a wandless floating charm on his boots and rose up into the air like a cork in water just in time to see the purple fog flash orange for a moment at the other end of the pitch. He quickly memorized where he'd seen Harry reappear, roughly the center of the orange patch, and sank back into the fog. He then moved a ways away from where he'd found Harry in the fog so that when he went back in time, he would not arrive on top of Harry. He pulled the time turner out of his robes, and twisted it slightly, less than an eighth of a revolution. The fog whirled around him as time ticked backwards, and then it stopped, and he was standing where he'd been, but just a few minutes in the past. He moved quickly through the fog, making sure he didn't cross paths with himself or Harry. Finally, he reached where he'd seen the flash of orange. He levitated himself out of the fog just to check, and then sank back down and waited. Finally, he heard himself cry out, the signal he'd left himself to know when Harry vanished, and readied himself. Flames pierced the air inches in front of Albus's face and he dove forward, singing his hands and face in the process. He hit something solid, a solid Harry, and the two of them toppled to the ground. The flames died down and both Harry and Albus breathed quietly for a moment. Albus? Asked Harry. Why yes, said Albus. I see you're back with us, Harry. Why is everything purple, Albus? Are we in one of your dreams again? Alas, no. We are in the middle of a duel. Fawkes took it upon himself to get you here. Harry, do you have any idea where you were last night? Can you tell me what's been happening? I remember. The greenhouses. When was that? Yesterday afternoon. Oh, I think flying. And, teleporting. They're dim memories, but, we must have gone all around the world. Oh, and I remember. Just a second. There was just a moment where I saw you on the pitch, and I looked around, and then he took over again. That must have been when we got here. I couldn't really see much. I still can't. I don't have my glasses. Do you know why Fawkes wanted to take you back here? Asked Albus. I don't think he did, said Harry. I've been looking forward to this duel for months, though. The notion must have leaked into him somehow. I just knew I had to be here. Albus, what's that on your face? Asked Harry, spotting the burns he'd made. It's nothing, Harry. Just a few burns. Did we do that? Don't worry about it. There's nothing either of us can do about it at the moment, as neither of us have wands. Actually, I could probably heal it wandlessly. The burn that appeared to Harry's blurred vision as a smudge on Albus's face began to fade. Albus sighed. Better. But there are more pressing things. For instance. The bell rang, signaling the end of the duel. Who won? Asked Harry. You cannot do magic. I could probably use Fawkes's magic, said Harry indigently. I could teleport out. Really? Could you get my wand back? Harry laughed nervously. I don't think I'll risk a relapse. Can you clear up the smoke? Albus waved his hand and the fog began to dissipate. When the scoreboard was visible, Albus hummed. Curious, he said. Sorry, but what's curious? Asked Harry. We seem to have tied again. Why is that so curious? Asked Harry. For one, because I have an unbeatable wand. Yes, well, said Harry, who still hadn't told Albus that he, too, was master of the Elder Wand. Don't be a bad sport. Albus scoffed. We should stand up now, said Harry, changing the subject. Indeed, said Albus. The two of them detangled and stood up. The last of the fog cleared away, and the two looked up at the stadium and took bows. And with that, said Albus, his voice wandlessly booming all over the stadium, we conclude the dueling tournament. Have a lovely afternoon. The students and professors cheered and clapped and started filing out. Albus, I'm famished. I think I'll go to the kitchens. No, Harry, I think we need to figure out what's going on. Really, Albus, I'm about to faint. Harry's eyes were unfocusing. I'll summon you some food. Come up to my office. Let me just. Albus grabbed Harry's arm and turned them face to face. No, Harry. Oh, Harry blinked a few times. I'm not hungry anymore. The second you touched me, it's like you woke me up. As I thought, said Albus. You said you were tired just before you left last night. Do you remember? Sort of. Let's go to your tower and get your wand, suggested Albus. I have a theory. They went back to the castle and up to Harry's tower. Albus kept his hand on the small of Harry's back the whole way. Harry was glad. He was pretty sure Albus was what was keeping him grounded. They reached the landing below Harry's tower and stopped. Is this close enough for you to reach your wand? Yeah, it should be, said Harry, but I can't feel it. Albus clicked his fingers and the trapdoor flew open. Wow, I didn't lock that or anything when I left yesterday, some defense against the dark arts teacher I am. Let us not dwell on your error as it's helping us now, yes. Harry smiled weakly. Would you like me to levitate you up or conjure a ladder? Asked Albus. Harry sighed. I'd actually like to try teleporting. It'll either work or it won't, but I should know if I can use it. Albus gazed at Harry for a moment. That seems prudent, but I would ask that you take me with you. Are you sure? You could get burned alive. Doubtful, said Albus. I trust you. Harry nodded, hiding how under pressure he felt. You ready? Albus nodded. Harry wrapped his arms tightly around Albus and concentrated on the feelings of Phoenix teleportation. During the times Fox did it in Harry's body, Harry could dimly make out the feeling despite being out of control. The phrase, home is where the heart is, came to mind, in that each time Fox teleported, he had to love the place he was going, think of it as home, long to be there. With regular apparition there was a definite determination required, but Phoenix teleportation required a passion beyond that. So Harry focused all of his love he had for the Hogwarts castle on his tower. His face felt a little warm, but nothing happened. Clearly his passion for the Hogwarts castle couldn't match up to the powerful feelings of a phoenix. Right, he said. Hold on. He closed his eyes, and this time he imagined that Albus was waiting for him in the tower. He imagined what he wanted to do when he saw Albus in his tower. A heat rose through his body like the warmth that spread through his fingers when he picked up his wand. He couldn't tell if the heat was from flames or magic or blush, but the next moment he was on his bed on top of Albus. He was relieved for a moment that he'd managed the teleportation without killing either of them, but then realized where he was and scrambled backwards off Albus before his passion could manifest itself physically. Did I burn you at all? No, said Albus. I merely experienced a pleasant, warm tickling sensation. Harry's throat went dry. He was quiet for a moment. Well, I'm glad it worked. Albus nodded. An impressive mode of transportation. Where is your wand? It was on the bedside table and Harry went to pick it up. For the first time ever, he did not experience the warmth spreading through his fingers when he touched it. It felt just like picking up any old piece of wood. He waved it, trying to conjure something, anything, but he knew it wouldn't work. His gut twisted and his face fell. It was almost as bad as when Hermione accidentally broke his wand in Bathilda Bagshot's house. Nothing? Asked Albus. Harry looked at him, his face betraying his loss, and nodded. May I? Asked Albus. Harry let Albus take the wand out of his hand. I don't know if it will work for you, he said. I could make it work for people, but I don't know now. Albus adjusted his grip on the wand and flicked it into the air. Harry didn't feel anything magical in himself, but a bunch of purple flowers flew out of the wand tip. Albus flicked the wand again, and the flowers landed in a vase of water on Harry's bedside table. Harry felt utterly betrayed. His wand would work for Albus, but it wouldn't work for him. Said Albus. Would you please give me an example of a type of magic that you can do that I could not? He asked. Said Harry, through the lump in this throat. Conjuring food. Albus sniffed in amusement. Of course, he muttered. He flicked the wand, but nothing happened. He tried twice more with the same result. It seems, he said, that the wand is functioning as it was designed to, but not in tandem with your magic. I'm sorry, Harry. We will fix this. There was a knocking at the trapdoor. Albus looked to Harry and Harry shrugged. Albus got off the bed, walked over to the trapdoor, crouched over it, and opened it. He leaned back quickly as the small rock that had been knocking on the door went whizzing up through the trapdoor. It fell back down and impacted against something dull. Ouch. Hello, Minerva, said Albus. He flicked Harry's wand through the trapdoor, conjuring a rope ladder, and a moment later Minerva emerged. Thanks, she said. I had a feeling I'd find you here. Albus was like a 5-year-old lost in a shopping center looking for you yesterday. Where did you go? Good question, said Harry. He sat back down on his bed and put his head in his hands. So, I told you I was trying to get a Phoenix Animagus form. Well, I did, only it seems like that let Fox take over. I really have no idea where I was last night. He can be in control in both my form and as a phoenix. That would explain how strange your duel was. She paused. How do we know you're not Fox now? Asked Minerva. Because, for one, because Fox can't speak, said Albus. He only ever communicated with Harry in images and emotions. He screamed during the duel, but he can't actually form words. You call those words? She asked. Harry glared at her and Albus gave her a blank, silent look and didn't respond. Minerva continued, addressing Albus. And now you're babysitting him to make sure he doesn't swan off again. Our Phoenix off, as it were, yes, said Albus. Minerva rolled her eyes. So how are you going to fix him, Albus? You can't leave him like this. He might start squawking at the students. Oi, I'm standing right here, said Harry. And don't provoke Fox. He already stole Albus's wand. He might take yours next. Are you sure that wasn't you, Harry? He glared at her again. Can't you do anything about it? Probably, but I don't know what yet. Let us know if you have any brilliant ideas that don't involve putting me in a cage or making sarcastic remarks at my expense. I'd love to help, she said, still with some measure of sarcasm, but I've got to pack. I'm leaving tonight after the feast. Somehow I get the idea she doesn't think this is very important, Harry said to Albus. Oi, standing right here, said Minerva. Sorry, said Harry sarcastically. Where are you going? Believe it or not, I'm going to spend the holidays with my family. They're expecting me, and I'm not sure what I could do to help that you and Albus don't have covered, but keep me informed. Right, well I've got to go. I'll see you at the feast. Harry, don't hurt yourself. Albus, don't let Harry hurt you. She dropped down out of the trapdoor, presumably having cast a cushioning charm on the ground as the impact noise was muffled. Makes you wonder why she came up here in the first place, said Harry. I can still hear you, Crockett, shouted Minerva. Oh, go pack, Harry shouted back. The trapdoor shut of its own accord. Right. They were silent for a moment. There are a few solutions, Harry. Said Harry, refocusing on Albus. Unless you intend to spend the rest of your life fighting with Fox over the custody of your body, that is. Harry shook his head. And if Fox wanted to share, he would be doing so. Harry shrugged. I suppose. Then I think it's time to get Fox a new body. Well, that sounds like a good idea. So, how are we going to get Fox a new body? Asked Harry. Do you know how to do that? Albus sat on the end of Harry's massive purple bed and Harry was sitting cross-legged on the rug in front of him. Ah, no, actually, said Albus. Well, oh, I do, said Harry surprising himself. You do? Asked Albus, apparently just as surprised. Well, said Harry, giving his brain a second to catch up to his mouth. He realized he needed to back off his claim a little as the situation wasn't exactly the same. I saw someone get a new body one time. Albus raised his eyebrows. He was in a sort of spiritual state, he explained, referring to Voldemort after he disappeared when Harry was a baby. And then he used some sort of mix of snake venom and unicorn blood to get a body, I think. He looked like a shriveled child or something. It was horrible. But then he made a potion with 3 important ingredients, bones from his father, blood from an enemy, which was me, actually, and then flesh of his servant. Harry, that is unmistakably dark magic. Well, I wasn't suggesting we do it. We'd never be able to find Fox's father, and I don't think he has any servants unless you want to count me or something, but maybe we could modify it. Albus sat for a moment thoughtfully. Would you be opposed to involving Nicholas? Harry smacked himself in the forehead. Oh, why didn't I think of that? The Sorcerer's Stone. My thoughts exactly, said Albus. Should I owl him? Asked Harry. I think this is more urgent than that. Let's use my fireplace. Albus stood up and made for the trapdoor, but Harry intercepted him, and in a flash of flame, they were standing in Albus's office, both feeling rather warm. Albus looked down at Harry through his spectacles. Harry blushed and removed his arms. Oops. Should have asked first. Albus smiled. Quite all right. He immediately went to the fireplace, which was already lit thanks to the care of the house elves. He grabbed a pinch of flow powder from a large silver urn and threw it into the fire. The flames immediately turned an emerald green. Albus crouched down and said something into the flames before sticking his head through. Harry stood behind him waiting for about 30 seconds before Albus pulled his head out and stood up. When Harry saw his face, he could hardly keep his face straight. Albus's long auburn hair and goatee were dusted with ash, and his half-moon glasses were completely obscured. His face was smudged, and Harry couldn't resist reaching forward to wipe some soot off his cheek, smiling faintly. Albus chuckled when Harry touched his face. He snapped his fingers and the mess disappeared. Harry snapped out of it and pulled his hand back. Was he there? Asked Harry. He's there and made himself so available that I think he might be fascinated by the problem. Right, said Harry. Well, shall we? I worry that you might disappear in the flow, said Albus. I could teleport us, said Harry. But you've never been there. You could apparate us, said Harry. Not from inside the castle. Shall we take a walk? Or, I could. Harry circled his arms around Albus once more and they vanished again. The teleportation got easier each time. Harry and Albus reappeared outside the castle gates. The snow had melted a foot around them, so they stood in a small clear patch. Brilliant, said Albus. I may never walk anywhere again. Are you ready to apparate? They were still embracing and Harry nodded his head. Before Harry could take a breath, he was hurled through space as if through a rubber tube. He had just enough time to acknowledge that Phoenix teleportation was a much superior way to travel, and then the sensation ended and he was standing knee-deep in the snow on a very familiar hill. Shell Cottage? Asked Harry, quite surprised. He'd been expecting a grand mansion or castle from Nicholas Flamel. You know it? Asked Albus. He let Harry out of his embrace. Harry chuckled. I stayed here for a few weeks with some friends. Nicholas and Penny have lived here for centuries, said Albus. Ah, well, Harry swallowed, realizing that by the time Bill and Fleur had moved into Shell Cottage, Nicholas and his wife had probably died after destroying the stone. He didn't live there in the future. Albus looked a little disconcerted but nodded and began carving a path in the snow using Harry's wand as a snow blower. They reached the front door and knocked. The door opened a moment later and a beautiful woman in her 30s greeted them. Like Nicholas, she was dressed in an assortment of the best fashion from different eras that all worked quite well together. She had sleek, dirty owned hair that was tied back loosely in a low ponytail with a ribbon. You must be Mr. Crockett. Good afternoon, Albus. Penny, it's good to see you, said Albus warmly. He embraced Penny. I didn't realize you had returned from China. How was your trip? I returned but a month ago. 'Twas delightful, though quite different from my visit in the 1720s. The great leap forward is what they're doing now. Communism. Well, good luck to them as long as they don't abolish the steamed pork bun. But Mr. Crockett. Please call me Harry, said Harry. Harry, I've heard so much about you. And what lovely robes you're wearing. Harry looked down to see he was wearing the gaudy golden robes that Fox had put him in. He nearly died of embarrassment, but didn't have a moment to explain himself. You left quite an impression on Nick, Penny continued. I think he talks more about you than he talked about Albus when they first met. Harry felt his face grow even warmer. He laughed nervously. Really? Wow. Yes, said Penny. I wouldn't be surprised if he offered you the. Harry. Albus. It's good to see you again so soon. Nicholas appeared in the door behind Penny. Come in, come in. Harry gasped as the Flamels led them into the house. Shell Cottage would be a tiny little house when Bill and Fleur lived there, but the Flamels had magically enlarged the inside. Here, inside, was the castle that Harry had been expecting. The ceilings were lofty and carved. The first room was bigger than the whole cottage should have been according to the dimensions on the outside. Nicholas looked at Harry questioningly. It's bigger on the inside, Harry explained in awe. He'd seen the spell before on tents and bags and cars, but never quite to this extent. He wondered why the house hadn't been that way in his time. When one has been alive as long as we, one needs room for the imagination, not to mention it would be very rude indeed if the royal family of England called, only to find that we had thrown away their gifted jewelry for lack of space, said Penny. The Muggle royal family. Yes. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip the Duke of Edinburgh call often for tea or supper. We have long been friends with the royal family. For centuries, I've enchanted the palace against wrongdoers, said Nicholas. Do they, know about the wizarding world? Yes, of course, said Nicholas. As does the Prime Minister. In fact, I think there are a few wizards and witches in the royal family. There always have been. Elizabeth and Phil come here often, though. It's the only place they can go without an escort. Yes, dear, after you confounded them into thinking we were trustworthy. We are trustworthy, Penny. She hummed and put her arm around his waist. Can I get you gentlemen some tea? Biscuits. Yes, please, said Harry and Albus and Nicholas. Nicholas would get it, but it seems like you had something to discuss and I would hate to keep you from it. She smiled and Nicholas gestured Harry and Albus through a door to the left. Nicholas followed a few moments later looking a little sheepish and with his hair slightly ruffled. He led them through a few rooms until they reached a very comfortable-looking sitting room with a warm fireplace. They all took seats. Penny entered the room a second later and took a seat next to Nicholas. Harry couldn't figure out why she'd come without tea after she said she was getting tea until several house elves appeared with large trays of tea and scones and biscuits. So, said Nicholas once they had all been poured tea and Albus had added his 7 or 8 sugar cubes, Albus was very hasty in his explanation of the problem. Would either of you care to elaborate for me? Well, said Harry, it's sort of complicated, but I have the soul of a phoenix living inside my body. Nicholas leaned forward. And how exactly did that happen? He asked. Harry looked to Albus. Fox the Phoenix got in the way of the Avada Kedavra curse from my wand, said Albus. And who, may I ask, cast the curse? Nicholas asked. It was me, said Harry, hanging his head. Nicholas raised his head in surprise. Harry wasn't sure if he was surprised that Harry was casting dark magic with the Elder Wand or that it worked well enough to kill a phoenix. An accident, of course, said Albus. Of course, said Nicholas. And then what happened? Fox's soul had already been linked with Harry's, so when Fox lost his body, his soul latched onto Harry's and they now share a body, said Albus. They have been sharing for months, since before you first met Harry. Why has this only become an urgent issue now? Asked Nicholas. I wanted to give him a body back. I wanted him to be able to fly. A few months ago I completed my animagus transformation into a bird, but I wanted to become a phoenix for him. I did a lot of research, but I couldn't find anyone who'd ever done an animagus transformation into a magical creature. Albus and I were having tea yesterday afternoon and Albus was trying to talk me into just trying when I was lifted up into the air and burned alive. Harry and Albus together explained what had happened until Albus got to the duel. Your duel? Asked Nicholas. We had a dueling tournament for the students and faculty. Today was the culmination. Who won? Asked Nicholas, quite interested. We tied, said Albus. Nicholas raised his eyebrows and looked at Harry. Harry was quite worried that Nicholas was piecing together the fact that Harry was also a master of the Elder Wand. Harry and Albus finished explaining about Harry's magic. We decided that the best solution is to fabricate a new body for Fox, said Albus. And that's when we came to you, finished Harry. Nobody spoke for a moment. Well, said Nicholas, there's something you're not asking. Harry cringed. What they weren't asking was, could we please use your amazing one-of-a-kind sorcerer's stone that you've only ever offered to 3 people? Harry felt a little stupid. What would make him worthier using the stone? He'd only ever offered it to the love of his life, Leonardo da Vinci, and someone else. But I don't think you'll have to ask. There's something I would like to offer you, said Nicholas. Something I've only offered to 3 people before. Harry felt lightheaded and Albus looked very uncomfortable. The Sorcerer's Stone produces the elixir of life, as you know, and it is that has kept Penny and me alive for these centuries. I would like to offer you the same, and should it, as a side effect, provide your phoenix with a new body, so be it. Harry was now quite uncomfortable. Why was Nicholas offering this to him in front of Albus? And why did he think Harry was worthy in the first place? And why would Harry qualify where Albus would not? Albus looked equally uncomfortable. Harry could imagine the sting of exclusion delivered by one of his best friends offering the elixir of life to someone he'd met once and not to him, Albus. Harry didn't know what to do. Accepting the elixir could fix his phoenix problem, but it could also ruin his relationship with Albus. He didn't care about the immortality. He could be immortal anyway for all he knew. He was master of death, after all, whatever that meant. But if he turned down the elixir, he would not only appear ungrateful, but he wouldn't have solved the phoenix problem and he would have wasted all of their time. But then again, he could just take the elixir to get Fox a body. To be immortal, he would have to continue taking the elixir. Maybe that way he would look grateful and not ruin his friendship with Albus. But the damage could have already been done. Would Albus blame Harry anyway? Could he help himself feeling envious? Would this even make him envious? Damn it, why would Nicholas do that? Did he have no tact? Clearly Harry had been quiet for too long because Albus spoke up. That is very generous of you, Nicholas. Harry. Ah, yes, said Harry. I'm a little overwhelmed. Well, Harry, whether or not you want to consider the prospects of immortality, a single drink of elixir may give Fox his body back, said Albus. Nobody spoke for a moment. I can't see why I shouldn't try, shrugged Harry, resigned to the fact that if Albus was going to get offended, he'd be offended already. Excellent, beamed Nicholas. Why don't you all follow me? I'll show you where the stone cabinet is. They stood up and Harry started heading towards the door, but Albus put his hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry stopped and turned around. Nicholas had pulled out his wand and was walking towards a relatively unoccupied wall. He put his wand tip against the wall for a moment, and something golden started to appear there. The gold spread outward from Nicholas's wand tip until there was a circle about 6 feet in diameter on the wall. The gold stopped spreading, but the circle started to have some dimension to it. Designs appeared carved into and popping out of the gold wall. The last thing to appear was a round knob in the very center around Nicholas's wand tip. Nicholas withdrew his wand from the knob slowly, and by the time it was all the way out, the knob was complete, a solid gold ball protruding from the circle on the wall. He took the knob and pushed, and then took a few steps back. All but the outer 2 inches of the gold circle, which Harry understood to be the frame of a door, began to sink backwards into the wall. When it had moved about 3 feet, it stopped. Penny and I can access this from any room, said Nicholas. Oh, said Harry. He was still baffled that Nicholas was showing him all of his secrets during their second meeting ever. After you, he said cheerily, and the 4 of them entered the room of the Sorcerer's Stone. All of the walls were solid gold. There were no light fixtures, but the whole room seemed to glow. This gave Harry the sense of being on a 2-dimensional plane because nothing had shadows. Nicholas strode to the center of the room and bent down. He tapped the floor with his wand and stood back. Before their eyes, a tendril of gold began sprouting from the ground. It should have been difficult to see as it was the same shade of gold as the rest of the room and there were no shadows, but it somehow drew the eye and bounced light in a different way than the walls and floor. The tendril of gold sprouted leaves and a flower bud on top tucked over like a sleeping swan's head. Soon the bud grew and pulled itself upright, and then, finally, bloomed into a hand-sized gold flower. At the very center, where the pollen should be, was a red stone that Harry had seen once before. He stared at it, comparing it with his memories. "You've seen it before," said Nicholas to Harry, sounding surprised and disappointed. Everyone looked at Harry. Harry decided it would be pointless to argue. "Yeah, how did you know?" "I can tell." "Ah, Nicholas, specific as always," said Albus. Nicholas smiled faintly and waved his wand in the air. A silver goblet appeared in front of Harry, hovered for a moment, and then dropped. Harry caught it mid-fall. "Take the stone, Harry, and turn the goblet to gold." Said Harry, taking the stone in hand and holding the goblet in the other. "How do I do that?" "Try," said Nicholas simply. Harry opened his mouth to rebut, but thought better of it. He looked back and forth between the stone and the goblet for a moment. He frowned, and then tapped the stone against the goblet. The change was immediate. Harry raised his eyebrows. "That's dangerous," he said, imagining what would happen if he tapped the stone against, say, Albus. "Well," said Nicholas, "it could, indeed, be dangerous, as King Midas discovered. All he touched turned to gold, and he soon metallized his friends, family, and food sources. Learning from his mistakes, I added to the equation the necessity for intention. One has to want something to turn to gold for the stone to turn it to gold. Right, so if I bonked Albus with this, he wouldn't turn to gold." Nicholas nodded. "Unless you wanted him to turn to gold, in which case I would be very upset with you." "And I," said Albus. "But different people choose to interpret how to turn things to gold differently. Penny, for instance." Nicholas conjured a rose. Penny took the stone from Harry and waved it, like a wand, at the flower. The flower turned immediately to gold. She handed the stone back to Harry. "Right," said Harry. "What next?" "Now, produce the elixir of life," said Nicholas. "And how do I know? Let me guess." "Try." Albus, Nicholas and Penny nodded. Harry tapped the recently gold goblet with the stone and watched as it did absolutely nothing. He looked up at Nicholas, expectant. "Well?" asked Nicholas. "It didn't work." "Did you try?" asked Penny. "Yes." "Well, try again," said Nicholas. Harry tried again. He tapped the stone against the goblet and it rung like a bell, but nothing happened. "How odd," said Nicholas. "Perhaps Fox is interfering." "Allow me." Harry couldn't feel Fox interfering, but handed Nicholas the goblet and stone nonetheless. Nicholas held the stone above the goblet and squeezed the stone like a lemo. A sparkling transparent liquid seeped from his hand as he squeezed and fell into the goblet. He handed Harry the goblet and licked his fingers. "The best flavor in the world, life," he said. "Drink up, Harry." Harry hesitated just a moment before lifting the goblet to his lips. He tasted gold, and continued tasting gold even as he tipped the goblet. He tipped it all the way upside down before he could confirm, quite confidently, that there was nothing at all in the goblet. "There's nothing in here," he said. Albus frowned. "Harry, are you all right?" "I'm just fine, Albus, but there's nothing in the goblet." Albus put his hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry knew he was trying to snap Harry out if Fox was taking over. "Is it Fox?" "No," said Harry. "I really don't think so. If you want me to try again with your hand there." Harry handed the goblet back to Nicholas and Nicholas produced another batch of elixir. Harry took the cup, sloshed around the contents a bit, and, with Albus's hand on his shoulder, tipped the cup over his mouth. And again, there was no liquid to pour. "Nothing," said Harry. "How odd," said Nicholas. "Perhaps if I." He conjured a chair and motioned for Harry to sit in it. Harry sat in it. "Would you tilt your head back, Harry, and open your mouth?" Harry obliged. Nicholas held the stone directly over Harry's mouth and squeezed. The elixir of life trickled from Nicholas's fist, fell towards Harry's face, and vanished before making any contact. "Well," said Nicholas, "that's interesting." He was silent for a moment. "Harry, may I speak to you outside?" Yeah. Harry followed him back out of the gold room. Nicholas made sure that they were out of earshot, a few rooms over, before turning to Harry. I'm not really sure how to phrase this, but, are you already immortal? Not to my knowledge. Well, maybe. You know how I have that invisibility cloak. I thought of that, but the cloak alone wouldn't be enough to negate the effects of the elixir. You would have to be master of all three Deathly Hallows. Oh, Harry swallowed. You're not. Harry didn't say anything. But Albus has the wand. It favors me as well. It's a long story. But the stone's long lost. You said it yourself. I'm a man out of time. You have traveled from the past. The future. There was an incident with a very large time turner. And you had the stone. Yeah. Do you know where it is now? Harry looked at Nicholas warily. I do not seek it, Nicholas said. I am already immortal and do not wish to summon ghosts from my past. Yeah, I do know where it is. Its last owner didn't know what it was. He hid it in his grandfather's old house. He realized it was silly to worry about Nicholas trying to steal the stone. He knew for a fact that Albus had found it years later in Gaunt's shack, and try as he might, he could not change the future. So you, Harry Crockett, know the whereabouts of all three Deathly Hallows and are master of death. Harry yawned, suddenly feeling tired. Yeah, I suppose. Meaning you are immortal. Harry was feeling more and more weary. Never thought about it that way. He yawned again. Maybe Nicholas wouldn't mind if he sat down for a moment. He looked at the floor below him and let himself fall. Albus burst into the room just in time to see Harry burst into flames and shrink to the floor as a phoenix. Nicholas, Penny, now. Penny dashed into the room and the three of them all cast spells at the phoenix on the ground. Albus hurried forward and put a hand on the phoenix's head. Harry awoke, his vision oversaturated and low to the ground. A hand was on his head, the contact singing in his mind. Harry, he heard. He looked up and saw Albus. His heart raced with joy. All of his emotions seemed to have heightened. He bet he could teleport a lot more easily in the phoenix shape. Fox can't teleport out of here. There's an enchantment on Shell Cottage that prevents it. Harry nodded, his head bobbing up and down on his long feathered neck. Somewhere through his extreme emotion he wondered why Nicholas would have enchantments on his house that prevented phoenix teleportation. We're holding you in your animagus state, he continued. Do you think you could be stable in it on your own? Harry thought for a moment. With Albus's hand gently stroking the feathers on his head, he could probably do anything. He nodded. Penny and Nicholas lowered their wands. Albus kept Harry's wand raised, but Harry could feel that he was no longer trapped in the phoenix form. This was the first time that Harry was conscious and in control while in the shape of a phoenix. Besides his vision going into the infrared spectrum and his emotions being much more powerful and passionate, he could sense something else about the people in the room. It was like he could sense the purity of their spirit, and he wanted to cheer for it. We prepared for the possibility that the stone wouldn't work, said Albus in a soft voice while still petting Harry's head. I thought it would be possible that Fox's immortality might interfere with the stone, though it seemed doubtful. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you, but if you had known, Fox would have known. I spoke to Penny and Nicholas about it this morning. I am very sorry for going behind your back. I had thought that using the stone would work. Regardless, since you are already in your phoenix form, I thought it would be prudent to get started on your other plan to make a potion. I gave it some thought, and concluded that phoenix feathers and tears, most specifically yours, are probable ingredients for a potion, though I have not finished drafting a recipe. Harry nodded. So, Harry, is there any way you could? Harry beat him to it. He shook his tail in just a particular way that he dislodged a loose feather. Albus caught it and smiled. Now, I'm not even sure that your tears have regenerative powers. I'll need it to test. Albus took his hand off Harry's head and used Harry's wand to conjure a small knife. Harry's eyes widened in shock, but before he could react, Albus quickly sliced into his own palm. Harry gasped in horror as blood trickled down Albus's wrist. His new heightened emotions obscured everything else. His vision became clouded as tears burned their way to his eyes and out where Albus caught them neatly in his palm where they healed the cut, and then let the tears drip into a small vial. Harry squeezed the last tear out and glared up at Albus, annoyed that he'd been tricked into crying so easily. Albus smiled gently. So compassionate, can you change back now? We should begin our work. Harry nodded. He took off and landed again behind a large armchair before remembering the feelings of his humanity and pulling himself back into his human form. Before he knew it, he was standing behind the chair feeling rather drafty. Albus flicked Harry's wand and Harry found himself clothed in, as usual, purple robes. At least they were better than Fox's gold choice. Are you ready to go, Harry? Albus asked. Yeah, just a moment. Nicholas, why is your house phoenix-proof in the first place? Harry asked. Good question, replied Nicholas. Have you ever heard of Archimedes? From geometry, yeah, said Harry. Not quite. I speak of Archimedes, the black phoenix, the familiar and betrayer of Merlin. In the days before I invented the stone, I was aided by a phoenix companion, Rudolph, who has, for centuries since, visited me every Christmas to help me deliver gifts. Archimedes did not like that a phoenix was helping a wizard gain immortality and began attacking both Rudolph and me. Rudolph taught me to make this place safe from a phoenix, and Archimedes found better things to do than plot vengeance against me for my alleged crimes against phoenix kind. As I said, Rudolph and I have been able to make our rounds every Christmas without any trouble from him. That being said, I suggest you keep your unfortunate incidents with Fox a secret, lest he hear about them and hunt you down. Wait, let me get this straight. You're Santa Claus. Albus chuckled. Well, who else could do it? Didn't you ever wonder how you found all of your gifts at the foot of your bed every Christmas morning? I thought it was magic, said Harry weakly. Don't be absurd. How could magic deliver all of those presents to the right people in one night? But, then, how do you do it? Well, the elves help. You've got to be joking. House elves from every wizarding household in Great Britain bring all of the gifts here. My own sizable house elf staff caters to the wizarding families without elves. They all help sort the gifts, and then Rudolph and I deliver them. Phoenixes can carry immensely heavy loads, so he and I can carry everything. Rudolph teleports us from house to house delivering the gifts at the foot of each witcher wizard's bed. We use a time turner. It takes about a week's worth of nights, which is why it helps that I am immortal. I've got all the time in the world. Well, how did the Muggles hear about this? Who knows, said Nicholas. I don't deliver their gifts. Then again, they've heard of all of our magical creatures and don't think they're real, as well. But I thought Santa Claus was supposed to be a fat man with a beard, said Harry. I've lost some weight in the last few centuries. Well, I'm not sure if you've spoiled my childhood or validated it, but, wow. Well done. Yes, anyway, the point of this conversation was not to discuss my annual moonlighting as Santa Claus. I was quite serious about Archimedes. He's still around, and it's said that it was he who tricked Merlin himself into death. Wait, what? Harry, it's time we left, said Albus. We need to start on this potion. Right, said Harry. Nicholas, we should talk. Of course, Harry. Perhaps when you've freed Fox. After all, we have all the time in the world. And that's when it hit Harry that he might live forever. Harry and Albus bade Nicholas and Penny goodbye. Goodbye, Nicholas. Goodbye, Mrs. Claus. And Harry teleported himself and Albus back to Albus's office. So shall we get started? Albus. Have the feathers and the tears and. Albus. A few ideas to write down already and. Albus. Yes, Harry. What is it? I just wanted to say thank you for having a backup plan back there. Oh, Harry, you're welcome, though I thought you were angry with me for plotting behind your back and forcibly restraining you. Of course not, said Harry. If Fox had gotten in control and somehow made it out of the house, it would have made both our lives more difficult. So, thank you. He had to catch himself before he said, you can forcibly restrain me anytime you want. They were both silent for a while, and the moment was getting a little too touching, so Harry interrupted. So, what's this potion's idea you had? It took them 4 hours, but Harry and Albus finally managed to assemble an ingredients list and rough procedure for the base of the potion. It took Harry's knowledge of Voldemort's rebirthing ritual, Albus's considerable knowledge in potions theory, a fire call to Slughorn and 3 fire calls to Nicholas before they had a sound potion structure. It was an interesting experience for Harry, who had never invented a potion before, nor any magic. This particular potion drew not only on his knowledge of potions, but on transfiguration, charms, astronomy, and care of magical creatures. He wasn't sure if it was just spending time with Albus or if he actually liked inventing potions, but he had a fantastic time. He loved watching Albus's eyes light up when he solved a problem or had an idea. Harry found that he could keep up fairly well intellectually, and often found himself getting just as excited as Albus over figuring out a piece of the puzzle. So after 2 hours, they had a recipe and a set of instructions, a very complex set of instructions with some very difficult ingredients. 1. In gold cauldron large enough to fit a man and a phoenix, heat phoenix tears on medium flame for 10 minutes or until potion turns golden brown. 2. Add puree of mandrake root, 1 arm's worth from a baby mandrake, and stir counterclockwise 7 times. Potion should turn black. 3. Tie 2 unicorn tail hairs in a circle, and drop evenly on the surface. Potion should turn transparent. 4. When the unicorn hair circle sinks to exactly halfway down the potion, drop a bezoar in the center of the circle. The bezoar and hair should reach the bottom of the potion at the same time. When the bezoar hits the bottom of the cauldron, remove it with a set of gold tongs smithed by Harry. 5. Let stew on low flame until sunset. 6. Under the light of the green flash at sunset, light the surface of the potion on fire and stir with Harry's phoenix feather until flames turn red. Allow to burn until sunrise. 7. 20 minutes before sunrise, feed Harry flame freezing draft and submerge him to the neck in still lit potion. 8. At 7 minutes until sunrise, start addition of main 3 ingredients. And that's as far as they'd gotten. They'd gotten stuck around what the main 3 ingredients should be. When I saw the ritual, repeated Harry, his servant used bones from his dead father, unknowingly given, blood from his enemy, forcibly taken, and flesh from the servant, willingly sacrificed. Yes, Harry, but we do not know what comparable ingredients will work for our formula. Well, what about the tears and feathers? The concept of those objects seems solid, but we cannot use the same ingredients in the base of the potion and in the ritual part at the end. They will cancel each other out. Well, what if we use a different phoenix's tears and feathers for the first part? Good idea, but I still think that would dilute the magic, but it may just work. What about the third ingredient? Think about what makes Fawkes himself. Well, his self-sacrifice, for one, said Harry. And his compassion. What else, Harry? Harry pictured Fawkes, and immediately it came to him, a song. Music filled his mind and his whole body, and he knew what the last ingredient had to be. His song, said Harry. His spirit. Yes, but Harry, how are we supposed to put his song into a potion? Memory, said Harry simply. We add a memory. Oh, that's brilliant. A memory is a powerful magical substance. I don't know why I didn't think of it before. Do you have memory of his song? Of course, said Harry, remembering the first time he ever heard Fawkes sing. In the Chamber of Secrets when he'd lost all hope, and the Phoenix song carried him to a place of bravery and strength. Excellent, said Albus. Well, should we get started on the potion? We should look this over again tomorrow to make sure we didn't make any mistakes. We'll need to gather supplies, and time it so that we start a good amount of time before sunset. Harry looked outside. The sun had long since set. It was hard to imagine that it was still the same day when Fawkes, in Harry's form, had dueled Albus. Most of the students and many professors had left during the day, so the castle was quieter. What time is it? Asked Harry. 10 o'clock, said Albus. Are you hungry? The second Albus asked, Harry realized that he was ravenous. Yeah, he replied. Fancy a walk to the kitchens? Absolutely. I just don't fancy the walk back up, Albus smiled. I can take care of that, said Harry. The two of them chatted all the way down to the kitchens, through their dinner, and back up to Albus's office without remembering to teleport. So, asked Albus while preparing some tea, why, do you suppose, is it that my presence or physical contact with me can bring you back to control? Harry had been dreading that question. I don't know, he responded. Maybe Fox recognizes your aura and backs off, or something, he invented. His real theory was that contact with Albus woke up the only part of him that Fox couldn't or didn't want to resist. Albus hummed in thought as he poured tea into a cup for Harry and one for himself. Well, unless we can come up with a way to make sure you to remain in control, I think you'll have to stay the night with me. He sat down in the chair across from Harry. Harry was silent for a moment, processing what Albus had said. Stay the night. I'm sorry, Harry, but I really don't think there's another option. I hate to inconvenience you. Overnight. In bed. With Albus. If he refused, he could wind up out of control flying around Egypt, for all he knew. If he stayed, he didn't know that he'd be able to keep their dreams apart. An image flashed into his mind of himself and Albus in matching purple pajamas eating lemo scones in bed. No, this was purely business. No, you're right. It makes sense, he heard himself say. I don't want to end up in Egypt or something. Tomorrow you can try smithing a pair of tongs. We'll get the gold from Nicholas. Harry nodded. And we can go get the ingredients for the potion. Harry nodded again. Harry, you look exhausted. Really? I'm fine. Did you sleep at all last night? Harry was about to reply with, of course, but he actually didn't know. Probably not, he said. But let's talk about the tongs. He wanted to procrastinate being in bed with Albus until he came up with a game plan. All right. Harry leaned back in the armchair, and closed his eyes to think. When he opened his eyes, he was lying in purple satin sheets, bathed in sunlight with Albus looking down at him with a silver tray in his arms. Good morning, Harry. Did you sleep well? Would you like a lemo scone? While you were sleeping, said Albus over a breakfast of scones, I did some research. Unfortunately, gold's melting point is lower than the temperature of our potion, so the tongs would melt. I think we can enchant the gold to achieve a higher melting point. Oh, said Harry. Am I still going to be able to, what was it, cold forge them? You could have cold forged regular gold because it is so soft, but our gold will take on the consistency of steel, and thus have the forging temperature and melting point of steel which is much higher. Why can't we enchant the gold after I'm done forging the tongs? Harry asked. I think it's safest if you do all of the work from a certain point, and if I interrupt it with an enchantment, the tongs will be invalidated. And as you are unable to do this type of magic at present, we have no choice but to do it in this order. I'm afraid you will have to learn to blacksmith. Blimey. Firstly, you will need a large metal object of some sentimental value to you. Steel is probably the best. Wrought iron would also suffice, but I understand that it's more difficult to work with. I need to find a hunk of steel that I'm sentimental about. Can you think of anything? What? Do you have a hunk of steel that you are sentimental about? Asked Harry incredulously. I found myself thinking of pieces of Hogwarts, perhaps some hinge or support beam. I guess we should go find something, then. They set off walking around the castle. There were very few students left at Hogwarts. Most of them had left that morning for the break. Those students who were left were mostly in their common rooms. The castle was fairly quiet for Albus's and Harry's search. Unfortunately, every hinge they found was too small, and most of the torch brackets were in the dungeon, which Harry was not sentimental about. The castle did not seem to have any support beams made out of metal, the whole structure was stone and magic. They finally reached the great front doors, which did have sizable hinges and many ornate patterns in wrought iron, but Albus was unable to remove any due to the enchantments on the castle. What about the gate? Wondered Harry. The entry to the school. Most certainly wrought iron, said Albus, but even more certainly protected by enchantments. Wouldn't hurt to check, though, said Harry. Fancy a walk. They opened the heavy front doors and strode off across the snow-covered lawn. They reached the front gates. Harry had been thinking of metal all day, and there, in front of him, was the biggest piece he'd seen all day. The wrought iron gates were so intricately sculpted. Harry wondered, for the first time, how it was possible to achieve a design so fluid out of a material so unyielding. Was magic involved? Albus answered him. Those were created by Muggle blacksmiths back when the castle was created for its original owners. I thought the founders of the school built it. It was left to the founders by a descendant of the original owners. It was originally commissioned by a very powerful family, the name of which has since been lost. Harry shrugged. Unfortunately, as they had feared, the gates were guarded too heavily by enchantments to lift even an ounce from the twisted shapes of metal. Damn, Harry swore when Albus stopped chanting. This is enough metal to make a train, but we can't use any of it. Sorry, what was that, Harry? Asked Albus. I was just saying it's so frustrating that all of this metal's here but we can't use it. Water. Water everywhere but not a drop too. No, about the train. Oh, I know this isn't actually enough metal to make a train. Albus's eyes twinkled violently and he quickly grabbed Harry's hand, dragged him through the open gates, and suddenly Harry found himself vanishing into the space of apparition. When they appeared again, they were standing on the train platform in Hogsmeade. Wow, I'm not used to apparating like that anymore. What are we doing here anyway? The tracks, Harry. They're solid steel. Probably high carbon steel. Oh, Harry thought about it. He was most certainly sentimental about the Hogwarts Express. Even his paramortem dream in the fog with Dumbledore was at platform 9 3/4. These tracks were his path home. Can we just take tracks? Won't that derail the train? Look over there, said Albus, pointing off to the side of the tracks. There, poking out of a pile of snow, was a piece of unused track. There are always pieces of track lying unused by the side of a railroad. To make sure it's sentimental enough, we'll use a piece that's in the track already, and put a new piece in its place. Harry shrugged. Sounds good to me. Using Harry's wand, Albus conducted the railroad spikes to loosen themselves from one section of track. The 20-foot rail lifted itself out of place and set itself down onto the platform. Then, Albus levitated one of the pieces of track from the pile, removed the rust with an extra flick of his wand, and set it down where the old piece had been. Can you imagine having to lift one of these without magic? Harry asked, bending over the piece of track. I bet it would take 6, or maybe 8 strong people to lift. He put one hand on the rail, grabbed it and tugged, testing just how heavy it was. To his surprise, he lifted it as easily as if it were made of balsa wood. He lifted the entire 20-foot steel rail off the ground and balanced it in his hand. Harry, that is over 1,000 pounds of steel. It doesn't feel like it. Are you sure it's steel? Harry, this is incredible. Not only can you perform Phoenix teleportation, you also have the Phoenix's ability to lift immensely heavy loads. That's just great. Of course, at this point I'd trade my kingdom for the ability to go to the bathroom without an escort. They finished putting the new section of railroad into the track and teleported back with the old one. I'm driving this time, said Harry before he teleported them back his way. The piece of railroad stretched across nearly all of Albus's office. Firstly, they needed to cut it down into appropriately sized pieces. Albus tried using Harry's wand as a torch to cut the metal, but the railroad was too thick. I thought I'd try the old-fashioned way, he said. Harry smirked, laughing at the idea that a magical torch was the old-fashioned way. Albus waved the wand and a 2-foot-long piece broke off one end of the track. Albus continued slicing and dicing the metal until he had a pair of identical bars about an inch in diameter and 2 feet long. Excellent, said Albus. Now we will call Nicholas. Nicholas and Penny were at home, so Harry teleported himself and Albus there. We were just about to leave for a lunch in Costa Rica, said Nicholas. I'm glad you caught us. I presume you would like to do some alchemy. Do you have the steel? Albus held up the 2 rods of steel. They opened up the room where the stone was. Harry used the stone to change the steel into gold and they were on their way within 10 minutes. Back in Albus's office, Harry got a house elf to bring them some lunch while Albus chanted over the 2, now gold, bars. Albus finished up and joined Harry for lunch. The bars are now the consistency of steel. I've tested them with a file. The tooth marks don't show up as much, so the metal has hardened. He waved Harry's wand twice. A very large and oddly shaped hammer appeared along with a pair of heavy steel tongs. After they were finished eating, Nicholas showed up at Albus's door and started giving Harry instruction on blacksmithing. First you'll need a space where there are no objects that could potentially light on fire or explode. Albus waved his wand and a large space cleared in the center of his office. The stone floor was exposed to make a 15-foot diameter circle. Albus, you don't want him blacksmithing in here. Your office will smell like soot for weeks. And be covered in soot too, I presume. You said the same thing about the dragon blood, and I cleaned that all up. Proceed. Now, here's an anvil. Nicholas waved his wand and a large steel anvil appeared in the center of the space. The anvil was bolted down to a 2-foot block of wood, which brought the surface of the anvil to just below Harry's waist level. And you need a forge, said Nicholas. Hold on a moment, Nicholas, said Albus. Harry, why don't you try heating the metal yourself? Okay, said Harry. He went and picked up the pair of steel tongs and grabbed one of the gold bars with it. He then concentrated on the gold bar, and tried to conjure his phoenix flames. Immediately, the bar burst into flames. Said Nicholas. I don't believe it will get hot enough. You have to focus the fire more. Blacksmiths don't use campfires, after all. They use large coal fires with a bellows to direct the flame and pump in more air. Harry didn't really understand what that would look like, not really knowing what a bellows was, but redoubled his efforts. He focused on making the flames faster, hotter, more concentrated, and the gold began to glow. That's good, Harry, said Nicholas. May I see that for a moment? Harry handed him the tongs. Nicholas dropped the tongs immediately with a shout. What's wrong? Asked Harry, alarmed. Albus quickly levitated the bar and tongs and set them down on the anvil so that nobody stepped on them. All of the bones in my hand have exploded, replied Nicholas with a grimace. Harry looked to see that Nicholas's hand did, indeed, look like it had been barbecued on the outside and exploded from the inside. What? But how? Asked Harry, mostly wondering how Nicholas was still talking instead of shrieking in pain. Albus appeared next to Nicholas with a tiny vial. He then conjured a seat and pushed Nicholas down into it before carefully pouring the contents of the tiny vial over Nicholas's hand. Phoenix tears. Thank you, Albus, sighed Nicholas. Yours, I presume? He asked Harry. Harry shrugged. Dunno. But why did your bones explode? Steel gets so hot, he explained calmly, that it can vaporize the liquid in bones so fast that they expand and the bones can't take the pressure, so they explode. But the tongs weren't hot. They were. Harry, you seem to be immune to heat at the present, said Albus. I'm so sorry, Nicholas, said Harry, horrified. I've had worse, he replied, flexing his almost healed hand. But, the tongs weren't even glowing, said Harry. Steel can be 700 degrees without turning red, said Nicholas. Generally, it's important to always test everything in a blacksmith shop before grabbing it. I would have had I been aware of your heat resistance. Albus put his hand over the gold rod, feeling its heat radiating out. Albus, test it with the back of your hand, said Nicholas. The reflexes in our hands are such that if we touch something hot, our muscles will contract, and we will grab whatever we were testing. Nicholas spent the afternoon teaching Harry how to blacksmith. Apparently he'd trained under a master for 10 years in the early 1800s. Said master blacksmith required that Nicholas make 500 points, a short rod with a pointy end, before moving on to hooks, points bent into a hook shape. Fortunately for Harry, Nicholas only required 5 points. I really don't see the point, so to speak, of doing any of these at all, said Harry before making his first point. He had his hammer in his right hand and a pair of tongs gripping a small rod of iron in his left. Humor me, said Nicholas. Harry lay the bit of steel down on the anvil and took a swing at it. He missed, and the hammer bounced high off the anvil with a resounding bell tone. Harry muttered something under his breath about bigger pieces of metal probably being easier to hit and swung the hammer again. This time he hit the metal, but it had already cooled down too much to make any sort of difference. He reheated it with his Phoenix fire power and took another few, significantly smaller, swings with the hammer trying to get the end of the piece of steel to resemble a point. When he was done making the point, a good 15 minutes later, he showed it to Nicholas. Good, said Nicholas. Now make a better one. By the time Harry was on his 5th point, he could get it done in only 2 heats, which, Nicholas informed him, was at least twice as long as it takes a real blacksmith, and make it look fairly neat. Now, said Nicholas, take this. He handed Harry one of the gold bars. Work on lengthening it. Switch bars every heat so that they are as similar to each other as possible. Do that until they're both about 3 feet long and thinner at one end. Oh, said Harry. Okay. How long should that take? I don't know. Maybe a day. Call me when you are done. A day? Harry asked, stricken. Well, you're a new blacksmith, so maybe more like 2 days. Great, muttered Harry. And with that, Nicholas bade them farewell and stepped into the fire and was whisked away. Harry sighed. What are you going to do while I'm doing this? He asked Albus. I will read. He swept to his chair, grabbed a book, and put his feet up on the desk. The hours went by marked by the rustling of turning pages and the ringing of the anvil. Twice Harry asked Albus to transfigure him a bigger hammer because he felt like he wasn't making fast enough progress. A heavier hammer hit harder and moved more metal. With Harry's increased strength, he could wield a large sledge-hammer in one hand. Regardless, he wasn't finished thinning the metal by dinner, and at 11, Albus insisted that he stop. I can work through the night, said Harry. I am sure you can. I, on the other hand, need to sleep and cannot leave you alone. Oh, said Harry. All right. Albus looked at Harry over his half-moon glasses and smiled. What is it? Harry asked. Albus used Harry's wand to conjure a mirror and pointed it at Harry. Harry was covered in little bits of metal and soot. He laughed at his reflection. Excellent, said Harry. Albus pointed Harry's wand at Harry and said, Scourgify. Harry was immediately clean, and in pajamas. They chatted their way up the stairs and into the headmaster's bedroom. Harry worried about the long hours sleeping side by side with Dumbledore, but he was so tired from blacksmithing all day that the second his head touched the pillow he was immediately unconscious. It was 3 in the afternoon on Sunday the 22nd of December, 1957. The sun was low in the sky, and Harry had just finished his pair of gold tongs. They were crude and loose, but they would work for what Harry and Albus needed for the potion. It had taken all day for Harry to finish the tongs, but Harry was still proud of the fact that he did it in less time than Nicholas said he would. It was 3 in the afternoon, and sunset was at 3:54, so Harry and Albus started making the potion. Albus provided a huge cauldron, which Nicholas then turned to gold using the stone, and Albus enchanted it to withstand high heat. They had used all of the phoenix tears on Nicholas's exploded hand, so Harry turned back into a phoenix and Nicholas and Albus goaded him into crying again, which was not difficult. Harry's emotions were so volatile in his phoenix state that he could basically cry on demand. Once they had a substantial amount of tears, they poured them into the bottom of the cauldron. The tears barely moistened the whole bottom and Harry expected them to evaporate immediately when he lit the flame, but, as Albus assured, they didn't. After about 8 minutes, Harry checked the cauldron and was shocked by what he saw. Albus, I think there's something wrong with the potion. Oh no, what is it? The cauldron, it's over 3/4 full. Ah, yes. Did I not mention? Phoenix tears expand when they are heated. I knew that, but I didn't know they expanded this much. It's like magic. Yes. Amazing creatures, said Albus. Didn't you wonder how you were going to submerge yourself in a potion if you thought there was only a little bit at the bottom? Number, said Harry sheepishly. The phoenix tears in the cauldron began turning a golden brown color, so Harry and Albus added the puree of mandrake root. While Harry was making his pair of tongs, Albus had spent the day preparing ingredients for the potion like the mandrake root puree. Harry stirred the potion counterclockwise 7 times with a golden rod, and the potion got darker and darker with each turn until it was black. Next was the most difficult step, the unicorn hair and the bezoar. Harry had to put a circle of unicorn hair on the surface of the potion, and when it sank to exactly halfway down the potion, he was supposed to drop a bezoar through the center of it. Albus had created a little charm that would track the bezoar's altitude, and using trigonometry, or as Albus called it, arithmancy, that was significantly over Harry's 11-year-old British local school level, determine the halfway point in the potion and create an alarm that would go off right before the unicorn hair hit that point. So Harry carefully picked up the circle of unicorn hair, 2 hairs tied together to make a circle, and carefully dropped it in the potion so that it made a nice even ring. The potion immediately turned transparent, and Harry could see all the way to the golden bottom of the cauldron. Harry picked up the bezoar and waited for Albus's alarm. It went off about a minute later and Harry dropped the bezoar into the potion. The potion splashed up and the splashes turned into sparks, and soon the whole surface of the potion was sparking. Harry grabbed the tongs he'd worked so hard on and listened closely for the thunk of the bezoar hitting the bottom of the cauldron. When bezoar did hit the bottom of the cauldron, it hit with a loud bell tone like the anvil rather than a thunk like it would in a normal cauldron. Harry quickly reached into the potion with his gold tongs and fished out the bezoar. He noted briefly that the unicorn hair circle had dissolved in the heat, and then deposited the bezoar into a pan in Albus's hands. Albus pointed his wand at the flames below the cauldron and made them shrink down to a low blaze. Okay, said Harry. Now, we wait. Albus looked at the watch Harry had given him with the planets. About a half hour, I think. We should move to a place where we can see the sunset. Perhaps my chambers. There is a large, west-facing window. Oh, oops. I guess we should have started up there. I forgot. Fortunately, the situation is easily remedied. He pointed Harry's wand at the cauldron and the whole cauldron and fire lifted itself off the office floor. After you. They marched up to Albus's bedroom with the floating cauldron and fire in tow. Albus did have a very large window in his room through which they could see Hogsmeade to the south and the forest to the west and the mountains beyond all. The sun was slowly dipping towards the mountainous horizon. Harry and Albus sat on the edge of Albus's bed and looked at each other in the orange glow. You can do the next step, said Albus. Yeah, guess so. I just light the potion on fire. Harry was distracted by the light on Albus's face, the orange shine on his glasses. Albus nodded and handed Harry one of his own phoenix feathers. Their hands brushed as Harry took it. They were so close together. Harry thought he could just lean forward. He wanted to see what a sunset would taste like on Albus's lips. It's almost time, said Albus looking out at the sunset. Didn't anyone ever tell you not to look directly at the sun? Asked Harry, searching for the blue behind the glare of Albus's glasses. Yes, but I've long since decided that it would be pointless to have eyes if I did not use them to look at beauty. Harry smiled. That sounds like the Dumbledore I knew. Yes. Your professor. Your headmaster. It is interesting having someone think of me as an old man. I don't, said Harry, regretting having mentioned the older Professor Dumbledore. Not at all. Oh, I think of you as a colleague. Equal, he wanted to say. A partner. Companion. A friend. A man. I hope you don't think of me as a student. I've never met you as a student, Harry. What I have seen of you as a child is like a photograph. Harry was relieved. He and Albus looked at each other for another moment. The sun is almost down, said Albus, not looking away from Harry's face. So it is, said Harry looking out the window to the west. Albus stood up and Harry followed him past the cauldron to the window. The sun sank lower and lower until it was a crescent perched on top of the mountain, then a sliver, and then just a bead of orange. And then it was gone. Harry missed the green flash, but Albus evidently saw it and said, now. Harry snapped his fingers, and the surface of the potion lit on fire with a sudden roar. Harry bent over the now flaming cauldron and began stirring it with the phoenix feather. The feather did not shrivel in heat or catch on fire as Harry stirred, but the flames got darker and darker until they were the same color red as the feather. When they matched, Harry stopped stirring and laid the feather on the windowsill. Done, he said and turned to look at Albus. In the afterglow of the sunset and in the light of the flaming potion, Albus looked back at Harry steadily. I don't think of you as a student. I think of you as an equal, Albus said. Harry, surprised, took a second to figure out what he was talking about. A companion, Albus continued. He paused for a moment. Man. Harry bit his lip and smiled down at his hands. Sunrise on December 23rd was at 8:05 in the morning. So Albus and Harry woke up at 7 to prepare. The potion had burned all night, and at sunrise they would add the final 3 ingredients. They had prepared Harry's phoenix tears, and one of Harry's phoenix feathers. Harry had also extracted, from his mind, a memory of Fawkes. He chose the memory of Fawkes coming to his rescue in the Chamber of Secrets. It was the first moment he had heard the phoenix song and felt its infectious confidence. To get the memory out, Harry remembered the scene unfolding, and Albus used Harry's wand to extract it. These three ingredients, the tears, the feathers, and the memory, were the most important parts of the potion. Harry and Albus had based them off of Voldemort's ingredients: bones of the father unknowingly given, flesh of the servant willingly given, and blood of the enemy forcibly taken. Harry was excited to put the potion to use. He'd been through a lot, being kidnapped by the phoenix that he'd accidentally killed, learning to blacksmith, and he was ready for an end to the long chain of unfortunate phoenix-related events. He was jittery when he took his freezing draft at 7:45. Albus turned away and Harry reluctantly stripped off his clothing and climbed into the flaming cauldron, goosebumps rising all over him. When only his head was visible, Albus came back over. "I'm going to enchant your lungs to hold more air. You'll be able to be submerged for the whole 7 minutes without breathing." Harry nodded, holding his knees to his bare chest. Albus waved Harry's wand at Harry. Harry noticed that he no longer needed to breathe as fast. "Thanks," he told Albus. "It's 7:58. Let's begin. You should be submerged." Harry ducked his head under the surface of the potion. The liquid felt cool because of the freezing draft and Harry's resistance to heat, and everything in the cauldron was reflecting gold and the red of the fire. Harry's ears were full of water, but he could hear Albus start the spell. "Feather from your host, willingly given, you will create a new body." Albus dropped in a feather from Harry's animagus form. "Memory of your essence, lovingly contributed, you will bring back what was lost." Albus poured in the silver memory, and it wound its way down through the potion in front of Harry's eyes. "Tears of your killer, grievingly shed." Harry winced. "You will undo what you've done." The potion around Harry began to boil and spark, and Harry knew the sun was rising. The potion got more and more violent, color flashing in front of Harry's closed eyes. Just when Harry felt like his lungs were going to burst, the potion stilled and darkened. He hesitated for a moment before allowing himself to bob to the surface. He wiped some potion off his face and looked at Albus. "Did it work?" Harry asked, catching his breath. "Is there a phoenix in there with you?" Albus asked. Harry quickly sloshed around, patting down the bottom of the cauldron, worried that there was a drowning baby phoenix somewhere. There was not. Harry shook his head. Albus's face fell. "Harry, I'm sorry. We'll try again." "Yeah," said Harry. Albus conjured a bath mat just outside the cauldron so that Harry wouldn't drip on the floor, and put a pile of clothes and a towel next to it. Then he crossed the room and sat on the end of his bed facing away from Harry. "Do you think I can get my memory back?" Harry asked while stepping out of the cauldron and toweling the potion off. Despite the failure of the potion, he felt quite rejuvenated. He thought it probably had something to do with being submerged in phoenix tears for over 7 minutes. "Yes," said Albus. "I'll get it out when you're dressed." When Harry was dressed, Albus stood over the cauldron and swirled Harry's wand around in the potion as if it were a fishing line and he was trying to catch a fish. Then he pulled the wand out, and Harry's memory was dangling, attached to the end. "Would you like it back in your mind?" Albus asked. "Guess so," said Harry. Albus put the wand tip to Harry's head and Harry felt the memory worming its way back into his mind. Albus sighed. "Well, what would you like to do now? Would you like some breakfast?" Harry suddenly felt like he had water in his ears. Albus had come out all garbled. He whacked his head against his hand a few times trying to get any potion out. "Sure. That sounds good. I'll get." The rest of Albus's words were completely obscured. "Sorry?" Harry asked. Quote, quote. Blackness started creeping around the edges of Harry's vision and Albus looked like he was getting farther and farther away. He felt like he was falling. And he was falling, collapsing onto the ground, but he felt like he was falling even after his vision went completely dark. Falling deeper and deeper until he was standing in the Chamber of Secrets. His younger self, Ginny Weasley, and Tom Riddle were in front of him, and Fox, the present-time Fox who was living inside Harry's mind and causing him so much trouble, was perched on his shoulder. Harry was unmistakably in his memory of his second year in the Chamber of Secrets. Not only was he there, but Fox was there with him. Clearly Fox had pulled him into the memory and was able to manifest himself there. Little Harry and Tom Riddle were talking. Harry was crouched over Ginny's lifeless form at the foot of Salazar Slytherin's giant statue, and Tom Riddle twirled Harry's wand in his long, white fingers and then pocketed it. Tom Riddle monologued on and on about how inane he found Ginny's writing in his diary and how he enchanted her. Harry Crockett of 1957, meanwhile, turned to Fox. "Why did you bring me here?" he asked, annoyed. Fox let out a long note and stayed put. "I think you owe me an explanation. You've been nothing but a pain in the ass." Fox wrapped his long neck around so that he was glaring straight into Harry's face. The look said, very clearly, "You killed me, so shut the hell up." Tom Riddle began to slash Harry's wand through the air, drawing out the fiery words, "Tom Marvolo Riddle," in front of him. He then rearranged them to say, "I am Lord Voldemort." Harry could see the dumbfounded look on his younger self's face and remembered the betrayal he felt. Tom Riddle continued to monologue about his transformation into Lord Voldemort, to which little Harry responded, "You're not." "Not what?" snapped Tom. "The greatest sorcerer in the world." "Dear Lord, was my voice really that high?" Harry muttered. "Sorry to disappoint you and all that, but the greatest wizard in the world is Albus Dumbledore. Everyone says so. Even when you were strong, you didn't dare try and take over Hogwarts. Dumbledore saw right through you when you were at school, and he still frightens you now, wherever you're hiding these days. Dumbledore's been driven out of this castle by the mere memory of me." Harry chuckled. When he was 12, the memory of Tom Riddle had seemed intimidating and pure evil. Looking back on it, Tom Riddle at 16 was a whiny wannabe with a Horcrux and a basilisk, but whiny and unintimidating all the same. "He's not as gone as you might think," said little Harry wildly. Riddle was about to call Harry on his bluff when strange music began to fill the chamber. Fox shifted and then took off from Harry's shoulder and began circling the chamber, singing with his older self, a few notes higher. The music got louder and louder until there was a burst of flame near the top of one of the columns and the fox from Harry's memory appeared gripping the sorting hat in his talons. He dove toward little Harry and deposited the sorting hat at his feet and perched at his shoulder. Fox was now twittering madly, circling over little Harry and the memory fox. "What are you doing?" asked Harry incredulously, following Fox. Fox swooped down and landed next to his memory self. "Ah. Put it in writing," said Harry, exasperated and confused. "That's a phoenix," said Riddle. "Well done, Tommy," said Harry, walking over to them. "Fox," squeaked his younger self. "And that is the old school sorting hat," said Riddle. "Outstanding. Top marks. Very clever," said Harry. Riddle burst out laughing, but Harry was distracted by Fox, who was waddling around little Harry and memory Fox like he had to go to the bathroom. "I don't know what you're trying to tell me, Fox." Riddle yammered on and on in the background about how lame phoenixes and hats were. Fox had begun to mirror his memory self's every move. "Is this some kind of game?" Harry asked. "I'm trying to help you and you're dancing around with your self. Let's match the powers of Lord Voldemort, heir of Salazar Slytherin, against famous Harry Potter, and the best weapons Dumbledore can give him," said Tom Riddle, and then he began to started hissing and spitting at the statue. Harry was confused for a moment. He didn't remember the hissing and spitting, and then he realized that it was Parseltongue and he couldn't understand it. He worried about it for a moment until he remembered all of his non-Phoenix magic was gone, including Parseltongue. "This is your bloody fault, you know," he said to Fox, who was still dancing around his memory self, getting more and more frantic. Meanwhile, giant mouth of Salazar Slytherin was opening and Harry watched it. This was the part where, as a child, he'd shut his eyes, so he never got to see what the basilisk looked like uncoiling from the statue. A tongue flicked out, followed by a giant nose and two glowing, yellow-green eyes. And that was the last thing Harry saw. Harry, can you hear me?" Harry's eyes flew open to find Albus's face an inch from his own. He gave a start and Albus stood back up. "Oh, bloody hell, what happened?" asked Harry, still irritated from Fox's antics. "You were petrified," said Albus. "Well, first you collapsed into a sort of comatose state, and then you were petrified." "Hello, Harry." Nicholas was standing a few feet behind Albus. "Nicholas helped me with the Mandrake draft," said Albus. He knew where to find it quickly. Thanks. How long was I petrified? Harry asked. About 26 hours, said Albus. We cured you as soon as we could. Harry's mouth fell open in surprise. Do you have any idea how you were petrified, Harry? Was it Fox? Harry sighed in frustration. No, not exactly. He pulled me into a memory and I got petrified in the memory through my own stupidity. I am sorry, but how could you get petrified in a memory? Asked Nicholas. Basilisk, Harry replied, cursing himself for not remembering just how potent the basilisk's gaze could be, that it could petrify even ghosts. It was no wonder that it could petrify him in a memory with direct eye contact. Stupid bloody thing. Well, I guess I would have been stuck in that damn memory until I figured out Fox's riddle, anyway. Probably would have taken this long. What do you mean? I think Fox was trying to tell me something, said Harry. Don't know what it was. Perhaps he was trying to tell you the memory didn't work because of the basilisk. Guessed Nicholas. Don't know. Maybe. I don't think so. He kept hopping around near himself and imitating the things he was doing in the memory. Honestly, I think he's gone quite mad locked up in my head. Perhaps not, said Albus. The potion didn't work, after all. Fox may have been trying to show you why not. I guess, said Harry, thinking now that that was rather obvious. Do you have any food? He asked suddenly. I'm famished. Of course. You've been petrified for a day. He snapped his fingers and a house elf appeared with a crack. Albus gave him instructions and he vanished again into thin air. Did anything, else happen while I was asleep? Harry asked. I asked Nicholas to make this tower impenetrable to Phoenix teleportation, said Albus. You're safe in here now. Harry imagined himself leaping out an open window and teleporting in midair. And the windows and doors are locked, finished Albus. Harry nodded in relief. A house elf appeared. We has put the food in the dining rooms, headmaster, sir. Thank you, said Albus. The three of them ascended the stairs to Albus's dining room where several house elves were laying out way too much breakfast food for 3 people. Shall I invite Penny? Asked Albus. I'm sure she'd like that, said Nicholas. Albus left the room to go to the fireplace. Harry stifled a groan. He was starving. He wanted to eat and didn't want to wait for Nicholas's wife. Please start, Harry, said Nicholas. Penny will understand. Oh, thanks, said Harry, trying to hide how grateful he actually was. Harry and Nicholas sat down to the table and Harry started indiscriminately stuffing food into his face. He hadn't eaten since dinner at least 36 hours before. Nicholas was carefully mixing a bowl of cereal. You know, Harry, it's the day before Christmas, he said while pouring milk. Harry's stomach lurched and he choked on the toast he was eating. I didn't know, he said, after he swallowed. I imagined you may have forgotten given the circumstances, what with being locked up here. Is there something I can help you with? Wow, you really are Santa Claus. Yes. Now, is there anything I can help you get for anyone? He asked quickly. Actually, there are a few things, thanks for asking. Harry quickly told Nicholas about the Transfiguration journals from the vault that he'd left in his room, and a certificate to Comed Noctem both for Minerva. He also told Nicholas what he'd accidentally left in his tower to make Albus's gift and finished speaking right before Albus entered the room again with Penny. After they'd all eaten and the Flamels had left, Harry and Albus got to work on a new potion. This time, we'll use a different memory, said Harry. Clearly there was something wrong with the last one. That sounds like a safe idea. Nicholas and I were talking and we concluded that we may need to use one of Fox's feathers for the last part of the potion. Do you have any? Fox's feathers? Asked Harry. Yes. Fox. Before he died. Did he give any feathers? Only 2, muttered Harry. 2 is certainly enough. 1 would be enough. Where are they? Harry hesitated, his throat drying up. We can't use either of them. One of them is in Tom Riddle's wand and one of them is in the wand that I bought, or will buy, as an 11-year-old. I would have died if both of us hadn't had those wands. Is this the wand you bought when you were 11? Asked Albus. He drew Harry's wand. Harry didn't like where this was going. He swallowed. Yes, but it also has part of my soul in it. Remember what happened when my broom broke? I lost control of myself and killed Fox. Imagine what would happen if my magic let loose. Harry was lying. He wasn't worried about his magic exploding. He just didn't want to break his phoenix wand, as much as he knew it might be necessary to do so to save Fox. He felt ill at the thought of breaking his wand. As he contemplated his reluctance, though, he felt a sense of hopelessness wash over him from Fox until it was all he could feel. Fox's emotions got stronger and Harry knew that Fox felt betrayed that Harry wouldn't do this to help him after all Fox had done for Harry. Harry gasped under the weight of the emotion. He needed to be out from under it. He needed to get out. His vision started clouding and he felt himself running at Albus. He grabbed his wand out of Albus's hand and then dashed across Albus's study. Before he could stop himself, he dove headfirst at one of the large windows. The glass shattered on impact and then he was falling out the window, down from the tower. About halfway down, he felt himself shrinking and his vision flared into infrared and he was no longer in control of his body. He felt a powerful surge of anger, and then he was consumed by flame. When he reappeared, he had no idea where he was and was still out of control. As he fought fading consciousness, his own hopelessness washed over him. Albus was never going to find him if Fox did not want to be found. Harry had trouble keeping track of time. He was conscious for brief moments. Sometimes he was a phoenix, and sometimes he was human. Sometimes it was night, and sometimes it was day. He felt like he was drugged, and all he wanted was to be awake. He wondered, with remorse, if this was how Fox felt when Harry was in control. He'd been under the impression that Fox had been more conscious. In the brief moments he was conscious, he tried to remember what it was that kept him grounded back at Hogwarts. Whenever he was around Albus he could stay, but Albus wasn't there now. All Harry could do was fight. And sometimes he managed to get past Fox and whisper, "Albus," but he knew no one could hear him. Harry didn't know how long he'd been under Fox's control nor where he was, but he knew that this was the 10th time that Fox had made him relive his memory from the Chamber of Secrets. After a few iterations of the memory, Harry considered getting himself petrified again by the basilisk in the memory, but if he were petrified he wouldn't be able to fight Fox if he had a moment of weakness. Petrification wouldn't get him very far either. He might end up immobile in the woods for weeks, for all he knew, and eaten by wolves before Albus could find him. The first few times Fox played the memory, Harry was glad. It was the only time when he felt at least partially in control and conscious. He walked all around the Chamber of Secrets and saw the memory from all angles and could yell at Fox all he wanted. Soon, though, he got quite bored of watching Tom Riddle brag and little Harry squeaking in disbelief, and he realized that no matter how much he yelled, Fox wouldn't take him back to Hogwarts. Fox, meanwhile, kept up his dance during the memories. He alternated between flying around near his memory self and twittering in Harry's face. "Usually I know exactly what you're saying, but, for literally the life of me, I can't figure out what you want to tell me. Dumbledore's been driven out of this castle by the mere memory of me," bragged Tom Riddle in the memory. "He's not as gone as you might think," said little Harry for the 10th time. "Yeah, he's not gone, but I am," bellowed Harry, "and at this rate, I'm never coming back. Damn it, Fox." Fox from the memory appeared and swooped to drop the sorting hat by little Harry. "That's a phoenix," said Tom and Harry at the same time. Harry knew the memory well enough to recite it. "Fox," said little Harry. Harry repeated it in a mocking falsetto. "And that's the old school sorting hat," said Harry and Riddle. "Bloody hell. Get me out of here, Albus. Get me out of here, Albus. This is what Dumbledore sends his defender. A songbird and an old hat. Do you feel brave, Harry Potter? Do you feel safe now?" asked Riddle mockingly. "Songbird my ass. To business, Harry," said Tom smiling. "Twice in your past. In my future, we have met. And twice I have failed to kill you. How did you survive? Tell me everything. The longer you talk." The memory stuttered and Harry was plunged into dark unconsciousness. The next thing he knew, he was back in the weird green light of the Chamber of Secrets. His younger self had just spotted Ginny and was running to her. "Ginny, don't be dead. Please don't be dead. Ginny, Please wake up. She won't wake, said Tom Riddle, who had been lurking in the shadows. Harry bet that if he'd gotten there a moment earlier he would have caught Tom trying to find the most dramatic spot to hide. Tom Riddle, asked little Harry incredulously. Really, Fox? You didn't even finish the last memory, said Harry. If I have to watch just the first half of this over and over, it'll be like watching the same stupid 3-minute FluTube video over and over. Are you trying to drive me mad? Fox wasn't there. Harry couldn't find him. He wasn't twittering around as usual. He just wasn't there. Fox. This is going to be even less fun if I can't yell at you, said Harry. Fox. Harry darted around the chamber trying to find Fox. He was nowhere to be found. Harry returned to the main chamber. Haven't you guessed yet, Harry Potter? Asked Riddle. Ginny Weasley opened the Chamber of Secrets. She strangled the school roosters and daubed threatening messages on the walls. She set the Serpent of Slytherin on 4 mudbloods, and the Squib's cat. The memory flickered out and everything went dark for Harry again. It could have been seconds or days later when he found himself back in the chamber. The memory had moved forward. I am Lord Voldemort, was written in the air in fiery letters in front of Riddle. What's going on? Harry asked to no one in particular. Fox had never stopped in the middle of a memory or fast-forwarded. You see, whispered Tom dramatically. It was a name I was already using at Hogwarts to my most intimate friends only, of course. You think I was going to use my filthy muggle father's name forever? I, in whose veins runs the blood of Salazar Slytherin himself, through my mother's side. I, keep the name of a foul, common muggle, who abandoned me even before I was born, just because he found out his wife was a witch. No, Harry, I fashioned myself a new name, a name I knew wizards everywhere would one day fear to speak, when I had become the greatest sorcerer in the world. The chamber was silent as little Harry processed what Tom had said. Harry banged his head against a pipe a few times. You're not, little Harry said finally. Not what? Snapped Riddle. Not the greatest sorcerer in the world, said little Harry. Sorry to disappoint you and all that, but the greatest wizard in the world is Albus Dumbledore. Everyone says so. Even when you were strong, you didn't dare try and take over Hogwarts. Dumbledore saw right through you when you were at school and he still frightens you now, wherever you're hiding these days. Tom was quiet for a moment, fuming at little Harry's contradiction. There was a resoundingly wet sniff from behind Harry. Harry squinted. That had never happened before in this memory. He spun around, and there in the chamber, a tear glistening on his cheek, was Albus. Albus. Hello, Harry. Is it really you, or is Fox? It's me. How did you find me? Did you find me? Where are we? What's going on? You were in Peru. I brought you back to my office. Fox has agreed to cooperate, but you've been here for a day and wouldn't wake up, so I thought I would see what was going on in your head. Just then, they heard strange music winding down through the pipes. Harry pointed up to the top of the column, and Albus looked just in time to see Fox appear with the sorting hat. Fox swooped down towards little Harry and dropped the sorting hat. A phoenix? Asked Albus. Yeah. Fox came to rescue me when. Long story. Albus squinted at the bird and walked over to Harry. That's not Fox, Harry. Yes it is, said Harry. Of course it is. What other phoenix could it possibly be? Albus didn't have time to answer because the memory changed. They were in Albus's office, but Harry knew it was still a memory because there were many more silver instruments than in 1957. The office appeared to be empty. There was a knock on the door. It opened silently and Professor McGonagall entered with little Harry behind her. It was odd for Harry to see her old, wrinkled, and tight-mouthed after spending so much time with her as a young, spunky witch. You may wait here, she told him. Minerva, muttered Albus, probably feeling the same as Harry was about seeing their friend so withered. Harry remembered what was coming next. His younger self would talk to the sorting hat and then, to his horror, watch Fox burn. Fox is here, said Harry, not wanting Albus to see his awkward conversation with the sorting hat. Let's find him. Fox wasn't hard to find. He was standing on his perch looking simply awful. His feathers were falling out and Harry could see his skin underneath. That isn't Fox either, said Albus. Of course it is. You said it was yourself. Are you ill, anyway, in this memory? I mean, he's hard to recognize like this, but it's still Fox. Harry, look closer. This phoenix is smaller than Fox. The feathers are a different color. But, it's his burning day, said Harry. The phoenix made a gagging noise and little Harry spun around and spotted him. The phoenix made another gagging noise and looked at Harry and Albus. Then he winked and burst into flame. Little Harry yelled in shock and backed into Professor Dumbledore's desk. Harry blanched, not sure of what he'd seen. Just then, Professor Dumbledore came in looking rather somber. Professor, little Harry squeaked. Your bird, I couldn't do anything, he just caught fire. Professor Dumbledore smiled. About time, too. He's been looking dreadful for days. I've been telling him to get a move on. Little Harry looked entirely shocked. Dumbledore chuckled. Fox is a phoenix, Harry. Phoenixes burst into flame when it is time for them to die and are reborn from the ashes. Watch him. See, said Harry. Ah, said Albus. I am sorry, Harry. I seem to have misled you, probably intentionally. What? Harry asked. It's a shame you had to see him on a burning day, said Dumbledore, seating himself behind his desk. He's really handsome most of the time, wonderful red and gold plumage. Fascinating creatures, phoenixes. They can carry immensely heavy loads, their tears have healing powers, and they make highly faithful pets. I said that Fox is a phoenix, not that this phoenix was Fox. This is something very annoying I do when I do not wish to lie but need to mislead, said Albus. This is not, in fact, Fox. And as Harry looked carefully at the tiny ugly bird in the ashes, he began to understand that it was not Fox. There were subtle differences in the shape of his head, in the color of his eyes. It's not Fox, Harry repeated, trying to wrap his head around it. The memory began to fade and soon Harry found himself lying on a bed with someone's hand grasped in his. He opened his eyes to find he was in Albus's purple bed with Albus's hand. Albus, too, had just opened his eyes. It wasn't Fox. That's why the memory didn't work. It wasn't Fox. How did you find me? Harry whispered. Albus let go of Harry's hand and grabbed something off his bedside table and showed it to Harry. Harry looked closer. It was the deluminator. I used this, he said, holding out the silver cigarette lighter. When you disappeared, I knew you hadn't done it on purpose. I created this device which allows me to find you if you want me to find you. If you or anyone else said my name in your presence, this device would lead me straight to you. I was thinking of calling it the Harry Finder. Harry raised an eyebrow. This explained a lot. He'd been very confused about how the deluminator worked when Ron had used it to find him and Hermione in the forest. He'd thought it had something to do with finding where you needed to be, or following your heart, not finding Harry, specifically. How did you make it? Harry asked. He was trying very to hide his surprise that Professor Dumbledore's prized deluminator was originally a device to find him, Harry. When you left, you took your wand, so I created the device with wandless magic. I managed to enchant it to turn lights on and off, too, which, as you know, has been a challenge for me. I, unfortunately, needed to borrow a wand from Nicholas to do that. So, you created a device to find me, and to turn off lights. Albus nodded. It turns on lights as well. And you were thinking of calling it the Harry Finder. Yes. Or the Deluminator. Deluminator sounds better, says Harry, trying not to smile. Perhaps, said Albus. So, what happened to Fox? Asked Harry. He's here, said Albus, but he's promised not to do anything more, though he still won't give my wand back. I believe he ran away, or flew away, as it were, because he believed there was no hope of him regaining a body for himself. He believed that we were unable or unwilling to carry it through all the way, but I reassured him that you and I would both do whatever it took to get him back. I suggest that we get started on the potion. We can have it ready today. Harry gave a noncommittal nod, and then something occurred to him. Incidentally, he asked, what day is today? It is the 31st of December. I've been gone near on a week. Harry asked, his eyes going wide. I'm afraid so. I'm sorry it took me so long to find you. It's not your fault. Let's get working on this potion. The two of them stirred and brewed over the vast golden cauldron all morning. Soon they were done with the base of the potion and they left it to stew until sunset. Over tea, Harry and Albus discussed the modifications they would make to the final process. The first one was that they would finish it in the astronomy tower instead of Albus's bedroom. Sunset was at 3:48 that afternoon, so they moved the cauldron directly after tea. The astronomy tower was the highest point in all of Hogwarts, and from there Harry could see all the way across the lake, and to Hogsmeade Village, and over much of the Forbidden Forest. The sun was low in the sky to the southwest, soon to set behind the mountains behind Hogsmeade. Being the 31st of December in Scotland near sunset, the air was bitingly cold, but the sky was clear and Harry and Albus could easily track the motion of the sun as it weakly sank its way lower and lower. The sun touched the mountain, and then it was halfway hidden and Harry suddenly realized that the last time he'd been in the astronomy tower he had watching Albus die. His breath caught and he felt the panic he'd felt then, frozen and invisible. The sun sank lower like Albus, poisoned, slipping down the wall. Then the skyline flashed briefly green like Snape's killing curse, and Harry just barely remembered to light the potion with a snap of his fingers. "Harry, the feather," said Albus urgently. Harry had forgotten that he needed to stir the potion. He used one of his own feathers to stir until the flames darkened to red. "Harry, something wrong?" Albus asked when Harry finished stirring. "What? Nothing. Why?" he replied, shaking himself. "You went white. You looked as though you'd remembered something painful." Harry shook his head. "Supper?" Harry asked, changing the subject. They trekked back to Albus's dining room and ate. They spent the next few hours sitting around Albus's office. Albus read and Harry pretended to read. Around 10, Albus spoke up. "The potion needs checking. I'll go." "I'll come with you," said Harry, a bit bored. Albus nodded. They hiked back up to the astronomy tower. The potion was still burning bright red, undisturbed. "Sit with me a while," Albus asked. "We should discuss the last ingredients. There are some issues that Nicholas and I discussed while you were gone." Harry nodded. Albus wandlessly conjured a spacious calico sofa and he and Harry fell back into it. "Have you selected a suitable memory of the real fox?" Albus asked as he conjured a large blanket for the both of them. "Yeah," said Harry. "The day he hatched should work." Good, said Albus. They sat in awkward silence for a moment. "I have your wand," said Albus suddenly. He took it out of his robe pocket. "Oh, I wondered where it had gone," said Harry. They were silent again. The afterglow of the sunset had long faded. The stars were out in numbers and the night air was getting colder. It must have been below zero, but Harry was warm. He wondered why for a moment until he remembered that it was probably something to do with his phoenix powers. "Are you cold, Albus?" he asked. "You're radiating enough heat for the both of us," smiled Albus. Harry could have sworn that the couch got smaller and he was sitting closer to Albus than he was a minute ago. Their legs were practically touching, not that he could see them under the blanket. They were quiet for a while longer. "There's an ingredient that the potion needs that we didn't use last time," said Albus. Harry was worried that he was going to bring up the matter of the feather in his wand, but he didn't. "Something to carry Fox's soul to his new body." "Oh, like what? Don't you still have a piece of crystal?" Harry thought about it. "I guess so. I dunno how it works, though. Nicholas is under the impression that, in proximity to you and Fox's body, the crystal will put Fox's soul where it belongs while leaving yours in your body." Harry nodded. "That makes sense. When my broom broke, Fox went and got the crystal and used it to find the part of my soul that was floating around." "Where is the crystal?" "It's in my room." Harry grabbed Albus around the shoulder and immediately teleported them to his tower. The tower was dark and cold. Harry hadn't been there in over a week. "I've missed that," said Albus, pulling the deluminator out of his pocket. "What?" asked Harry. "Teleporting everywhere with you," Albus smiled. He clicked the deluminator and balls of light flew to Harry's lamps. Harry went and took the crystal out of the desk drawer where he kept it, returned to embrace Albus, and they were back on the sofa in the astronomy tower a moment later. As soon as the flames from teleportation cleared, Harry and Albus both gasped. The sky was ribboned with green light swirling high above them. The aurora borealis, whispered Albus. Magnificent. Harry, meanwhile, might just as easily have jumped and ducked behind the sofa had Albus not still been holding onto him from the teleport. Harry had momentarily mistaken the green light for an Avada Kedavra. Yeah, he said half-heartedly. Magnificent. In Harry's life, he'd never encountered any sort of green light that boded well for him. To this day, he had reoccurring nightmares about the Avada Kedavra curse. The glowing green potion in the center of Voldemort's lake, the chamber of secrets in which he'd just been imprisoned for a week, and even the lake in which Harry had nearly drowned in his fourth year tinted everything an eerie green. What's wrong, Harry? Are you tired? Sunrise is at 8:44 tomorrow morning. Bed. No, said Harry, not wanting to take Albus from his skywatching. I'm just thinking about Fawkes, he said. The image of his own Avada Kedavra curse disappearing down Fawkes's throat played in his mind over and over. He was sure he wouldn't be able to sleep anyway, not with everything he had on his mind. All right, said Albus. 10 minutes later Harry was fast asleep, resting against Albus. The green light of the aurora flickered off his face. His dreams were full of the green light and Fawkes bursting into flame, Harry trying to take it all back, and Fawkes bursting into flame. Under the light of the aurora, a tear slid down Harry's cheek. Albus took a small vial out of his robes and collected the tear. He put it back in his robes and wiped away the rest of the moisture with his thumb. Tears of your killer, he whispered, gently stroking Harry's hair. Grievingly shed. When Harry opened his eyes in the morning, it took him a moment for him to figure out where he was. He was still on the couch in the astronomy tower with the sky above him. Then he wondered how he could have possibly slept so long. The sun wasn't up yet, but the bright dawn light made Harry squint. Harry leaned forward to see over the rounded parapet, but an arm circling his waist stopped him. He turned around to see that he'd fallen asleep leaning against Albus. Albus was still asleep, his glasses hanging off his long nose. Harry reached around and carefully pushed them back up. Albus's eyes flew open. Good morning, he said. What time is it? Harry shrugged. Some time before 8:44. Tempest, muttered Albus. 8:15, appeared in red numbers in front of them. Oi, said Harry. They only had a few minutes to get ready for the final part of the potion. They got up off the couch and Albus summoned a bottle of freezing draft with Harry's wand. Albus helped Harry extract the memory of Fawkes hatching, and Harry climbed into the cauldron by 8:20, shaking with cold. Your wand, Harry. What? Oh, said Harry. His stomach dropped. He'd forgotten about the last ingredient of the potion. Shaking harder and harder, he held out a dripping hand. Albus handed Harry the wand. Harry held it in both hands just outside the rim of the cauldron. His treasured holly and phoenix wand was cold and unresponsive. Everything about this felt wrong. Harry bit his lip bitterly. Wait, said Albus. Harry looked to him. You, Albus's voice caught in his throat, you may never be able to do magic again. Harry shook his head and didn't say anything. He wouldn't be able to break it if he thought about it at all. He closed his eyes, pictured Fawkes, and snapped the wand before he could even think. Pain and nausea ripped through him. He didn't remember it this way when his broom broke. Maybe he'd blocked it from his memory, but the moment he broke the wand, he felt like part of him had been snuffed. Like a bright candle had gone out, there was now nothing left but smoke to choke on. The wand clattered to the ground outside of the cauldron and Harry sank below the surface of the potion, unable to keep himself up. He coughed and potion flooded into his lungs. Harry didn't hear the splash as Albus tossed the blue crystal into the potion, nor did he feel it when the crystal hit him on the head before sinking deeper. Feather from your body, carefully preserved, you will create a new body, chanted Albus, but Harry didn't hear him. All he could hear was the blood pounding in his ears like an ambulance siren. The potion suddenly got hotter and lighter, rising to the surface like the liquid was no longer liquid, but fire, burning Harry's lungs. Memory of your essence, lovingly contributed, you will bring back what was lost. The potion instantly turned from flaming red to the color of mercury, and it kept getting hotter. With Harry's fading consciousness, he realized that he hadn't given Albus any more tears. Tears from your killer, grievingly shed. You will undo what you've done. The potion went silent. Everything was dark. Harry couldn't see, couldn't feel anything. He was in the darkest night. He was under 30 covers in a stifling, dark room. And then the potion exploded with green light, and Harry knew he had, in fact, cried for Fox because he was feeling exactly what he'd felt when he'd done so, and more. His mouth was open and he gasped in potion, choking, swallowing, crying. It was like someone had put the aurora borealis in the potion and now it was suffocating Harry, drowning him. He wondered how Albus could possibly find that emerald green color beautiful. Something fluttered in front of him in the green. Something red. A tiny red sun in green outer space, and it grew. Then the red was a storm, twisting and shining in front of Harry's fading vision. Harry swallowed more and more potion. He was drowning. All of the breath left him, and he lost his grip on the world of red and green, favoring the black of unconsciousness. What he didn't see was that the potion was very quickly turning all red, and fire was blossoming from the surface of the potion. And then the surface exploded as a fully grown phoenix rocketed out of the potion, dragging Harry with him, upside down, his talons ripping into Harry's feet to maintain a grip. "Harry!" shouted Albus. Potion was rushing out of Harry's open mouth and Fox shook him up and down in the air to get all of it out. Then, Fox hastily laid Harry out on the stone floor of the astronomy tower. He was beefy and immobile and his feet were bleeding from Fox's talons. Albus quickly knelt by Harry's head. He checked to find that Harry's heart was beating faintly, but he wasn't breathing. Albus pinched Harry's nose and swooped down to exhale into his mouth. Once, twice, Albus checked his breathing again. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Harry spluttered, arching forward. He gave a few weak gurgling coughs, fighting between taking in much needed air and accidentally drawing in more fluid from his throat. "Harry, can you hear me?" Fox was by Harry's feet, his tears mixing with the potion and blood from the wounds he'd caused lifting Harry. Harry's breathing slowed and his eyes focused on Albus. "Did it work? Is Fox all right?" he croaked. Albus smiled. "Yes, though I admit, for a moment there I thought you." And Harry never knew exactly motivated Albus to do what he did next, but the next moment Albus had leaned down and keyed Harry full on the mouth. Fox began to sing with joy, and his song seemed to fill the whole sky. Harry's heart leapt into his throat and he could hardly breathe. And suddenly Harry really couldn't breathe and he shoved Albus off him in order to cough up more potion. As soon as Harry finished coughing, Albus was stuttering in apology. "Harry, I don't know what came over me. I'm sorry. You just." Harry quickly grabbed the front of Albus's robes and pulled him down for another key. And it was even more amazing than the first. Albus stabilized himself with a hand on Harry's bare hip, and Harry let his eyes fall shut, beginning to feel warm all over despite the midwinter air. Harry lifted a potion-soaked hand to push a dangling lock of Albus's hair behind his ear, and Albus let himself sink closer to Harry on the floor of the tower. "What the?" Harry and Albus looked up. Harry felt hot blood flood out of his extremities and into his face, and he reached past Albus to the couch for their blanket. I'd just gotten back and I was walking across the lawn and saw a green light coming from the tower and came up," said Minerva. "I've never seen it in person, but I thought maybe Avada Kedavra." Harry felt an intrusive flash of annoyance that Minerva could possibly have reached the age of 33 without knowing what an Avada Kedavra curse looked like, and then softened, realizing that that was a mercy. "So, I came up here to make sure everything was all right." Minerva fiddled with her hands for a minute, nodding slowly as she took in the scene. "But I see that I'm not needed." Happy New Year," she finished. "Happy New Year," said Harry and Albus together. Harry didn't know what to say. "As you can see," said Albus cheerily changing the subject, "we created a potion. Fox is free, though I don't know where he went. He was here a moment ago. I can't imagine how he possibly slipped away without either of you noticing," replied Minerva tersely. They were all quiet for a moment. Albus was looking at various points in the sky, and Harry was looking at the ground. Minerva tapped her wand absently on the stone parapet. "Thank you for the books, Minerva," said Albus. "I've always wanted to read about tropical fish." "You're welcome," she said stiffly. "Thank you for the hat, Albus. And thank you for the gifts, Harry." "You're welcome," they both said. "Right, Well, I'm glad you're all better, Harry, and I really have some paperwork to do now, Minerva said very quickly. Her eyes flashed, her lips tightened into the thin line that Harry hadn't seen in a long time, and she turned and marched down the stairs with her head unnaturally high. Neither Harry nor Albus said anything for a minute as her footsteps receded down the tower's spiral staircase. Breakfast, Harry. Harry shook off his daze and nodded to Albus. The two of them made their way to their feet, Harry still wrapped in the blanket. Do you need? Harry reached automatically inside for magic to clothe himself. I'm not sure I can. It feels like he winced, like a sore muscle. Lumos. Ow. A little dot of light appeared in front of Harry's eyes and went out. He made eye contact with Albus and couldn't help smiling in relief that he had magic back. Allow me. I don't have a wand, but I've been having better luck wandlessly lately. Albus waved his hand, and Harry's skin was mercifully warm and dry. Did that work? Yeah, thanks, Harry nodded gratefully. Perfect. Albus waved his hand a second time, and the blanket vanished. Harry looked down and back up at Albus. Albus glanced over his half-moon glasses and his lip twitched. Oops. Castle breakfast was over, so the two of them retreated to Albus's dining room. There, two house elves spread a meal for them. As they sat down, a flame leapt up in the middle of the table and vanished, leaving a single red feather and the elder wand. A stack of Harry's Christmas presents sat at one end of the table, and at Albus's insistence, Harry began to open them. Minerva had given him a book on rare magical objects. He flipped through it briefly to see that Minerva had circled all of the ones that had ever been documented in Harry's vault. Professor Flitwick had given him a dueler's watch, an item that would count down the incapacitation time and even help identify foreign spells, and a heartfelt note saying that he wanted to share a meal to discuss technique. Harry then remembered that Flitwick had been a dueling champion at one point and he wondered if that had occurred yet. Flitwick couldn't have been too much older than 40. Pomona Sprout had given Harry a nifty little plant. In the dark and its pot, would shrink down to fit easily on one face of a galleon, but in the sun it expanded to a flowering tree about the size of a ficus. Nicholas and Penny had given Harry a copy of a new book that they had co-authored, Magics of the World, which showed the different interpretations of magic in different countries. Just as languages are formulated differently, there were different incantation guides and different structures for enchantments. In many parts of the world, Nicholas had told Harry, magic wasn't channeled through wands, but through rings or staffs or pendants. There was also a small pile of gifts from various students. There were sweets from some of his older students, and, Harry couldn't believe it, a lumpy purple wool sweater from somebody named Lucretia Pruitt. Harry unfolded it to find Defense Against the Dark Arts, written on the front in blue. Harry grinned and put it on. Albus chuckled. You know, you can track back for centuries. The tradition of making Christmas sweaters has been passed down for generations from mother to daughter in that family. I used to get sweaters from her mother, Melania Black, when I taught Lucretia, and I was friends in school with Melania's mother, Druella Macmillan. Druella's mother made me a sweater or two, too. That's fantastic, said Harry. I got a sweater every year from Lucretia Pruitt's daughter, Molly. Harry smiled. And even Ginny started knitting after we had James. She said she was doing it, ironically, but she never stopped. I wonder if Lily will start knitting when she grows up. Albus smiled, leaning into the details of Harry's former life. It was healing to be able to talk to Albus about his family like this. Did Nicholas give you anything else? Harry asked. He did give me this box of yours. He said he wasn't sure what to do with it. Albus flicked his wand and a moment later a light wooden box with a hinged lid zoomed up to the table and landed in front of Harry. Harry tilted it away from Albus and peeked inside. There were the items he'd told Nicholas about, the parts for Albus's gift that he hadn't had time to assemble. Which reminds me, Harry, I'll be right back, said Albus. He got up from the table and left the room. This gave Harry the moment he needed. He quickly got out of his seat and crossed his fingers. He really hoped this would work. He concentrated very hard and it worked. He was quickly shrinking down into his phoenix form. He couldn't believe he could still get into this form without Fox. He quickly shook a particularly long and shiny feather out from his body and changed back into a man. He picked up the feather and quickly fitted it into a metal quill tip, which Nicholas had taken the liberty to turn gold, with Albus's full name engraved into it. He put it back into the box, where there was also a little gold ink pot with Albus's name on it, and shut the lid just as Albus came back into the room with an iconically shaped package. "This is for you," said Albus. Harry looked from the package in Albus's arms to Albus's face and back. "Albus, did you buy me a broom?" asked Harry, stunned. "No, of course not," said Albus, twinkling. He handed Harry the package. Harry, thoroughly baffled, opened the package. It was a broomstick, but one unlike Harry had ever seen before. The handle was crimson with swirls of gold around the shaft. The tail was literally on fire with unnaturally dark crimson flames. "I didn't buy it," smiled Albus. "I took the liberty of making it. After all, I broke yours." Harry was silent, admiring Albus's work in awe. "It can do everything yours did, and I added a few things. That's Goobrathian fire on the tail, so it will never go out. I thought it looked a little too flashy, but the fire is necessary for some of the new additions. For instance, that broom can vanish and reappear with its rider. Nicholas and Rudolph helped me instill it with Phoenix teleportation and speed. Albus, this is amazing. It's beautiful." He laughed, not really sure how to convey just how much he loved it. Wow. "I must admit, though," said Albus. "It's not a unique gift." "Oh?" asked Harry. Albus snapped his fingers and another Phoenix broom zoomed up the stairs and into Albus's waiting hand. "I decided you wouldn't have fun without a little competition on the pitch. I thought I might provide some myself." Harry laughed. Challenge accepted. Then he remembered his own gift for Albus and grimaced. He didn't want to go down the anxious rabbit hole of comparing his gift with Albus's, but well, he resolved to be a bit more focused and a bit less kidnapped. This is for you." He quickly shoved the box over to Albus. "Can I open it?" asked Albus. Harry pursed his lips and nodded. Albus lifted the lid and smiled serenely at what he saw. He lifted the quill and ink pot out of the box and examined them, smiling. "Thank you, Harry," he said. "These are beautiful." Harry nodded. "And that ink pot? I didn't know what color ink you wanted, so I got you color change. I wanted the kind that keeps changing as you write, but I'm not sure if that's been invented yet, and this one just stays one color after you write for the first time. I didn't know if you'd want black as usual or purple or something, so I left it up to you." He trailed off. Albus absently snapped his fingers to conjure some parchment. With his new quill hanging an inch above the parchment, looked Harry right in the eye for a moment, dipped the quill in the ink pot and started drawing a butterfly in emerald green. Harry stared. This was the moment when Albus Dumbledore decided to change from black ink to his trademark green. Harry couldn't figure out why Albus liked that color in the first place. Green made Harry think of Avada Kedavra and nauseating flow travel and snakes and traffic lights and Slytherins and drowning in potion. He was about to ask Albus why he picked green, but Albus spoke first. "Thank you, Harry," he said. "This is very thoughtful." "You're welcome. There's something else in there. It's silly, it's just." Harry bit his lip. Albus put down the quill and opened the box again. He fished out the last item from the box, a small squashy paper-wrapped package. Harry held his breath as Albus carefully picked the tape off with his long fingers. The wrapping finally fell away to reveal. "Harry, you know, every other gift I received this Christmas was a book. People insist on giving me books, but all I ever really wanted was a pair of thick, woolen socks." The first few days of the new year proved interesting and challenging for Harry. Soon after he and Fox were separated, he discovered that he still had all of the abilities of a phoenix, but very limited wizard magic. With or without a wand, which he had to borrow for experimentation because his was broken, he had trouble with the simplest charms and spells. His magic level was similar to what it had been as a first year. He practiced a lot and it got easier. It was like his magic had reverted to an egg and he needed it to hatch and grow back to what it had been. Minerva was the first one to discover Harry's inabilities when she walked in on him practicing levitating charms, badly, in his classroom on Thursday, January 2nd of 1958. "What are you doing, Crockett? What's that you're levitating there?" Harry lost his concentration and the pen he was floating dropped to the ground. Harry turned and glared at her, wiping a bit of sweat off of his forehead. Lesson planning, he muttered. Defense against the pens, she asked. Here, I can help. She levitated some chalk from the chalkboard and sent them flying at Harry with a twitch of her wand and a smirk. Protega, shouted Harry immediately. One piece of chalk slowed down enough to fall and hit him in the leg, and the other three hit him squarely on the forehead one after the next. Harry grunted in frustration and wiped the chalk off of his face. Minerva looked at Harry confused and sent one more piece of chalk at him, which hit him in the crotch. Huh, I'll be right back, she smirked, her eyes flashing. Minerva, wait. But she was already swishing off down the corridor. 20 minutes later she returned with Albus. All right, Harry, you said you wanted a rematch with Albus, so here he is. What? I didn't say. Of course you did. You said your duel was totally unfair and you weren't even conscious at the time because of Fox, so you wanted a rematch, so I brought Albus down. Albus was smiling a little. Why didn't you say so, Harry? I always enjoy our duels. Oh, and he called you an old ninny, said Minerva. Harry was about to rebuke, but Minerva sent a silencing charm at him and he couldn't throw it off. He glared at Minerva and followed her and Albus out of the classroom thanks to the forceful guidance of an invisible hand at his back. The three of them made it out to the Quidditch pitch. This wasn't going to last very long. Harry'd get beaten and hopefully not injured, and then he could explain everything and Albus would understand. Some part of his pride smarted at not being able to fight Albus back properly, though. Before he knew it, he was standing 20 paces from Albus on the Quidditch pitch in a patch cleared of snow. Ninny, Albus mouthed at Harry, mock hurt. Harry shook his head vigorously. This was going to be the first duel they wouldn't tie, they'd even sort of tied the one in the interview. And then Harry remembered that the Elder Wand recognized them both. He briefly wondered how the wand was going to pull off a tie this time, given he'd be fighting like a first year. But he didn't have time to think about it because Minerva blew a whistle and Albus started firing spells at him. Harry dodged around. He was and always had been exceptionally fast, and he was faster still because of his phoenix powers and body aura, but when he tried to put up a shield it failed almost immediately. Harry was wandless, so his spells either shot out of his fingers or manifested at their targets, but most of them didn't appear at all or were too weak to do anything. Albus put up a shield and called, Harry, are you all right? Minerva's silencing charm finally wore off, so Harry responded. No, Minerva. Ah, my magic's still gone. Just finish the damn duel. Albus glanced over at Minerva who was grinning. You'll have to finish. You're magically bound, she called gleefully. I will have words for you, Minerva, called Albus before turning his wand back on Harry. Petrificus totalis, he called, and Harry finally failed to dodge. His arms snapped to his sides and his legs snapped together and he toppled over, but Albus was there to catch him and lower him slowly to the ground. Suddenly Harry could move again. That wasn't 30 seconds, he said, looking up at Albus, kneeling above him. I didn't take the curse off, said Albus, frowning, but still, Harry could move. Incarcerus, Albus muttered, pointing his wand down at Harry. Ropes sprung out of his wand and began wrapping themselves around Harry, and, to both of their surprise, they wrapped all the way around Albus too, dragging Albus down and binding them together tightly from shoulder to boots. Albus's wand fell out of reach. Both of them heard Minerva laughing and then she came into view above them. Albus, Minerva said, there was really no need to give up the win. I didn't, said Albus. The bell rang, signaling 30 seconds of incapacitation. Once again, Harry and Albus had tied a duel. Should I just leave you two like this? You look. She cocked her head, comfortable. Harry wondered if Albus was ever going to realize his wand was loyal to Harry and start suspecting that Harry knew where the resurrection stone was too. So Harry worked on his magic and it improved. After a few days he was at least up to the level of a third year. He could do disarming spells with relative success and he could transfigure small inanimate objects. He was in his office practicing on Friday morning when a house elf in what looked like a formal tea cozy appeared with a rolled-up piece of parchment. Professor Crockett, sir, this is being from Professor Dumbledore, sir. Oh, thanks, said Harry. He wondered why Albus didn't just come and deliver it himself or just tell him whatever it was. He unrolled the parchment and immediately his eyes went huge and his face became very warm. Inked in loopy emerald green pen was. Dearest Harry, I wish to apologize for my forward behavior the other day, but I would like you to know of my affections for you. It's my intention to court you romantically and perhaps you would oblige me with a dinner next Saturday, the 11th of January at 4:30, if that's enough notice. I eagerly await your response. Yours truly, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. He read it again 3 times, cringing and biting his knuckle. As you writing a responses, sir? Asked the house elf. Harry jumped. He'd forgotten the house elf was there. He cleared his throat. Yeah, said Harry. No, his voice cracked. No, actually, thanks. I'll go myself. With letter in hand, he marched up to Albus's office, knocked, and the door swung open. His throat went dry all of a sudden. Albus. Got your message. Oh, good, said Albus, a picture of ease and serenity behind his desk, leaning back in his chair. You know, you, don't have to put it in writing, or give me over a week's notice. We aren't that formal in my time. Or, this time, I think, actually. You could just ask me to go to dinner with you. Goodness, that sounds confusing, said Albus leaning forward to put his elbows on the desk. How would you know I was courting you? How would you know it wasn't just a friendly dinner or something related to your employment? And imagine if I weren't courting you and you thought I was. Imagine how you would have been led on, if I may be so presumptuous. His glasses glinted. Well, in my time, said Harry, walking over to Albus's desk and putting his hands on it, after a century and a quarter of progress since your last date. He leaned across to put his face near enough to Albus's ear to feel body heat and smell Albus's lemo. Why shampoo? We've come up with some new ways to show someone we're interested. And it's never once been confusing. Countered Albus with a small smile. Flashes of Cho and Ginny came to Harry's mind's eye, and Harry decided that Albus might have a point. He withdrew to standing in front of the desk. I would love to go to dinner with you, he said. But could we compromise and make it this Saturday? I think waiting a week might make me go mad. He smiled sheepishly. It would be a pity to learn that after 125 years, lovers have stopped trying to drive each other mad. Harry bit his lip and tried a different tack. He sat down in the chair opposite Albus and reached to touch Albus's hand. I wouldn't want you to feel like I was rushing you, said Harry. You know, if you weren't sure and you wanted more time. He started reaching out through his hand with his body aura just to see. If you aren't bursting with anticipation like I am. He inched his aura further in, feeling Albus's heart speed up. But at least I have the dreams as consolation, he finished. The dreams? Asked Albus a little more weakly than he probably meant to. It's the strangest thing, said Harry. Both of the nights since I've been back I've been having these incredible dreams unlike anything I've ever had before. They feel totally different from my dreams. Each night it starts where I'm kneeling down onto a bed in a pitch black room. All right, this Saturday, said Albus, pulling away his hand and blushing. Harry grinned and got up, feeling the ghost of teeth Albus was imagining on his own throat as Harry withdrew his aura. Just as Harry was about to leave, Albus called to him. Oh, Harry, wear Muggle clothes, if you please. Need that in writing. So it was a date. Meanwhile, Minerva would not shut up about some new boyfriend she'd met on her visit home. Elijah is taking me to dinner tonight, she told Harry and Albus at lunch on Friday. And does this Elijah have a last name? Asked Albus. Charade. What kind of a name is Charade? Asked Harry. I think it's mysterious, said Minerva. He's from a very old wizarding family of charades. I have never met one of the charades, said Albus. Nor heard of one, come to that. They're Irish. None of them have ever attended Hogwarts. Ah, well, I would love to meet him. It's only our second date, she replied. I don't want to scare him off yet. So, what does he do? Harry asked. He's an antique dealer. He finds rare and old magical objects, values them, and sells them. I bet he'd love to see your vault, Harry. Harry laughed. Not going to happen, Minerva. And don't you dare breathe a word to him about it. I won't, she said, but he told me about some interesting things, one of Hufflepuff's old cups or something, she rambled. Her last known artifact, and he said he spent a lot of time looking for the lost diadem of Ravenclaw, didn't find it of course. Something about one of Slytherin's old rings with a weird triangle on it, said he would love to see the sword of Gryffindor. Now that I think about it, I wonder why he's so interested in the Hogwarts founders if he didn't go to school here. No matter. He found a good person to talk to about it. Harry and Albus quickly learned to tune Minerva's chatter about Elijah out. Whether she was trying to make Albus jealous or show him how happy she was without him, she'd become a broken record. And before Harry knew it, it was Saturday evening, almost time for his date with Albus. Minerva, surprisingly, insisted on helping him dress for it, and Harry needed it. He didn't have any Muggle clothes, but with some descriptions and photos from Muggle magazines that Harry had to teleport out to get, Minerva could transfigure things for him. He was ready by 4:25 and he and Minerva climbed down the stepladder, because Harry couldn't levitate himself down slowly enough not to break his legs yet, something he learned the hard way. Minerva wished Harry an enthusiastic good luck, and with a wink left Harry to meet Albus by himself. And he reached the top of the grand staircase right as the clock started chiming 4:30, and he looked down and there was Albus. Involuntarily, his face split into a grin. "Hello, Harry," Albus said softly as Harry approached. "Hello." Albus kissed him on the cheek. "You look, devilishly handsome," he said. Harry felt himself turn a horrible color of red. Thanks. Minerva picked this out," he said, pulling at his tie and straightening his vest. "You too," he said, glancing Albus up and down. Albus was wearing his purple pinstripe suit. Maybe it was because Harry knew Albus better than the last time he'd seen that purple suit, but he no longer thought it looked too eccentric. Instead, he noticed how it made Albus look even taller and how the purple made his blue eyes stand out. "Are you ready to go?" Albus asked. "Oh, I forgot my cloak. Do you mind if I?" "You won't need one where we're going," replied Albus. "Oh." Albus took Harry's arm and led him outside onto the dark snowy grounds. It was cold out, but they were at the front gate to the school before it started to bother Harry. "Do you mind side-along apparating?" "No," said Harry. He gripped Albus's arm tightly. "On the count of 3, then, 1, 2, 3. They reappeared and were immediately struck by the light of the setting sun, which had long since set at Hogwarts. They stood on a winding, dusty country road. The road twisted between vineyards that stretched out over rolling hills that never seemed to end. The air was much warmer. Harry would have put it around 70 degrees. He and Albus both took their coats off and slung them over their shoulders. "I hope you don't mind a short stroll," said Albus. "Not at all. It's really nice out." "Good idea." They began walking down the road. They walked down a slight hill towards the sunset and around a corner. A breeze swept by, moving the warm air, and Harry watched as Albus's hair rustled. "We're almost there, I think," he said. They stopped at the top of a hill and watched as the sun set completely. As they stood side by side, Harry's hand accidentally brushed Albus's, and Albus immediately took hold of it. They continued walking. Harry spotted what looked like a little house at the bottom of the hill. As they approached, Harry saw that there was a little garden in front with a low wooden fence around it. In the garden was a lawn, and an olive tree, and a little table. As they walked and watched, they were close enough to see a stout woman emerge from the house with an empty wine bottle and a candle. She put the candle in the wine bottle, put it on the table, and lit it. She straightened back up and turned to go back into the house, but she spotted Harry and Albus. "Buonasera." "Hello," she called in a thick Italian accent. "Good evening," replied Albus with a wave. "It is so good of you to come. We made sure you were our only customers tonight," she said with big gestures. "Come in, sit down," she gestured to the little table, "and everything will be ready for you." And with that, she went back into the house, her enormous hips swaying under an apron. "I hope you like Italian food," Albus said to Harry. "I do, Albus. Where are we?" "Italy. Somewhere near Lucca. I was going to take you somewhere farther south, but they were having unseasonably warm weather here. This lovely woman hosts private dining." Her family are some of the best chefs in Italy. Oh my God, you took me to Italy on our first date. Albus smiled, and his eyes sparkled with the afterglow of the sunset. So they sat down at the table, and soon the woman, whose name was Gabriella, returned with a loaf of bread and wine, and then bruschetta, some with blood orange, goat cheese, and basil, and some with prosciutto and mozzarella. Harry suspected that the oranges came from a tree towering behind the house. The afterglow of the sunset was fading, and two small children came out with more lit candles in wine bottles and distributed them all over the garden. Soon after the bruschetta came new wine and a large dish of handmade cheese ravioli for Harry and Albus to share. Over the ravioli was a dark meat sauce that Gabriella referred to as gravy. She told them was an old family recipe that takes over 7 hours to make. When Albus asked for a copy of the recipe, she told him it had never been written down and had no measurements, but she'd be happy for him to come and watch her make it on Saturday mornings. The main course was herb roasted chicken with small potatoes and pearl onions. Harry and Albus each received a bee east and a wing with sprigs of rosemary that had clearly been cut from the very garden they were sitting in. Accompanied by this course was, of course, another matching Italian red wine. Gabriella told them about each course and each wine. The wine for the main course was made by her uncle, who lived a few miles away and owned the vineyard around them. By the time Gabriella brought out the dessert, lady fingers and espresso, over 2 hours had passed. The only light came from the full moon and the candles, but the air was still quite warm. When they finished the lady fingers, which they dipped in their espressos, Gabriella brought out a dessert wine. "Thanks for taking me out," said Harry while he and Albus sipped their drinks. "You're welcome. I hope you enjoyed dinner." Harry laughed and nodded. "I did. I am glad." They were quiet for a moment. "Harry, you once asked me a question, and I answered you quite facetiously, and I think I owe you the truth." Okay. You asked me why I look so young. And thank you for saying so, but there is a reason for it." Harry was suddenly very interested. "Many years ago, while I was still very young and a transfiguration teacher, was doing some research and experimentation on alchemy, and I attracted the attention of a noted scholar, Nicholas Flamel. Of course, I knew of Nicholas's accomplishments in alchemy with the stone." Harry had no idea where this story was going. "Nicholas and I spent a lot of time together, and after a few years, one day, to my surprise, he offered me the elixir of life, the chance to stay young forever." "Oh," said Harry, surprised, and a little relieved. Harry had been very uncomfortable when he thought that Nicholas had offered him the elixir and not Albus. "Why didn't you take it?" "That's just it, Harry. I did take it. That's why he gestured to himself. Harry was silent for a moment, processing. "But, you can't, you're all old in my time. I am led to believe that that will be a magical alteration to avoid confusion and media attention." The gears in Harry's head were quickly grinding to a halt. This news went against everything he knew about Dumbledore. He didn't know what to think. "I will understand if you think it's selfish of me," said Albus, and Harry finally understood how nervous Albus was about telling Harry this, how much mustering it must have taken him to finally reveal this secret. "I, myself, sometimes think it's selfish." Harry couldn't bear to see him so agitated. He suddenly knew this just wasn't any of his business. He reached across the table and grabbed Albus's hands in both of his. "It makes me happy to see you this way." They each finished their wine and then they left. When Gabriella came outside to say goodbye, she found them gone, but there was a pile of gold on the table large enough to feed her family for a year and expand her house into the proper restaurant she'd been dreaming about. Harry and Albus, meanwhile, appeared back in Harry's tower. Fawkes was back. He was standing on his gold perch with his head tucked under his wing. "So," said Harry, letting go of Albus, "2 bachelors," he said, trying out the word, "2 co-workers. We went on a date." "Yes, we did," replied Albus. "What does that mean?" "Probably that we should go on another one." Harry's face split into a smile, but before he could respond, Albus was dotting him, pulling him close with his hand on the small of Harry's back. Harry was about to thread his hand through Albus's hair, but Albus broke away, wished Harry good night, and dropped down the open trapdoor. The students arrived back to school on Sunday night, the 5th of January. The castle was louder and it felt like the temperature went up inside a few degrees. Classes started again on Monday the 6th, and Harry was back to teaching. Unfortunately, he had to work extra hard to fake his abilities. He was up to, maybe, a 4th or 5th year level. He could transfigure small animals and summon up a decent stunner. He could even conjure a Patronus if he thought about his key. With Albus, he managed to get through his morning all right. The first years didn't notice anything wrong. Harry was teaching them fully body binds that day, a spell he could both perform, counter curse and block successfully. He'd spent some time over the weekend picking out a nice stick and magically boring a hole through the center so that he could shoot spells through it and make it look like was using a wand. The first years bought it, and Harry was feeling confident and even excited about the new semester. Something very odd happened at lunch that day, however. Harry strolled to lunch, chatting with his first years, and then took his seat next to Albus. "Hello, Harry," he said. "How did your morning classes go?" "All right," said Harry. "The Pruitt twins are learning astoundingly fast, as usual. Had half the class stiff as boards 10 minutes in with body binding curses. Normally I would have noticed earlier, but, anyway, I had to give them something else to work on." Albus chuckled. "That's good to hear." He pulled out a little bottle, uncorked it, and poured it in his goblet. Harry looked at him curiously. "Elixir," he said. "Once a month." "Oh," said Harry. "I have considered stopping. I'm not going to live forever, and I don't think I want to anyway, so this may be pointless." Harry would have been happy to have a philosophical conversation about life and death at the lunch table with Albus, but just then, it got significantly darker in the Great Hall. All of the students looked around confused, and ultimately, they looked up at the source of the problem. The ceiling had died, for lack of a better word. There above them were beautiful arches and finely crafted molding, but no sky, no weather to be seen. The Great Hall's famous ceiling had stopped working. What had formerly been the middle of a sunny day was now wood and stone. Cries of confusion and alarm rung throughout the hall and Albus stood up. "May I have your attention, please?" The students were immediately silent, anxious for an answer to their confusion. "As you may have noticed, the ceiling has just gone out," he smiled. Perhaps he was amused at the situation or the way he'd phrased the sentence, or maybe he was just trying to make the students feel more calm about the situation. If the last was his goal, it worked. "I will investigate this. In the meantime, please enjoy the rest of your lunch." He pulled the deluminator out of his pocket and clicked it. Balls of light zoomed out into the dimly lit hall and hovered like little suns near the ceiling. Many of the students cried out in wonder and all returned to their lunches. "Do you know what's wrong?" Harry asked Albus quietly. "I suspect it may be one in a series of problems we've been witnessing throughout the castle. The staircase falling, the room of requirement empty, the kitchen not working, and while you were gone all of the photos and paintings around the castle stopped moving for the better part of an hour. It was eerie. If I didn't know better, I would say that the castle was, for lack of a better word, ill." Said Harry. "Actually, the castle has its own magical aura. I felt it when I first came in months ago. It's so big that it's sort of easy to tune out, so I forgot. Perhaps the castle has a consciousness, too, but I don't know how to make it better, or even how to access it," said Albus. "In the meantime, this is no small issue. One person has already gotten hurt, but imagine if the protections to the castle went down. We would be vulnerable to malicious entry," he said solemnly. "Not to mention parents." Harry laughed. "I would help, but my magic's completely boggled right now. I doubt I'd be able to feel the difference between a wizard's magical aura and a hippogriff's." Albus nodded. Sunlight suddenly streamed through the ceiling, and there was an interested commotion from the students. The ceiling was working again. "Well, that's that," said Albus. "Unfortunately, this means I won't be able to study it." Harry took a fortifying swig of his pumpkin juice and lowered his voice so that only Albus could hear him over the chattering students. "Albus, do you want to come with me to dinner at Comed Noctem this Saturday at around 8? Minerva says they've got something special this weekend." Albus beamed at Harry, caught off guard. Of course. The rest of Monday was more challenging for Harry. He had double 6th and 7th years. He normally showed off a bit for his new students, but obviously couldn't that day. When Longbottom asked him if something was wrong, he just said he'd had a long, tiring morning. He could have sworn he heard Moody cough, bullshit, under his breath. Next he had tea with Minerva. He told her that Albus had agreed to a date that Saturday at Comed Noctem. You did what? She asked. You told me there was something good at Comed Noctem this weekend, so I asked Albus to go with me. He trailed off as Minerva's expression changed to supreme irritation. Crockett, that's where I'm going on a date with Eli this weekend. Oh, we can compare notes after. At the same time, Crockett. Well, that's all right. We sort of want to meet him.
It is not all right, she said. Harry wasn't sure how facetious she was this time. And it's we now? You and Albus are we? She asked incredulously. I dunno, maybe, is there something wrong with that? Minerva backpedaled. I guess not. It's good to see you happy, she forced out. Plus, I'm happy too.
With Eli, said Harry. With Eli, confirmed Minerva. I'm glad you found someone, he said. Me too, said Minerva.
Yep, said Harry. They both drank the rest of their tea in silence. By Thursday, magic was coming much more easily to Harry. He was improving at a much faster rate and was almost up to the level where he was when he started his Auror training. He taught his 6th and 7th years again on Thursday afternoon, and managed to use magic in front of them without embarrassing himself. It was during that class that Moody, who was still shadowing the Newt class despite being a 5th year, reminded Harry of his promise. Professor Crockett, will you start teaching me wandless magic? He growled straightforwardly at the end of class. Oh, Harry had, naturally, forgotten. Yeah, he said, but then he hesitated. Don't you have some owl to be studying for? No, he said simply. All right, well, how about after class on Thursdays? I have a free block. Thank you, sir. When can we start? How about next week? Moody nodded. Harry supposed they could have started that very day, but there was something else that Harry wanted to do. He had hardly seen Albus in days, and he was starting to worry. It was possible that he was just working on the castle problem or having a particularly busy week, but Harry wanted to make sure. So when class was over and he was done talking to Moody, he dismissed his students and started walking up to Albus's office. He supposed that, given his budding relationship with Albus, he didn't need an excuse to go visit him, but he came up with one anyway. He decided he'd ask Albus to help test his magical ability, see if Albus had any useful comments. He reached the top of the escalator staircase outside Albus's office and had raised his hand to knock, but overheard an animated argument from within. He let his hand fall back down and started to leave, but then he recognized who the two voices belonged to. Minerva and Albus. Too curious, he stayed and listened. Minerva, I can't tell you why, but you should stop seeing this Elijah. I believe he's dangerous. He's a farm boy from Ireland, Albus, and it's not your duty to protect me from men. That is not what I am talking. Is it so hard for you to see me happy, Albus? She asked, clearly finally losing patience with whatever argument they'd had until that moment. Finally I'm happy, after years of pining over you, as you well knew, and suddenly you take an interest in my romantic life. Well, it's too late. Minerva, you know perfectly well why that is an invalid accusation. Right, because now you have Crockett, and you didn't even tell me, Albus, I had to walk in on you. In a public space, no less. I'm sure you saw this coming long before I did, he replied. I did? Do you think that made it better? It made it worse? I am sorry, Minerva, he said sincerely. I had no idea how these actions would affect you. I now wish I had conducted myself differently. Though, I did think you may have had it in you to be happy for me. Yes, well, you were very insensitive, Minerva said, calming down. I'm trying, Albus. And in my way, I am happy for you. None of this, however, changes the fact that Elijah is dangerous and that you should cut your ties with him immediately. Can't you just leave us alone? She bellowed. Minerva, I happen to have information. You've been spying on him? Minerva. I can't believe this. You have no consideration for my privacy, nor do you care for my happiness or well-being. All you care about is yourself. I hope you and Crockett are very happy together. Harry heard Minerva stomping across the office floor and realized she was going for the door just in time to teleport back to his office to get out of her way. When he got there, he found himself out of breath. He had no idea that he and Albus had hurt Minerva so much. He didn't understand why she was spending so much time with Harry gossiping about Albus and helping him get ready for their date and everything. Harry did think it was a bit insensitive of Albus to be telling Minerva to break it off with her boyfriend, though maybe he had a good reason. Harry didn't see Albus at all on Friday, nor did he see Minerva. He had a really nice lunch with Phileas Flitwick, who turned out to be a fantastic conversationalist. Flitwick, who actually seemed to be taller at 40 than his older self would be, was impressed with the way that Harry dueled. He said he'd never been particularly interested in dueling before, but had joined a dueling club over the winter break. From this Harry gathered that he had not yet won his dueling championship. After his classes on Friday afternoon, Harry sat in his tower and listened to whatever music his record player put on, which, to his annoyance, narrowed eventually to the Rolling Stones' Satisfaction and Beyoncé's Single Ladies alternating on repeat. He finally turned it off when it started playing the 12 Days of Christmas and got stuck on 5 golden rings. 5 golden rings. 5 golden rings. 5 golden rings. He was in a poor mood, but at least he had his date to look forward to on Saturday night. Saturday went by very slowly, though. By lunch he reckoned something must be wrong with his record player. It was now just playing Beyoncé's Single Ladies, and just the one part of a line. Put a ring on it, 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 in a never-ending loop of skipping. Neither Albus nor Minerva were at lunch, again. He hadn't seen or heard from either of them since he listened outside Albus's door. He thought that maybe Minerva was getting ready for her date with Elijah. Albus might have been busy or something, but Harry didn't mind too much because he knew he'd see him at dinner that night. It was almost 8. Harry didn't have to get dressed specially, because Comede Noctum's magic would do that for him. A few minutes before 8, he went down to the entryway and stood by the stairs. Albus wasn't there yet, so he waited. Fashionably late. Harry wondered. Usually Albus was prompt, but maybe this was some sort of 1800s seduction tactic. He hoped it was, anyway. At 8:15, Harry's mind stared to wander to possible places Albus could be. Was he with the Flamels and he'd lost track of time? Maybe he realized that he wasn't gay and was off somewhere doing unspeakable things with Minerva. Nope, he thought, imagining the way he'd Harry. Albus was definitely into men. Maybe Harry smacked himself on the forehead. He'd probably thought Harry meant they would meet at Comede Noctum. He teleported out immediately and reappeared in the alleyway outside of the restaurant. The last time he'd been there was in the fall. It was now winter, and the theme of the restaurant had changed completely. Instead of live fairies making up the lighted letters of the sign on the archway, glowing ice formed the script instead. Harry felt himself enchanted already by the spell. He walked under the arch, and immediately he felt his clothing transform in a brisk winter wind. He stepped into the beautiful winter wonderland courtyard outside the main restaurant. Witches and wizards lined up outside the door like he remembered, each wearing a beautiful fur or sleeved evening gown, but Albus was nowhere to be seen. Despite the enchantments and the beautiful surroundings, Harry felt something drop into the pit of his stomach. He teleported straight into Albus's office, and called out, hoping to hear Albus's voice. Maybe he'd gotten his hair caught in a curler? But he knew that wasn't what happened. He knew deep down that something was very wrong. Armed with his certainty that Albus was in trouble, Harry teleported back to his room to gather his thoughts. Immediately, his record player switched on. If you like it then you should have put a ring on it. If you like it then you should have put a ring on it. Harry sent a curse at it, but all that happened was the song change. Ah, 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 staying alive, staying alive, ah, staying alive. It changed again. 5 golden rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens. It changed again. I'm not your stepping stone. And again. I used to be a rolling stone, you know, when the cause was right. You'll be wrapped around my finger. If you like it then you should have put a ring on it. Whoa, oh, 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 if you like it then you should have put a ring on it. Harry yelled in frustration. Shut up and let me think. The music went quiet. He turned to Fox, who was standing on his perch. "Now," said Harry aloud. "Where is Albus?" Harry quickly teleported outside Minerva's chambers and knocked, but nobody was there. She was out on her date. "If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it," he had it stuck in his head. What could Albus be doing that would be more important than their date? What would he miss it for? Well, he could have been kidnapped, but he was Albus Dumbledore. Nobody could kidnap him except maybe Harry at the top of his game. What were Albus's weaknesses? What would he do that could get him in trouble that he wouldn't tell Harry about? "If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it." Oh, F.K. And in Harry's mind's eye he saw Albus outside of Gaunt's old shack with the snake on the door, pushing the door open and spotting the ring, the resurrection stone, Voldemort's cursed Horcrux. And if Albus had been distracted enough in his old age and wisdom to pick up the ring, he would most certainly, in his less learned youth, put it on. Harry would find him looking like a piece of Albus-shaped charcoal. The problem was, Harry didn't actually know where Gaunt's house was. He knew it was near the graveyard where he'd been taken in his 4th year, but knew nothing beyond that. He teleported back to his room. "Fox, Albus is in trouble, will you help me find him?" Fox whistled. "I can get us near." Fox took off and landed on Harry's shoulder, and Harry teleported them out immediately. They appeared in the graveyard. It was covered in snow. It was going to be more difficult to identify Gaunt's hut in such different conditions from when he'd seen it in the memory, but Fox took off immediately and started flying rapidly to the south. Harry changed into his phoenix form and followed. From the air, he could see much more of the landscape. There, on a hill, was the Riddle House. The Gaunt shack must be nearby. Harry kept following Fox, getting faster by the second. And there, finally, beneath a mat of overgrown brambles and ugly trees was the eyesore of a shack, the House of Gaunt. Harry vanished out of the air as soon as he saw it and reappeared in the shack, human again. And there was Albus, unconscious, on the floor on his side. No, 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 no. Harry could tell how he fell as there was swept path in the inch of dust. Harry quickly knelt down beside Albus and turned him so that he was on his back. He was still warm. Fox appeared in a flash of fire and landed on the ground next to Albus, sweeping a space in the dust with his tail. And Harry saw it. The heavy stone ring that Albus had put onto his right ring finger. Harry quickly summoned all the magical sense he could find in his recuperating magic aura and reached out with it to Albus and the ring. He recoiled immediately. Clearly there was a curse, or maybe that was just the Horcrux, he didn't know. "Fox, will you go get Nicholas Flamel and bring him back to my tower?" Fox vanished immediately. Harry was careful not to touch Albus's skin or the ring in case the curse could travel. He got a good hold on Albus's arm and teleported them out. They appeared on Harry's big purple bed. A moment later there was a flash of light and Fox and Nicholas appeared. "What's happened, Harry?" He put on the ring. "The resurrection stone, only it's a Horcrux and it's cursed. I can't tell what." "Harry, slow down. What ring? What stone? The Hallow? A Horcrux?" asked Nicholas, horrified. Nicholas rushed to the bedside, bent down towards Albus and closed his eyes. Harry could tell he was feeling out the curse, as Harry had tried and failed to do. Nicholas flinched a few times and then opened his eyes again. "The ring is stuck on his finger," said Nicholas. "You can touch him and the ring without falling under the effects of the curse. He is merely asleep, in a coma. I do not envy the dreams he's likely having, but he is just asleep for now. Whose Horcrux is this?" "Voldemort's. Tom Riddle, one of 7. 7? Well, 6 right now. He'll get the 7th in a few years, by mistake. How can we cure Albus?" "As far as I can tell, this curse was intended to keep the finder of the Horcrux preserved until Voldemort, did you call him? Could find and deal with him or her. Or possibly it was intended to let him or her starve to death. It may do something more sinister, I do not know. So, how can we help him? First, do you know how long he was cursed before you found him?" Harry thought about it and his panic started to rise. He hadn't seen Albus in days. He could have been lying on the floor in the Gaunt house that whole time. "Harry, how long? Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen him since Thursday afternoon." "Good. Then he isn't quite near death by dehydration. You need to convince Voldemort to lift the curse or destroy the Horcrux." He would never do that. Getting Albus out of the way would be a cause of celebration for him and, besides, he can't know we know about his Horcruxes. Then, you will need to destroy the Horcrux. I admit, I have no experience with this and do not know how to destroy a Horcrux. Harry actually laughed in relief. That is one thing that I do know how to do. Accio Sorting Hat. The sorting hat came zooming across the office and Harry caught it. He slammed it down over his ears and began to think. I need help. I need to save Albus. Please, I need to save Albus. I need the sword. And just like when he was in his second year, something heavy dropped onto his head, almost knocking him out. He stumbled and reached up to find that the sword of Gryffindor had, indeed, appeared in the sorting hat. All I have to do is break it with this, Harry said to Nicholas. But we can't take the ring off. What if I miss and hit Albus's hand? An image of Albus's hand, severed at the wrist and bleeding, popped into his mind.
Nicholas turned his attention and wand to Albus's hand with the ring on it. He tapped Albus's hand once, and from the tip of his wand spread steel, casting all of Albus's hand and lower arm except for right where the ring was. This would protect him.
Nice job, said Harry. He swung the sword up into the air, aimed carefully, and brought it down hard. His aim was true, but the sword not only bounced off, but flew out of Harry's grip across the room. What's wrong? Asked Nicholas. Oh, shit, the basilisk venom. He'd forgotten that the sword needed to be impregnated with basilisk venom for it to destroy the Horcrux. I'm sorry. This sword, I need to, will you watch him for a few minutes? Harry didn't wait for a response. He teleported out immediately, and a split second later he was in the Chamber of Secrets. It was, of course, exactly like he remembered it. It was untouched, as no one had visited since Riddle's 6th year. Harry turned to the great statue of Salazar Slytherin and spoke to it. He might have been a little sheepish about the words coming out of his mouth, but he didn't have time. "O mighty Slytherin, open up and let F.K." He knew immediately it wasn't working. He wasn't speaking in Parseltongue. He hadn't practiced it since he lost his magic, so he couldn't do it without talking to a snake. He didn't even know if he could do it with a snake. He took a deep breath and snapped his fingers. A tiny brown gopher snake appeared in his hand. At least he could do as much as an animal conjuring, he thought. He looked at the snake. "Hello," he said. It was Parseltongue. The snake nodded at him in response. "You can understand me?" The snake nodded again. "Good." He turned back to the statue and, in the same state of mind, began speaking to the statue. "O mighty Slytherin, open up and let the monster out. I command you, open and let out the King of Serpents." He waited for a moment, but nothing happened. He'd spoken the language correctly, but that wasn't the problem. "Great," muttered Harry. "Where the hell am I supposed to find the heir of Slytherin at this time of night on a Saturday?" He teleported back to his chambers. "Did you get what you needed?" Nicholas asked immediately. "No," said Harry. "As it turns out, the only person who can help me safely destroy this Horcrux is the very man who created it. We could conjure Fiendfire, but it might kill Albus. We need Tom Riddle. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I need Lord Voldemort's help. Shit. Fox, can you help me find him?" Fox disappeared in a burst of flame, only to reappear a split second later, to Harry's surprise, with Minerva and a rather good-looking man, both mostly beeped and tangled in a blanket. "No, Fox, that's..." Harry froze in horror. "Oh my god, that's Tom Riddle." The disguise was good. Voldemort's hair was longer and blonde, his snake nose was gone, and he had freckles all over his body, but somehow Harry knew. Maybe it was from 17 years of carrying part of that man's wasted soul, but Harry knew he would always be able to identify Lord Voldemort, and that was Lord Voldemort. "Expelliarmus! Stupefy!" he shouted immediately. Riddle was so surprised that he fell immediately, dragging the blanket and Minerva with him. He didn't have his wand, so there was nothing to disarm him of. "Crockett, what the hell are you doing?" shrieked Minerva, trying to cover herself with the blanket. "This is Elijah. How dare you attack him? How dare you?" "Minerva, that's Tom Riddle. That's Voldemort. Finite incantatum," incanted Nicholas, pointing his wand at Voldemort. The disguise fell away and Minerva screamed and quickly scrabbled backward, bringing the blanket with her. Tom Riddle was left in the middle of Harry's floor, unconscious and in nothing but his briefs, not that Harry had ever wanted to know what type of underwear Voldemort wore. Minerva spotted Albus on the bed. Albus, Albus, what's happened to Albus? He's been cursed, said Nicholas. Sort of his fault, Harry pointed to Riddle. Minerva burst into tears. I can't believe I was about to, oh Merlin. Tom Riddle. This must have been what Albus was trying to warn me about. Oh, I am sorry, Albus. I should have listened. But how could he have known? And why didn't Albus just tell me outright? Would you have believed him if he had told you that you were seeing Tom Riddle? Asked Nicholas, kindly. Minerva sniffed. No, her face hardened and she ran at Tom Riddle. Nobody really stopped her. She kicked him in the gut. He was unconscious and didn't move. After a few good kicks, and one satisfying crunch that meant she'd probably broken a rib, Harry stopped her. I'd let you keep going, but we, sort of need him for something. She looked at him questioningly. He's the only one who can save Albus. What is it, exactly, that you need, Harry? Asked Nicholas. Basilisk venom, Harry replied. Nicholas's face fell. I have a fair few black market contacts, but there hasn't been word of a basilisk for 2 centuries. Well, I know where one is. I just can't get to it without Riddle. Maybe if I was back to normal I could, Harry said, referring to his power, but not right now. Well, then, we'll have to wake him up, said Nicholas. Only, he can't see Albus. He can't know what did this to Albus or he'll never get us what we need. As far as he knows, that ring is still where he left it. He'd never help us break it. Perhaps you can take him directly to wherever this basilisk of yours is, suggested Nicholas. Harry nodded. He grabbed the sword of Gryffindor, turned to Riddle and, oh, for heaven's sake, will somebody please conjure him some clothes? Harry and Tom Riddle appeared in the Chamber of Secrets. Harry was tense and thinking quickly, looking from the sword to Riddle and back. Tom Riddle was still unconscious and, thankfully, clothed. Harry needed to get Tom Riddle to open up the statue of Slytherin, get the basilisk out, and convince it to give up some venom. The tricky part would be convincing Riddle to do the task without telling him why it needed to be done. If he thought it was to save Albus, he wouldn't do it. If he thought it was to destroy his own Horcrux, he wouldn't do it and he'd probably kill them all. So Harry needed to keep the true purposes out of the picture. He pointed to Riddle and incanted, Enervate. At the height of Harry's power, he would be able to just think the spell and it would happen with no beam of light or anything, but he was not at the height of his power. So a beam of light shot from Harry's index finger and hit Riddle in the chest. Riddle began to stir, and then groan and clutch his stomach where Minerva had kicked him. Voldemort, can you hear me? It was weird holding the Dark Lord captive. It was even weirder needing something from him. Riddle looked up at Harry and glared. Yes. He looked around himself and his eyes widened in surprise. Where are we? You know perfectly well where we are, Harry laughed. Why don't you just assume I know everything about you? It's going to save us a lot of time and questions. What you should be asking is, what are we doing here, Harry? What can I do for you so that I get out of here alive? Tom sneered. Fine, then. What are we doing here, Harry? He asked mockingly. And what can I do for you so that I can get out of here alive? I could do a lot for you, Harry Potter. He coughed and spluttered, his rib clearly causing him some amount of pain. Harry wrinkled his nose. Right, well, I need basilisk venom. Why? Asked Riddle. For, that's none of your business. He couldn't come up with anything fast enough. So Harry Potter's into dark magic? Does the White Hat know? No, said Harry, resigned. He thought he might gain sympathy from Voldemort if he thought Harry was hiding something from Albus. He doesn't. And you can't tell him. Please. Right, so, I don't know where any basilisks are, unfortunately, said Riddle. Cut the crap. I know everything about you, remember? Heir of Slytherin, Parseltongue, and all. And I'm not going to tell Albus about the Chamber of Secrets or the basilisk or anything. Why wouldn't you tell him? Asked Riddle suspiciously. It's not time for him to know, said Harry. What do I get out of this? I let you out alive? You're wandless, so are you. Harry smiled. Yeah, doesn't really matter. He snapped his fingers and dramatic fire roared up all around him. Harry slowly let the flames recede, never getting burned, of course. Nice trick, said Voldemort. But I have a basilisk. I could make it kill you. And I could kill it with my sword, Riddle scoffed. Or I could conjure a rooster to crow or something, but I don't really want to do that. I just want the venom. He was bluffing, of course. He couldn't kill the basilisk because it had to be there for his second year, and he didn't fancy hatching a new one to put in the old one's place. He also couldn't kill Voldemort for the same reason, but Voldemort didn't know that, of course. This is a lot of trouble to go to for basilisk venom, said Voldemort. I can't help but think there is something you aren't telling me. There are a great deal of things I am not telling you, Riddle. If I go into a wand store, I don't have to tell the seller every spell I'm ever going to cast with it. You imply I have a choice in this. You are not giving me a choice. You don't deserve one, spat Harry. Why not? You've tried to use the Cruciatus curse on me, you kidnapped me, dosed me with an illegal potion, put me under the Imperious curse, say. You ally assaulted me, tried to make me kill Albus, and then betrayed a friend of mine in the worst way possible, recounted Harry, incredulously. Need I remind you, you started all this at Borgins the first time I ever met you. You sabotaged my job interview at Hogwarts and stole my job, physically maimed me. You threatened me, killed my friend, attacked me in my home and tried to kill me, and now kidnapped me and beaten me. On top of that, I've offered you so much, I don't understand why you've scorned my advances with such rudeness. I owe you nothing. You may have the power in this situation, but do not delude yourself that you are the better man. Harry was silent. Voldemort spoke the truth. Voldemort may have been an unspeakably worse person overall, but Harry had certainly been as horrible to Voldemort as Voldemort had been to Harry since they had met in this time. Harry had excused his own behavior as payback for Voldemort's future crimes, but as far as Voldemort was concerned, the punishment was entirely undue. Harry rolled his eyes and waved his hand at Voldemort. Voldemort sighed in relief as his cracked rib healed. Is there something you want? Harry asked reluctantly. Your servitude. I think I might be too busy for that. Also, know anything else? The elixir of life. Not mine to give, said Harry.
I will do it if you go to dinner with me. What?
Or drinks some time. What? I'll show you mine if you show me yours. Just give me a chance, Harry. Tom, wait, did you just compare yourself to the... Minerva told me Dumbledore's been courting you, but I thought maybe if it wasn't serious yet.
Tom, no, you tried to kill me. You're a murderer.
So are you, and you tried to kill me too, but that doesn't change anything. It doesn't change the power I feel with you. What? In truth, I was only seeing Minerva in the hopes of getting closer to you. You tricked my best friend into dating you so that you could see me? Not your most endearing move, Tom. I've done wrong, Harry, but I could change if you showed me how. Harry's brain was exploding. Lord Voldemort promising to renounce his evil ways for Harry. But that's not how it ended. It ended with Lord Voldemort as an evil wizard with Horcruxes being killed by Harry in a big battle for Hogwarts and freedom. Was it a trick? Or was it true? Had this all been Harry's choice all along? I'll buy. What? Asked Harry, snapping out of his stupor. Dinner. I'll buy, said Voldemort. Harry shook himself. Focus. If this is what it took to save Albus, a night with the Dark Lord, he would do it. Fine. Really? Yes. One dinner, and you can't have me arrested. Fine. Fine. Tom Riddle grinned. Harry glared. Oh, fix your goddamn nose, said Harry. He waved his hand at Voldemort and Voldemort's nose was restored. Why did you keep it like that, anyway? It was a gift. Harry rolled his eyes in disbelief. All right. Will you please get the venom now? Voldemort nodded. He scrambled to his feet and turned to the giant statue of Salazar Slytherin. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. There was a great grinding noise as the giant maw of Salazar Slytherin began to open, and Harry thought he could see a stirring from within. Shut your eyes. Do not kill, Voldemort instructed in Parseltongue. And before Harry's eyes, the huge basilisk began to emerge from the statue of Slytherin and lower itself to the ground. You'll need something to hold the venom in, said Riddle, businesslike. I would recommend something made of snakeskin. The venom would eat through anything else too quickly. The snake was almost entirely on the ground. Harry, meanwhile, found some skin from the basilisk itself and transfigured it into a bag. Harry put an impermeable charm and an unbreakable charm on the skin. The skin would now hold a significant amount of venom, and hopefully wouldn't break. "Give that to me," said Riddle. Harry handed it to him. "Come to me," said Riddle, and the giant snake obeyed, keeping its deadly yellow eyes shut all the while. "Open your mouth and do not bite." The basilisk reared its head and, to Harry's continued surprise, did exactly as Riddle said. The basilisk opened its mouth and Riddle slipped the new snakeskin bag over one of the basilisk's foot-long fangs. "Now, bite down." Harry had an absurd image of a basilisk in a dentist's chair getting its teeth cleaned by Hermione's parents. "Open wide. Now turn your head to the left and bite down." He almost laughed. The basilisk, again, did what Riddle wanted and bit down. Its fang caught the snakeskin bag. Harry hoped the bag would stay intact. After a moment of watching the basilisk bite, Riddle ordered it to open its mouth again. He reached into the basilisk's mouth and pulled the bag off, careful not to touch anything but the outside of the snakeskin bag. "Your venom," he said, and handed the container to Harry, who took it carefully. "Thank you," said Harry, surprising himself. "Go back and rest," said Voldemort. The giant snake thundered off and began climbing to its home. "You're welcome. When will I see you?" He looked inside the snake bag to stall, except the fumes from the venom made his eyes sting.
How about Friday night, at the Cheshire Cat in Hogsmeade? Asked Voldemort.
Harry rubbed under his glasses with his free hand. "Yeah, fine, all right. I'm going to take you out of the castle, now." Before Voldemort could respond, Harry had grabbed him by the back of his collar, and they teleported out. Harry left him in an unoccupied room of the leaky cauldron and teleported back to his tower and Albus's side. "That was fast," said Minerva. "Did you kill him?" "What? No, I didn't kill him, Minerva. Did you get the venom?" asked Nicholas. Harry held out the bag. "Would you hold this for 2 secs?" Nicholas took the bag and Harry carefully dipped the sword of Gryffindor into it. When he withdrew the sword, it was shiny and dry as if it had never been dipped. Harry turned to Albus with the sword. Albus's arm was still cased in steel, except for the ring. Harry raised the sword above his head. The sword was halfway down to the stone when Albus's eyes flew open, and they weren't shiny and blue, but blood red. "Murderer," he said in a terrible whisper that only Harry could hear, and then the sword fell onto the ring, and with a crack like thunder, the stone split down the center. Albus's eyes were closed once more, and Harry wondered if Albus had opened his eyes and spoken at all. The sword fell from Harry's hand with a clang as it hit the floor. He vanished the steel casing on Albus's arm and slid the ring off his finger. That's when he noticed Albus's eyes start to flutter.
Albus, can you hear me?" Albus groaned and shifted a little, struggling to wake up.
"Harry, this is about to start leaking," said Nicholas. "What? Oh, the venom." His focus was still on Albus. "I could transfer it to Roosterskin, for one, but that would render it useless. The only thing I can think of is more goblin-made steel. I have a box at home, if you would like to borrow it."
"Oh, thanks," said Harry, much more concerned with Albus, who was stirring more and more by the moment.
"Minerva, will you help me with this? I'm afraid I can't manage it on my own. I want to see if Albus is, Minerva. I fear it will burn a hole in anything it touches if we don't transfer it immediately."
Minerva sighed and nodded. Nicholas grabbed her arm. "Fox, will you take us to my home, please?"
Fox took off and landed on Nicholas's shoulder and the three of them vanished in a whirl of flame. Harry was alone with Albus, and it was only much later that he realized that Nicholas had left them alone on purpose, at which time he made sure to send anonymous flowers. "Harry?" "Yes, Albus. Are you feeling okay?" Albus frowned. "I'm afraid I've done something very foolish, Harry." "It's all right, now, Albus. You're safe. How did I get here?" "I found you in Gaunt's house and brought you here." Albus exhaled and closed his eyes. He muttered something Harry couldn't hear. "Sorry," I said, "then it was real, and I did." He trailed off, his voice lost. "Where's the stone, Harry?" "Here." Harry pointed to his bedside table. "How did you find it?" he asked, for the first time frowning. "Voldemort," Albus rasped out. "He's Elijah. We must warn Minerva." She's safe, said Harry. She knows. Oh, she must be heartbroken. Minerva mentioned that he told her about a ring of Slytherins with a triangle on it. I thought I'd pay Elijah Charade a visit, only to discover that there was no Elijah Charade. I admit, I followed Minerva on one of her dates, and knew the man she was with was Tom Riddle. After this revelation I tried to warn Minerva, and then I set off searching for the ring. It was not hard to find. I thought he would have hidden it somewhere and I began searching at the house of Gaunt, but there it was on the table. I put it on. It was a Horcrux, Albus, and cursed. A Horcrux? Albus leaned forward in surprise. Whose? Tom's. Harry nodded. Albus flopped back down against the bed. They were silent for a moment. You must be so disappointed in me, Harry. I'm just glad you're all right, said Harry. I'm a little confused. I thought, well. You thought I'd moved past all of this? I thought I had too. They were quiet again. Is there anything we can do about it? Asked Harry. When Albus didn't say anything, Harry continued carefully. I mean, I know how much this means to you. I wish there were some way of giving you closure. Maybe we could revisit. No, Harry. I think it might help if, no, really, Harry, please stop. But I know it wasn't your curse that killed Ariana. Albus was struck into silence. He got out of Harry's bed, stood up, and walked to the window. How could you possibly know that? He asked, dangerously quiet. Your soul is intact, said Harry carefully. Not only that, but it's spotless. I've felt it. It's never been torn and pieced together. There's no scar. It wasn't your fault, Albus. You didn't kill Ariana. I as good as killed her, Harry. I let that monster into my house, Gellert. I was in that fight. I provoked the spell that killed her, but Gellert, I was too much of a coward to face him. That's the worst part. You could still see him, said Harry, crossing the room to stand behind him at the window. He's locked away. It would be on your terms. This might be the closure you need. Albus thought for a moment. I couldn't look him in the face. He studied the floor. Albus, this is going to haunt you until the day you die. It's just venom poisoning you. Gellert Grindelwald isn't worth that. You're the Gryffindor here. Albus turned, caught Harry's eye and smiled sadly. Do it for me? Harry asked weakly. In truth, in addition to his concern for Albus's lasting baggage, he was intimidated by Albus's history with Grindelwald. He didn't like that somebody had this kind of emotional sway over Albus. Maybe Albus understood this, or maybe he decided that it really would be for the best, but he finally nodded. Harry's eyes widened in surprise, asking silently, Really? Albus nodded. Will you go with me? Harry's heart melted. Of course. I will be there for you. Now, I'm free now, said Harry. Then let's, as they say, get this over with. Harry embraced Albus tightly, trying to convey all of his support and affection in one hug, and teleported them out. Harry knew where Nermangard was. He'd taken prisoners there, gone there to interrogate prisoners, and he even gone once in person just to let a prisoner go. Nermangard was the prison Grindelwald built for his war prisoners, but now it was just for any magical lawbreakers. It was not guarded by Dementors, as Azkaban was, but by trolls and wizards. Even though Harry wasn't at the top of his power, he could still get into even the highest security cells due to his Phoenix teleportation. The wizarding world really did underestimate things it didn't understand. Harry suspected even a house elf would be able to get into Nermangard. Harry teleported himself and Albus into the hallway directly outside of Grindelwald's cell. He knew where the cell was from when he witnessed, through the connection in their mind, Voldemort break in and interrogate Grindelwald about the Elder Wand. They were in a hallway lined with steel doors. Each door had a little rectangular window with thick bars. Harry was nervous. He regretted bringing Albus there a little. What if it went wrong? It would be Harry's fault. Albus looked calm, but Harry noticed a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead that said differently. Are you sure you want to do this? Harry asked quietly.
Albus gave Harry a half-hearted reassuring smile. Will you take me in?
Do you want me to come with you? Thank you, Harry, but I need to do this alone. I'll knock when I'm ready to leave. Harry nodded. He grabbed Albus around the middle and teleported into the cell, and Harry teleported back out before he materialized fully. Then he leaned against the wall and waited. Harry couldn't hear anything from within the cell, so it seemed like an age to wait. Harry paced up and down the hall, having to turn invisible for a brief moment while a troll guard passed. Though it seemed long, it was, in fact, only 10 or 15 minutes before there came a light knock on the door and Harry went back in to get Albus. Harry materialized in the cell. "Gellert, this is Harry." Gellert Grindelwald was sitting on a dirty, unmade cot with his elbows on his knees, and Albus was leaning against a wall with his arms crossed. Gellert had not aged nearly as well as Albus. His hair was long, gray, and tangled, and he was wrinkled and flabby. Despite that, Harry could still see the sandy-haired thief in his eyes. "Hello, Harry," said Grindelwald softly. "He's young," he said to Albus. "Watch out, boy, or you'll end up in a prison cell too." Harry frowned at Grindelwald. He was fighting the urge to curse him. He only didn't because he knew the conflict between Grindelwald and Albus was none of his business. "Thank you for the talk," said Albus pleasantly to Grindelwald, as if Grindelwald had had a choice to talk rather than been visited in his prison cell by the man who put him there. "You're welcome," Gellert smiled, standing. "I doubt we will meet again, Gellert, so this is goodbye." Albus strode over to the cot and proffered his hand to shake. Gellert took it and stole a key, before Albus could move away. Harry had no idea how he'd gotten over to the cot, but before he knew it, his fist had made contact with Gellert's face. "Harry, please don't," sighed Albus, moving away and wiping his mouth off on a handkerchief. "Sorry." Harry backed off. Gellert got up off the floor, and as soon as he was upright, Albus punched him square in the face, sending him back onto the floor. Harry gaped in surprise. Perhaps he'd misunderstood the nature of their conflict. "Are you ready to go?" asked Albus over Grindelwald's moans of pain. "Ah, yes," said Harry, tearing his eyes away from Grindelwald. Albus offered Harry his arm, and they vanished in a whirl of flame, but not before he thought he heard Grindelwald whisper, "I'm sorry." When they were back in Harry's tower, Harry wanted to ask, "How did it go?" But he didn't have to. "It was what I needed," said Albus, and he didn't elaborate. Harry's eyes fell on the resurrection stone, still sitting on his bedside table. Albus, clearly, had also spotted it. "What are you going to do about the stone?" Harry asked Albus. Albus looked guilty. "If I'm honest, I don't know. I want to tell you I won't use it, but..." "What would you get out of using it? You can't undo what was done." "Forgiveness," he said simply. Harry had a hard time arguing with that. He chose to clean his glasses rather than arguing. "But I don't trust myself to let it go at that. Using the stone would set me at the edge of a slippery slope, and it does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live." Harry exhaled slowly, trying to cover his relief, and put his glasses back on. "We should destroy it," Albus said. What?" "We can't," said Harry. "If they destroyed it, Harry would never see his parents and Sirius and Lupin and would never work up the courage to meet Voldemort in the forest when he needed to. Harry, this object causes misery, misguided hope. I don't trust myself not to use it if it remains. You're going to have to trust me on this one. We can't destroy it." "I'm sorry, Harry, but I cannot sit by and let others fall prey to the same agony that I felt searching for this for so long." "Fine," said Harry. "I needed it. There was a time when I had to do something, and the stone was the only thing that got me through it. We can't destroy it because I need it in the future. Afterwards, I lost it and nobody will ever find it again. Keep it safe, and nobody will ever have the false hope that you had." "And you? How could it possibly have helped you?" "I wouldn't say it gave me hope. It gave me comfort. Trust me, I needed it. I will agree to this on one condition." "What's that?" "That we look inside the vault before deciding." The vault?" Harry was confused by the sudden change in topic. "The Peverell vault that gets opened by the stone. I don't see why not. Besides, Harry knew there was no way to change the future. No matter what, the stone would survive. Harry had a sneaking suspicion that Albus just wanted to see what was in the vault, regardless of the decision. Harry shrugged. "Good. Do you have the cloak?" asked Albus. "We should tell Minerva that you're all right before we leave. She's had a really bad day, and I don't think she'd like it if we went off without telling her." Albus nodded. "You could have tried a little harder to warn her about Tom Riddle being Elijah said Harry. I underestimated him, said Albus. I thought he was a normal caliber of dark wizard. I didn't anticipate the level of darkness he has descended to, and so young. A Horcrux, Harry, did you know? Harry nodded. Fortunately, he doesn't have the ambition that Gellert did, or we'd have another war on our hands soon, said Albus. Harry grimaced. Albus saw his face. Tom Riddle will be way worse, said Harry. There's a war. 2, actually. The first one will start in about 10 years. You can try all you want to prevent it, but you can't change time. The best thing you can do is teach your students how to protect themselves. I have you for that, said Albus, sincerely gazing at Harry. Harry was both flattered and a little horrified. He felt he was the only thing between Lord Voldemort and the entire wizarding world. At least the feeling wasn't new. You're right. We should ask Minerva to accompany us to the vault, said Albus. What? I didn't say. I would like to have her there, said Albus. Harry was surprised. He thought this would be some kind of emotional, cathartic moment for Albus. Maybe he wanted Minerva there to keep it academic. Maybe it was for Minerva's sake. Either way, Harry didn't have any objections. Through some miracle of timing, that was the exact moment when Fawkes reappeared in Harry's tower, signaling that Minerva was most likely in her room. Be right back. Harry disappeared and reappeared outside Minerva's room and knocked. She answered the door a second later. Hello, Crockett. Hey, Minerva. Albus is fine, just so you know. Good, said Minerva. She stood in the doorway with her arms folded. Did you and Nicholas store the venom? Yes, said Minerva. She pulled a little silver box with many latches out of her robes and handed it to Harry. She crossed her arms again. Thanks. So, that stone thing that cursed Albus. It's the key to the third vault. That's nice, said Minerva, uninterested. And we thought you might want to come to open it with us. The look on Minerva's face showed Harry that she had to go back and remember what he'd said because she'd been too busy acting uninterested to listen. That rings the resurrection stone? Harry nodded. You want me to come with you? Yeah, said Harry. Well, said Minerva. She pulled off her glasses and began absent-mindedly cleaning them on her robes. It took her a while before she looked back at Harry. I suppose I could. Clearly, she was trying to act like she was still angry at somebody. Harry wondered if it was at Riddle, or at Albus for not warning her sufficiently, or if she'd gone back to being passive-aggressive at Harry and Albus for being together. Great. Harry smiled. We're going now. Ready? Minerva grabbed Harry's arm, and they teleported back to Harry's room. Harry grabbed his cloak from a drawer, and Albus grabbed his ring and wand from the bedside table. The three of them crouched under the cloak and waddled awkwardly to Harry's vanishing cabinet. Harry was reminded for a moment of his two best friends Ron and Hermione under this cloak and the many adventures they'd had. Here he was, going on another adventure with his two best friends. They climbed inside the cabinet and a second later, they were tumbling out into Ignatus Peverell's vault. The three of them exited the vault, into the antechamber. And there, in front of them, was a giant circle on the wall marking the vault of Cadmus Peverell and the Resurrection Stone. Harry, Albus, and Minerva stood in the antechamber to the Peverell vaults. Specifically, they were in front of Cadmus Peverell's vault, the one that they could open with the Resurrection Stone. So, said Harry, anyone know how to open this? Well, we opened your vault by going under the cloak, said Minerva. I opened the vault of Antioch by casting Alohomora with the Elder Wand, said Albus. Then it stands to reason that we would open this vault by using the Resurrection Stone, concluded Minerva. Maybe a dead person will appear and open the door for us. Harry's stomach lurched. No, he said. There must be another way. He took the stone from Albus and looked at it for a moment. Then he reached out with it and touched it to the center of the circle on the wall. Nothing happened. He put it on his finger, and walked towards the barrier and slammed into it. What are you doing, Crockett? I thought it might be like King's Cross, said Harry sheepishly. I think one of us has to, use it, said Minerva. Harry sighed. It was stupid to have hoped for anything else. Yeah, but which one of us? You, said Albus and Minerva in unison. I don't want to bring back anyone I know from the dead. I don't actually know anyone who's died, really, said Minerva. It should be you, Harry, if you're comfortable with it. If you aren't, we don't have to do this, said Albus. Harry actually found that he didn't mind. He'd come to terms with the deaths of everyone he'd lost. It might be bittersweet seeing Lupin again or his parents or Sirius, but it was something he could handle. All right, he said. You won't be able to see them. They'll just be here for me. Here goes. He flipped the stone over 3 times and looked around. He could tell immediately that it hadn't worked. When he'd used the stone in the Forbidden Forest, he'd felt the presence of the ghosts, but he did not feel it now. Did it work? Asked Minerva. No, said Harry. Harry, are the people you're trying to bring back, have they already passed away? Asked Albus, wording very carefully. What do you mean? Asked Minerva. Why would he try to bring people back who weren't already dead? Oh, said Harry. Neither his parents nor Lupin and Sirius had died yet. Oops. Minerva looked thoroughly confused as she still did not, of course, know that Harry was from the future. Harry cast around for somebody who had died since he'd gone back in time. Only one came to mind. Wister Bloom. This was going to be more difficult than Harry thought it was. He bit his lip. I have to bring back Wister. Why? Asked Minerva. Do you need a moment alone to talk with him? Asked Albus. Harry grimaced. Probably. Harry. Why are you bringing Wister Bloom back? Why do you need a minute to talk to him? Asked Minerva. Minerva, I'm from the future, so I don't know anyone who's already died in this time except Wister, who I accidentally killed, so I need to apologize to him. You're so full of shit, Crockett. Will you just give me a straight answer? Harry shrugged. Let's go, Minerva. Let's go in there. Albus threw the cloak over himself and Minerva and they vanished. A moment later, their footsteps faded away, and Harry could tell they'd gone into Ignitus's vault. Harry took a deep breath and turned the stone over 3 times, all the while worrying about just how messy it was going to be to bring back a man he'd killed. This time, he knew it worked. He turned around, and there was the former herbology professor Wister Bloom, with his dirty blonde hair and a fitted pastel sweater vest. He looked a few years younger than when Harry had first met him. Perhaps this was his look from a time before he knew Voldemort. Hello, Harry, said Wister. Wister, I know why you brought me here, Harry. I can open the vault. No, don't worry. I understand. Wister, I'm so sorry. I know, said Wister. He gazed over at Harry, and Harry shrank a little. I forgive you. You what? I forgive you. I know how sorry you are, and I know you weren't in your right mind. Just, do me a favor. Sure, said Harry. Please make sure the Dark Lord doesn't hurt anyone else. Harry's heart twinged. I can't do that, he said. I can't promise you that when I know for a fact he will hurt a lot more people. I know you can stop him, said Wister. I will stop him. It might take me a while, and people will get hurt, said Harry, but I'll stop him. Thank you, Harry. Now, are you ready to go in the vault? Yeah, hold on, said Harry. He turned to face the part of the wall where the triangle was and waved, knowing Albus and Minerva were watching, but not listening. A moment later, they emerged from the cloak outside the vault. I can bring them through, too, but they must touch the stone, said Wister. All right. He says you have to touch the stone, Harry told Minerva and Albus. Minerva and Albus crossed the antechamber and each put a finger on the stone in Harry's hand. Oh, said Minerva. Wister, is it really you? Wister nodded. You can see him? Asked Harry, surprised. Minerva nodded. Yes. Albus, can you see him? Albus's eyes were wide, and he'd gone completely white as if he'd seen a ghost. He wasn't looking at Wister, but at a point in space about 4 feet off the ground. Harry and Minerva watched him. He stood completely still, his eyes never moving. Albus, are you all right? Asked Minerva. Harry's look silenced her. Albus' eyes remained fixed on the spot, emotions roiling under his face like an ocean. But then he smiled, and a tear trickled down his cheek. Thank you, he whispered. I promise. And then walked into the 3rd vault, pulling Harry and Minerva with him. They headed straight into the solid wall with the circle on it, but like King's Cross, they walked straight through it. On the other side was a large, round room, and the first thing Harry noticed was a rather noisy chatter. All around the room were giant, larger-than-life portraits, and most of them were having conversations. Then a beautiful woman in one of the portraits spotted the trio and shrieked. "Visitors!" The portraits went silent immediately. Hello," said Harry after a few seconds. "Hello, good day," said all of the portraits respectfully. There seemed to be a purposefully affected sense of solemnity in their overall tone. It made Harry feel like he was the next of kin at a funeral. "Who are all of you?" asked Minerva. "We are portraits of those who have been brought back with the stone," said an old man in the portrait closest to them. "It's an automatic magical process." "Oh," said Minerva. "Thanks. Are there any records of the previous owners of the stone?" asked Albus softly. "There is a writing desk over there," said the man. He pointed across the room. Harry looked around the room properly for the first time. The whole room was about the size of a Quidditch pitch. There was the writing desk. Apart from the large portraits on the walls, the only things in the room were a writing desk where the man had pointed, and an old armchair in front of a few portraits to their left. "When did you live?" asked Albus of the man. "I was born in 1792, and my son brought me back. It turns out, he just needed to ask where I put the keys to the shop before I died." The man chuckled. He did say a proper goodbye, though. Harry, Albus, and Minerva thanked him, and made their way over to the desk. Halfway there, someone called out to them, and the three of them stopped. "You there, who are you?" said a deep, posh voice. I'm Harry," said Harry. "Who are you?" "Arthur. King Arthur of Britain. Are you a wizard?" "Yeah," said Harry. You weren't a wizard, were you?" "No, sir, I am not, though I did have certain dealings with one or two." "Oh," said Harry. Arthur came on pretty strong, and Harry found himself overwhelmed. "Well, go about your way, sir." Nice to meet you," said Harry. "Your Grace," he added. The three continued to the desk. Behind the desk itself was a beautiful woman with long, dark hair. "Hello," said Albus to the portrait. "My name is Albus." "I am Annabelle. You knew Cadmus," said Albus. She nodded. "May we look in the desk?" asked Albus. "You may," she said. "The writings of all of Cadmus and the visitors, few as they have been, are for you to read." "Thank you," Albus said. He knelt in front of the desk, pulled out the bottom drawer and lifted what looked like a manuscript out of it. He flipped through the pages. "What is it?" asked Minerva. "This looks like the story of someone's life." Albus looked up at the portrait of Annabelle. "Is there somebody here named Elizabeth Wells?" "Yes," she said. "She joined us in the 14th century. Her portrait is there." Annabelle pointed to her right. "Thank you," said Albus, and he put the stack of pages back into the drawer. Harry drew open another drawer, and found a broad leather-bound notebook there. He flipped it open and found dozens of charcoal drawings, mostly of one young man with dark curly hair, a sweet smile and hopeful eyes. "Oh," said Minerva. "What is it?" asked Harry. "I found Cadmus's journal." She flipped it open. "It's in runes. Would you like me to translate?" "That would be wonderful, thank you," said Albus. Minerva flipped to a random page and began reading. "My brother Ignitus has confiscated the Mirror of Desire from me." "Oh, the Mirror of Arised? I wonder if that's the same thing. They must have gotten it backwards in translation," said Harry. "The Mirror of Arised is in Ignitus's vault. He worries for my health, spending time in front of it as I do. He does not understand the longing I feel, but how dare he remove an object of my own creation? I should have left it in my vault rather than in our home where he could find and take it. It matters not. Soon I will finish creating an object that will render my mirror obsolete." "I presume he is discussing his plans to create the stone," said Albus. "Then they must have had these vaults before the Hallows existed," said Minerva. "Keep reading," said Harry. Minerva flipped a few pages. "My hallowed stone of resurrection nears completion. My brothers, too, are finishing lifelong projects. We have each selected these items to be the keys to our vaults, and together they shall open the gates to our home. Don't we have all three? We could go look at their house." "Flip to the end," said Harry. Minerva glared at him, and turned to the last page with writing.
"I am now sorry I ever tried to disturb my Annabelle's peace. She deserves more than to be a ghost in this ghastly world." I know now that there is only one way I will truly be with her again.
I have left the stone with a jeweler. I have asked that he set the stone in a ring. I care not what he does with it when he discovers I am gone. In fact, I leave it with him because I know not what else is to be done with it. The last words I wish to write are of my love for Annabel. My passion for her will transcend even death. Minerva stopped reading. That's all, she said. They were quiet for a moment. It didn't seem so horrible in a children's story, she said. At least you didn't have to watch. All three of them looked up, for it was Annabel who had spoken. Her beautiful painted face was tear-streaked from listening to Minerva read. I begged him not to. Everybody has a time, and rushing to that time is horrible. I'm so sorry, whispered Albus. Harry wondered how often it was that a dead person had to be consoled about someone dying. I have seen enough, said Albus. Minerva nodded once. It has been an honor, Annabel. Annabel nodded to Albus and smiled. We'll take care of her. Thank you, said Albus. And with that, Harry, Albus, and Minerva began walking back towards the exit. Harry puzzled about what Annabel's last words meant until they passed the one and only armchair. Harry looked up at the portraits in front of it. Wister Bloom stood in one, looking like a Madame Malcolm's model, and in the other, smiling down at them, was Ariana Dumbledore. Harry, Albus, and Minerva were back in the antechamber between the three Peverell vaults. Minerva was examining something on the floor, Albus seemed to be examining a spot on his robes, and Harry was examining the night's events, for it had been a very, very long night so far. And after all the stressful dealings, and all of his concerns about Albus finding the stone, it was extremely clear that all three of them were done with the stone in the third vault. So they stood around for a bit, and the first one to speak was Minerva. So, are we going to go into the fourth vault or what? What? What fourth vault? Harry asked. Remember, when we first came down here, we read a letter from Peverell. I can't remember what it says exactly. Oh, let's just go look. Harry shrugged, interested, and held out the cloak for his two friends. They all awkwardly put it on, and crouched low, Albus, especially, and entered Ignatus's vault. Once inside, Minerva made a beeline to the desk and opened the letter that lay on the top. She scanned down. Blah blah blah, hallows are the keys, blah blah, oh.
Here it is. In thine entry, thou has likely noticed the fourth guide in the room. It is a port to our shired family inheritance. Our disagreement centered around who would inherit it upon our deaths. As a compromise, we hath decided that it shall be open to whomsoever comes across all three of our legacies. Thou needest to master all three hollows to enter. Mine brothers have perished and their hallows hath vanished, so I fear it will be sealed forevermore upon my death.
I forgot about that, said Harry. Wow, we could go there right now. We have all three hallows with us. It's possible that nobody's been there since the Peverells themselves lived, said Minerva. Yeah, probably. We might be able to tell when we get there. There might be letters or something. Does it say anything about how to get in? No, it just says you need to master all three hallows. We have all three. Maybe we have to open all three doors at once. Good idea, said Harry, but did you see a door? The floor, said Albus, his voice a little raspier than usual. Harry and Minerva both realized that that was the first time he'd spoken since they were in the other vault. I'm sorry? Asked Minerva. The entrance is through the floor, said Albus. Harry and Minerva thought about it for a moment. Okay, I guess that sounds right, said Harry. Let's go back outside. So they ducked back under the invisibility cloak and were soon back out in the antechamber. So, what do you reckon? We should each take a hallow and stand over here. Harry went over to the big Deathly Hallows symbol on the floor and stood on one of the corners of the triangle. Minerva and Albus each gravitated to one of the other corners of the triangle. They each had a hallow. Now, Albus, you cast Alohomora with the wand, Minerva, you use the stone, and I'll go under the... But before any of them could do anything, the floor beneath them started sinking. Oh! Minerva exclaimed in surprise. She stumbled toward the center of the symbol, thrown off balance by the movement. Harry and Albus both moved towards the center of the symbol instinctually, as well, looking all around and above them. The only part of the floor that was sinking was the symbol of the Deathly Hallows, like a big triangular elevator. Soon, the rest of the floor rose above eye level and showed no sign of stopping. In fact, it was accelerating. Before they knew it, the triangle of light above was only the size of a postage stamp, and they kept descending. "Lumos," muttered Albus, and his wand tip lit. Finally, when the light above was hardly distinguishable as a triangle, it was so far away, something appeared at the bottom of one of the walls. Something made of wood. And as they kept descending, it quickly grew into a grand set of double doors with ornately carved wood. When the floor of the symbol sank to the level of the bottom of the doors, it stopped descending. "You reckon it's through there?" asked Harry. "Well, where else would it be, Crockett?" Minerva rapped her knuckles on one of the doors. Knock knock. They all looked at the great, carved, wooden doors. They looked very familiar to Harry, and he looked at Albus to ask if it was. And Albus was looking right back at him with that same expression of astonished recognition, but before either of them could voice their realization, Minerva had gone ahead and pushed them open. And there it was, like both Harry and Albus had known as soon as they looked at the doors, the grand entry hall of Hogwarts. "What? No way," said Minerva. The Peverell family lived at the Hogwarts castle. Albus was smiling and his eyes were twinkling in amusement. Harry laughed out loud. "Well, I guess I shouldn't have expected anything less from the Peverell family," reasoned Minerva, leading the way inside, looking around in awe. The doors swung shut behind them just as the great clock chimed. It was 1 in the morning. "I wonder. This means that one of the 4 Hogwarts founders may have been a master of death," said Albus. "And if that is so, who of the 4? Minerva and Harry looked at each other. "Gryffindor," they said together. "His stuff was in the vault," said Harry. Albus hummed in thought. "Perhaps. There may be clues elsewhere. I will consult Hogwarts, a history." "Surely there are some journals of Gryffindors in your vault," said Minerva to Harry. "Those might help." "Probably," said Harry, "but don't call me Shirley." "Are we sure that this is, actually, the Hogwarts castle?" asked Minerva. "Yes," said both Harry and Albus. They looked at each other, and Harry knew they were feeling the same thing. A certainty that they could feel the consciousness of the castle that they each knew as home. It wasn't a trick or a mistake. Albus looked away. All 3 of them stood in the entry hall, looking up and around as if they were seeing it for the first time. Each one was lost in thought, trying to think about how all of it was historically possible. Finally, Albus spoke. "I would invite you both back to my office for a cup of tea and a research party, but I'm afraid I would fall asleep on you," he said. "In light of this conclusion, I may have to wish you both good night." "Yeah, I'm knackered," said Harry, suddenly feeling exhausted. "Well, good night, then," said Minerva. They all said their good nights. Minerva and Albus drifted off towards their rooms, and Harry teleported back to his tower. He undressed slowly, not really thinking about much. He cleaned his glasses, for they seemed to have accumulated some of the combined filth of the Chamber of Secrets and Ermengarde. He brushed his teeth, put on pajamas, and climbed into bed. The second he closed his eyes, he was flying over fields and roads, just hoping he wouldn't be too late to save Albus. And he finally saw the gaunt shack and teleported inside, only to find Albus cold and lifeless. He opened his eyes, sat up, and shook his head violently, trying to get the images out. He lay back down again and shut his eyes once more. His imagination took him back to Ermengarde. He was waiting outside Grindelwald's cell for Albus to knock. The knock came, and Harry teleported inside. And there was Gellert Grindelwald standing over Albus's body. There was blood everywhere. Grindelwald grinned crazily at Harry, then bent to pull the Elder Wand from Albus's dead fingers before hopping out an open window. "Ah!" Harry cried out. What was wrong with his imagination? Why couldn't he relive something happy and relaxing like ing Albus? He closed his eyes and tried to do just that, but as soon as they ed in Harry's imagination, Albus transformed into Tom Riddle and began pulling at Harry's clothes in. Harry violently threw off his covers and got out of bed. He shook himself all over and decided that a walk would do him some good, after all. He pulled on a bathrobe and put on a pair of slippers before levitating himself down through his trapdoor and out of his tower. It was so nice to be able to do that again. He shuffled slowly through corridors and downstairs until he found himself in the basement of the castle where the portrait of the fruit bowl hung. the entrance to the kitchens. Maybe he should eat something, he thought. Just when he reached out to tickle the pair, he heard someone behind him. He spun around to see Minerva shuffling down the hall, dressed in a tartan dressing gown, which showed considerably more leg than the one she wore in the future. "What are you doing down here, Crockett?" she asked. "Couldn't sleep," said Harry. "You?" "The same," she said. "I thought a walk, a cup of tea and a biscuit would do me good. Every time I close my eyes, Riddle's there waiting for me with his lips all puckered and, You too, huh?" Minerva grimaced. "Mind if I?" "Not at all. I could use the company, I guess," said Harry. Harry reached out and tickled the pair. It giggled and laughed, and finally turned into a doorknob, which Harry turned and used to pull the painting door open. The kitchens were fairly quiet and mostly deserted. Nonetheless, a house elf greeted them and showed them to a small table where they could sip their tea and eat their biscuits. Neither of them really said anything. A few minutes after they sat down, the portrait door opened again. They both looked up to see Albus walk in wearing a pair of pajamas that matched his eyes, a satin nightcap, and a silky dressing gown. "Couldn't sleep?" asked Minerva as soon as Albus spotted them. "Have some tea," said Harry. Albus smiled, and the three of them sat together sipping tea until the breakfast rush began, and the house elves kicked them out. Harry awoke on Monday morning and realized that he was going to be late for class. He jumped out of bed, threw on a pair of robes, and, as an afterthought, tucked the resurrection stone ring in an inside pocket. Albus had asked him to keep it safe. He teleported directly to his office next to his classroom, glanced around habitually to see if there was anything he might have forgotten. Once he was sure he had everything, he made his dramatic entrance into the classroom full of. Nobody was there. He scratched his head and looked at his watch. He was exactly on time, which made every single student exactly late. This had never happened before. Few people had ever been late to his classes, and when they were, they always had good reasons for it. Harry strode to the classroom door and stuck his head outside only to get a face full of ink, completely obscuring his vision. Crackpot Crockett. Crackpot Crockett. That voice was so familiar, a voice Harry hadn't heard in years. Harry quickly wiped ink off of his glasses with the sleeve of his robes, and there, zooming up and down the hall and cackling like mad, was Peeves the poltergeist. Harry suddenly realized that he hadn't seen Peeves at all since he fell back in time. He hadn't even noticed Peeves was missing. Peeves. Crackpot Crockett. Crackpot knows Peeves's name, said Peeves, wheeling around in midair in surprise. "Yeah, why? Where did you come from?" Peeves grinned. "I got out, I did. Crept back out of the dungeons, I did." "You've been in the dungeons all this time? For how long?" Peeves began bouncing himself off the ceiling over and over. 1,000 years, Peevesy waited, trapped. Ever since the forest with Helena. That bloody Baron killed Peeves, he did. "So I came back here," he sang. "Peevesy's been locked away so long, but now Peeves is free." He started zooming down the hall away from Harry, occasionally bouncing off a wall. Harry ran to catch up. Wait. The bloody Baron killed you?" Harry asked. "Well, that would explain why Peeves was so afraid of him." "When?" "In the forest in Albania with Helena Ravenclaw after she stole the diadem. I was her guide in the forest. Every day she needed me to find some food or climb a tree, got killed by the bloody bee. And now I'm out, completely free," he sang. Peeves wasn't mischievous, Harry realized. He was mad. Raving mad from 1,000 years trapped in a dungeon. "Which dungeon were you in? How come nobody found you?" "I was deep, I was. The deepest dungeon vault of them all. Crackpot Crockett. Crackpot Crockett." Peeves zoomed around a corner and Harry lost him. But what he saw when he rounded that corner was enough to make him forget Peeves entirely, and he skidded to a stop just before he crashed into a crowd of students. He had entered the giant room where the moving staircases hung, but instead of hanging, all of the flights of stairs were smashed against the ground in front of Harry, now a 20-foot-high pile of stone rubble. Harry gasped in horror and looked up at the empty room. Students were crowded on the edge of each of the landings, looking down to see the mess and muttering to one another. The portraits were gossiping madly, quite shaken themselves. Harry elbowed his way through the students. "Hominum Revelio," He incanted immediately, not bothering to pull out his fake wand. There was nobody trapped under the pile of rubble staircases, nobody alive, anyway. Could I have silence, please? All of the echoing conversations came to an abrupt halt. Harry looked up to see that Albus had appeared on one of the top landings, all the way up at the top of the room, and it was he who had spoken. It was not my intention, continued Albus, to distract you from your classes by announcing this unfortunate happening. I will say again. No one has been injured by the staircases, and I, and the rest of the faculty, will do all that we can to find out why this has happened and make sure it does not happen again. In the meantime, please go about your day. There are plenty of other stairways. Pip pip. Off you go. The students slowly started reluctantly shuffling off. Harry teleported up to the 7th floor landing where Albus was standing. When did this happen? He asked. Sometime in the early morning, is my best guess, Albus responded. It was after I retrieved my earmuffs from the Great Hall at 3 in the morning, and before students are allowed out of their dormitories at 6, and for that I am grateful. This would have been catastrophic had there been anyone here. Harry shook his head in disbelief, more at Albus's need to fetch his earmuffs from the Great Hall at 3 in the morning than at the grand staircase falling. Do you have any idea what happened? Harry asked. Well, no, said Albus. Do you have any theories? Well, you probably figured this out, but I think it's probably related to the other time that staircase fell, and maybe all that other stuff that's been happening, he said, referring to the ceiling of the Great Hall going out, and the kitchens not working, and the room of requirement turning into a howling abyss. Something moved across the room, and Harry's eyes immediately tracked it. It was Peeves. Have you met Peeves yet? Harry asked. I'm sorry? Asked Albus. Peeves the poltergeist. That's him over there. Says he was just let out of the dungeons. I knew him when I was a student, called me the same nickname then, too, Crackpot Potter. Is he dangerous? Not really. He makes a mess, he's sort of a pain, but he's never done anything much worse than drop ink pots on people's heads and make a lot of noise. He trailed off, then had an idea. Oi, Peeves. Peeves zoomed over to Harry just to blow a raspberry and fly away again. See what I mean? I was going to ask him what time he escaped, because it might be related to all of this. He gestured to the rubble. I'm not going to get anything out of him now. I have class. Maybe you could try. He always respected you. Excuse me, said a voice from their left. Harry and Albus turned to see a small portrait of a young boy in a messenger cap and tatty clothing. Hello, said Albus. Excuse me, Fessor, but I couldn't but it was round 4:30 this morn when the staircase fell, said the little boy. That is very helpful, thank you, Henry, he said. Thank you, Henry. Albus nodded. Have a nice class, he said to Harry. Harry teleported off, back to his classroom, now full of first years. Wow. How did you do that? Does the fire burn you? He taught his lessons as normal and went about his day. At dinner, though, came another shock. When Harry entered the Great Hall, he noticed that the students were whispering rather than talking boisterously. He looked up to see that the magical sky ceiling had once again gone out. High above them were merely stone arches. A grand castle ceiling, so ordinary when compared to the night sky. Harry jogged up to the front table. And when did this happen? He asked Albus, who was already halfway through his meal. 43 minutes ago, according to the friar, said Albus, and I still only have theories. Care to share? Something or somebody is interfering with the castle's natural magical field, he said. Or the enchantments that were originally put into place to move the stairs and make our ceiling the sky are just now wearing off. It has been 1,000 years, after all, and I don't know of them ever being updated. Has the stairway started working again? No, said Albus. Is there anything else that might stop working soon? The kitchens? That could be bad. I should alert the kitchen staff to that possibility and get them ready for the necessity to leave the castle to buy food. How does it work, normally? The castle has sources all over the world. That's why we have fresh fruit and vegetables year-round. Sources put the food into lockers, and it appears in our lockers and ice chests. When the kitchens stopped working before, the house elves said that there was no more food in the lockers. If that happened again, we would have enough food for a few meals. I would need to ask the elves exactly how many. Is there anything else that might be dangerous? I know parts of the castle have been held up by magic. I will search the school and reinforce these areas. Perhaps I should enlist the assistance of Phileas. I'd be happy to help, but I don't think my magic's up to architectural enchantments yet. How is your magic coming, by the way? Asked Albus. I cast Hominum Revelio earlier. Magically, I may be almost where I was when I finished school. I'm still having trouble with occlumency, though. I've been keeping my, soul objects. Yeah. I've been keeping those in my room so that I don't accidentally give my students a blast of paranoia or uncontrollable joy in the middle of class. There were 7 parts of your soul, yes? Harry nodded. One of them has always been your body, and the one from the broom, the wand, and fox are all in you. Harry nodded again. Which leaves me with the hat, which is sort of my happy feelings, the bowling ball, which is anger and vigilance and stuff, and the record, which I'm pretty sure is instincts like, run, eat, sleep, and things. Where has Fox been? He comes by occasionally, but I think he's traveling most of the time. Albus nodded. He grabbed Harry's hand from under the table and gave it a squeeze. You'll have to excuse me. I should find Phileas. He gazed into Harry's eyes, and Harry felt color flow to his cheeks. Albus twinkled at him, and Harry couldn't look away. Oh, get a room, muttered Minerva from behind Albus. Tuesday was subdued. The effect on the mood of the staircase falling and the ceiling going out, and staying out, reminded Harry of when Tom Riddle's Chamber of Secrets messages were written on the wall in his second year. The students were talking about it, but in whispers. During the 5-minute break in Harry's afternoon double second-year class, Harry overheard a conversation between 3 Ravenclaw students sitting on the floor. I heard that the Muggles found us and are shutting off all the magic, said one girl. Don't be stupid, said a boy. Muggles could never find us. Well, I heard, from that big Slytherin 5th year, that it's because the castle's rejecting Dumbledore as headmaster. He's only been in since our first year, you know. Before that he did Transfiguration. You know, nobody really knows how Dippet died. He was the last headmaster. Dumbledore says he found him dead in the woods. I bet Dumbledore wanted his spot and offed him. Harry cleared his throat and the 3 students looked up. All 3 shrank downward when they saw it was Harry. 5 points from Ravenclaw for each of you for slander and gossip, said Harry. Then he softened. I know you're afraid, but Professor Dumbledore is who will keep you safe. The students all looked down and didn't say anything. Harry nodded and paced back up to the front of the classroom to resume the lesson. It was Wednesday morning before anything else happened, and when it did, it only seemed to amplify the feeling that the whole school was holding its breath before plunging into ice-cold water. Albus had noticed that Harry was ever an early riser, and consequently invited him to his tower for breakfast that Wednesday. Harry, naturally, was thrilled and accepted. So Harry woke up early on Wednesday morning and went to Albus's office, where many of the portraits of old headmasters were still snoring in their frames wearing curlers and nightcaps. Harry and Albus sat together in an alcove in an oriel window away from the portraits, and watched as the sun rose higher and sipped tea and ate toast with raspberry jam and talked. So, how did your castle enchantment fixing go? Asked Harry. Phileas and I found a number of places where the enchantments were weakening. We supplemented those places with new enchantments, but I'm afraid ours won't last nearly as long as the originals. Either enchantments are not what they used to be, or the old ones were powered by something and the power is going away. Harry frowned. That's scary. It's like all of the magic of the whole castle's just drying up. And I don't know how to stop it. Albus removed his glasses and was wiping his face with open palms. It took Harry a moment to realize how upset the thought made Albus. Harry got out of his chair and walked around behind Albus to massage his shoulders. Albus, don't worry. I know for a fact that everything will be all right. He squeezed a little harder, and Albus let his hands fall to his lap and his chin droop to give Harry more access to his spine. This isn't permanent, Harry continued, working his hands up to Albus's neck. It was never like this when I went to school. It'll all be fine. Albus sighed. What would I do without you? Harry tried to make some sarcastic reply, but he was too touched by the remark to come up with anything good. I know what I'd do without you, said Albus, picking up where Harry was unable to go. I would be spending my whole year worrying about what Tom Riddle was teaching my students. No, I'd like to think I never would have hired him. Harry was reminded suddenly and unpleasantly that he had a date, of all things, scheduled with Lord Voldemort, of all people, that very Friday, of all times. And he hadn't told Albus. He was just about to do so when Albus suddenly stiffened under Harry's hands. "What? Are you? Be quiet a moment, please, Harry." Harry fell silent, listening with all his might, but he couldn't hear anything but his own heartbeat in his ears from the sudden rush of adrenaline. He looked down at Albus. "Do you hear that?" Albus asked. "Hear what?" "I don't hear anything." "Exactly. It's quiet, nearly silent in here." "I don't, the portraits, Harry." Albus was out of his chair and in the middle of the office before Harry could turn around. The stricken look on his face was enough to make Harry's blood run cold. Harry joined him in the center of the office and looked where Albus was looking. The portraits had frozen. Each headmaster or headmistress was frozen in one position, snoozing, pulling a curler out of her hair, blowing his nose, mid-sentence with a neighbor. All of them were still. They've stopped," said Harry. All of a sudden, it seemed horribly morbid to have these frozen paintings of dead professors on the walls. Harry tore his eyes away from the walls and looked back at Albus, who was still looking around horror-struck. Neither of them had any doubt that it was somehow a continuation of the occurrences happening all over the school. Harry faced Albus squarely, put his hands back on Albus's shoulders and kept rubbing until he relaxed. Albus looked down into Harry's eyes and smiled weakly, and Harry couldn't help but steal a key. When he tried to pull away, he found that Albus had snaked an arm around him to hold him in place. They gently rested their foreheads together. "We'll work this," Harry reassured. He only wished he believed it himself, but deep down he knew it was going to get worse before it got better. And he was right. The week crept on, and the students seemed to stop fearing the magical failings around the school. Perhaps it was because they were reassured that the happenings weren't a threat, or they thought that the professors knew perfectly well how to fix them, but it had become a sort of joke. It was not uncommon to hear students say things like, "You'd best work harder on your homework. It's essays as poor as that made the ceiling go out," and "Where did you even get those horrible robes? I bet that's what made the paintings stop moving." The professors, on the other hand, were all stressed and terse. Albus held an emergency faculty meeting on Thursday at lunch during which they discussed everything that had happened. "Is there anything else that any of you have noticed?" asked Albus, after listing the things that were going wrong. Pomona shyly raised her hand and Albus nodded at her. "Some of the plants are dying," she said. "Poppy, I know you asked for lunar fly trap cuttings and lizardroot and, well, that list, but almost all of them are dying suddenly. I don't think you would be able to make any potions out of them." "I can go buy some tomorrow," responded Poppy Pomfrey, who was a year or two younger than Minerva, and just as beautiful. Many of the older students had faked sickness or injury in order to be in her care. They only ever did it once, though, and Harry had heard rumors that she made them drink vile-tasting and not entirely necessary vitamin potions. "And I," Pomfrey continued, "am having trouble implementing some of our potions. Some of them need a magical catalyst in the air to brew properly, and our air right now is just not up to snuff. At this rate, I will have to buy fully made potions." Albus nodded. "As soon as you can, please. Ms. Barry needs regular attending today, but tomorrow I may have time." "Thank you," said Albus. "Anyone else?" he asked. When the room stayed quiet, he continued. "I must repeat myself. If any one of you has any ideas pertaining to why this might be happening, please share them. If there is nothing, the meeting may adjourn." Most of the professors left their seats, and Albus sat back down into his chair, almost visibly discouraged. Harry put his hand on Albus's and they sat there until everyone had left. "I can go ask the house elves about the food," said Harry. "You know, see how many meals they could provide if the food stopped coming." "I'd better come with you." Harry nodded, and the two of them went down to the basement. Inside the kitchen was the normal post-lunch cleaning of the table and scrubbing of the pots and pans, but there was also a good deal more noise than usual, a horrible collective wailing that seemed to come from everywhere. Harry snagged the arm of the nearest elf who wasn't carrying anything. "Why are all of you making that noise?" he asked. "We is in punishment, sirs. We's been very bad elves, very bad indeed. We has all stepped on the bottoms of hot pans, sirs, to make our feets burned in punishment. Harry's eyes widened in horror. What's wrong? What happened? We's not receiving food, sirs, we's not keeping the lockers stocked, the elf cried, and started violently twisting his ears. No, no, stop that, said Harry. He was frustrated that the elves hadn't told anyone about the food not coming, but didn't want to say anything lest they all punish themselves for that, too. He sighed. Albus, we have to heal all of their feet, this is terrible, he said, watching an elf as his knees buckled in pain, and he fell to the floor. Albus nodded. While you do that, he said, I will attempt to find out how long the remaining food will last. If need be, we can use magic to make it last longer. Wait, hang on. You said earlier that we pay for the food? Asked Harry. Yes, said Albus. I would assume so. How much do we pay? Have you ever actually seen a bill? I have not, said Albus. There is a goblin at Gringotts who handles all of Hogwarts's money. Then how do you know we pay for the food? Hogwarts does not steal food, Harry, and Gamp's law prevents us from creating it. Harry frowned. Something wasn't adding up somewhere in this mess, and eventually they were going to find what it was. In the meantime, Harry called to all of the house elves. Excuse me, can I have your attention? I need, maybe 10 of you at a time to line up here, sitting on the ground, please. 10 house elves immediately stepped forward and sat themselves on the ground in a line in front of Harry. It was always astounding to Harry how the elves didn't need to confer about what the most efficient way to do this was or who should go. They just knew. Great. Thanks. Could you all please stick out your feet? 20 grubby, blistered feet with knobby, hairy toes presented themselves to Harry in a row. Harry went down the line and quickly healed each one. Good. Don't hurt yourselves again. Then he said louder, can 10 more come up? Actually, when one's done, another elf can come up. And due mostly to the house elves' efficiency, Harry was done healing all of the elves in the entire kitchen in under 5 minutes. When he was done, he said loudly, and, from now on, no Hogwarts elves are ever allowed to hurt themselves. It's not allowed. If you do something wrong, you can try better next time or something, but don't hurt yourselves. Harry turned to see Albus was smiling at him. What? Asked Harry. Just, you, said Albus. Saving everybody. Harry rolled his eyes, but bit his lip and smiled when Albus's back was turned. What did you find out? Harry asked, when they were back out in the hall. They have some dinner food, and some breakfast food. Neither meal would be as large as what they would like to serve, but no one will starve in the next day. The lockers stopped working yesterday, but I get the impression they thought they would fix it themselves before they ran out of food. I've instructed them to go out and buy more food for tonight and the upcoming days. Harry nodded. That afternoon, Harry taught his Newt students, and then it was time to try and teach Moody wandless magic. Moody, as usual, had taken the lesson with the Newt students, and stayed behind when they all left. Harry had checked the room of requirement earlier, but shockingly it had once again turned into a howling abyss, dysfunctional like everything else magical in the school. In light of this, they stayed in the classroom. So, said Harry, when you were young, did you ever create any accidental magic? Moody nodded curtly. Can you tell me about that? Harry was flying by the seat of his pants. He hadn't thought at all about how to teach wandless magic. He'd been too busy thinking about Albus going into a coma, and then thinking a lot about how the Peverells used to live in the Hogwarts castle, and then, recently, about all the things going wrong. There was once when I was 3, said Moody. My mum says someone was sneaking into our house and I sent a dish flying at his head. I don't remember that, though. Harry chuckled. That sounds like you, but I need you to find something you remember, he said. Harry, of course, had never actually learned wandless magic the traditional way, if there was such a thing. He'd never heard of anyone but Albus doing any wandless magic. When he'd gotten out of the crystal, he'd needed his wand. It just didn't have to be in his hand. Of course, since he broke his wand, he'd been using magic completely wandlessly, but he suspected he was still different from normal people. Normal people used their wands to channel their magical part away from the rest of them, whereas Harry's magical part was already a whole separate aura, even if it was technically in his body again. He could feel that his soul was still in 7 parts, even if 4 of them were now in his body. I had a friend when I was 7. He used to eat spiders to show off, you know. Disgusting. One day he found a wolf spider. I knew what it was, because a wolf spider killed my dog, and said he was going to eat it. That dog was pretty big, and we were only 7, so I figured he was about the same size as that dog, so I was afraid the spider would kill him. I told him not to eat it, but he was going to do it anyway. I blew up the spider. You blew the spider up? Yes. It exploded in his hand. Gave him a nasty burn and he nearly lost a few fingers, but he lived. Harry blinked a few times. All right, that would do, I suppose. All right. Now, here's a spider. Harry transfigured a piece of chalk into a spider and levitated it over to a desktop. Now, with your wand, I want you to look at the spider and try and remember exactly how you felt when you blew up that spider to save your friend. Don't use any incantation, but if you feel angry or whatever, just let it bottle up and explode, and then the spider might explode too. He made a mental note to not be full of shit in the future. But use your wand. I think it'll be easier to start that way. And don't use an incantation, 'cause incantations make it easier to bring out intention, but you need to be able to have specific intention without using your wand. Does that make sense? Moody nodded once, and glared at the spider. He glared at the spider, frowned at the spider, and finally waved his wand and the spider exploded. Good, said Harry. How was that? It wasn't difficult, said Moody. It was like a silent spell, except that I couldn't think the word either, only what the spell was supposed to be. Harry smiled and thought about how there was no way he would have gotten that on the first try in his 5th year. Good. Sounds about right. Want to try without your wand? Yeah, said Moody. I don't expect this to work, necessarily, said Harry, transfiguring another spider out of a ball of dust on the floor. You might need a different kind of provocation or something to be able to do it without a wand. Well, I'm sure if anyone could do it, you could. Go ahead. Moody put his wand in the back pocket of his trousers and glared at the new spider. Nothing happened for a while, and Moody let out a breath. He sighed in frustration, and turned back to the spider. At some point, Harry found himself getting a little bored of watching Moody's face turn red, and he went back to his office. I'll be right back. Let me know if it works. He cleaned up a few things, and quickly ran out of things to do, so he went back into the classroom. Moody had his back to Harry and was concentrating on the spider, his wand sticking out of his back trouser pocket. Harry watched for a moment, but hadn't Moody once told Harry to never put his wand? Boom! Blood and bone and fire flew in all directions, and Moody didn't so much as scream as sort of hiccup the wind out of his lungs in shock. Harry immediately raced to catch Moody before he collapsed to the floor. Moody's leg was gone. Harry and his robes were immediately soaked in Moody's blood, and the only thing Harry could think to do was to teleport directly to the hospital wing. Somebody, Madame Pomfrey, help, he yelled, as soon as they hit the floor. Madame Pomfrey crashed out of her office, very different from her elderly sweep, and darted across the room immediately. She didn't ask any questions, but started working. She swept her wand over Moody's mangled, burned stump of a leg, muttering, chanting. Can I help? Harry asked. Dittany, said Madame Pomfrey. Accio Dittany, said Harry, and a green bottle flew across the room. Pour that whole bottle over his leg. Quickly. Wait, said Harry. Won't this just close the skin? What about his leg? Too late, too late. He will bleed out if we try to take him to St. Mungo's. But can't you use Skelegro? No, she said simply. Why not? Is it one of the ones that's affected by the magic in the air or whatever? No, I've never heard of it. If I knew what that was, maybe I could use it, she snapped. Pour the Dittany. Harry's eyes opened wide in realization. Skelegro had not been invented. Moody was going to become one-legged. Harry knew it would happen one day, as old Mad Eye had one wooden leg, but he didn't think it would be on his watch, or while Moody was so young. He uncorked the bottle of Dittany and poured it all over the mangled piece of flesh where Moody's leg used to be. Immediately, skin started to grow and stretch itself all over the wound, making it look days, weeks old. Meanwhile, Moody was still conscious. His eyes were rolling back in his head and his teeth were gnashing, but he didn't say a word. Pomfrey kept chanting, and somewhere in the middle she muttered, Achyopharesis, and another bottle of potion came zooming to her waiting hand. What's that for? Asked Harry. Replenishes the blood, she said. Please go get the headmaster. I think he will want to know about this. Harry nodded and vanished immediately. When he and Albus got back, Moody was sleeping. There was a mug still clutched in his hands, so Harry suspected that Pomfrey had given him a dreamless sleep potion. Harry wished Moody was still awake so that he could apologize for not watching well enough. He couldn't believe how useless he'd been. At the height of his power, he could have grown a new leg with his own magic. He sighed bitterly and explained what happened to Albus and Pomfrey. Madame Pomfrey gave Harry a look of mild disdain, and went about bandaging Moody's leg. Albus went up close to Harry and put an arm around his waist. It wasn't your fault, he said. I know, said Harry, but it was on my watch. It happens to the best of us, said Albus. A Transfiguration student of mine lost an eye in class. Instead of changing his porcupine into a pig, he made the porcupine grow, and quite a few needles went. Well, he's still a lovely pianist. After a while, Madame Pomfrey kicked Harry and Albus out of the hospital wing, and the two of them went down to dinner. As soon as they got into the great hall, they knew that something was off. The tables were noticeably emptier than they usually were. Frankly, it was sad compared to the usual Hogwarts nightly feast. There was enough food for everyone if nobody was greedy, but here and there they saw empty serving platters. There were never empty platters. There was always tons of each dish, enough so that if the whole school wanted to eat just mashed potatoes, everyone could eat just mashed potatoes. Albus frowned. Something's wrong. The elves didn't buy more food. What's here should be enough, but something's wrong. Please, enjoy your dinner. I will be back in a moment. Harry would have argued, but he was starving, so he took his place at the staff table and ate. Albus returned 10 minutes later, his frown set even more firmly on his face. Several elves were sent to buy food 4 hours ago, but none of them have returned. Oh, said Harry, frowning. I am going to attempt to find them and bring them back. I hope they're okay, said Albus. Do you want me to come with you? Harry asked. Thank you, but I don't think that will be necessary. Harry shrugged. He was pretty sure Albus could handle finding a few house elves, and Harry wouldn't be able to do much that Albus couldn't in the case of trouble. He walked Albus out of the great hall to the empty entrance hall. Good luck, Harry said, and they keyed goodbye. That night, Harry went back to his tower. He paced around his room for several minutes trying to think about what could possibly be going wrong with the castle, but what his mind kept returning to instead was Moody and his leg. Harry knew that it was a freak accident, but knowing that it could have been fixed in the future, or if his powers were up to snuff, or if he'd been a healer and knew how to brew Skella grow made him feel responsible. So he got to work on making Moody a prosthetic leg. It was simple, really. He could do it even with his powers. After several hours of hard work, he ended up with a piece of wood that looked like a leg, but not like the claw-footed leg that Moody had in the future, but he'd also enchanted it to sort of move about how you wanted it to. Harry bent one of his legs out of the way, tried strapping the prosthetic to his hip, and it worked much better than he'd hoped for as a leg. He was satisfied and went to bed. He overslept Friday morning, and awoke to his record player blasting, Hungry Like the Wolf, until he got out of bed. He skipped breakfast and headed straight to class to teach a double period of fourth years. Some of his students asked him to stay in his classroom after class to help with that day's jinxes, and that's where Minerva found him halfway through lunch. Crockett. May I please have a word? Course, said Harry. They hurried into his office and Minerva shut the door behind him with a snap. Have you seen? Well, I suppose you haven't. Lunch today is meager. What is happening? Where is Albus? I just spent the last half hour casting engorgement and duplication charms on sandwiches just so that the students are fed. He's not back. He wasn't at lunch, and he wasn't at breakfast. I thought the two of you might be, you know, off somewhere together, but... Does that work? Engorgement charms and stuff? Well, for a while, said Minerva, but the food's almost gone completely, and engorgement charms won't stop the food from going bad. In the Muggle world, there's this thing called a refrigerator. You just plug it in and it keeps everything cool, said Harry. Electromonics don't work at Hogwarts, said Minerva. Well, what about an icebox? Fill something with water and freeze it with magic. That should work. Yes, well, it isn't permanent, said Minerva. The fact is, we need more food. I'm sure Albus will be back soon, said Harry. We should damn well hope so. Harry actually found himself relatively unconcerned about Albus's immediate safety. Albus was unmatched in dueling, since Harry was still recovering, and who knew if Harry would ever regain his former magical prowess, and the smartest person Harry had ever met. Harry knew he could take care of himself and that he'd bring home the bacon, so to speak. No, what Harry was worried about was his date with Tom Riddle, for it was set for that very evening. A few times, he considered standing Riddle up, but Harry found that he was grateful for Riddle's help, and for that alone he decided to go. His afternoon classes passed with uncomfortable speed, and soon Harry found himself in his tower trying to figure out what to wear. What clothing could he wear that would say, "I hate you, but thanks for helping me kill part of your soul in order to save my boyfriend who you probably want dead"? Harry shivered. He'd used the word, boyfriend. He ended up deciding on plain black robes, even though they made him feel like Snape. He may have been a hero in the end, but that didn't mean he dressed well. At the last minute, he grabbed his record, bowling ball, and hat and put them in a bag to carry with him. He didn't think he could win a duel with Voldemort in his current state, and the objects would help him stay alert for trouble. With that bag in hand, he teleported out and reappeared in front of Hogsmeade's very own Cheshire Cat restaurant. The Cheshire Cat existed in Harry's time, but he'd never actually been inside. It was a little too pricey for the students of Hogwarts to frequent, and he hadn't lived in Scotland since he was a student. The big windows of the restaurant were tinted so that it was more difficult to see in, but he suspected that people sitting inside could see out. The Cheshire Cat was on the same alley, just a few doors down, from the Hogshead, and there were a few people waiting outside in the cold for a table. Harry sighed. He wasn't excited to be there, and it wasn't exactly going to be thrilling waiting for a table to sit with the Dark Lord. He'd much rather be out looking for Albus, even if he wasn't strictly worried about his safety. Really, he wasn't. There wasn't any threat now that they'd discussed the ring, which was now in Harry's pocket. He wasn't worried. He bit a fingernail and looked at his watch, not worried at all. He'd hardly been outside a little while, though, when a high-heeled hostess in a dazzling black sequined dress edged her way outside. "Mr. Crockett." Harry sighed again, this time in resignation, and followed the woman inside and through a small crowd of standing people to a table by the front windows of the dark crowded restaurant. Tom Riddle was already sitting at the table, his back to the front window. "I hope you don't mind that I took this seat. I like to have my back to a wall," he told Harry, cutting off the beginning of the hostess's evening special monologue, and looking only at Harry. Harry, being an Auror, also liked to have his back to a wall so that he could always see a threat coming, but he didn't respond. He sat down, and looked up at the hostess, cueing her to continue. "Our specials today are an Atlantic salmon with..." Harry tuned out, but kept up his eye contact to be polite. His thoughts roamed. Maybe Albus had returned to the castle, but had been busy during the meals. But that wasn't probable, because there hadn't been a full lunch, and Albus wouldn't have returned without the house elves. Maybe the house elves had been kidnapped, and then Albus had been kidnapped. No, that was improbable. Who would kidnap a bunch of Hogwarts house elves? Voldemort. But Voldemort was with Harry, and seemed to be trying to behave. "Sir? Oh. I'd like a butterbeer, please," said Harry. The hostess turned to Riddle. "The same," said Riddle, never taking his eyes off Harry. Seriously, had the dude never been on a date before? He was supposed to look at the food that way, not Harry. The hostess scurried off, disappointed that neither of them had ordered any expensive alcohol. "I'm glad you came, Harry," said Riddle. "Yeah," said Harry. "So, Voldemort, why did you pick the Cheshire Cat?" Voldemort flinched when Harry used his name. "Please don't call me that," he said. "I'm not going to call you, my lord. I would like it if you called me Marvolo," he said. "It's my middle name. I find I don't care for Tom, and Voldemort is my political name." "All right, Marvolo, why did you pick the Cheshire Cat?" "It looked like a nice restaurant," he said simply, "and it's close to Hogwarts." Harry doubted that was the reason. Voldemort was very particular about places. Everything had significance. That didn't mean Harry was going to find out what it was, though, and he found he didn't care that much. Harry nodded vaguely, intensely aware of their lack of conversation and his lack of a drink to sip during the pause. So, what have you been up to? I have been thinking a lot about our last encounter. I spent a lot of time wondering why you would need basilisk venom. Not to mention how you knew I could get it for you, and where the Chamber of Secrets is, and how to get into it. I know just about everything about Hogwarts, said Harry. That wasn't true, of course. He had just found out something new about Hogwarts that past weekend, and just like everyone else, he still didn't know why the magic of the castle was failing. Yes, but the Chamber of... A waiter appeared at the table with a tray on which there were 2 glasses of water, 2 empty glasses, and 2 bottles of butterbeer. Voldemort pressed his lips together, annoyed at being interrupted, but stayed quiet while the waiter distributed the drinks onto coasters. Thanks, said Harry when he was leaving. Riddle took a swig out of his bottle. Harry took his bottle and poured the contents into his empty glass and took a sip. Seeing the way Harry drank his drink, Voldemort poured the remainder of his butterbeer into his empty glass the same way. I gave the hostess your fake name, said Voldemort. What fake name? Asked Harry. Crockett, said Voldemort. Don't act like you don't know what I'm talking about. You told me yourself. Your real name is Harry Potter. And, when did I tell you that, again? Asked Harry. In the basement of Hogwarts, with Mr. Bloom. Ah. Right. When you drugged me and tied me up and beeped me. I didn't give that woman your real name. Harry wanted to ask, what do you want, a pat on the head and a biscuit, but instead he just said, right, thanks. We are alike, insisted Voldemort. In which way this time? We have both discarded our given names. Harry frowned. Well, kind of. We are both immeasurably powerful, and we share secrets of Hogwarts that no one else knows. Voldemort traced the condensation on his glass and gave Harry a heated look. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. How old are you? Asked Riddle suddenly. Harry had to think about it. 40. 40? You hardly look 30, he said. Well, thought Harry, there were certainly perks to being Master of Death. Harry though he looked best when he was 30, and then he seemed to stop changing. So that is why I do not remember you from Hogwarts. You left before I ever got there. Harry gave Riddle a noncommittal smile and opened his menu. So, said Harry as he read the appetizers, will you explain to me, again, why you asked me to come here? I think we could do great things together, Harry. I am impressed by you, I admit. Separately, we are each immensely powerful. Together, our power would be unmatched. There is an important choice to be made here, Harry. I'm hungry, and there is so much I want to share with you. Do you want to split calamari? What? Said Harry, caught off guard. Harry had been sure Riddle was talking about. He shook himself. Yeah, I'd be up for calamari. Does it say if it's fried? Food made sitting with the future Dark Lord much easier. The calamari was good. Harry ate the rings, and Voldemort ate the tentacles. For dinner, Harry ordered shepherd's pie, and Voldemort ordered a steak, rare. By the time the entrees came, Voldemort was on his 2nd butterbeer, and Harry was halfway through his 4th, and he found that he desperately needed to go to the restroom. He excused himself and went to the back of the restaurant to find it, and when he got there, he didn't rush. He even made sure to sing, "Happy Birthday," twice under his breath while he washed his hands with soap and warm water. He emerged a few minutes later and settled back down into his seat across from Voldemort. How are you enjoying your meal? Voldemort asked. It's good, said Harry. Yeah. I am particularly partial to this brand of butterbeer. Harry eyed his half-full glass, trying to compare the memory of its flavor to the memory of other brands. He shrugged and picked up the glass. As he brought the glass to his mouth, though, something about the condensation made Harry's hand slip off the glass, allowing it to tumble into his lap and spill everywhere. Harry gasped as the cold liquid hit his chest and lap. He started looking around for a napkin when some movement through the window caught his eye. A swish of a cloak and auburn hair whisking out of sight. I'm going to go clean this up. Excuse me, said Harry. He headed back to the restroom. Once he was inside the restroom, he checked that it was empty and, as an extra precaution, he pulled out his invisibility cloak from an inside pocket and threw it over himself. He teleported outside. Fortunately, The snow was trampled down enough that nobody would notice a new set of tracks forming themselves. He crept carefully past the window behind which he knew Voldemort was sitting, and dodged around the corner of the restaurant into a deserted alleyway where he found himself immediately pushed up against the wall. Albus yanked the invisibility cloak off and looked Harry in the eye. "Did you drink it?" "What? No, it spilled." Albus visibly relaxed. "Yes. I spilled it. He put something in your drink while you were away. It may have been veritaserum or something even more sinister to bewitch your mind or ensnare your senses." Harry cursed. "But where have you been?" asked Harry. "I was trying not to worry about you, but I did. I found the house elves almost immediately, but none of us could get back into the castle. It's been completely sealed off from the outside. I tried to send you a Patronus, but obviously it failed. Why are you having dinner with Tom Riddle?" "Sorry, I owed him a big favor, and what he wanted was dinner. I was going to tell you, but there wasn't time and it didn't come up, and then you left." "It's quite all right, Harry. I was mostly concerned for your safety." "Merlin, I'm surprised that I didn't catch that potion. Normally I would have looked. I even have my bowling ball with me. What I mean is, thanks."
"Maybe I'll take a point for it," said Albus. "You know, for the contest."
Harry smiled. Albus smiled back and keyed Harry, pushing him a little more into the wall behind him. "What? Dumbledore?" Harry and Albus broke apart. Voldemort stood in the mouth of the alleyway, wand in hand. "Harry, what is he doing here?" "Riddle, you didn't even give me a chance. UF. King hypocrite. You spiked my drink. I just want the truth, Harry. I want to know about you. You fascinate me, Harry. But you didn't even give me a chance. You even came here with him." Magic crackled through the alleyway and Harry's hair stood on end. "You give me no choice, Harry." Legilimens, Harry gasped, and memories started flashing past his eyes, torn forward by a sickening invasion. He couldn't shut it out. Flick, 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 Harry, waking up in the crystal in the forest. Harry, finding out that he had traveled 60 years into the past. He was dimly aware that he had fallen to his knees. And then one memory started to play, and Harry's stomach dropped. "Have a little remorse," said 17-year-old Harry, circling and circling the snake-faced Dark Lord. "Avada Kedavra. Expelliarmus." The memory flashed forward, and there was Voldemort's corpse on the floor of the Great Hall, ignored. There was a scream and the memory faded. Harry opened his eyes to see Albus magically kicking Tom Riddle's ass up and down the alleyway. "And if you return," said Albus, looming over the bloody-faced Riddle, "you will find that you are no longer welcome here. If you ever hurt Harry again, I will personally find a punishment for you that is far worse than death. Now, be gone." Riddle took the hint and, after one last pleading look at Harry, apparated out. Albus's violent magical crackle went away immediately as he went to Harry. His face softened and he fell to his knees to hold Harry's face in his hands. "Are you all right?" Harry found he was shivering. He'd forgotten how unpleasantly intrusive Legilimency was, especially when practiced by the Dark Lord himself. "He saw me kill him, Albus. He knows my name. That's why he went after my parents, oh Merlin. I led him straight to them. Never mind that prophecy bullshit. He'll go after them now because he knows I'll kill him." Whether or not Albus had any idea what Harry was babbling about, he held Harry tightly.
"You're soaking wet," he said. "Can you stand? Come with me. We should get out of the open in case he comes back, with help."
Harry got up on shaking legs and leaned on Albus as they made their way out of the alleyway. They went up the street past a few buildings, and Albus led Harry inside the hogshead. "Evening, Abe, may I use a room for a little while?" Aberforth Dumbledore grunted his approval from behind the bar. "Room 3's open." "Thank you." Harry was regaining some of his balance, so he went up the stairs ahead of Albus and he walked down the hall until he got to door 3. He reached out for the door handle, but stopped because his hand was shaking so badly. He hadn't felt this way since waking up from Voldemort dreams as a teenager. Albus opened the door and shuffled Harry inside. "May I?" Albus asked. Harry had no idea what he was referring to, but nodded anyway. Albus unbuttoned the buttons on the front of Harry's black robes. The robes were soaking wet due to the butterbeer and snow, and fell to the floor with a thump, leaving Harry in a green collared shirt and black trousers. This shirt makes you look even more handsome than usual, muttered Albus. Oh, thanks. Harry's face grew warm and his glasses started to fog up. I actually don't really like this shirt, the color green, you know. I know you like that color, with your new ink and all, but... It's because of your eyes, said Albus. I like that color because it reminds me of your eyes. Albus gently removed Harry's fogged glasses, but Harry winced. You're cut. Albus put down Harry's glasses on a little table by the room's queen bed and lightly touched where the bridge of the glasses had dug into Harry's nose. The pain faded as the cut healed. This is wet, too. Albus ran the material of Harry's shirt between two of his fingers. Can you please dry it? Harry asked. I don't think I can right now. Albus waved his hand and the shirt and pants were dry as if they'd been baking in front of a fire. Harry sat down on the bed. I need a minute, he said, not totally in touch with his surroundings. Albus sat next to him and put his hand on Harry's back. Despite everything going on in Harry's mind, feeling Albus's hand on his back felt hot and electric. They passed a few minutes in silence. Albus conjured Harry a glass of water, and Harry drank it. Finally, Harry spoke up. He helped me save you, said Harry finally. That night with the resurrection stone. The only way I could destroy his Horcrux without hurting you was with his help. He didn't know why I needed his help, and he certainly didn't know that I was going to destroy one of his Horcruxes, but he helped me, and that saved you. So I agreed to his condition, and his condition was dinner. I never did thank you for that, Albus smiled. Thank you. Harry grimaced. Let's talk about something else. Harry laid back on the bed and winced and beeped in air. The bowling ball was somewhere under him, pressing a bruise into his thigh. Bowling ball, he muttered. Why couldn't my soul have picked a teddy bear? He struggled to roll off of it and finally fished it out. It was black, and resembled an 8-ball for a game of pool in its shrunken state. Albus held out his hand, and Harry handed the ball to him. He contemplated for a moment, and then laid back next to Harry. In the past it made me paranoid. With your occlumency down, I thought it would be more potent. I feel safe with you. Harry felt his breathing finally steady, and he closed his eyes. Albus set the bowling ball down on the little table next to the bed and took the liberty of reaching into Harry's pocket, himself. Harry's breath hitched, and his recently steadied heart rate began to beat faster again. Albus pulled out the hat and restored it to its normal size. He smiled and looked down into Harry's eyes. I love this hat, exhaled Albus. Harry's eyes slipped out of focus and he bit his lower lip to keep from letting his jaw fall slack with building contentment and pleasure. And I love your happiness, Albus continued. He swept the hat briefly onto his own head before removing it and putting it on the table with the bowling ball and Harry's glasses. Harry lay completely still, spellbound by patterns Albus was tracing on his chest with one finger. It occurred to me the other day, said Albus, that I've never heard what's on that record of yours. I think it's the only one of your records I've never heard. I've never listened to it either, said Harry, keeping his voice even, the labels scratched off. I'd love to hear it, said Albus. Harry felt a shock of adrenaline followed by his ears growing hot. The room was silent for a minute, except for the sound of Albus's fingers rustling across Harry's increasingly sensitive chest. Harry turned his head to take the measure of Albus. He smirked, yes. I want that a lot, right now even, but don't you wanna, write me a letter about it? I thought I'd try following my instincts. Harry swallowed. He watched, hypnotized as Albus's hand worked its way down his shirt, button by button. It took every ounce of his willpower to put his hand on Albus's to stop him. We'd be following my instincts, and I can't protect you from that right now. That thing made me eat a chipmunk. I want you to know what you're getting into before. Through the touch between their hands, Albus pushed what he was feeling through to Harry. Certainty, desire, curiosity, hunger, trust, and heat flooded through the connection, making Harry hard faster than if Albus had been rubbing his cock. He gasped aloud as Albus slowly let his hand trail back down Harry's chest and drop into Harry's pocket. Albus. Yes, Harry. If you, I won't be able to, you'll have to. He tried to repeat his warning through an increasing haze of arousal. Albus smiled a smile that Harry would only be able to describe later to his talking mirror in stutter-filled phrases like, and he knew exactly what he was doing, and then he pulled that little disc out of Harry's pocket. The world went red and hot. Harry felt his pulse throb in his fingertips as his strength returned to him. His field of vision narrowed, and the scent of sweat and wand sparks flooded his nostrils, sending all his little humdrum Harry thoughts away. The world faded for a moment, and then came back in high resolution. He pulled himself up, eyes closed, and cracked his neck. A waft of lemo had him on his hands and knees in an instant over Albus, looking down at him. Albus froze, breathless. With a sneer and a snarl, Harry wound one hand into the coarse hair at the nape of Albus's neck, and the other around Albus's throat. Harry felt the pulsing hot blood in Albus's throat match the thrumming in his own groin, and he lowered himself to grind. Pressing into the body beneath him, he groaned under his breath. He needed more heat. He wrenched Albus's head by the hair to expose more of his neck, and leaned in to beat the blood to the surface. Albus lifted up towards Harry, and Harry yanked his hair back to keep him down. Harry, Harry growled in contempt and shut Albus up with a deep key, pushing tongue and instincts inside. Albus's eyes flew open, sparkling with Harry's magic, and then they fluttered shut. Magic crackled in the air. Harry felt white pain slash down his sides, and he responded by biting down on Albus's lip, drawing blood. The next thing he knew, he was flying across the room and smashing into the wall opposite. Instead of bouncing to the ground, he stayed stuck to the wall, arms outstretched. The concussive force shook him out of his fever for just long enough to recognize where he was and what was happening. He looked down under his green shirt still hanging open and saw the long stripes down his sides where Albus had scratched him. He looked, open-mouthed, across the room to the bed. Albus was climbing up onto his knees, wiping blood from his lip. His eyes shone with blue sparks of magic. He let his cloak fall to the floor. Harry struggled to free himself with a mounting alarm. Still focused on the blood from his lip, Albus stretched out his arm to shove Harry back into the wall with more wandless magic. Air crackled around Albus, and his hair rose around his head as if lifted by wind. Refocusing on Harry, Albus twitched his hand, and Harry's shirt tore itself off and away. Heart-pounding with danger, Harry tried to muster a strategy but felt frozen. Albus began a slow walk towards him, and Harry had just seconds to think before, and then Albus was across the room, and as soon as Harry was in the umbra of his magic, his thoughts were overtaken again with pure fight, flight, and F.K. Harry strained to get off the wall. He snapped at Albus with his teeth, struggling with his knees and fists to no avail. The cloud of magic around Albus made Harry's head swim like he was drunk. Albus leaned in close, down towards Harry's immobile shoulders and neck, and he inhaled slowly. Albus paused for a moment, eyes shut tightly, and then some of the crackling magic softened. Albus let one hand rest on Harry's heart, and rested the other with two fingers inside the waistband of the front of Harry's pants. He softly, slowly ed Harry's collarbone and neck just below the ear. Harry roared and strained to rip away from the wall for more contact, aching for more contact, unable to even move his head. Albus caressed Harry's face with his hand, and ed his way across Harry's forehead and down his jaw. Each touch was electric, distracting, and grounding. Slowly Harry's growls made way for pants, and his straining made way for melting into Albus's calming touch. Albus, for his part, threaded his hands through Harry's messy hair and finally ed him on the lips. Harry ed back, tasting blood at first and then tasting Albus, just Albus. Before he knew it, his arms were free to wrap around Albus, gently pulling him close. Harry sighed. He felt Albus smile against his lips. Harry gently unbuttoned Albus's shirt and helped him out of it, and then vanished his undershirt in a burst of cool flame, leaving behind a dusting of freckles and chest hair. Albus started fiddling with the button of Harry's pants, but Harry vanished those, too. He swiveled Albus around and pressed him gently into the wall before going down on his knees. He unbuttoned Albus's button and slowly pulled the zip down. Albus beeped in a breath and put his hands into his own hair to get out of Harry's way. Harry slowly dragged Albus's last layers down off of his hips and freed miles of lithe leg and a long-awaited cock. Albus looked down at Harry and looked back up quickly as if it was all too much to take in. Harry grinned and took Albus deep into his mouth. NGH, F. K. Albus's voice swearing for the first time sent a jolt straight to Harry's cock. He teased Albus up and down slowly a few more times. Albus moved his hips with a little moan of frustration, and Harry slowed down even more. Finally Albus threaded his hands into Harry's hair to guide him, but Harry'd had enough. He needed more skin, more warm, more Albus. He stood and took Albus by the hand back to where the record still lay on the bed. He picked it up and tossed it like a frisbee. It flew across the room and then stopped, spinning in midair, and the room filled with the scratchy sound of the disc spinning under an invisible needle. The sound filled Harry's whole mind. His eyes slipped out of focus for a moment, and he slid back into smells and sounds and the feeling of his hair standing on end and the second heartbeat in his cock, but Albus's touch on his shoulder brought him back. Albus's insistent arm pulled Harry back onto the bed. Harry lay there on the edge between consciousness and instinct as Albus's hand wrapped around Harry's cock. A few strokes and he was riding the edge of orgasm, conscious just enough to use his body aura to hold himself there. Then his and Albus's eyes locked, and seeing the mounting hunger in Albus's eyes made Harry smirk in satisfaction. Music started, and control of this aura finally clicked into place. He knew what he needed. He put a hand on Albus's chest and one on his face, and through each, he sent a wave of magic, a pleasure spell of his own creation, straight into Albus. Albus's eyes rolled back into his head and he tensed with sensation. Harry took the opportunity to flip him over and get back on top, where he pinned Albus's shaking hands over his head with one hand, and began stroking him with the other. Remembering a spell from months ago, Harry coated his hand with a thick, clear liquid to ease the friction. Harry pushed his body aura and instincts towards Albus, wrapping him and feeling him. He felt nothing in Albus's mind except a pleasurable haze drowning out all thoughts before Albus could register them, lost in Harry's eyes, Harry's touch, Harry's intoxicating aura. Albus's eyes clouded over with that blue shine of magic again. And the music egged them on. Violins and cellos danced in the background while a flute and oboe dueled for the lead. They were connected. Harry's raw instincts to F.K. were wrapped around both of them like devil's snare, licking them like a warm ocean. They were so tangled now that Harry felt his own hand stroking Albus's cock as if it was on his own. Harry key. Ed Albus and kept stroking, loving the hard weight in his hand. Harry cut him off with another key. I'm going to. Harry held the two of them on the edge. Wait, you were so tough, pulling that disc out of my pocket, growled Harry. Keeping Albus from coming with his body aura, he pumped another pleasure spell down through his stroking hand. Albus groaned and twitched helplessly in Harry's hand. You were so sure, Albus Dumbledore, and now you're afraid of what? Losing control with me. Did you think your occlumency was strong enough? Albus's embarrassment flooded through their connection, and, to Harry's dark delight, only intensified his need to come. Are you afraid of pleasure, Al? Afraid of what you'll look like when you lose control? He pushed what he was seeing into Albus's mind's eye. A vision of Albus's tangled hair, pleasure-clouded eyes, and whole body blush, his cockhead thrusting through Harry's tight, slick fist. Are you afraid of what you'll do if you have too much? Or not enough? Harry seeded a fictitious vision, this time of Albus begging for release. He sent another pleasure spell through Albus's cock, feeling blindingly ecstatic tension mounting in the absence of a climax. The real Albus shut his eyes to the onslaught, unaware as his mouth involuntarily formed the words Harry'd shown him. Do you trust me? Harry whispered, holding both of them on the edge. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Albus nodded and swallowed, eyes still tightly shut. Then follow your instincts. Albus's eyes flew open, and Harry would swear he was looking so deep he could see Albus's soul, but that was absurd because he could feel Albus's soul, and it was all around him. And then Albus let go, his voice groaning low and husky into Harry's ear, and Harry went over with him, shouting from somewhere deep in his throat. Their pleasure reverberated, driving both of them higher and higher. Harry forgot whose cock his hand was on, and stroking felt too good to stop and find out. Oboe and flute reached frenzied fortissimo while Harry and Albus came, and then slowly, finally, began to decrescendo in harmony as the two of them panted out the last of their pleasure. I think I love him, thought Harry to himself as they lay exhausted in each other's arms. I love you too, whispered Albus. Harry and Albus appeared in a whirl of flame a little ways outside the Hogwarts gates. "So you came here and couldn't get in?" "Yes," said Albus. "I found the elves here when I came out. None of us could re-enter." "Where are they now?" "I rented a room for them at the Hog's Head until I could find a way to get back in. And I was checking on them when I found you. I took the food, here." He pulled out a little pouch with a zippered top from in his robes. Harry assumed that he'd both shrunken down the food and expanded the inside of the bag to put enough food in there to feed a castle's worth of people. Harry nodded. "Well, I should be able to get in using the Phoenix teleportation. I'll give it a go." Harry clicked his heels 3 times. "There's no place like home," and then he vanished. When he reappeared, he was about 3 yards from where he'd started. "Damn." Albus turned around and spotted Harry, and his brow wrinkled in frustration. "Albus." "Harry." They both spun around. Up the path and inside the gates to Hogwarts was Minerva. "Where the hell have you two been?" "Minerva, don't step outside the gates." Harry and Albus jogged the rest of the way to the gates to talk to Minerva. "I can't, Albus. We're all trapped inside. There's no food. We all ate the same duplicated loaf of bread for dinner. Not to mention, the students can't get into or out of their dorms. I had to fly on broomstick up to the towers to talk to the Gryffindors and Ravenclaws through their windows, and nobody's heard from Hufflepuff or Slytherin. This is getting ridiculous. You need to get in here. We've been locked out, unfortunately. We have now tried everything. I cannot walk, ride a broom or thestral, climb, nor apparate." Harry also tried to teleport, and could not. Minerva sighed in exasperation. "Have you tried the vaults?" "I assure you, Minerva, we have tried every—" "Oh." Albus's face turned a little red. He and Harry shared a glance. "Crockett, did you do something to him?" "Smartest wizard alive, my ass," she sighed. "Well, get moving. Starving kids. Starving me. Chop chop, lamb chop." Harry grabbed Albus's arm and they vanished at once. They reappeared in Diagon Alley, right outside of Gringotts. It was a Friday night, but it was cold and well after the dinner hour, so the streets were relatively empty. The few people about seemed to be in groups too tipsy and involved with each other to notice a column of fire appear in the middle of the street. Harry and Albus hurried up the marble stairs and into the bank. "You know, I really did rob Gringotts," muttered Harry as they made the long walk to the counter. "Show me the memories, or it didn't happen," said Albus under his breath. "I rode a dragon out." Albus chuckled. "Excuse me, I need to get into my vault," Harry said when they reached a counter. The goblin looked up quickly. It was difficult for Harry to tell, but he looked younger than any of the goblins Harry had seen. "Do you have your key?" the goblin asked. Harry nodded. "Good. Come with me." The goblin was definitely younger, and he seemed to be new. Whenever Harry had visited Gringotts in the past, the goblin had made a point of taking the key and opening the vault themselves. And the one time he'd visited Gringotts with the cloak, the whole workforce seemed to know within an instant. Harry much preferred the new guy. They followed the goblin to the trolleys and got in one. "What number is your vault?" the goblin asked. Harry got the impression that he had forgotten about vault numbers in the first place until just then. "The trolley will take us where we need to go." Albus had clearly picked up that the goblin must be new, and was going to use it to his advantage. "You must be new," he said. That last remark flustered the goblin into forgetting procedure even further, and instead of challenging Albus, he turned and set the trolley in motion. It wasn't long before the underground lake stretched out to their right, and the train jolted off the normal track and out over the water. The goblin stiffened visibly in his seat, but didn't turn around or say anything for fear of looking like he didn't know what was going on, which he didn't. Harry spotted that dark disc out on the water, and the disc turned into that cylinder sinking downward under the surface like a pot in a sink of water. The train approached and stopped. "Thank you." Albus stepped out of the trolley and into the water. "We won't need a ride back." Harry followed Albus down the stairs to the antechamber, leaving the stunned goblin behind. Harry knew that it would look to the goblin like the train had stopped in a random place in the lake and that Harry and Albus were voluntarily wading into that lake until they were completely submerged. Harry also knew that the goblin would have no qualms about turning right around and leaving them there and never telling anybody about the experience. Vanishing cabinets. asked Harry when they got to the bottom of the stairs. Albus nodded. Harry pulled his now dry invisibility cloak out of his now dry robes and swung it over himself and Albus. The part of the wall with the triangle on it vanished, and Harry and Albus continued on to the hallway beyond. They reached the living room and Albus pulled off the cloak. "My office?" he asked. Harry opened the door of the cabinet that would take them to Albus's office, Age Before Beauty. Albus's eyes glinted and he went in, and Harry followed and closed the door behind them. A moment later, Harry pushed the door open again. They were still in the vault. "Damn," said Harry. They tried again with the cabinet to Harry's room, and when that didn't work, they tried the one to Minerva's room. Each time, they opened the doors again to the same living room in the vault. "It's unfortunate," said Albus, "that we don't have all 3 Deathly Hallows with us, or we might have entered through the 4th vault." "Oh. But we do. You have the wand and I have the cloak, and I brought the ring. I've been keeping it on me since you told me to keep it safe." "Harry Potter, I could key you," Harry tutted. "So presumptuous," he smiled mischievously. Albus grabbed Harry and swiftly keyed him. He let go, leaving Harry a little breathless, and swung the invisibility cloak over the 2 of them so that they could get back out into the antechamber. Back in the antechamber, they went directly to the symbol of the Deathly Hallows in the center. The second both of them were standing on it with all 3 hallows, the symbol started to descend, again, like a triangular elevator. Down it went, just like before, accelerating. Albus lit his wand tip as it got darker and Harry twiddled his thumbs, thinking of how absurd it would be for there to be elevator music there. Then he remembered oboes and violins. "Albus, do you remember hearing music earlier?" He didn't have to specify when earlier was. "Yes," Albus replied. "From your record, it sounded like chamber music." Harry actually found himself giggling. Chamber music was on Albus Dumbledore's chocolate frog card. That, and 10-pin bowling. Now that Harry thought about it, he wondered whether Albus picked those things for his card because of Harry, or whether Harry's soul had picked those objects because of the frog card. They sank deeper than Harry remembered. It seemed to take longer, and the floor even seemed to be going down faster. Finally, the very top of a door appeared on the wall, and as the floor sank, the whole door appeared. The floor stopped moving. But something was wrong. There was only one door. Before, there had been a set of grand double doors, the exact replicas of the Hogwarts front doors themselves. This door, however, was single, normal-sized, and undecorated. Harry and Albus exchanged a worried glance, but there was nowhere else to go, so Harry seized the door handle and pushed. On the other side of the door was a small room with a low ceiling and a door opposite them. The room was completely empty, but something about it seemed familiar to Harry, in a small sort of way. They stepped in, off the symbol elevator, and the door slammed shut behind them. "Do you know where we are?" asked Albus, looking around the room. It was really very small, only big enough to maybe put a table in, or... Harry frowned. "There's something about this room, I think I'll remember in a bit." He glanced back at the door from which they came, and then back to the one in front of them. "Forward, I think," said Albus. Harry nodded vaguely. The more he tried to remember, there was an odd taste coming to his tongue and a bone-deep chill. Exactly what it was, though. Albus opened the door in front of them, and then Harry knew where they were. "We're in Hogwarts," he whispered. There in front of them was a dark, round room with columns all around the sides. It was the very room where Harry had faced Quirrell and Voldemort, where Dumbledore hid Nicholas Flamel's stone in Harry's first year at Hogwarts. "I know how to get to the main part of the castle, we just go back." "Harry. Look." Harry looked at Albus and then looked where Albus was looking. Harry's heart jolted as he spotted something he had completely missed at first in the dark. There was somebody in the middle of the room, somebody very small. The somebody looked like a little boy, no older than 6, and he was sitting cross-legged in the very center of the room. And he was facing them. Harry and Albus approached, and as they drew nearer, they could see the boy more clearly. His eyes were closed, and he was sickly pale with dark circles under his eyes. He was frowning in concentration, and he had a sheen of sweat on his forehead. In front of him were 2 books. One said, "To read," in large gold script that spanned the whole cover, and the other said, "To write." "Hello," said Harry. The boy's eyes flew open, and he looked up at Albus, and then at Harry. Something about those eyes in a small boy was frightening, out of place. "Hello. My name is Professor Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts." That voice couldn't be a child's. "And you're Harry Potter." "Professor Crockett, indeed. I have been waiting for you to find me for a long time now." "Us?" asked Harry. "You, Harry." The boy pierced Harry with a staggering look. "But, who are you? We haven't a great deal of time. Please listen. I, too, was once Master of Death. As an old man, I happened across the Three Hallows." Harry tried to ask a question. How could he have been an old man? But the boy kept talking. "It was around then I decided to start a school. I took 4 apprentices, and when they were grown, they too wanted to pass on magic. I gave them this castle, and to each of 3 I gave a hallow. I gave the cloak to Godric Gryffindor, as he was often too proud to hide and be cautious. I thought this tool might keep him alive longer." "No, listen," he said as Albus tried to interrupt. He started speaking very quickly. "To Slytherin, I gave the stone, as he did not value life as much as he ought. I thought the stone would give him perspective. To Hufflepuff, the gentlest of the 3, I bestowed the Elder Wand in hopes that she would keep it safe, and take its powers to the grave. And to the 4th, Ravenclaw, I gave another gift. A diadem of wisdom, as wisdom was what she treasured above all else. My mistake was in giving the wand to Hufflepuff. Slytherin overpowered and killed her for it. My mistake, my mistake." He was babbling as if his story so far had no weight. He was just summarizing to get to the important part. Despite this, Harry's jaw was on the floor, and Albus looked like he was going to faint. Both of them wanted to ask questions, but there was no break in the boy's monologue. "After many years of leading the school, I craved a slower-paced life and I came here, and began to live through the slow movements of the castle rather than a body. I put all of my life, my magic into it." "You're dying," said Albus suddenly. I am no longer Master of Death, as there can only be one at a time. I have lived long enough." "What will happen to the castle?" asked Albus. "That is up to Harry." "Why can't anyone get in or out of the grounds?" asked Harry. "The safety of those in the castle was my priority. When my magic began to fail, I made sure that the last thing that would go was the protection. My magic became clumsy, and my enchantments blocked out friend and foe alike. Eventually, the way was blocked both ways. I am not sorry, however. You would not have found me had you been able to enter." "I know you need to attend to your students, Professor," the boy said to Albus. "They are hungry and some are trapped and frightened. Now that you are back, I will let the guards down, and you may replace them with your own protections. I know you are skilled and powerful enough, especially with the aid of your faculty. You may go now." "Yes. But I must ask again, who are you? For the past 1,000 years, I have been the Hogwarts castle, but if you wish, you may call me Merlin." Harry's brain was having trouble keeping up with what was going on. His first instinct was to ask, "And is there a surname that goes with that?" But somehow he knew that this little boy was the Merlin. As in, Order of Merlin, and Thank Merlin, and Merlin's shorts, and Merlin's saggy left. "I have so many questions for you," whispered Albus. "Yes, and I promise they will all be answered and more, but now you have a job to do. I am taking down the protective enchantments around the castle. You will be able to apparate to the upper floors, but you will need to replace the enchantments soon thereafter. This is not a safe time. I know you can do it. You are one of the most powerful wizards I have ever heard of, one of the best men I have ever met, and the best headmaster Hogwarts has ever seen. Go well, headmaster." A tear glistened on Albus's cheek. "Thank you." He smiled at Merlin, smiled at Harry, and vanished without a sound. "Harry. Yes?" Harry found himself much more intimidated now that he was alone with Merlin. "You have a choice to make. I am dying, and with me the castle's magic will go. You have the power to take my place." Harry's heart sank. Why did it have to be him? Why did it always have to be him? And why, oh why did it have to be right after he'd found Albus? Hogwarts had been his home for years, his only real home, and he felt like he owed it to the school, but Harry didn't want to live out the rest of eternity in a basement. Especially not when he knew Albus was so close. Merlin waved his hand and a staff appeared in front of him. Do you know what this is? A staff? Yes. My staff. Before wizards used wands, they used staffs. Soon they'll be using matches, and then tiny little splinters of wood that they'd lose all the time. But yes, this is my staff. Please look at it. Harry knelt down in front of the boy Merlin. The closer he got, the younger and sicker Merlin looked. His dark curls stuck to his forehead, damp with sweat. Harry looked at the staff. It was made of some wood that twisted as it grew, and at the top, a few branches came together to form a cage around. That crystal. Is that? You've seen it before. It was the very same kind of sky blue crystal that had knocked Harry on the head, grown all around him, and taken him into the past. It was the same blue crystal, down to the shape and size, that now sat in his tower. Do you know what it does? Magic? It manipulates life and souls. If it touches someone, it will absorb his or her soul and redistribute it to wherever it sees fit. Headmaster Armando Dippet lost his life that way. The crystal can also absorb a soul that is roaming free in the air. You were dead, Harry, when the crystal struck you in the Department of Mysteries in the future. Your soul was in the air, in the room, and the crystal absorbed it. However, you were in a room with many things, so the crystal reallocated your soul to the most magically powerful number of objects. 7. Then you stayed there for 10 years, and each part of your soul grew in its object until each could function independently as a separate soul. When you woke up, you were much more powerful, and each part of you was more potent. And each time one of those objects broke, the crystal was there to bring it back to your body. Fox carried the crystal to the mountainside where your broom broke to retrieve your soul, and brought it back to you. You had the crystal in your hand when Fox died, and that's why when Fox's body was killed, his soul and that part of your soul went back into you. You even had the crystal with you when you broke your wand and gave Fox a new body. How do you know all this? I am a castle. I see and hear everything that goes on within the gates. And what I don't see and hear, I can deduce. I was not born yesterday, by any stretch of the imagination. But we must talk about your decision. If you put your magic in this castle, you would likely never be able to use magic anywhere else. Also, there's another condition. 7 must know who you are, what you were. Albus is one. Fox is another. Nicholas Flamel might as well be a third. There must be 4 more. Why? Secrets poison the soul, Harry. A confidant is a powerful asset. What? It's because I said so. For once Merlin sounded the age he looked until he wheezed and coughed so that his whole little boy frame shook with a sickness that would only take the ancient. You must tell them everything that has happened to you. Everything? Everything. You aren't selling this job very well. I'm not sure I like the idea of living here in this basement for the rest of eternity. Why, dear boy, would you do that? Harry thought it was strange to be called, dear boy, by someone who looked like he was 6. Who, but a man such as I, would choose to live in a basement for 1,000 years? Who, but a man like you, would ask me to? Harry muttered. You haven't understood me, Harry. Your soul is in 7 parts. Only one part of your soul would need to reside in the castle. The part of your soul with your magic. The rest of you could do as it pleases. For you, powering this castle would feel as easy as breathing. But my magic it isn't what it used to be, it would return. How does this end? Asked Harry. You will die, said Merlin. It'll kill me. I was merely stating that everybody dies. And Albus? He will die, too. Harry frowned even more. He remembered the future, thinking of the things leading up to Albus's death. First he got cursed by the ring, and his arm. Wait. In my time, Albus was cursed by Voldemort's Horcrux, the Resurrection Stone. His arm shriveled up and everything, and it was going to kill him. But we broke the stone. Here. Now. The curse is gone, and it never hurt his arm in the first place. It put him into a coma. And how could Albus break the stone in the future, when it's already broken? Had you considered that perhaps your professor lied to you? Albus would never lie to me. He might if you ask him to. Harry frowned. Maybe, but what about his arm shriveling up? I do not know. I suggest you ask your friend Nicholas Flamel. Why? Because he might know. Why does anyone ask anyone anything? Merlin's breath was coming in gasps and wheezes. Harry nodded. All right. I'll do that. Will I be able to teach? And then something occurred to him that he hadn't thought of for a very long time. Voldemort cursed my job. Tom Riddle has, indeed, cursed your job. He has unknowingly invoked the old arts, fueling his magic with the excess feelings he has for you. The curse is intended to kill you. I doubt that it will do any such thing. What? Why not? A switch of your job contract with that of another professor. What? That would be murder. Have you ever met someone who doesn't seem to care about living? Someone who may even be happier without being encumbered by human necessities? Well, they always said that Professor Binns was sitting in the faculty lounge one day, and when he got up to teach, he left his body behind. Are you saying that I should switch teaching contracts with Professor Binns? I'm saying I already did. You, sir, are a history of magic professor. What? How? When? I switched them the instant before you signed your contract in August, and the instant before he renewed his in September. All he wants is to teach. He loathes the habits and rituals of humanity. He has almost starved several times since coming here because he has no interest in doing anything but teaching, including eating, and I hear him muttering about how breathing gets in the way of his lectures. He is the teacher who wishes to be put in a box at the end of the year and brought out again come September. But he always seems so bored. We all thought he was a terrible teacher. Maybe so, but he is happy, and this will be his heaven. As long as he teaches here as a ghost, you are safe, and, as a ghost, he will be immune to the curse. But it's done, Harry. Changing it back would do nothing but get you killed. It is time for you to decide what you will do. But it isn't possible that I do this. There was no one who looked like an older me in the future. Ah, that is one of the perks of being Master of Death. You see, unlike much of the folklore about me, and yes, I have read it all, I was not born an old man. I grew up like any normal wizard, and it was in my 100th year that I found the third hallow. Having the aches and pains of a 100-year-old man, I often wished to have the body of someone younger. Over the next many years I appeared younger and younger. This is why many assumed that I had been born old and aged backwards. No one could fathom that I had lived so long, nor why I only seemed to get younger with time. Now, I appear as a child. I find I have more energy this way. That's all very interesting, and I do know what you're talking about. I've looked the same for about 10 years now, but there isn't anyone who looks like me at any age. Well, you may be right, but I suppose that would depend entirely on what you looked like and whether or not you actually saw yourself. Do not make your choice based on your knowledge of the future. Listen to your heart. Harry listened, and it went boom boom, boom boom, boom boom. He wasn't sure what that meant, but he knew he wanted Hogwarts to live on, magical and wonderful. I'll do it. Merlin smiled a boyish grin, and for just a fleeting moment, Harry was convinced there was hope for him to live still. Take the crystal out of my staff, Harry. It's all right, you can touch it. Harry reached into the cage of wood and pulled out the shiny, blue crystal. What is this crystal called? He asked. Does it need to have a name? Merlinite. Listen, I want you to give these books to the headmaster. He gestured to the large leather-bound tomes in front of him, one which said, to read, and the other, to write. 1,000 years of my journal and readings should answer any questions he has. Thank you. This will mean the world to him. You mean the world to him. Now, take the crystal, and touch it to the floor. The crystal will know what to do. Harry did as Merlin said. And don't do morning nonsense for me when I die. Merlin stood up on wobbly legs with knobby knees. They held one memorial or some such at every single town I walked out of when I looked old. They all thought I died. Oh, I loathe a wake. Have a feast, and tell no one what it's for. All right, said Harry, holding the crystal to the floor. Thank you for everything, Merlin. I hope, I wish, you are. Harry was fading, and Merlin's words echoed in his ears, as if from deep in a well. Oh, and when the time comes, Archimedes has the egg. What, this, Harry was gone, flying through the castle, through the walls, through the grounds, through the air. He was life, he was magic, and he was more powerful than he had ever been. He saw everyone and everything in the castle. He bought life to the portraits, and the stairs. He found that there had never been any link between the kitchens and any suppliers. Instead, He'd create food for the castle himself. He created a feast's worth, and the house elves got to work. Students and professors flooded the great hall in celebration. Harry made the ceiling light back up with the night sky, and put on a firework display for them that would go on for hours. And then somebody was holding him, shaking him. "Harry, no, Harry, please wake up." And he opened his eyes, and there above him was Albus. "Oh, Harry. You. I thought you were. I felt you in the castle and thought. Merlin is dead, Harry, but the castle is alive. It's you. I can feel that it's you. How are you awake?" Split soul. Harry struggled to sit up. "Only my magic's in the castle." And, oh, something felt odd. He fished around in his robes until he found the hat, the bowling ball, and the record. These don't have my soul in them anymore. They're all back in me." He patted his chest. "Everything but my magic. And Merlin. He told me to give you those books." Harry pointed to the 2 books. Harry and Albus were still in that distant basement of the castle. Merlin had vanished without a trace, but Albus had come back for him. Albus smiled, and a tear dripped down off the tip of his nose and landed, hot, on Harry's face. "How are the kids?" Harry asked. "They're all fine. They're just discovering an unreasonable amount of delicious food and a fireworks display in the Great Hall." Harry nodded in satisfaction, and the 2 of them left that dungeon in a whirl of flame to go and join the celebration. Over the next few days, everyone could tell that there was some type of change there in the castle, but nobody could really put a finger on it. Harry spent his first few weeks as the castle adding secret passageways all over the school, and discovering old ones that no one had ever seen before. Now that he was the castle, he knew where all of the secret rooms were. He liked to take Albus to visit them, and somehow all of the rooms seemed to have beds whenever they got there. Once, on a Saturday night, Harry used his magic to find out when Albus was walking through the castle to dinner. Instead of letting him get to the Great Hall, Harry changed the corridors so that Albus's route took him to the extra forbidden section, or so Harry called it, of the library where Harry was waiting to surprise him with giant magical music, roses, and a private dinner. Harry's normal magic returned. He could teach his lessons normally, though when he first started, the spells seemed to come out of the walls rather than through his fake wand. Harry thought long and hard about the 4 people he would tell his story to. How he'd lived in the future, become master of death, was sent back in time, and now, was the magic of the castle. He did as Merlin suggested and told Nicholas first. Very little of it came as a surprise to Nicholas, and he already knew most of the story anyway. Right before Harry left Shell Cottage, he remembered something. "So, Merlin told me you might know the answer to this," said Harry. "Say somebody's arm shriveled up and turned black. Do you know what would cause that?" "I suppose putting it in a fire would have that effect." "Oh, yeah, I suppose. Anything else?" Nicholas sighed. "Once, a long time ago, I was imprisoned in Spain for about 8 months and was cut off from my supply of elixir. That which you described happened to my left arm, up to about halfway to my elbow. When we drink the elixir of life, that becomes our life force, and when it goes away, we do not age, wither, and die. We just wither and die. If a drinker is younger than the age at which he might have died in normal circumstances, his life force switches back to normal and he might live until he died naturally, but for someone like I, who have long overstayed our original invitation," he smiled, "I would just wither and die. It's all very natural, and when it happened to me in Spain, it didn't hurt at all. Anyway, in that prison, I was able to concentrate the withering into just my arm so that I could live as long as possible without the elixir. I was oh so surprised when the arm came back to life. But normally, I think it happens to the whole body equally and quickly." Something clicked into place. Albus was taking the elixir of life, and he and Nicholas would destroy the stone. So Albus would run out of potion. He must have stocked up enough to have some every month for over 4 years, and then his arm would shrivel. But it wouldn't hurt like a curse would, and that eased Harry's mind. It meant that Albus had control over his own death. Minerva was the next person to whom Harry told his story. She was his best friend and she deserved the truth. Harry expected her to curse him into oblivion for lying so completely to her for months, but she did not. She gave him a hug, and said, "Thank you for trusting me." Next he told Hagrid. Hagrid, too, hugged him and, blubbering, told him, "I knew there muse be summat special about ya, Harry. Third, he spoke to Alistair Moody. Moody had been up and about, hopping around on crutches and one leg, attending classes as normal. He was as quiet, surly, and shrewd as ever. Harry held him late after class one Thursday and presented him with the magical prosthetic leg he'd made. "And, would you sit down?" Harry asked after Moody had tried out the leg a bit. "I have something to tell you." He told Moody everything, and when he was done, Moody's expression was the same as ever. "Sounds about right. Thank you for the leg. May I go, or were you going to resume the wandless magic lessons?" Harry chuckled. "I'll teach you anything you want to know, but let's keep the rest of your limbs, eh? And I don't want you poking your eye out or something." He thought long and hard about the last person to tell. He'd considered Professor Flitwick and Penny Flammel, though, years later, he discovered that both of them had figured it out through a combination of piecing together gossip and sheer intelligence. But whom he finally decided on was Peeves. Merlin, having decided that Peeves was going to be a nuisance as soon as he showed up in the castle, had kept him locked up for almost 1,000 years. Peeves identified Harry immediately as the new power source of the castle, having battled against the last one for centuries, and began terrorizing Harry and his classes. Harry finally caught him, made him stay still, and told the whole story and explained that he wasn't going to lock him up again as long as he respected Albus and didn't interrupt classes. Peeves behaved well from then on, or, behaved relatively well, anyway. In mid-April, on one beautiful spring Tuesday morning, a classroom full of fifth years showed up at Harry's office door, all quite alarmed. "We didn't know how to get to Dumbledore's office. We thought he might be here, we thought you should know. Will he keep teaching?" It just that. Their jumbled words eventually got across the message that Professor Cuthbert Binns had passed away and was still in his classroom, lecturing away as a ghost. That weekend, they held the memorial service for him, but the ghost of Cuthbert Binns didn't attend. At that time he was busily working on a lesson plan for his second years, smiling a pale smile for nobody but his work. Harry and Albus spent their summer together. They spent most of the 3 months on an unplottable private island somewhere around Hawaii, the deeds for which Harry found in Ignatius's vault. Harry fell off his hammock laughing when Albus came out of the beach house in flip-flops, swim trunks, and a white sunscreen nose. He'd had a very similar picture in his mind in his youth when imagining what Dumbledore did in his summers, but the real thing, auburn hair and bare, tanned skin, was way hotter. While they were there, Albus received a thick envelope. He grimaced. Before he slid it open, Harry asked him what he thought was in it. "My guess? I would say it's the Ministry again. They've sent me a letter already this summer offering me the position of Minister of Magic." Poor baby. They seem to think I had something to do with fixing the school and saving all of those students. They don't seem to understand that I had as little idea as anyone else what was going on until you fixed it. "I didn't fix it. I got kidnapped and then I touched a rock to the ground." Albus chuckled and slit open the envelope with a letter opener that he wandlessly conjured. He looked through the envelope, through photos and forms until he found a cover letter. He scanned the top line a few times, and then smiled. "The Chocolate Frog Company wants to put me on a card." Harry laughed. "Is that going to be a problem for you, sir?" He stuck his tongue out. "I have wanted to be on a chocolate frog card since I was 2, said Albus. "Possibly before." He and Harry spent a full day brainstorming the different facts Albus could put on his card. Harry didn't tell him that he already knew the final card would read that he had conquered Grindelwald, worked with Nicholas Flamel to find the 12 uses of dragon blood, and that he enjoyed 10-pin bowling and chamber music. In mid-August, when they returned to Hogwarts, Harry moved from his tower to live with Albus in his. Fawkes popped in shortly before Harry finished moving. He grabbed his perch from Harry's old room, and teleported it to Albus's office and put it on the desk. He went to Albus, who stroked his feathers and smiled, and then to Harry, who transformed into a phoenix to say goodbye. The second Harry was in his phoenix form, Fawkes grabbed Harry's tail with his talons, and teleported him an inch above the golden perch. Harry quickly grabbed onto the perch so that he didn't fall over, and Fawkes didn't land at all. He sang a song like a laugh, and took off, out the open window. They saw him again once in a while. He popped in from time to time to see how they were getting along without him, but he never stood on that golden perch again, for it was no longer his, it was Harry's, and Harry would spend a number of years perched there. And even though almost all of Harry's soul was back in his body, sometimes, late at night, when it was just Harry and Albus together in their big purple bed, both of them swore they could hear chamber music playing through the distant halls of Hogwarts. They didn't hear from Voldemort for a good many years, or at least no sooner than they expected to, and for that time, neither Albus nor Harry could have been happier. It was a clear night on the 2nd of May in 1998, and an unspeakable was sneaking back into work. Unspeakables, of course, were the names given to those who worked in the Department of Mysteries. Nobody really knew if it was a job title or a nickname, and the Unspeakables themselves never clarified it. In fact, they weren't allowed to talk about work at all, except to other Unspeakables. Because of this rule, sneaking back into work was a very dangerous thing to do for an Unspeakable. Lord Voldemort had seized complete control of the Ministry of Magic, and there were orders to kill anyone found there after hours without a satisfactory explanation, and an Unspeakable could provide no explanation whatsoever. Little did this Unspeakable know, he was not any in danger of Voldemort at all. He didn't know this, of course, but at that very moment, Voldemort and all of his followers were in the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts, and Harry Potter would kill the Dark Lord before the sun rose. This particular Unspeakable was named Bob Roberts. His friends called him Bob, but at work he was Unspeakable Bob. He was 32 and a half, blonde, and he was going back to the Department of Mysteries that night to finish some paperwork about time turners. The famous Harry Potter and his friends had smashed all of the time turners 2 years ago, and when Unspeakable Bob got a new work partner a year later, the two of them started rebuilding the collection. Recently, he and his partner Mr. Fox had been working on a new line of time turners. These ones could take you back years, but nobody had tested it yet, and nobody ever would if he didn't finish his grant request paperwork in time. He and his partner had been lucky. They had a wealthy, unnamed benefactor who gave them as much money they needed for their project, plus the frequent bonuses that were big enough to buy Unspeakable Bob, his wife, and their 2-year-old daughter a new house. It was turning into a dream job. So Unspeakable Bob snuck into the Ministry of Magic and made his way as quietly as possible to his office, which was on the same floor as the Department of Mysteries, but not inside the spinning room with the 12 doors. He unlocked his door and snuck into his office, smiling to himself when he got inside safely. He sat down and took out the grant request and a quill. He was a quarter of the way down the form on the front page when he heard a whooshing and a thud in the hallway. Bob froze, and he strained his ears to hear through the blood rushing in his head, if he was caught. Whoever was in the hall was walking, limping, dragging himself. Bob sorely regretted not locking his door as the noise drew nearer, but then there was another whooshing noise and the shuffling stopped, and then there was a voice. "Shit. Will you just give it up, please? He's going to be fine." It was his partner, Mr. Fox. Mr. Fox was a strange man. He was a clean-shaven older man with a great thick mat of salt and pepper hair that stuck up in all directions, and startling green eyes behind round glasses. Despite looking like he was maybe 60, he spoke with the same slang as the 17-year-olds and walked with as much energy and spring as a 20-year-old marathon runner. Working with Mr. Fox was very interesting. He seemed to know everything, but he was interested in the strangest things. For example, he spent his first week in the department asking questions about the spinning room, of all things. Why were there 12 doors? Did they ever add any? How was it made? The spinning room was probably the least interesting thing in the entire department, thought Unspeakable Bob. But Mr. Fox certainly got his work done, and more. Bob had never actually seen Mr. Fox do any magic, but the work the old man accomplished when Bob wasn't there was impressive and copious.
Mr. Fox didn't talk much, and Unspeakable Bob had never gotten him to come out for a pint after work or anything. The man gave off vibes of someone who was always thinking of something else, something sad, and recently, his health had been declining. Ever since the beginning of March, Mr. Fox had looked paler and paler. And though it was obvious right now that Mr. Fox, though he was speaking to somebody out in the hallway, there was no response. Unspeakable Bob had become concerned recently that Mr. Fox's mind was going. He had started to catch the old man muttering to himself. He must have sleepwalked here, thought Unspeakable Bob. I should get him home before we're both killed. Unspeakable Bob stood up and went to the door. He cracked the door open just an inch and peered out. Mr. Fox was outside his door, and he looked awful. His normally fluffy gray hair was matted and stuck to his face with sweat. His sparkling green eyes were circled with sunken dark skin. He looked like he could be 80, and sick, at that. He was hunched over, carrying a bag that looked much too heavy for him. Unspeakable Bob was about to open the door all the way and offer to help carry the bag when Mr. Fox spoke again. Archimedes, don't make me do this. I respect you and what you're trying to do, but. He broke off coughing, hacking, wheezing so much he almost collapsed. Unspeakable Bob looked out where Mr. Fox's imaginary conversation partner was in. There was a giant, coal-black bird with at least a 6-foot wingspan hovering in the middle of the hall. Black flames licked the air around him like he was at the edge of some demonic portal. And he looked pissed. He snapped his beak, and beat his wings, and probably could have shot fire out of his mean, rolling eyes. Mr. Fox's face hardened into a look of determination. He looked like he was summoning all of the strength he had left, and ran at the bird, dove, and tackled it square on. But before either of them hit the floor, they vanished in a whirl of orange flame. For a few seconds, the only sound was Unspeakable Bob's racing heart, but then the air in front of the office burst into flames again, and Mr. Fox was there when the flames subsided. The bird seemed to have gone, so Unspeakable Bob took the opportunity to burst through the door and. Mr. Fox, are you all right? What was that bird? You were on fire. What happened? What are you doing here? Bob, you shouldn't be here. Go home. He acted like he was trying to sound angry and stern, but he broke down into a coughing fit that ruined the effect. Let me get that bag for you, said Bob. No. He coughed again and started hauling himself down the hall towards the spinning room. No, thank you. If you knew how difficult it was for me to get some of the stuff in here, you would understand why I don't want to let go of it. You should be resting, sir. I don't think you're well. Mr. Fox actually laughed. I will be quite well very soon, thank you. You should go home. But, sir, I'm here to finish the grant paperwork. The paperwork. We won't need a grant. The Turner works. Get your pay. It's in your drawer, and then go home to your family. Unspeakable Bob would later discover, in that drawer, a key to a small vault with enough money to support him and his family for the rest of his life. What? But I can't leave you here, Mr. Fox. Mr. Fox sighed. I suppose you might be useful. You may stay on one condition. Unspeakable Bob doubted that Mr. Fox was in any position to enforce this condition, and he was a little insulted by being called useful, but he nodded anyway. You must do everything I say. If I tell you to hide, you will do so. If I tell you to flee, you will obey. If I tell you to leave me and save yourself, you will do as I tell you. Unspeakable Bob nodded. Fine. Good. Please open that door. He gestured with a hand to the door of the spinning room, and by the way he pointed, his arm looked like it weighed 1,000 pounds. Bob hurried to the door and opened it for Mr. Fox. The moment both of them were inside, the room started spinning. Mr. Fox doubled over like he was going to be sick. When the room stopped spinning, he reached into his bag, pulled out a small square pad of smooth yellow paper, and threw it to Bob. Open a door, and if I say so, put a sticky note on it and then close it. Bob assumed that a sticky note was one of the pieces of paper in the stack he held in his hand. He opened the door in front of him. It was the chamber of the dais. Okay. Put a sticky note. Bob pulled off a sticky note and put it on the door. Good. Close the door, please. Bob closed the door and the room began to spin again, but this time, there was a slight blur of yellow in the blue light. They repeated this process twice more, and on the third door, they found the time room where both of them worked. Hold the door open, please. Mr. Fox shuffled into the time room and over to his desk. Bob tried to see what he was doing, but he had turned his back. He seemed to be tucking something else into his bag. Later he would find out that Mr. Fox had stolen their project, the giant time turner. He shuffled back out again. Sticky note, please. Bob put a sticky note on the door and closed it again. The room spun for a moment or two, and Mr. Fox looked more and more like he could keel over and die. Now, said Mr. Fox, straightening up as best he could. I want you to count the doors for me, please. There are 12, frowned Bob. Everybody knew that. No, count them. Point to each door and count off. Feeling a little silly, Unspeakable Bob pointed to the first door. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, He stopped for a moment, somehow losing track, and then started again. 9. You can stop, thanks. Unspeakable Bob was thoroughly confused. Clearly Mr. Fox had lost his mind. Bob was about to take matters into his own hands, forcing Mr. Fox to come with him to St. Mungo's, when the air in front of them burst into black flames, and from within the black flames appeared a bird, the same black bird from earlier. Damn it. Archimedes, I need him. He'll be fine. Bob, have you ever cast an unforgivable? What? No. Of course not. I need you to cast Avada Kedavra at him. Can you do that? No. He's a phoenix. He'll come back to life in a bit. It'll be fine. I can't. Mr. Fox groaned in frustration. It's him or us. If it makes you feel better, cast Reducto or something. Do it now. But the bird dove at Mr. Fox, more specifically at the bag he carried. Before Bob could even lift his wand, it was over. Mr. Fox, with reflexes beyond what Bob thought the old man was capable of, let alone what humans were capable of, had grabbed the long neck of the black phoenix and snapped it. The bird burst into flames and fell in ashes to the floor. He'll be up in a while. You need to be gone when he gets better. But he's dead. Read some damn phoenix lore, boy. Now, I suppose it's good you're here. I need you to take this. Mr. Fox reached into his bag once again and pulled out a package. On it was a note. All it said was, use it well. I need you to give this to Harry Potter's oldest son, James, on February 28 in the year 2019. Can you do that? Harry Potter doesn't have a. He will, and he'll name him James. Just do it. Okay. And maybe take the baby bird in that pile of ashes outside and put it somewhere nice. That way Archimedes won't try to kill you and your family for associating with me. What? I suppose I should. It's been lovely working with you. I'm sure you'll be fine. And if anybody asks about me, you don't have to say you know anything. But, Mr. Fox. Oh. And enjoy the festivities tomorrow. Bye. Mr. Fox actually grinned, and for just a moment, his sickly pale cheeks, sunken eyes, and sheen of sweat didn't look bad at all. Mr. Fox darted across the room and opened a door. No. Vanished into thin air, because there was no. Bob shook himself. This really was the Department of Mysteries. He poked through the ashes on the floor and found a little ugly black bird. He gingerly scooped it up, and brought it outside the ministry. He walked back to ministry entrance, quite worried about lots of different things, until he was completely distracted by a very short wizard in a top hat hugging him around the middle. Rejoice. You know who's dead. Harry sighed in relief, knowing that nothing could penetrate that room, nothing except one very special bowling ball. The room was not large. It had 2 doors, was full of shelves, and a strange assortment of objects. He began fishing around in the sack and pulled out several items. First was a large, red egg, his long-sought prize. That was the item he had spent the last decade searching for, and he had almost found it too late. He set the egg down gently, and reached back into the bag. He pulled out a giant time turner, the one he'd helped Bob Roberts create, and put it on a shelf. The third object he pulled out was about the size of 2 fists wrapped in cloth. He crossed the room to the second door, and pulled up a chair in front of it. With no small difficulty, he heaved himself up to stand on the chair, and lifted the item in his hands high above his head to where there was a shelf above the door. When he pulled the cloth away, a shining blue crystal was left. It had grown from the size of a thumb to the size of 2 fists over the past 40 years, and would grow large enough in the next 20 years to kill a man, if it happened to fall on one. He sighed. He loved that shade of blue. And on that thought, he drifted away, fading into nothing. When he woke up, he seemed to be lying on a cloud. He wasn't wearing anything, but that didn't seem to be a problem. He stood up and looked around. It was so familiar, and as he remembered it, arches began to form, benches, platforms. And then somebody called out from behind him through the fading fog, and he turned around. And there was Albus. Before either of them knew it, they were embracing. I waited here for you, Albus breathed into Harry's neck. And to my delight, little 17-year-old Harry Potter came and visited me before you did, just like you said he would. Harry smiled. Thank you for waiting. I missed you. And I missed you. Did it all work? I found Fox. Yeah, and I can tell there's only 6/7 of me here right now. The last piece is still in Hogwarts. I think the bit of Phoenix in me will keep it alive even if little Harry is master of death now, and Minerva said she'd put the lighting broom in the department as soon as it's released. She said, yes, but this is the last bloody broom I'm buying for you, Crockett. That Nimbus 2000 nearly cleaned out my vault. Imagine her face the next time she visits her vault and sees how much gold I sent. Albus chuckled. She will make a good headmistress. Yes, she will. I'll miss her. They took a moment to look into each other's eyes, and Harry realized how long a year without Albus had really been. A whistle blew in the distance. So, where do we go now? Harry asked. Well, said Albus, have you your ticket, Mr. Potter? Harry laughed. The two of them clasped hands, grinned at each other, and went aboard the train to the next great adventure. September 1958. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore was satisfied to say that he was perfectly normal, thank you very much. He was the very last person you'd expect to be involved with anything strange or mysterious, because he was just too busy for that sort of nonsense. Albus Dumbledore was the director of a firm called Hogwarts, which made light bulbs. He was a tall, slender man, with long auburn hair, half-moon glasses, and though strangers would say he was probably 35 years old, he was, in fact, much, much older. Albus wore a pinstripe suit to work, and sat in his office with his long legs crossed in a sort of tentatively satisfied way under his deep desk. Albus Dumbledore had everything he wanted, but he also had a new little secret, and his greatest fear was that someone would discover it. He didn't think he could bear it if anyone found out about Potter. Mr. Potter was one of Albus's newest employees at the Hogwarts factory. In fact, as a top engineer, Potter was one of the people who reported directly to Albus. Potter was a slight, dark-haired man in his late 30s with Coke bottle glasses and an old scar on his forehead, as so many factory workers did. He cheerfully finished his work in record time, and the largest complaint Albus could make about Potter was that he'd often caught the other workers at the factory trying to chat him up instead of doing their work. But Albus's greatest fear had nothing to do with the way Potter charmed the mechanics and line workers alike. It was not the eerie speed at which he finished his work, nor the way his smile never failed to fluster Albus into cleaning his glasses. No, it was just a feeling Albus got when he was around Potter. A feeling that had Albus searching for reasons to postpone Potter's 30-day check-in performance review again. A feeling that Potter knew something that Albus did not, and this was something Albus was not used to at all. But there was nothing to be done about the performance review. The meeting had been postponed twice already, and now the 30-day review was a 46-day review, and that sort of nonsense just wouldn't stand with the board of directors. New employees needed to be calibrated. He sighed and looked away from the rain-streaked window. He wrote a note in his calendar for the afternoon with tall, slanted, loopy handwriting and turned his attention back to the meeting underway in front of him. Though we were hoping to order all of our safety goggles with Malcolm & Sons, we may just have to go back to ordering abroad, at those prices, said Phil from accounting. Phil was a tiny middle-aged accountant type in a tiny three-piece suit. Minnie from HR shot Phil an accusing look over her glasses. The last time they'd ordered from Phil's supplier abroad, the goggles had been of poor quality, and Minnie had had to spend weeks researching better suppliers and filing paperwork to keep the workers feeling safe and happy. Fortunately, she had more business sense than the rest of Albus's executive staff combined, and stayed silent in the face of this negotiation. I have a proposal for you, Mr. Malcolm, said Albus calmly over steepled hands. Phil and Minnie looked around at Albus, who'd been quiet for quite a while, and had discussed no such proposal with the two of them. Mr. Malcolm leaned in. I think we could be persuaded to transfer our business to you and double our order, and we may find ourselves needing some hard hats as well, if you find yourself willing to undercut your competitor's price by 10%. We will, of course, pay in advance, he finished, pulling out some papers from a drawer and knocking them lightly on the desk to align them into a stack. The room went quiet for a moment. Malcolm ran a nervous, stubby, ringed hand through his thinning, damp hair. Albus could see Phil's mind working to calculate how much that would cost them, and knew that Phil would find the sum satisfactory. He could see Minnie already trying to hide a smile, yet she gritted her teeth and interrupted, her tone convincingly dumbfounded. Sir. Double. I must protest. Our office has no way of knowing that these glasses will be any more safe than the last ones we ordered, and with this size order we'll be stuck with this batch's quality, whatever that may be. She threw Malcolm a scornful look, for 3 years. As I said before, we should start with half our previous order, not double. This was, of course, a fabrication. Minnie had conducted extensive research on the quality of Malcolm and Sons merchandise, and found it far superior to all other competitors. That, and Hogwarts workers had doubled and they needed double the glasses. Madam. Malcolm interrupted, scandalized. Malcolm and Sons has been providing quality safety gear for over 100 years. Our customer service is impeccable, and we boast a no-failure guarantee. Anyone wishing to purchase our products should be proud of the protection they're providing their employees. You will see. Well, I wouldn't make this decision, she said, her tone bitter. And fortunately, Ms. MacDonald, you don't have to, said Albus. I have given my final offer. And I have accepted, said Malcolm, with a triumphant look at Minnie. Very well, said Albus. He slid the papers across the desk. This is how a deal is made, Ms. MacDonald, said Malcolm. Don't be upset, dear. Some people just don't have the intuition. Albus smiled ruefully. Ah, Mr. Malcolm, Ms. MacDonald is quite a gifted businesswoman. In fact, I may find myself needing to move her out of HR and into sales. Malcolm was absorbed in his reading and signing and did not quite hear Albus. Quite right, he said as he signed away a third of his inventory for a little over half of his normal price. He finished signing, and he and Albus shook hands. Would you care for another lemo? Drop on your way out, Mr. Malcolm. He offered Malcolm a tin of lemo drops. They were specially made for Hogwarts and were shaped like tiny yellow light bulbs. Albus always offered them out in meetings. Good corporate culture. Ah, yes, Malcolm chuckled. Delightful, delightful. Poppy will see you out. Enjoy the weather, said Albus, as thunder clapped overhead. Quite right, he said, retreating and exiting the office. Thank you for your help, said Albus, looking to Phil and then Minnie after the door snapped shut. Minnie's face split into a grin. Nice one, Gaffer, she said. She took a lemo drop. Phil turned and shook hands with them both and excitedly squeaked something about needing to update the books and followed Malcolm out. I was quite serious about your position, Minnie, Albus said once Phil had left. Your talents would be put to good use in sales. Thank you, Director, but I would prefer to stay where I am. Albus smiled ruefully again. Very well, very well. And now you must excuse me, a pit dropped into his stomach. I must prepare for my next. Minnie tipped an imaginary hat and swept out of the room. Albus looked out the window at the dark clouds and rain. His feelings of satisfaction over the deal and pride in his employees faded as he looked down at his notes for the next meeting. Potter's review. He'd written, top work, good initiative, and teamwork, in his loopy writing, but had not written anything about the way every interaction with Potter seemed to result in Albus's heart rate skyrocketing and his own productivity dropping like the Nautilus. He dawdled for a moment longer underlining the heading of the notes, and finally made his way to his office door. He leaned out and called softly to his secretary in his deep voice. Is my 3 o'clock here yet, Poppy? Poppy's chair swiveled around, and Albus suppressed a start. She went to the loo, but I'm here and ready, said Potter from her chair. Sir, he amended with half a smile. He was lounging comfortably there as if he'd been there a while. One black, steel-toe boot rested on the opposite knee of his gray overalls, and his permanently smudged hands folded in his lap. Albus took a breath before speaking. Of course. Won't you please come in? He asked, relieved to hear the normal tone of authoritative politeness in his voice. He turned back to his desk, and must have repeated, of course, won't you please come in? to himself in his head 6 times, checking that it had been normal speech. He combed his fingers self-consciously through his long hair. For it was moments as simple as these that had Albus disconcerted in Potter's presence. He could never quite put a finger on it outside of their meetings, but Albus was he just said, he couldn't quite. He just never quite managed to conduct himself as he normally preferred to when around Harry Potter. It had only been, last week when Potter had been testing a lathe after repairing it when Albus noticed that Potter's bootlace was untied. As it was against regulation, not to mention deadly, for any tie, belt, cord, or lace to dangle off anyone's person anywhere in the factory, Albus got Potter's attention over the screams of machinery, and pointed out the lace. Potter thanked him, his voice drowned out by machinery, and their eyes met for 10 full seconds, Potter's glinting with extra light. Quite suddenly, Albus found himself on his knees making his neatest bow at Potter's feet. He stood, mouthed, anything, to Potter and swept back to his office on the 2nd floor above the factory, his heart beating loudly enough to hear over the machinery below. And the week before that, Potter had darted into his office between 2 of Albus's meetings to deliver a request for a new coolant hose on a mill. Albus followed him down to the factory floor to check the old one. "See, if it would just hold itself like this, just like this," said Potter holding it up. "It would be fine, but the rubber's worn off here, see, and the coolant never hits the metal. This just won't do. I need it in place to finish this part. But just like this, thank you very much." He adjusted the tube and held it out to show Albus. "Just like this," said Albus, placing his hand right by Potter's, holding in place to understand. "Anything," he said to Potter, taking the tube. "Just like that," said Potter. Potter began milling out a part while Albus held the coolant hose in place. Albus watched the spinning tool, feeling warm and safe and occupied, finding himself completely transfixed by the soft whir of the machine and the beautiful way that tiny coils of metal were pushed off the part. By the time he found his way back to his office, he'd missed 2 entire meetings. Thunder clapped overhead, and a light bulb or 2 on the ceiling faded out and back in. Albus's eyes snapped across the room as his favorite decoration, an old 3-color stoplight, flicked off momentarily and back on. Green, as usual. Albus refocused. This meeting would be different. He'd make sure it went smoothly. Potter sat in the seat across Albus's deep, wide desk, and crossed his boot back onto his knee again. "Would you like a limo drop, Mr. Potter?" Albus asked. Potter smiled. "Yes, thank you very much." His smile widened and his eyes flashed. "Sir. Everything was going well so far. Limo drops, just like any other meeting." Albus picked one out of the tin, stood, leaned far across the deep desk, and put it into Potter's open mouth. Potter closed his mouth around Albus's fingers. Their eyes met as Albus slid his fingers slowly out of Potter's mouth. "Of course, anything," Albus said. Albus sat back down, completely stunned at what had just happened. A few moments passed in silence. Potter beeped his limo drop, and Albus silently gulped, feeling his entire face flush, and feeling the coolness on his fingers as they dried. After a few more long moments, Potter spoke up. "How am I doing, Gaffer?" he asked with a winning smile. "Thank you very much for the review." Albus cleared his throat again. "Oh, anything. Excellent, excellent," he said. It was after the first, excellent, that he felt it. A lovely warm sensation starting in his stomach and spreading from there. On the second, excellent, it doubled. Albus ignored the sensation and continued. "You've been finishing your work in record time," he cut off as a wave of pleasure passed over his body. "And, I appreciate your work ethic." He shut his eyes for a moment and opened them to find Potter patiently waiting for him to continue. He internally shook himself. "Have you ever heard the history of our great company, Mr. Potter?" asked Albus. "No," said Potter. "Sir." "Ah," said Albus, confidently seizing the opportunity to let himself speak on autopilot for a few minutes to figure out what was going on with this meeting. He'd mastered meeting stall techniques, and he'd told this story so many times that he could tell it and think at the same time. He launched into the story about Sal and Rick, the best friend founders of Hogwarts who turned bitter enemies over disagreements between AC and DC. To his immense relief, as soon as he started into the story, his body relaxed and the warm tension in his midriff began to fade. So what was going on? As he described how Rick the founder had spread rumors that Sal had added a secret opium den to the basement, Albus decided that if he was worried about saying and doing things without meaning to, perhaps he should stick to speaking from his notes and refrain from moving through the meeting conversationally. Maybe he should simply ask Potter questions and write down the answers. Yes, that would work quite nicely for a start. He wrapped up his tale, and productivity has only increased since the addition of our new automated glass blowing machines, and, of course, workers like you. And there it was again, that curious, infectiously pleasant sensation. Warmth and tension seeped through his stomach and lower, making his breath come short and his clothes feel tight. You most certainly make this company run better, Albus said, and his eyes fluttered as warmth swept over him, making him sure he was a little red. It's wonderful having you here, he said before could stop himself, his pleasure-seeking subconscious making the connection an instant before he did. He was rewarded for his words with a gush that almost made him groan aloud. He took a few breaths and continued, casting around for something improvement-oriented to say about Potter's performance, maybe about the way his uniform fit his legs so tightly or the way Albus wanted to reach across the desk to clean the smudge of grease under Potter's ear with his thumb before. So how is it, exactly, Albus urgently asked the first acceptable question that popped into his mind, that you are such an incredible worker? Though this latest compliment added to his arousal, relief flooded through him in equal measure as he managed to give Potter the floor. He stood halfway up to reach the pitcher of water on his desk, his pants shifted against his crotch and he realized quite suddenly that he wasn't quite relieved enough. He sat back down quickly. Magic, said Potter. Excuse me, said Albus. Magic, said Potter. It's how I do my job. Albus smiled placidly and nodded for Mr. Potter to go on. You see, said Potter, adopting the same practiced tone Albus himself used when explaining how lightbulbs worked to the children of his friends. I'm a wizard and have magical abilities that I can use to speed up my work, or, in cases where I can't, I use magic to persuade my coworkers to do the work for me. He smiled. Albus laughed indulgently. Done with his joke, Potter could now modestly answer the question and they would move on. Albus had notes, you see. I tend to use compulsion spells on the line workers and mechanics, and then I use memory modification charms to make sure they don't report anything, not that it would matter if they did. Mostly I find that a little gratitude goes a long way, wouldn't you say? Some people just don't say thank you very much. Albus remained silent, listening carefully now. If it wasn't a joke, was Potter mad? Was he? But that's not really what this meeting's about, said Potter. Is there anything I can do better? He asked. Anything, said Albus blankly. Albus found himself rising to his feet, which came as a surprise after his firm decision to stay behind the desk. Well, Mr. Potter, I think you're doing quite well. Any amount that you're helping and mentoring your coworkers is good news to me, he heard himself say. The alarm and confusion he'd felt a moment ago hearing foreign words like compulsions and memory modification was mounting higher and higher, but his mouth was doing something completely different, as were his hands. He walked around from behind his desk, behind Potter, and placed his hands on Potter's shoulders. The touch that started out as what Albus hoped would be an employee-like clap on the back quickly turned into a sensual caress, the type of shoulder massage usually designed by the giver to elicit ns of say. Pleasure to be disguised by the receiver as sighs of pain relief. Potter let his legs uncross and sprawl wide, and he settled further back into his chair. Albus lost himself for a moment, genuinely distracted from his mounting alarm by the firm shoulders underneath the overalls and t-shirt. Potter's hair gave off an intoxicating combination of simple soap and singed metal. Albus came back to his senses quite suddenly as his hands, seeking uninterrupted access to Potter's shoulders, unclipped the suspenders to Potter's overalls. Potter sighed as Albus's hands redoubled their efforts. The same improvisation skills, self-control, and rapid thinking that helped Albus climb to the top of the corporate ladder was now screaming one conclusion: this was not normal. It wasn't drugs, it wasn't a joke, and Albus wasn't in control. A lesser man may have fooled around longer in denial, but Albus had all the information he needed and it was as simple as that. Finally, Albus mustered independent speech. "It appears, Mr. Potter," he said with unwavering politeness, "that as unlikely as it seems, there are more forces at work here than I can see. While I'm not one to suggest abjuring responsibility for one's own wandering hands, I'm finding myself hoping that you'll oblige me with an explanation." "Are you enjoying yourself?" asked Potter. "Yes," said Albus immediately and without thought. He nearly bit his tongue. Potter exhaled a laugh. Albus took a breath. "What is it that you're trying to achieve?" Albus continued, as polite as can be. Potter turned in his seat to look around at Albus. He seemed to think for a moment. "I'm going to F.K.U., he said. He turned back around and Albus put his hands back on Potter's shoulders. Lightning flashed outside, and each drop that clung to the window was illuminated momentarily like pearls. Albus shut his eyes for a moment. The bar-like grid of the rectangular factory window frames seared themselves inescapably onto the backs of his eyes. "I'd like to know your preference about something first," said Potter. He let his head loll to the side as Albus continued to work on his neck. Albus's heart began pounding in his chest. "I'm going to make your hands and body and voice seduce me. But you get to choose whether you'll think it's your idea, or you can keep your mind as it is. Which one would you prefer?" "Oh, I don't think you intend for me to choose," said Albus quickly, now threading his fingers into Potter's hair to rub the base of his scalp. "No?" asked Potter, genuinely surprised. Albus felt Potter's ears flex under his fingers in a smile that he clearly didn't want Albus to see. "Alas, no. Not that it's much of a choice, but you've made your, shall we say, style very clear thus far. As much as you like control and dominance, you like the illusion of my enjoyment, I think. Something in you likes to think I'm getting something out of this too, so I suppose my mind will be at your mercy, as it has been from the start." "What makes you say that?" The answer, of course, was that whatever Potter was doing to Albus's mind was causing feelings strong enough to make him forget his fear for minutes at a time. He thought back to little fantasies he'd had over the last month, each one feeling as valid in the face of his current peril as they had while he was daydreaming on the banister over the work yard. He now even caught himself wondering what the harm would be in telling Harry this, but that was the line. "Okay," said Potter knowingly. "Are you ready to start?" Albus picked his next words carefully, consciously. "Please, I want to beat your cock." Albus pursed his lips. Those were not the words he'd selected at all. Potter actually laughed aloud this time and turned around. "Then as of now, you'll magically enjoy yourself and believe everything you're doing is your own idea." Harry snapped his fingers. Albus felt a wave of relief pass over his body, realizing that he could remove his hands from Potter's back and retreat behind his desk if he so desired. Eyeing the fallen overall straps, Albus noticed something he hadn't in his panic: a line of deep scarring across the back of Harry's neck. His eyes went wide, totally distracted. "How did this happen?" he asked quietly, touching the scar in spite of himself. "An accident," said Harry. "Where did it happen?" Harry looked sheepish. "Don't worry about it. Regardless of the factory that injured you, you'll be more safe here," said Albus. "The scar was far too old to have happened at Hogwarts." Harry was silent. "Did you tell the union?" "No answer." "Is that why you left?" If there was a factory nearby with unsafe working environments, Albus could help by hiring the other workers away in the Hogwarts expansion. "Are there others?" Harry misunderstood the question, and instead pulled down the neck of his t-shirt to show a dark, oval scar over his heart. "How did you get that?" "Burn," said Harry. "What else?" asked Albus. He got a pad of paper and took a note. There was a knock on the door. "Enter," said Albus. Minnie walked in. "Ms. MacDonald," said Albus. "Perfect. I'd like you to begin an investigation of nearby factories' working conditions." Minnie moved closer into the room, looking from Albus down to Harry's unsnapped overalls. She frowned. Harry smirked. "By all means, Ms. MacDonald. Have a seat. Join us. Happy to have you." The green light on the stoplight in the corner flicked off, and the yellow light hummed on. Only Harry noticed. He sighed, stood up, clapped his hands, and rubbed them together. Minnie seemed to wake up from a daze. "I didn't realize you were doing a review," she said. She glanced sideways at Harry. Again. I'll come back later and make sure nobody else disturbs you. She hurried out, and the metal blind slats on the door zooped shut when the door slammed. The light turned green again. You have my gratitude, said Albus. For what? Asked Harry. For keeping my staff out of this, said Albus. Please don't hurt them. I'm not going to hurt anybody. What about me? Albus looked deep into Harry's green eyes. Something in Harry seemed to break. I'm not going to hurt you, said Harry. I'm not going to make you do anything. You can go. I'm sorry. Or, here, I'll leave. Harry turned to go. Thank you, muttered Albus down at his hands. Excuse me, asked Harry. He was by the door. Albus looked up. Thank you. His breath caught in his throat. Harry blinked at him. Albus crossed the room and put his hand on the doorknob to open it for Harry, just to make sure he was really leaving. They stood close enough to exchange breath. I said, thank you very much. Harry looked down at the doorknob, unturned, and up at Albus. Anything, Harry said. Fantasies from the past month flicked through Albus's mind. Harry bending him over his desk, Harry key. Dotting him in the infinitely slow utility elevator, Albus washing soot and oil off Harry's skin in the detox showers. He had wanted this all along. The smell of Harry was too intoxicating there by the door. Fueled by pure hormones, fantasy turned to reality as he helplessly leaned forward and keyed Harry. He felt Harry's lips twitch into a smug smile. And then it all came crashing back, his own words echoing in his head. I suppose my mind will be at your mercy, as it has been from the start. But it was too late. He wanted Harry, and his body was ahead of his mind. Humiliation, shame, and fear coursed through Albus' body, but Harry's lips were warm and unthreatening, and he wanted more. To gain some semblance of the upper hand, he steered Harry by the hair and throat back into the room until the two of them crashed into the desk. Albus began pulling at Harry's t-shirt. Can't you magic this off? I believe I said your hands, body, and voice would seduce me. I think magic would be cheating. Albus's eyes flashed. He grabbed a letter opener from the desk and brought it up to the neck of Harry's tee. Before Harry knew it, his shirt was in pieces on the floor. Albus began beeping on Harry's perfect neck. He briefly wondered for a moment when he'd started thinking of any part of Harry as perfect. Did you mean for me to remember everything? Asked Albus. What makes you think you remember everything? Replied Harry. I remember you giving me that choice. This scenario doesn't seem to be one of the options. You're forcing me to enjoy everything, but I still know you're making me enjoy it. What would you like? Asked Harry, beaming. I'd like you to touch me, said Albus. As if Harry had been waiting for him to ask, he immediately sprang into action, removing Albus's clothes, one by one, with little bursts of magic. Albus was equal parts stunned and turned on. What else can you do? He whispered in Harry's ear as Harry went after Albus's now exposed neck. What did you have in mind? Harry muttered. Lock the door. Albus reached down and touched Harry's cock though overalls. The door locked with a click. I don't have any lubricants, said Albus. Harry pulled away to smirk at Albus with that same damn smirk. I am a machinist, after all. Where do you want it? You know where, said Albus. I'm beginning to notice that you like power too much to be any good at fighting evil, Albus. Not even a little struggle. You're not even. Harry's words cut off as Albus grabbed him more firmly through his overalls. I know when I've done my best. Now I'd like you to make good on your threat, said Albus. He pulled down Harry's overalls and boxers and then pushed Harry back onto the desk. Harry sat, his legs tangled in overalls stuck on his boots. Albus knelt down and took Harry into his mouth. While you're down there, said Harry. Harry threaded his hands into Albus's hair and used some gentle pressure to adjust Albus's speed and depth. I thought I'd let you know that you'll have a second choice. You can either remember everything, or forget when we're done. Albus started to come up to say something, and Harry pushed him back down around his cock. You can think about it for a few minutes down there. Would you rather remember how you got harder every time my cock hit the back of your throat? Remember asking me to lube up your ass? Or do you want to live without wondering if this will happen again? Doesn't that make you wonder how many times I've already Ked you without you remembering. Albus's world had narrowed down to just Harry's cock and Harry's words his choice. Harry got impossibly harder, and then pulled Albus off to avoid coming. Which one will you choose? I'd say that depends on how talented you are, gasped Albus. Albus stood and Ed Harry. The lubricant. Needy. I can't wait to hear what you choose, Harry said. He vanished his overalls and stood. Harry spun Albus around and bent him over the desk. Albus felt his ass go slick. The sensation was so erotic that he almost came right there on the desk with no stimulation but the lube in his ass, and the wood against his cock. One of Harry's hands was in his hair, and the other was running up and down his ass cheek. They stayed like that for a minute until Albus couldn't handle it anymore. Albus reached around to find Harry's cock, but couldn't quite reach. Everything okay? Harry asked, sweetly. Albus gave up reaching and exhaled into the desk. Harry squeezed Albus's ass, and Albus squeezed his eyes shut, willing himself not to grind into the desk in anticipation. It wouldn't be as good as Harry leaned into Albus, nestling his heavy cock between Albus's ass cheeks. He pulled Albus by the hair into a standing position and bit lightly on the place where Albus's shoulder and neck met. We have done this before, said Albus suddenly. He reached back again and successfully grabbed Harry's cock and slowly guided it into his own ass. Pleasure mingling with pain, and not the other way around, confirmed Albus's suspicions. He was not the beep he thought he was. If they'd done this before, either Harry hadn't given him a choice the first time, or he'd chosen to forget. What should he? Harry pushed further in and Albus completely lost his train of thought. So, what'll it be, Albus? Do you want to walk around this place knowing exactly what I did to you? Harry leaned down close to Albus's ear. His whole chest pressed down on Albus's back as he ground into Albus's ass from behind. Your body remembers. You'll be wrapped around my finger whether you remember why or not. Albus tried to think through the haze of pleasure. His first instinct was that he wanted more, not to forget. He couldn't stop himself from rocking back into Harry's hips in time with each thrust. He couldn't believe the sounds coming out of his own mouth. But what if Harry's enchantment, when had he started calling him Harry, ended and Albus felt disgusted and violated and he had to live with the memory, had to work in the same factory as Harry, even as his body betrayed him. He'd have to wait in fear for their next encounter, wait for the next time Harry gave him the choice so that he could forget again. This must have been what had already happened. He must have worked out that there was no escape and that it was better to live with a little crush than live with the memory of being enchanted and seduced by one of his coworkers. Albus imagined himself so agitated and distracted that he might even go to Harry and beg to be Ked so that he could forget. That thought brought him right back into his body with an intense stiffening of his cock against the desk, nearly causing him to come then and there. The only thing that stopped him was Harry's voice and some magic in his ear. Not yet. You haven't made your choice yet. Albus yelled in frustration as his orgasm drained away and was replaced with ravenous need. I'll sweeten the deal, said Harry, slowing down his thrusting a little. If you remember, we can FK any time you want. If you forget, you'll just go back to craving my body without knowing why. Albus imagined King Harry in the freight elevator, King him after hours on a shut-down lathe, getting Ked like this outside in an alleyway, too eager to wait until they got home to worry about passers-by. Any time he wanted. He shook himself. He was enchanted. He wouldn't want it. He must have already made this choice. And this time, I'll make sure you remember everything. All the times. Albus felt Harry's lips smile against his back. Last time your choice was to come or remember. 3 guesses what you chose, said Harry. All of Albus's logic fell apart as an image swam before his eyes of himself with his cock deep down Harry's throat, begging Harry to trade his memory for the chance to come. And with that, Albus was lost at the edge again. Harry slowed down his thrusts even more and Albus felt his orgasm magically drain away a second time. Yes, fine, mumbled Albus. Sorry. Yes, fine, said Albus. Yes, fine what, Albus? I'll remember. Thank you very much. And with that, Harry's magic released and Albus's whole chest got hot and his vision went white. He clenched down hard on Harry's cock and ground himself into the desk, now slick with fluids. He had a fleeting thought that he wasn't sure how he'd coherently remember anything after feeling this way. Harry kept King Albus, even as Albus's body relaxed. It was just as Albus was coming down from his orgasm, just as a few teeny feelings of anticipation and anxiety started mingling in with his contentment that it happened. Hogwarts. Harry. Castle. Magic. Harry was beginning to pant with exertion, and Albus found himself breathless as he processed the memories flooding back. The most vivid was an image of Harry's face over a beaker of steaming potion. Totally helpless for me, Harry had said. Albus drank the potion. Before Albus knew it, he was hard again. He pushed Harry off and turned over, straightening himself off of the desk. He put his hand in Harry's hair. I love you, he said. I'm not finished, said Harry. Albus smiled and started going down to his knees to finish Harry off, but Harry grabbed his wrist. Albus was taller and had more leverage and moved free of Harry's grasp, but Harry smirked. Petrificus totalis. Albus's arms snapped to his sides and his legs snapped together. His cock was still standing straight off his body. Albus gave Harry a look and wordlessly performed the counter curse. Nothing happened. I said, I'm not finished, said Harry. Harry twiddled his fingers and Albus, still totally flat and stiff, rose off the ground and floated gently down onto the desk face and cock up. Harry climbed up on top of the desk and straddled Albus. My favorite part of this, said Harry, carefully guiding himself down onto Albus, is that I didn't have to make you enjoy that at all. He settled down. Albus, unable to mow or speak, let out a pant of breath through his nose. I was never going to make you me. Muggle Al really would have seduced me in his office, panted Harry. He wrapped his hand around his own cock as he ked himself up and down on Albus's. All I had to do to you was make you a little turned on when you said nice things to me, a spell I might leave on, by the way. He sped up his hand a little. And I suppose I started you off a little with that massage, Harry continued. Albus's eyes were rolling back into his head, and he still couldn't move. Harry sped up. But, he breathed, the rest, was you. Any dark wizard could come in here and seduce you, Al. Albus, still immobile, blushed from stomach to nose. Feeling Albus start to cum again inside him, Harry let himself cum all over Albus's chest and neck. Harry ked away the last of their orgasms as items in the room began to fade and disappear until only the desk and stoplight remained. Stone walls replaced the factory windows and blinded doors. They were in the room of requirement. Harry released the full body bind on Albus, and Albus immediately pulled Harry into a key. They broke apart and all Albus could do was grin. Was that what you had in mind? Asked Harry. Albus's eyes twinkled and he nodded. That was about it, he smiled. Harry waved his hand and the two of them were cleaned up. A blank appeared, and suddenly the desk they were on became a lot larger and softer. What do you need from me? Asked Albus. Just this, smiled Harry. He pulled Albus close. I'm content, said Albus. Only, could you tell me how you came up with Hogwarts? Harry chuckled, and they snuggled closer together. After each of them had fallen asleep at least once, Harry roused himself and looked around for a clock. Albus combed a hand through Harry's hair. We really need to improve the security of this castle, said Harry. Albus smiled. I think you're a risk, said Harry. Handsome dark wizard offers to take over your mind and body for a little while. I think you'd be on your knees in an instant. All right, Harry, that's enough. It's time to. Albus cut off as he felt ropes starting to snake up his legs under the blankets. Harry, I'm just checking to see if your magic works yet, said Harry lightly. The ropes tugged snugger and twisted higher up to Albus's torso. One thin rope snaked firmly around Albus's cock and balls. Because if you still don't have your magic yet, and you were willing to go back out there. Tut, Albus. That's a security liability. Come, now, Harry. Defindo. The spell did nothing, and Harry's breath caught in excitement. The ropes yanked, and all of a sudden Albus was upside down in the air, ropes still coiling down towards his chest and neck. Harry, what time is it? Harry glanced over at the bright green stoplight and looked back at the dangling Albus. Looks like we've got all the time in the world. Now repeat after me. Security. Security, gasped Albus. Thank you very much. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.